Winston Churchill, his times, his crimes. Tariq Ali. For Garth Fox, who will be 23 when the centenary of the Second World War is marked. I hope much of this book will be redundant by then, but fear it won't. Chronology. Winston Churchill, servant of empire. 1874, born at Blenheim Palace, Oxfordshire, son of Tory MP Randolph Churchill and American heiress Jenny Jerome. 1876, family moves to Dublin when Randolph Churchill becomes private secretary to the Viceroy of Ireland, his father John Spencer Churchill. 1888-95, educated at Harrow School and Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. 1895-99, commissioned as second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Hussars. Skirmishes in Cuba, India, Sudan furnish material for early journalistic interventions. 1899-1901, resigns from the regiment to launch career in politics, freebooting military and journalistic engagements in South Africa. 1901-04, enters Parliament as Conservative MP for Oldham. 1904, defects to the Liberal Party. 1906-08, Under Secretary of State for the Colonial Office in Campbell Bannerman government. 1908-10, enters Asquith's cabinet as President of Board of Trade. 1910-11, Asquith's Home Secretary. 1911-15, First Lord of the Admiralty, from 1914, member of Asquith's War Council. 1915-16, forced to resign as First Lord of the Admiralty as condition of Conservatives joining Asquith's national government, rejoins army but swiftly secures permission to leave active service after a few months on the Western Front. 1917-19, Minister of Munitions in Lloyd George's cabinet. 1919-21, Lloyd George's Secretary of State for War. 1921-22, Secretary of State for the Colonies, loses parliamentary seat in 1922 election. 1924-29, defects to the Conservative Party, Chancellor of the Exchequer in Baldwin's cabinet. 1929-39, resigns from Shadow Cabinet in protest against Dominion status for India, excluded from the cabinet. 1931-39, writes Potboiling Histories. 1939, First Lord of the Admiralty in Chamberlain's cabinet. 1939-45, Prime Minister. 1945-51, Leader of the Opposition. 1951-55, Prime Minister. 1955-65, in retirement. Dies in London, 1965, aged 90. Contents. Chronology. Preface. Acknowledgements. Introduction, The Cult of Churchill. 1. A World of Empires. 2. Skirmishes on the Home Front. 3. The Great War. 4. The Irish Dimension. 5. The Wind That Shook the World. 6. 9 Days in May 1926. 7. The Rise of Fascism. 8. Japan's Bid for Mastery in Asia. 9. The War in Europe, from Munich to Stalingrad. 10. The Indian Cauldron. 11. Resistance and Repression. 12. The Origins of the Cold War, Yugoslavia, Greece, Spain. 13. The East is Dead, the East is Red, Japan, China, Korea, Vietnam. 14. Castles in the Sands, Remapping the Arab East. 15. War Crimes in Kenya. 16. What's Past is Prologue, Churchill's Legacies. Epilogue. Notes. Select Bibliography. Index. Preface. Is another book on Churchill necessary? I've asked myself this question more than once, but it seems very few others have. Most people I spoke to, including many who do not share my political opinions, argued strongly in favor of this project. Their motivation was simple. The Churchill cult was drowning all serious debate. An alternative was badly needed, and instead of moaning I should get on with it. This is not to suggest that all historians who focus on Churchill are uncritical. There are some fine books out there, and I refer to them later in these pages. It's not now simply a question of providing an alternative, but of defending the right to do so. Churchill himself, whatever his shortcomings, relished a political duel and gave as good as he got. His epigones feel less intellectually/politically secure and regard any serious criticism as lèse-majesté. Not to be tolerated. This is unacceptable. Participants in an anti-capitalist demonstration in 2000 sprayed Churchill's statue in Parliament Square with paint and gave him a turf mohican. The Prime Minister at the time, Tony Blair, was livid. According to his spin doctor's diary, he went a bit over the top, saying this sort of thing must never be allowed to happen again and suggesting that such demonstrations should be kept out of London. The spraying continued at irregular intervals over the following years, reaching a peak in 2020 when Black Lives Matter activists painted Churchill was a racist on the plinth. This is one of the mildest criticisms of Churchill that can be made, but it caused a furore. More was to follow. In February 2021, as I was engaged in completing this book, I received a Zoom invitation to attend a virtual conference organized in Churchill College, Cambridge, to discuss the politics of its namesake. Two of the panel members were academics of South Asian origin. One of them, Priya Gopal, was and remains a fellow of the college. Unsurprisingly, the tone was critical since the discussion centered on the colonization of India and its aftermath, especially the Bengal famine. It was a sober discussion, but a hullabaloo followed, orchestrated by the Tory press. The Daily Telegraph headlined its February 11 report, "Churchill College Panel Claims Wartime PM Was a White Racist and Worse Than the Nazis." In fact, nobody had said that, but it was enough to push Sir Nicholas Soames, Churchill's grandson, to become the standard bearer for the outrage. As any regular reader of Private Eye over the years will be aware, intellectual weight is not one of Soames's attributes, and his interventions on this occasion only confirmed the fact. But he was a descendant and made himself available to be used to crush dissenting voices. Donors threatened to withdraw funding, the family was displeased, and the college hurriedly disbanded its working group on Churchill, Race, and Empire, which had organized the offending conference. To protest this capitulation, that same night Local Extinction Rebellion, XR, activists neatly dogged Churchill was a racist on one of the brick walls of Churchill College. Soames had characterized the panel discussion as marking a new low in the current vogue for the denigration in general of British history and of Sir Winston Churchill's memory in particular, and threatened the college by wondering aloud and in public whether it should be allowed to benefit from the Churchill name after permitting such an appalling event. In fact, both sides of the debate could come up with better names, Wellesley or Curzon for the glorifiers of Empire, and Gandhi or Mandela for the other side. Meanwhile, the Rapid Response Unit of XR Cambridge replied to Soames. "Across the city, there are so many institutions whose money comes from exploitation and colonialism. We are not going to let Cambridge colleges censor the truth about their harmful historical and modern connections. As a city and a country, we desperately need to face up to the legacy of the British Empire, which did so much damage around the world and is still causing harm today. It is increasingly evident that there is a deep connection between global, racial, social and climate justice. The idea that those with money, power, and military strength have the right to exploit the earth and its people is responsible both for colonialism and the climate and ecological emergency. We have learned so much from anti-racist activists, we won't let Britain's racist history be swept under the rug." The debate continues. This little book is another pebble in the pond. It does not concentrate exclusively on Churchill and is not a biography in the traditional sense. It situates Churchill within the ruling class that fought against workers and dissidents at home and built a huge empire abroad. It was this combination that enabled defeats of working-class organizations in Britain and the colonization of large tracts of Asia and Africa. Without understanding the histories of those who resisted at home and abroad, it is not easy to understand the hostility towards Churchill that still exists in this country. Half a century ago I was enjoying a meal in Phnom Penh with Lawrence Daly, the Scottish miners' leader. The conversation was wide-ranging. The noise of the bombs dropping on Vietnam resounded throughout the region. Daly was an autodidact, an organic intellectual and attached to no political party. The discussion turned to Britain. How did he explain the British electorate voting Churchill out in 1945? What had happened to the projected images of the Great War leader? Daly paused for a moment and then said, "It's not a mystery. Thanks to the Tories, the country was neck-deep in shit. People felt that if they elected Churchill, he would force them to do sit-ups. After 150 years of continuous growth, as Eric Hobsbawm pointed out in Industry and Empire, the British economy was in trouble and mass unemployment was threatening social peace. Churchill wished to reverse the process by any means necessary. His favorite method was the use of force. On this he would never change, falter, or repent. He never fully understood that American and German successes owed a great deal to scientific research and technological development. British universities were left untouched, continuing their normal pursuits, till it was too late to catch up with the US and Germany. A complacent ruling class in Britain, fed on the fruits of empire, was not capable of making up the ground. Despite what is hallowed as Churchill's finest hour, the 1945 victory was a huge defeat for the British Empire. It took Churchill and his Labour mimics, Attlee and Bevan, some time to understand the full implications of this. Churchill accepted the role of second fiddle as long as he could pretend he was the first, issuing Cold War proclamations that generally amused and occasionally annoyed the new masters of the Western world. The US leaders humored him, while getting on with their own business of taking over the European and Japanese colonies, with varying degrees of success. Churchill's genetic racism never disappeared, trickling down homewards as labor shortages necessitated the import of colonial workers from the West Indies and South Asia. During his last weeks in Downing Street he was intransigent. His defense minister Harold Macmillan, later to be Prime Minister, recorded in his diary on January 20, 1955, more discussion in cabinet about the West Indian immigrants. A bill is being drafted, but it's not an easy problem. PM. Winston Churchill thinks Keep England White a good slogan. A decade or so later, confronting a bout of heckling from racists at a public meeting, I shouted back, "We're here because you were there. And we've got another century and a half to go." They shut up temporarily, but I don't think they fully grasped the dialectic. Nor did Churchill. This is what I explain in this book, accompanying Churchill's political lifeline with a political and historical analysis that runs counter to his views and those of his many epigones. In highlighting the story of a defiant opposition, weak or strong, the book engages with a working-class history and colonial rebellions in a dialectical relation with the worshipful texts. The emergence of an anti-colonial movement on campuses in different parts of the world a few years ago was an added inducement to writing about Churchill. The fact that Barack Obama and, more recently, Joe Biden, removed the Churchill bust from the Oval Office was another push. Before September 11 and George W. Bush's war on Afghanistan and Iraq, few were even aware that the bust existed. They did so because of British atrocities in Kenya and Churchill's record on Ireland, two of the imperial crimes he is charged with in this book. Their removal of the bust, however, was largely symbolic. Obama and Biden spoke as recolonizers, as the modern heirs of Churchill and Curzon, Leopold, and Salazar. The country over which they preside is the only real empire today, in a position much stronger than that of the British Empire even at its peak, and with a record of war crimes second to none. The décolonisers in Britain and the anti-racists in the United States have torn down or demanded the removal of statues of slave owners and scoundrels such as Rhodes, greatly admired by Churchill. Churchill's statue has merely been daubed with red paint, to mark a Remembrance Day for the victims of empire. I'm not in favor of destroying his statue or that of most other imperial warlords or underlings. That would be a wrong-headed attempt to wipe out 300 years of British history. A similar process in the United States would entail destroying the statues of most of the Founding Fathers on the grounds that they were slaveholders. Far better to demand or implement the right to install plaques that challenge the official view, so that visitors to the site can read both sides of the argument and make their own decisions. And, of course, to demand new statues of those who were on the other side. This book is written in that spirit, an eruption, I hope, into a historical political order that appears hegemonic but remains vulnerable. And with it, history remains the roiling, contradictory, conflict-ridden, international human story that it has always been. Acknowledgements. It is necessary to start by stressing that nobody who helped is responsible for my arguments or conclusions. It was Mike Davis, long-standing comrade on the West Coast and a great historian, who insisted almost a decade ago that such a book needed writing. I hope he isn't too disappointed. Thanks go first and foremost to my editors Joanne Wipajewski in Buffalo, New York and Leo Hollis in Lockdown, London. Leo, of course, is well used to my eccentricities and tends to remove them from the page. His insistence on combining some chapters and restructuring others has been very valuable. Joanne is an old friend and a very stern editor. The combination worked. For early research that included a lengthy reading list, I must thank Pablo Bradbury, who was then a Verso intern. For reading 3 books on the Irish and Indian famines, as well as Churchill's novel, and writing reports on all of them, I must thank my grandson Jordan Beaumont, who had taken a gap year that coincided with the lockdown. His brother Alim saved the manuscript from a computer disaster and demanded a tenner. Sebastian Budgeon was helpful as usual, forwarding useful documentation from many quarters. For sharing personal and political material relevant to the chapter on Greece, I am very grateful to Gelis Kouras, a Greek friend since 1967, and to Jane Gabriel, who produced, with Gelis' help, the Channel 4 documentary on the Greek Civil War that shook the British establishment. Daniel Finn, a colleague at the New Left Review, read through the chapter on Ireland, pointing out some errors and suggesting some additions and deletions but giving me the green light at the end. David Harvey shared a revealing personal episode. As the mess in my study mounted, a local craftsman and Corbyn supporter, John Purcell, who had come to check on something else, constructed a revolving bookshelf within a week, a transformative and comradely act that I will not forget. On the Verso production side, Mark Martin in Brooklyn and Bob Bamra in London supervised quality control. Tim Clark, a veteran now, did the final copy edit. To all of them and many others, my warm thanks. Tariq Ali. London, September 20, 2021. Introduction. The Cult of Churchill. Unhappy the land that needs a hero. Brecht, Galileo. Do not impute past disorders to the nature of the men, but to the times which, being changed, give reasonable ground to hope that, with better government, our city will have better fortune in the future. Machiavelli, Florentine Histories. On May 30, 1945, a month after Hitler's suicide and the liberation of Berlin by the Red Army commanders Georgy Zhukov and Ivan Konev, 21 days after the German surrender ended the Second World War in Europe, the country's most respected liberal historian, G.M. Trevelyan, delivered a lecture to a packed Conway Hall in Red Lion Square, central London. Neither the Allied victory nor Winston Churchill was mentioned in his talk. Not once. Instead, Trevelyan stuck doggedly to the agreed theme, history and the reader. Having made his name by rejecting the notion of history as a science, he proposed an alternative to what he called dry-as-dust historians, stressing the importance of history both as a rendering of past facts, collected through as diligent a search as possible, and as literature. But he could not resist a nod in the direction of recent events, nor indulging in some English self-puffery. Britain, he said, had a balanced approach to history. If only others could emulate it, the world might be better educated. His tone was lofty, his posture that of a sage. Some nations, he declaimed, like the Irish, are too historically minded, in the sense that they cannot get out of the past at all. The Germans themselves, he noted, have been brought up on one-sided, ultra-patriotic versions of things past. The harm that one-sided history has done in the modern world is immense. When history is used as a branch of propaganda, it is a very deadly weapon. The only alternative was history as it is now taught and written in England. It is rather the ignorance of history than the misuse of it, from which we suffer in this island now. That last sentence still applies. English history itself cannot be understood without recognizing the interlacing histories of other peoples. Trevelyan felt no need to explain why, for instance, the Irish nation became over-historicized. Perhaps he should have considered the words of his fellow believer, "What do they know of England?" groaned Kipling, "who only England know." Trevelyan then elaborated on how cultural prejudice and historical ignorance might consign old civilizations, outside Greece and Rome, to the dustbin. This was something that even the finest historians had fallen foul of. From his lighthouse perch as Regius Professor of History at Cambridge, he shone the lamp on Carlyle and Macaulay, his great-uncle, and warned that they too had been hampered. How? Using the language of a shop steward of the Official Historians' Union, Trevelyan judged that they would have been better historians if they had been through an academic course of history such as they could have got if they had lived at the end of the 19th century instead of at the beginning. Trevelyan then retreated to the 18th century for his paradigm of the scholar-historian. In Gibbon the perfection both of the science and of the art of history was reached, and has never since been surpassed. This was certainly not, however, the prevailing view when the decline and fall of the Roman Empire first appeared, between 1776 and 1789. Gibbon's 6 volumes were intellectually emancipatory, his fearless assault on Christianity for its role in bringing Rome low leading to both widespread adulation and condemnation. Establishment bishops went on the warpath, while dissenting William Blake cursed Gibbon's mockery. Clearly he was doing something right. A critical Gibbonesque history with the British Empire as its subject is still needed. Among much else, Christianity would figure, as would Islam. Gibbon speculates, without a trace of prejudice, that if the Prophet's followers had not lost a key battle or two, Notre Dame might have been a fetching mosque, and the sonorous Arabic of the Quran might have replaced Vespers in Oxford. Had such a history been written in the late 19th or early 20th century, it would have made for a provocative debate on the empire and compelled later historians, MMK comes to mind, to be a bit more cautious in their assumptions. It would also have made for better educated school children and university graduates. What, you might ask, has this to do with Winston Churchill? Just as we have never faced up to the truths of empire, there has been a failure to reckon with our most faithful household gods. An honest reckoning with history has been avoided thus far. Trevelyan virtually ignored Churchill in his 900-page History of England. There are only 3 references to him, firstly as a staunch free trader in Balfour's cabinet, secondly as a member of the Liberal Party looking around for a kingdom, and lastly, in 1940, when England, facing supreme danger with her old courage, found the symbol in Winston Churchill. The fact that the symbol was totally absent in Trevelyan's Conway Hall speech helps to put things somewhat in perspective. Rather than a subject of intense historical scrutiny, Churchill has become a burnished icon whose cult has long been out of control. Interestingly, during the 5 phases of his life, adventures abroad, the First World War, the 20-year truce in the European Civil War, the Second World War and his last period in office, it was a relatively low-profile cult. Even at the height of the Blitz it was nothing like what it would later become in the hands of Tory politicians and a layer of conservative and liberal historians. A brace of movies in 2017 was preceded by numerous biographies. There are currently more than 1,600 books on Churchill. Several shelves are devoted to him in the biography section of the London Library, even more in the British Library, and that is excluding his own prolific output. The biographies include the 8-volume Tombstone whose erection was the life work of the late Sir Martin Gilbert, but whose foundation was laid by Churchill's son, Randolph, a conservative version by Andrew Roberts, a shorter one by Robert Blake before him, and a stylish, lucid, 1,000-page offering by the well-read liberal politician Roy Jenkins. There is much else in between, most of it published during and after the 1980s. The most objective biography is that written by Clive Ponting, sadly out of print. Among the latest products is an offering, a #1 bestseller no less, from Boris Johnson, currently the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Johnson's is a revealing book on many levels. Whereas some conservative historians have been annoyed by Churchill's apparent fluidity in switching parties, Robert Rhodes James stresses that Churchill's erratic pre-1939 career was rightly criticized by his contemporaries. Johnson makes it clear that Churchill spent much of his political life as an outsider, waiting for the moment of glory. This, in common myth, arrived in 1939. But even here the historians cannot agree. Churchill, we are told, stood steadfastly against the appeasers and saved the day. In contrast, John Charmiley, in his 1993 book The End of Glory, argued that Churchill's self-serving career shifts led to numerous errors. By refusing to negotiate a peace treaty with Hitler in 1940 and instead turning to the United States, Churchill precipitated the end of the British Empire. In an unpublished entry in his diaries, Chips Channon recalls an unhappy club lunch with fellow Tory appeasers the day Churchill went to kiss hands at the palace. He quotes Rab Butler as saying, "We have a half-breed as our Prime Minister." A day or so later, the chairman of the Tory backbenchers' 1922 committee reported that 3/4 of his members were willing to give Churchill the heave-ho and restore Neville Chamberlain, architect of the Munich Agreement with Hitler. In the Churchill factor, Boris Johnson revels in the hatred towards Churchill exhibited by swathes of Tory MPs, and identifies strongly with his subject. To lead his country in war, Churchill had to command not just the long-faced men of Munich, Halifax and Chamberlain, but hundreds of Tories who had been conditioned to think of him as an opportunist, a turncoat, a blowhard, an egotist, a rotter, a bounder, a cad, and on several well-attested occasions a downright drunk. He goes on to quote a letter from Nancy Dugdale to her husband, Tommy, a pro-Chamberlain MP serving in the armed forces. She reports on the mood inside the Conservative Party. WC they regard with complete distrust, as you know, and they hate his boasting broadcasts. WC really is the counterpart of Goering in England, full of the desire for blood, blitzkrieg, and bloated with ego and overfeeding, the same treachery running through his veins, punctuated by heroics and hot air. I can't tell you how depressed I feel about it. Point 1. Who and what was Churchill? Was he anything more than a plump carp happy to swim in the foulest of ponds as long as his own career and the needs of the empire, in his own mind there was no difference between the two, were fulfilled? A little more, perhaps, but not too much. What accounts, then, for his elevation to a cult figure? The cult proper, with all its excesses, long postdates the Second World War. Anthony Barnett, in his sharp polemic against the Falklands/Malvinas War waged by Margaret Thatcher in 1982, suggested that the birth of Churchillism was linked to the propaganda need to secure acceptance of that conflict. It was eagerly and embarrassingly promoted by Michael Foot, the Labour leader at the time. As Barnett writes, Churchillism is like the warp of British political culture through which all the main tendencies weave their different colours. Although drawn from the symbol of the wartime persona, Churchillism is quite distinct from the man himself. Indeed, the real Churchill was reluctantly and uneasily conscripted to the compact of policies and parties which he seemed to embody. Yet the fact that the ideology is so much more than the emanation of the man is part of the secret of its power and durability. Point 2. One could add that the manufactured love for Churchill, and the uses made of him, came to embody the nostalgia for an empire that was long gone, but that had been supported by all three political parties and the large trade unions. Point 3. The glory days of the past have become embedded in the historical subconscious of the British. And when it was needed, such as in 1982, when the reality that the United Kingdom was little more than a few North European islands was difficult to accept, his name was invoked. Thatcher's successful war gave her another term of office and projected her as the leaderine. She even began referring to Churchill as Winston, as if to suggest she had known him personally. The social historian Paul Addison concurred with Barnett on the importance of the Falklands conflict in relaunching Churchill. Reviewing 4 new books in the 1980s, he argued that the cultural and political regression could be traced to the failure of Harold Wilson and Edward Heath to modernize the country in the 1960s and 70s. In spirit at least, Churchill has outlived them, taking his place again in British politics as one of the household gods of Mrs. Thatcher. Nevertheless, Addison further argues that those same decades had brought with them a refreshing breeze to clear the cobwebs. The patriotic epic, except in the debased and self-destructive form of the Bond films, was an offense to the spirit of the age. The old military imperial spectaculars were acceptable only when infused with anti-war feeling and social satire, as in Tony Richardson's The Charge of the Light Brigade 4. When, in 1974, Howard Brenton's The Churchill play opened under Richard Eyre's direction at the Nottingham Playhouse, it was warmly applauded by audiences and welcomed by most critics. The staid, respected Harold Hobson, reviewing the play in the Sunday Times, was surprised by the sharp tone but found it stimulating nonetheless. The haunting and alarming suggestion made in Mr. Brenton's powerful play is that the man England found in 1940 was the wrong man. The play opens at Churchill's funeral. The uniformed men carrying the coffin hear rumblings from inside the catafalque. They look at one another in horror. "Marine, he'll come out, he'll come out. I do believe that of him. Capable of anything, that one. Fiercely to bugger working people. He coughs. Recovers. Fiercely, we've never forgiven him in Wales. He sent soldiers against us, the bloody man. Sent soldiers against Welsh mining men in 1910. He was our enemy. We hated his gut. The fat English upper-class gut of the man. When they had the collection, for the statue in front of Parliament. All over Wales town and county councils would not collect. Private, but he won the war. He did that, he did that. Marine, people won the war. He just got pissed with Stalin." Churchill from within his coffin, England. "Why, stupid old woman. Clapped out. Undeserving, unthankful. After all I did for you, you bloody tramp." Churchill bursts out of his coffin, swirling the Union Jack. The Churchill actor must assume an exact replica. His face is a mask. He holds an unlit cigar. The servicemen turn round and back away, rifles at the ready. In the United States, the success of the Churchill industry, which has promoted the man as the Yankee Marlboro, has been relative to shifting priorities on the academic and cultural fronts. In the mid-1980s, the Thatcher-Reagan economic consensus required a political and cultural remodeling and a psychological reconditioning in tune with the start of a new world order. New stories were needed for a global Anglophone marketplace. As a result, numerous British documentaries, serials, and films were geared for adoption by the larger market. As far as the British culture industry was concerned, what the US public wanted to watch were Jane Austen adaptations, each one cruder and more dumbed down than the last, and costumed soaps glorifying the pre-1945 ruling classes. Churchill became the daily fibre for this staple diet. The British actor Robert Hardy even played him in 3 separate movies: Churchill, The Wilderness Years, War and Remembrance, and Churchill, 100 Days That Saved Britain. Like Trevelyan, the living Churchill always understood the importance of history and, not least, his own part in it. His witty boast that "I have not always been wrong. History will bear me out, particularly as I shall write that history myself," was only half a joke. That is what he did from his early years, producing further self-justificatory accounts across the succeeding decades. Now, early in the 21st century, Churchill's deification as the imperial warlord par excellence is being challenged by a small but effective minority of décolonisseurs. Nothing too unusual there, if one takes the long view. As the historian of the ancient world, Mary Beard, pointed out in her regular TLS blog, A Don's Life, this was the fate of not a few Roman emperors during the existence of that empire. It was a tradition emulated in later European empires. One of the worst criminals Europe ever produced was Leopold of Belgium, whose ownership of and brutalities in the Congo led to the deaths of several million Africans. His statues in Belgium fell in the spring of 2020, during protests triggered by the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. Whether the toppling of statues is just a spasm, and things will return, as they so often do, to post-imperial conformity, remains to be seen. Despite his enormous talent as a self-publicist, a source of much irritation to his liberal and conservative colleagues, Churchill did not in the end need to write the history myself. He would have been delighted not only by the diligence of his epigones in burnishing his image, but also by the weightless attacks of his few critics. With a keen eye on book sales, he did not particularly mind a little negative publicity if it helped shift a few copies. Money was always in short supply. This tolerance, however, would perhaps not have stretched to encompass assaults on the British imperial mission, whether levelled against him in critiques by colonial subjects in the past, or launched on his statue by protesters on English campuses today. Imperialism was Churchill's true religion. He was never ashamed of it. Even before he became its high priest, he worshipped at its altar. The British Empire, then possessor of the largest chunk of colonies the world had ever seen, was for him an awe-inspiring achievement. With this view came a belief in and promotion of racial and civilizational superiority. But the maintenance and defense of the empire was the prism through which Churchill viewed this and almost everything else at home and abroad. Race faded into the background when the enemies of the British Empire were white and part of the same civilization. Churchill admired the fierceness demonstrated by the Boers in southern Africa, but not that of the Pashtun tribes resisting the British on the northwest frontier of India. He appreciated the Gurkhas' capacity to fight as mercenaries, but only because they had been trained by the British as imperial auxiliaries. The Third Reich might be awful, but it was not as unacceptable as the hateful Japanese, who became hateful only after they attacked British colonies in Asia. Empire so dominated Churchill's political thought that no adventure was too risky, no crime too costly, no war unnecessary, if British possessions, global hegemony, and trade interests were at stake. Domestic upheavals and conflicts that threatened the status quo would also be dealt with harshly. Churchill might have changed political parties at will to enhance his own career, but this rarely affected his politics. Virtually any reactionary cause that emerged could rely on him for support. He may not have been opposed to middle and upper-class women bicycling or playing tennis, or, in the case of married women, having their own bank accounts or slashing their evening skirts. What he strongly objected to was the extension of democracy. Women's suffrage, he argued, is contrary to natural law and the practice of civilized states. Only the most undesirable class of women are eager for the right, those who discharge their duty to state, viz. Marrying and giving birth to children, are adequately represented by their husbands. I shall unswervingly oppose this ridiculous movement. 5. The militant suffragette movement, in particular, angered him. He assumed, like many other men and women, that granting women the right to vote would double the electoral strength of the working class. Votes for women challenged the male monopoly of politics and a great deal else. His views on this were never hidden, during either his liberal or his conservative days, as his clash with Sylvia Pankhurst demonstrates. In the midst of the vast Liberal Party rally just before the 1906 general election, the suffragette waited to ask her question, steeling herself for the violent ejection that invariably followed. The speaker was Winston Churchill, well known for his particularly insulting attitude towards women's suffrage. When the suffragette stood up and asked her question, "Will the Liberal government give women the vote?" he just ignored her, but when some of the men in the audience demanded an answer, the chairman invited the suffragette to ask her question from the platform. After doing so, Churchill took her roughly by the arm and forced her into a seat on the platform, saying, "No, you must wait here till you have heard what I have to say," and told the audience, "Nothing would induce me to vote for giving women the franchise." Suddenly all the men on the platform stood up, blocking the suffragette from view, while others pushed her into a back room. One man went to find a key to lock her in, while another, standing against the door, began to use the most violent language and, calling her a cat, gesticulated as though he would scratch her face with his hands. She ran to the barred window and called out to the people in the street. The threatening man left and the crowd pointed out a window with some bars missing which the suffragette climbed through and then, at the crowd's request, delivered an impromptu speech of her own. 6. In many ancient religions, there were sacred figures who performed specific functions. The most important of these was the role of binders. Almost everything was bound to and linked through them. Politically, Winston Churchill never played such a role during his lifetime, except for a limited period at the height of the war. Even then, critics who defied or challenged him were rarely silenced. Idolatry is a sin in a democracy, Aneurin Bevan, the left-wing Labour MP, had shouted when the flattery became too intense. In style, Churchill was often impulsive, always discursive, sometimes chaotic but also possessed of a peculiar dynamism that made him, despite his class, quite down to earth. He was equally at home at Blenheim Palace as in the murky corridors of the political underworld. He became Prime Minister at a time when Britain faced an existential crisis, with the country's elite and its citizens seriously divided on the dangers posed by the Third Reich. Till then, he had been little more than a clever politician engaged in career building and desperate to climb as high as he could. To which end he was prepared to get his hands dirty. Very dirty. This aspect of him was aired in the popular BBC drama, Peaky Blinders, where Churchill is portrayed giving support to a special branch officer tasked with killing Sinn Féin supporters in the Midlands. His pre-war career, glorifying colonial atrocities abroad, suppressing working-class revolts at home, dwelt in the memory of his opponents among the populace. In A Safe Job, a short story published in the New Reasoner in the late 1950s, Peter Barnes brought back to life a Labour activist in London's East End, where mainly Jewish and a sprinkling of non-Jewish migrant workers had given the area a strong reputation for radical politics. The opening paragraph conveys a flavour of the times. My uncle Nathaniel was the man who threw a brick at Churchill in 1929. He always regretted that he had missed. It happened when Churchill was making a campaign speech in the East End. The crowd got out of hand and tried to charge him. Beating a hasty retreat to a waiting car, the politician was helped on his way by jeers, catcalls and a badly aimed brick. My uncle threw it. He had been an active socialist all his life. This story was one of his favorites. Stories of this nature were not uncommon, even amid the great dangers of the war years. The eminent geographer David Harvey recalls, "My grandma would only shop at the co-op, and when I was 8 or 9, in 1943-4, I often spent Saturdays with her. One time we went somewhere to get her divvy and we ended up in some queue where she pontificated rather loudly to the effect that Churchill was a rotten bugger, enemy of the working people. I was banned from using such language at home, so I probably remember it because it was quite shocking to hear her going on in that vein in a public setting. Quite a few people were getting upset and defended him for leading the fight against Hitler, to which my grandma replied that Hitler was a rotten bugger too, and maybe it would take one rotten bugger to get rid of another rotten bugger, but after this war was over we would get rid of all the rotten buggers, every one of them." I told this anecdote to a colleague when at Oxford, and he told me around the same period he went to picture shows on Saturday mornings and they always showed Pathtic News, and when a certain person appeared on screen the whole audience would hiss and boo. He thought it was Hitler for a while, but it turned out to be Churchill. Another episode, a New York Times writer in the 1970s was taken aback while interviewing Richard Burton after his success playing Churchill in a TV dramatization called Walk with Destiny. The actor, asked for his own views on the great man, replied, "I hate Churchill and all his kind, a bad man, a vindictive toy soldier child." Burton had grown up in the Welsh Valleys. And most recently, a 2021 memoir by the historian Geoffrey Weeks, Between Worlds, A Queer Boy from the Valleys, includes an account of how hatred of Churchill was still very much alive when the author was growing up in the Rhondda. Tony Panda, where Churchill had sent troops against the miners, was never forgotten, As a young boy in the 1950s, I vividly remember cinema audiences still erupting in loud boos whenever Churchill, by then in his second term as Prime Minister, appeared in a newsreel. Why this degree of hatred? Churchill was not the only reactionary politician in modern British history. His arrogance is often cited as a factor, and perhaps what angered people was that he was a boaster. He enjoyed his triumphs too well. The British do not mind forthright leaders, Canning, Peel, Disraeli, Lloyd George, Keir Hardie, Nye Bevan, but they do not like British noses being rubbed in British dust. And on too many occasions, at Tony Pandy in 1910, during the 1926 general strike, in 1919 in Scotland, Churchill treated his own citizens as enemies. How can this ever be universally popular? Nevertheless, history is unpredictable. It picks an actor, bedecks them with fine costumes, and pushes them to play a particular role to such an extent that the part melds with reality. When the curtain comes down, it dismisses them and picks up new actors, raw but eager to learn, and throws them into battle. Churchill was one such actor formed by his times. This did not make him a cult figure at the time, in fact the opposite. He was accepted as a war leader, but the ambiguities never disappeared. By the time he became Prime Minister at the head of a national government, with Attlee as Deputy Prime Minister, people realized they had nothing else with which to fight a war that had to be fought. So they supported him till the first opportunity arose to get rid of him, which they promptly did, without many regrets, in July of 1945. But even during the war the support was always contingent. It needs to be remembered, despite the dramatics of the widely applauded film Darkest Hour, that when Churchill delivered his famous "We shall never surrender" speech, the defeat at Dunkirk had traumatized the nation. It was obvious then that the herd mentality exhibited during the early years of the First World War would not be at work again. The men fleeing Dunkirk knew how unprepared and badly armed they were, and that the governing class had no idea of why this had happened. Even semi-defeats raise questions in the minds of those taught to obey their superior officers at all times. Dunkirk caused a serious loss of self-confidence in ruling class circles. The Tory gang running the country was not at all sure whether Britain could survive. They had won the propaganda war, but the much-touted spirit of Dunkirk was little more than a victory mask concealing a dejected and fearful face. On July 1, 1940, The Times published a remarkable editorial that is still more or less applicable today, but could not be written by any employee of Murdoch or, for that matter, any liberal media outlet in the Western world. If we speak of democracy, we do not mean a democracy which maintains the right to vote but forgets the right to work and the right to live. If we speak of freedom, we do not mean a rugged individualism which excludes social organization and economic planning. If we speak of equality, we do not mean a political equality nullified by social and economic privilege. If we speak of economic reconstruction, we think less of maximum production, though this too will be required, than of equitable distribution. The European house cannot be put in order unless we put our own house in order first. The new order cannot be based on the preservation of privilege, whether the privilege be that of a country, of a class, or of an individual. Angus Calder's groundbreaking works, The People's War, 1969, and The Myth of the Blitz, 1991, record this seismic shift well in the aftermath of Dunkirk. In the first book, Calder explained how British Labour and other progressive forces in the country understood very rapidly that the new war was not a repeat of the previous disaster, that fascism had to be defeated, and that a temporary alliance with anyone, including even Churchill, to achieve this goal was necessary. The national mood was one of united defiance. However, by the time he came to write the second volume on the Blitz, Calder had clearly changed his mind. In the second book, he exposes the myths of British pluck in the face of German bombing, revealing a darker scene. Crime levels rose throughout the country. Anti-Semitism was rife. The propaganda machine attempted to disguise a shattered people with hearty cheer and the deification of young, dead pilots. Here, the national mood emerges as one of division and paranoia. Calder is scathing on the tit-for-tat bombing raids carried out by Britain and Germany with the sole purpose of demoralizing civilian populations by targeting private homes and other civilian targets. He explains how the head of Bomber Command, Bomber Harris's, fully backed by Churchill, decided to carry out an experimental raid on the ancient German city of Lübeck. The bombs created a firestorm that destroyed half the city and killed thousands of civilians. The Luftwaffe responded in kind by launching the Baedeker raids against Old English cities of historic and cultural importance, Bath, Norwich, York, Canterbury. A lot of damage was done. People were killed. But citizens in both countries held firm. There was no serious demoralization, not even when Harris unleashed the 1,000 bombers assault on Cologne and boasted that over 6,500 British airmen dispersed in 868 crews had reached their target, unloading some 1,500 tons of bombs in total, 60% of which were incendiaries. The city was engulfed in fire. Churchill was fulsome in his praise, exhilarated by the destruction. Yet none of this had any dramatic impact on German morale. Within a fortnight Cologne was functioning normally. By 1942, however, discontent with Churchill's leadership was widespread among the governing elite. Singapore had fallen to Japan. Gandhi and Nehru had launched a Quit India movement that was bound to affect the morale of the tens of thousands of Indians serving as cannon fodder. The ultranationalist Subhas Chandra Bose had decided to create an Indian National Army, recruited from Indian POWs captured by the Japanese, tasked with fighting the British in India. At home, the failure to achieve production targets had affected supplies in Britain and on the front lines. A Gallup poll revealed that only 1/3 of the population expressed satisfaction with the war cabinet, i.e. Churchill. The diarist Harold Nicholson recorded that several centre politicians had told him Churchill had to be brought down, despite his protests that such a move would shock the country. Cecil Beaton, another friend of conservative politicians, reported that they freely discussed Churchill's faults and weaknesses. When asked who might replace him, they replied, Sir Stafford Cripps. Not Attlee, not Bevan, but Cripps, a name rarely conjured with today as the greatest leader we never had. Discontent in the military too was evident. The now forgotten Forces Parliament took place in Cairo between 1943 and 1944. Organized by soldiers and junior officers to discuss the future of Britain after the war, the Cairo Parliament was inspired by the Putney debates between the Levellers and Oliver Cromwell. It discussed nationalization, land and banking reform, inheritance and work. In the mock elections Labour obtained a thumping majority. The Tories came last. Inevitably the exercise was swiftly shut down. Ahead of the 1945 general election it was widely assumed that a Tory victory was inevitable, given Churchill's prestige in the war. But the Times leader writer had been prophetic. Anti-Churchill feelings, especially in working-class communities, had remained strong throughout the war, contrary to the propaganda. Labour swept to victory on a social democratic program that used a much milder version of the Times editorial as its mantra. On Churchill's death in 1965, tributes and eulogies from all sides were not in short supply. Richard Crossman, a Labour Party intellectual and senior member of Harold Wilson's cabinet, grumbled publicly about being forced to attend, and later wrote that it felt like an end of an epoch, possibly even the end of a nation. How wrong he was. Many others too. At that time it did appear that the post-war settlement, the gradual decolonization abroad and the creation of a welfare state with its comforting, happy families atmosphere had seen off the iniquities of the past and laid the foundations of a post-Churchill modernism. The Conservative leader Edward Heath was an ardent European, Wilson, the Prime Minister, a more reluctant convert to the idea. Europe, geographically little more than a cape attached to the giant Asian continent, would become for post-war politicians the embodiment of hope and the repository of Western civilization. Its crimes at home and abroad, its wars, imperial, civil and religious, were virtually forgotten, with the single exception of the Judeo-Cid. Most of the obituaries lauded Churchill's role as wartime prime minister. On other subjects, opinion in the country was much more divided. The morale-boosting propaganda that Churchill had both created and participated in spoke to collective endurance. On this score he had been a masterful rhetorical tactician. What his eulogists forgot was that the history of that endurance ran far deeper, and was far more lasting, than the heroic appeals of a moment. Many of those who had suffered the mass unemployment of the 1920s and 30s had not yet passed away. It was not uncommon to hear remarks such as "my family," or "my father, hated Churchill." Many of the soldiers who had greeted him with cheers during the war had also voted against him when it was all but won. Memories were longer in those days. Even when Churchill was not directly involved, he typified the more adventurous wing of the British ruling class, its violence, its arrogance, its complacency, and its incubation of white supremacy. His military aristocratic heritage was useful to him, but not a great recommendation for many others. As Roy Jenkins and others have pointed out, Churchill's ancestors in the Dukedom of Marlborough, after the founding Duke died, produced nobody of significance apart from Winston and his father, Randolph. A trend, one could add, that has continued to this day. Soames is little more than a minor character in P.G. Wodehouse. Unlike many of his peers, Churchill was not satisfied with being a backroom boy or a passive member of Parliament. He was, above all, an imperial activist. He wanted to fight, to kill and, if necessary, to die for the cause always uppermost in his mind, the British Empire. Death to all its enemies at home and abroad. And where whites were forced to kill other whites, Boers, the Irish, the Germans, the post-1917 Russians, ideologies complementary to white supremacy could be brought into play without too much difficulty. The boom in Churchilliana began 4 decades ago. Since then Churchill's history has surreptitiously become that of Britain, or at least England, as a whole. It is easy to forget how it was in 1965. Back then, satirists, filmmakers and others staunchly opposed imperial wars. Joan Littlewood's mocking "Oh, what a lovely war, a savage assault on the First World War," Pax Stratford's Theatre Royal. Richardson's charge of the Light Brigade laid bare the worship of the imperial great game. It would have been hard to predict then the rise of Margaret Thatcher, the Falklands War, the instrumentalization of Churchill, now elevated to the status of a national icon, courtesy of Thatcher, Blair, and Johnson. And the legend has grown on both sides of the Atlantic. A cloying scent of incense surrounds most of the paper shrines that commemorate Churchill and his wars, small and big. Together with the celluloid versions, their effectiveness cannot be denied. What the student décolonisers and their allies have made indisputable, however, is that a new conversation has been broached. 1. A world of empires. Now, this is the faith that the white men hold. When they build their homes afar. Freedom for ourselves and freedom for our sons. And failing freedom, war. Kipling, A Song of the White Men, 1899. I was a child of the Victorian era, wrote Churchill in my early life, when the structure of our country seemed firmly set, when its position in trade and on our seas was unrivaled, and when the realization of the greatness of our empire and of our duty to preserve it was ever growing stronger. In 1874, when Churchill was born, Britain was the dominant empire, its global reach surpassing that of its rivals. It had lost its American colonies but retained a boothold in Canada. The American losses were more than recompensed by the conquest of India. Africa was divided according to an agreement reached by the European powers. Most Europeans of all classes viewed their respective colonies in a similar fashion. None could match, whatever else may be thought of it, the Iberian seizure and possession for 3 centuries of a vast continent beyond a perilous ocean. That was a feat unparalleled in history. Yet even today the majority of Churchill's biographers cling to the view that while the Spanish Empire and others were cruel, indeed barbarous, the British Empire was more benign and, for this reason, more appreciated by those it colonized. As a result, the British Empire has become a staple of the heritage industry. The Thatcher governments of the 1980s, and their Blairite successors, did not simply assault the hallowed domains of the welfare state or destroy trade union militancy, they also sought to reverse anti-colonial trends in the public sphere that rubbished or were sharply critical of Britain's imperial past. The response to this shift has come from many sources. In Britain, most recently, the cosmetic version of colonization has been effectively demolished by the English historian Richard Gott in his masterly study of resistance to the British Empire. He encapsulates the problem neatly. It is often suggested that the British Empire was something of a model experience, unlike that of the French, the Dutch, the Germans, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, or, of course, the Americans. There is a widespread opinion that the British Empire was obtained and maintained with a minimum degree of force and with maximum cooperation from a grateful indigenous population. This benign, biscuit tin view of the past is not an understanding of their history that young people in the territories that once made up the empire would now recognize. Point 1. It is through this lens that we need to see the young imperialist, Winston Churchill. A particular kind of Victorian-era child, he spent his early formative years in a colonial setting, living in Dublin where his grandfather was Viceroy of Ireland. As a boy neglected by his parents, he found solace in toy soldiers and oft-repeated tales of his great military forebear, the first Duke of Marlborough. Stories of the Duke's tactical prowess on international battlefields, not to mention his political cunning, beginning with the Glorious Revolution, only enhanced the young Churchill's desire to be a soldier. The parental neglect continued when he was sent away to school at Harrow. There he found comfort in the school cadet corps and began to prepare himself for the military academy at Sandhurst, where competition for a place was stiff. His father, Lord Randolph Churchill, by then a Tory MP, was not keen on the idea, preferring that his son might join a financial firm in the city. Rothschild was a friend, and make some money. Winston, both scared and in awe of his striving, reckless and bad-tempered father, persisted nonetheless, and after 2 failed attempts finally got into Sandhurst. His marks being insufficient to join the infantry, which in those days prized intellect highly, Churchill was, like many other upper-class men, assigned to the more glamorous but less demanding cavalry. That same year, 1893, to celebrate his elevation to cadet, he went on a skiing holiday in Switzerland. His enjoyment was cut short by a stern missive from his father, a man whose mental stability was impaired by syphilis and who had hitherto given no personal attention to his son. Never have I received a really good report of your conduct in your work from any master or tutor you had from time to time to do with. Always behindhand, never advancing in your class, incessant complaints of total want of application. With all the efforts that have been made to make your life easy and agreeable and your work neither oppressive nor distasteful, this is the grand result that you come up among the second-rate and third-rate class who are only good for commissions in a cavalry regiment. I shall not write again on these matters and you need not trouble to write any answer to this part of my letter because I no longer attach the slightest weight to anything you may say about your own acquirements and exploits. Make this position indelibly impressed on your mind, that if your conduct and action at Sandhurst is similar to what it has been in the other establishments in which it has sought vainly to impart to you some education, then that my responsibility for you is over. It is not difficult to imagine the psychological impact such a letter might have had on a 19-year-old boy, though it should be pointed out that language of this sort deployed by an upper-class father to his son was not unfamiliar at the time or later. On a psychological level, from this moment on, proving his father wrong became part of Winston's life work. His American heiress mother, Jenny Jerome, was only marginally better as a parent. She was fond of Winston in absentia. As he grew up, she was not averse to sleeping with the highest figures in the realm to help his career and refill her own purse, emptied after an economic collapse in the United States wrecked her family's fortune. She did the rounds of the SW1 squares, even, according to some reports, sleeping with the king, a process that had begun while her husband was dying of syphilis and continued apace after his death. There was a possibility at one stage that Churchill might succeed to the dukedom, since his cousin Sonny, in direct line, was unmarried. The Duchess insisted that it would be intolerable if that little upstart Winston ever became duke, and summoned the moneyed cavalry in the US to mount a rescue. Eventually, Consuelo Vanderbilt was persuaded to marry the wastrel Sonny. Accompanying the heiress was a lump sum donation of $2.5 million and an annuity of $30,000, a useful contribution to the family coffers. In due course, a child was produced. No chance now of Churchill moving to Blenheim. Winston would have to make his own fortune. Could the young cadet at Sandhurst graduate to the status of an imperial warlord? No doubt he would have loved that, but it was not to be. A few adventures observing and participating in wars was all fate assigned to him. But he never had any doubts regarding the efficacy of imperial rule. Proud of his glorious ancestor, founder of the Marlborough/Churchill dynasty, he was determined to play his part in defending the empire in both theory and practice. War was an elixir, a cure-all for boredom and ennui, and more exciting than hunting since the targets were usually savages. Whatever language they spoke, however primitive they might be, they were human rivals. What other adventure could beat this one? War was, in Churchill's own words, a most desirable commodity. At 21, however, newly enlisted with the 4th Hussars, Winston was to be disappointed. It was 1895 and there was no British colonial war in sight. He was bored at home and all his money had been spent on polo ponies. How then to find the swift road to distinction and the glittering gateway to fame? After a few inquiries, his gaze crossed the Atlantic. As he later recalled, since I could not afford to hunt, I searched the world for some scene of adventure or excitement. The general peace in which mankind had for so many years languished was broken only in one quarter of the globe. The long-drawn guerrilla war between the Spaniards and the Cuban rebels was said to be entering upon its most serious phase. 2. The Spanish Empire was in a state of collapse. It had been attempting to suppress two liberation movements simultaneously for years, in Cuba and the Philippines. The political intellectual leadership of these movements was provided by José Martí in Cuba and José Rizal in the Philippines, the first a poet and essayist, the second a novelist of the highest rank. Both lives were tragically truncated, Martí in a military skirmish, Rizal executed by a Spanish firing squad. Cuba and Puerto Rico were the last remaining Spanish possessions in the Americas and among the least developed colonies. The discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the relative lack of either men or minerals to exploit in Cuba relegated the island to a minor, mainly military and administrative, role in the imperial system. Between 1720 and 1762, the Cuban economy was so undeveloped that its entire European trade was carried by an average of only 5 or 6 merchant ships each year. The plantation system, dependent on the large-scale slavery of kidnapped Africans, began late, and only escalated after the Haitian Revolution. The drive for independence was delayed too. By 1825, the whole of the Spanish-American mainland had been liberated, but in Cuba Spanish rule lasted until 1898. In 1895, as Churchill weighed his options, Spain was waging a vicious last-ditch assault against the Cuban patriots. Churchill was never slow to exploit an opportunity, and this one was perfect. He obtained leave from his regiment to become a military observer and witness a colonial war firsthand. Having been left a skimpy inheritance by his father, who had died at the start of that year, he struck on journalism as a means both to promote himself and earn some money. He sought and obtained a newspaper commission to cover the Spanish-Cuban War. Together with a fellow officer, he set off for the Caribbean via the United States. Churchill did not need to know too much about his chosen war zone. Instinctively, he sided with the Spanish. The reason was simple: an imperial power was attempting to drown a native rebellion in blood. He arrived in Havana in November 1895. Typhus, smallpox, and cholera stalked the island. Famine was widespread, and any journalist who traveled a bit could not have failed to witness the immense suffering of the Cubans. Nevertheless, Churchill underplayed these horrors, themselves a direct result of the colonial war. In an early dispatch home, getting almost everything wrong, not unlike journalists reporting from five-star hotels in more recent colonial wars, he wrote, "Havana shows no sign of the insurrection, and business proceeds everywhere as usual. Passports are, however, strictly examined, and all baggage is searched with a view to discovering pistols or other arms. During the passage from Tampa on the boat the most violent reports of the condition of Havana were rife. Yellow fever was said to be prevalent, and the garrison was reported to have over 400 cases. As a matter of fact, there is really not much sickness, and what there is confined to the lower part of the town. 3. Even when Churchill could no longer ignore what was taking place, and realized that the Cuban Revolutionary Party had the overwhelming support of the people, he could not bring himself to examine, let alone appreciate, the perspective of its fighters. The Spanish he understood only too well. For them, Cuba was what Ireland was for the British. José Martí does not rate a single mention in Churchill's reports or in My Early Life. Martí had written to the British Foreign Secretary in April 1895, pleading that Britain stay out of the conflict. 3 weeks later, he was dead, shot by the Spanish in an unnecessary encounter. The result was an avoidable tragedy. These events, involving Cuba's most prominent nationalist leader, were still fresh when Churchill arrived, but he could think only of how much luckier Cuba might have been had the British not exchanged Havana for Florida in 1763 after an 11-month occupation. It may be that as the pages of history are turned, brighter fortunes and better times will come to Cuba. It may be that future years will see the island as it would be now, had England never lost it, a Cuba free and prosperous, under just laws and a patriotic administration, throwing open her ports to the commerce of the world, sending her ponies to Hullingham and her cricketers to Lord's, exchanging the cigars of Havana for the cottons of Lancashire, and the sugars of Matanzas for the cutlery of Sheffield. Churchill was only too aware of what imperialism entailed. Could he have been unaware that it was during the brief period of British occupation in 1762 that 10,000 more slaves had been imported into Cuba to sustain a thriving plantation economy? 4. In December 1954, about to enter his final decade, Churchill listened to tales of woe told by a visiting white settler from Kenya, who explained why the atrocities against the Mau Mau rebellion were necessary. Churchill was worried mainly by how these might affect Britain's standing in the world. He recalled his own 1907 trip to the African colony, when the Kikuyu tribe was such a happy, naked, and charming people. But now, he wrote, public opinion would watch the power of a modern nation being used to kill savages. It's pretty terrible. Savages, savages. Not savages. They're savages armed with ideas, much more difficult to deal with. 5. There were plenty of savages in Cuba too. In 1895 and 1896, as the rebels gained more support, Generals Antonio Maceo and Maximo Gomez had the island virtually under their control and Havana under siege. Maceo, an Afro-Cuban, was without doubt the most outstanding guerrilla leader of the 19th century. Spain and its supporters went into panic mode. Churchill described the rebels as an undisciplined rabble consisting to a large extent of colored men. If the revolution succeeded, he worried, Cuba will be a black republic, registering no connection to the slaves Britain had brought in to increase the enslaved population Spain had already accumulated over the previous 2 centuries. 6. Self-induced amnesia has always been a characteristic of imperial leaders and their ideologues. Fears of another Haiti in the region were ever present in the thinking of the United States as well. Grover Flint, a U.S. journalist who had attached himself to Gomez's army, wrote in his dispatches that half of the enlisted men were Negroes while other sinister types were also present, Chin-A men, survivors of the Macau coolie traffic, shifty, sharp-eyed Mongols, with none of the placid laundry look about them. 7. The Spanish had agreed to the abolition of slavery in Cuba in 1886, but, fearful of the very notion of a majoritarian black republic, they encouraged mass migration from the peninsula to the island. Between 1882 and 1894 250,000 Spaniards emigrated to Cuba, whose population was then under 2 million. They included the Catalan anarchist Enrique Roig, who wasted little time in linking up with Martí. The flood of white immigrants did not prove sufficient from the Spanish point of view. 2/3 of the new migrants were illiterate. Most were peasants and workers, with Catalans composing a majority. Many veered automatically in the direction of Martí and Maceo. As Benedict Anderson noted, this demographic transformation, combined with the unalarming, gradual end of slavery, made it possible for Martí to recast the revolutionary enterprise in a nationalist style, which transcended, or appeared to transcend, the discourse of race. So to speak, white and black Cuban males would, metaphorically or on the battlefield, embrace each other as equals in the fight against imperial rule. The gradual disappearance of Haiti and the collapse of the sugar aristocracy left Madrid with fewer and fewer fanatical supporters. Rizal-style general nationalism thus spread rapidly after 1888 in almost all sectors. 8. On the verge of a catastrophic defeat in 1896, the Spanish sent out a new captain general to regain the upper hand. Chosen for his ruthlessness, General Valeriano Weyler was known in Madrid for preferring animals to humans. He was a mixture of both. He had funded a care home for horses in Madrid, where they were well treated and provided regularly with oats. In Cuba he created a network of concentration camps to isolate the guerrillas from the people. The consequences were catastrophic. Not only were families torn apart and women and girls forced into prostitution, but in some Cuban towns up to 50% of those in the camps died. Altogether, at least 170,000 concentrated civilians died, mostly of disease and hunger, representing about 10% of the total Cuban population of the time. Weyler had served as a military attaché at the Spanish embassy in Washington during the U.S. Civil War, and was a great admirer of General Sherman's scorched earth tactics en route to Atlanta. He now envisaged a similar policy for Cuba and proceeded to carry it out. It did not succeed as he had hoped, and a stalemate of sorts was reached. Major political and military leaders on both sides were dead, Maceo in Cuba, and the warmongering Spanish Prime Minister, Antonio Canovas, in Spain. The latter was assassinated in June 1897 by Michel Angiolillo, a Barcelona-based Italian anarchist, as revenge for the execution of anarchists in Barcelona. He had originally planned to bump off a Spanish royal, but was talked out of it by a black Puerto Rican supporter of the Cuban struggle, who convinced Angiolillo that Canovas would be a better target. The Prime Minister's departure would be genuinely helpful to the Cubans, he argued, and provided 500 francs as an inducement. The 3 bullets Angiolillo fired, wrote Richard Gott, did as much for the Cuban independence movement as 3 years of combat. 9 Regime change in Madrid led to a reforming administration that promised Cuba home rule. By then, the United States had declared war against the Spanish Empire and invaded the Philippines. Its armed intervention in Cuba in 1898 ended the Spanish-Cuban War. Ironically, Cuba's rise as a sugar and coffee producer, and hence its delayed independence, was the result of the 1790 Haitian Revolution, which had eliminated the largest such producer from the world market. The Black Republic of Haiti was the specter now being invoked endlessly in the U.S. imperial imagination and in the crude propaganda of its leaders. One of the first things the United States did after entering Cuba was to disarm and dissolve the Cuban Revolutionary Army. Armed black insurgents so close to the U.S. mainland had to be neutralized before their example became infectious. A suitable regime was established before the United States withdrew its forces, except from Guantanamo Bay, where it maintained de facto control in the form of a naval base, an infernal, continuing presence. Churchill's sojourn in Cuba, where his adventure-seeking sometimes strayed from journalism into military moonlighting on behalf of Spain, lasted only a few months. He did not witness the disarming of the Revolutionary Army, but there is not the slightest doubt he would have supported this outcome. The obsession with race came into play once again. On his return home he wrote, "The Cuban rebels give themselves the names of heroes and only are boastful and braggarts, insisting contrary to most other reports that the insurgents neither fight bravely nor do they use their weapons effectively." 10. On his return from Cuba in 1896, the young adventurer was keen to depart immediately for the African continent, which had by now been fully colonized by the Europeans. Wars were brewing, and easy career gains might be made without too much effort. Instead, his senior commanders decided he should go with his regiment on a tour of duty to India. Churchill protested and used his titled friends and relations to try to have the decision changed, but to no avail. He was desperate to switch to the 9th Lancers, due to be sent to Matabeleland in South Africa. "This we will talk over on Friday," he wrote to his mother, "but my dear Mama, you cannot think how I would like to sail in a few days to scenes of adventure and excitement, to places where I could gain experience and derive advantage, rather than to the tedious land of India, where I shall be equally out of the pleasures of peace and the chances of war." Going to India with his unfortunate regiment was an utterly unattractive prospect. Not to go to the war in Matabeleland was to let the golden opportunity go by. By failing in that, I feel that I am guilty of an indolent folly that I shall regret all my life. A few months in Matabeleland would earn him the South Africa Medal and in all probability the British South Africa Company's Star. 11. Kipling, A Song of the White Man, 1899. Now, this is the cup that white men drink when they go to right a wrong. And that is the cup of the old world's hate. Cruel and strained and strong. We have drunk that cup, and a bitter, bitter, cup. And tossed the dregs away. But well for the world when the white men drink. To the dawn of the white man's day. Now, this is the faith that the white men hold. When they build their homes afar. Freedom for ourselves and freedom for our sons. And failing freedom, war. We have proved our faith, bear witness to our faith. Dear souls of freemen slain. Oh, well for the world when the white men join. To prove their faith again. Brecht, The Caledonian Market, 1934. Oh, east is east and west is west. Their hireling minstrel cried. But I observed with interest. Bridges across the great divide. And huge guns trundling east I've seen. And cheerful troops keeping them clean. Meanwhile, from east to west, back rolled. Tea soaked in blood, war wounded, gold. And the widow at Windsor, all dressed in black. Grins, takes the money, stuffs it in her pocket. And gives the wounded a pat on the back. And sends them down to the Caledonian Market. Their walk may have lost its spring, but they try to hobble around the stalls and buy a second-hand wooden leg instead, to match their equally wooden head. The jewel in the crown. Churchill's India obsession was many things, but it was not irrational. No other modern empire had succeeded in grabbing so much land and so many people in Asia as had the British. This posed some problems in India because there were too many people, making even a partial extermination difficult. Nor could they be confined in reservations or concentration camps. The advantages, however, vastly outweighed the problems. Churchill never liked India. His first armed encounter was not a pleasant affair. He wrote of his shock at encountering the subcontinent, and was relieved to be put on active duty on the Afghan border. In a dispatch to the Daily Telegraph on November 6, 1897 he wrote, "The rising of 1897 is the most successful attempt hitherto made to combine the frontier tribes. It will not be the last. The simultaneous revolt of distant tribes is an evidence of secret workings. Civilization is face to face with militant Mohammedanism. When we reflect on the moral and material forces arrayed, there need be no fear of the ultimate issue, but the longer the policy of half measures is adhered to, the more distant the end of the struggle will be. An interference more galling than complete control, a timidity more rash than reckless, a clemency more cruel than the utmost severity, mark our present dealings with the frontier tribes. To terminate this sorry state of affairs, it is necessary to carry a recognized and admitted policy to its logical and inevitable conclusion. A month or so earlier he had been shaken by the sight of 36 dead bodies, hurriedly buried by the British, that had been discovered and mutilated by Pashtun tribesmen. But this was no more undefying than the violence meted out regularly by the British Army. Civilization and barbarism are Siamese twins. Churchill confided to his diary. The tribesmen are among the most miserable and brutal creatures on earth. Their intelligence only enables them to be more cruel, more dangerous, more destructible than the wild beasts. I find it impossible to come to any other conclusion than that, in proportion that these valleys are purged from the pernicious vermin that infest them, so will the happiness of humanity be increased, and the progress of mankind accelerated. No word to explain why the British were under attack. The Empire had already lost wars against Afghanistan. The first ended in January 1842, with the defeat of a large British-led force under the command of General Elphinstone. The Governor-General of India, Lord Auckland, was so shaken by the news that it gave him a stroke from which he never recovered. In April the same year, General Pollock led a force of retribution that destroyed the old 16th-century bazaar in Kabul and other old buildings. Having carried out their revenge, the British left Afghanistan and resolved never to attempt to take over again. However, in 1893 the Empire insisted on drawing a formal border between Afghanistan and India, and a civil servant, Sir Mortimer Durand, was dispatched to do the job. He drew a line to establish a 1,640-mile border that divided the Pashtun tribes and was often ignored by the local people. It was against this purely arbitrary division that the wild beasts were up in arms again. Late one night in 1897, a Pashtun tribe, with whom the British wrongly assumed they were not in dispute, launched a stealth attack on the British encampment. Churchill, an eager 20-something subaltern on his first visit to the turbulent northwest frontier, was outraged by the treachery. The guerrilla attack cost the British Indian Army 40 officers and men as well as many horses and pack animals. To the young Churchill's delight, the commander of the operation, Sir Bindon Blood, ordered an immediate retaliation. The new recruit joined General Jeffreys in the punitive expedition to chastise the truculent assailants. The exciting encounter between the flashing swords of the Pashtuns and English rifles was all in a day's work, as Churchill later wrote in My Early Life, but what afforded young Winston the greatest pleasure was the disciplined accomplishment of a colonial mission. The chastisement was to take the form of marching up their valley, which is a cul-de-sac, to its extreme point, destroying all the crops, breaking the reservoirs of water, blowing up as many forts as time permitted, and shooting anyone who obstructed the process. Who can blame the Afghans in subsequent centuries for believing that in the second and third intrusions they were once again seeing the first in a new guise? What has changed is the technology and the rhetoric, helicopter gunships and drones instead of bayonet rifles, humanitarian explanations and lies instead of Churchill's straightforwardness. The merciless Pashtun campaign was depicted thus in Kipling's poem The Young British Soldier. When you're wounded and left on Afghanistan's plains, and the women come out to cut up what remains, just roll to your rifle and blow out your brains, and go to your God like a soldier. Go, go, go like a soldier. Go, go, go like a soldier. Go, go, go like a soldier. So old ear of the Queen. An earlier poem, Das Trauerspiel von Afghanistan, The Tragedy of Afghanistan, by the German poet Theodor Fontane, then living in London, struck a different note. Somber and melancholic, it was a more accurate reflection of the magnitude of the 1842 defeat, as this extract reveals. The snow falls quietly from the sky. A lone, snow-clad rider stops in front of Jalalabad. Who's there? A British horseman. I bring a message from Afghanistan. Afghanistan. He spoke it so weakly. Half the city is crowded around the rider. Sir Robert Sale, the commander, lifts him off the horse with his own arms. They lead him to the stone watch house. They put him down by the fireplace. How does the fire warm him, how does the light feed him? He breathes deeply and thanks and speaks. 13,000 we started from Kabul city, beast and man. Soldiers, leaders, child and maid. Frozen, slain and betrayed. Our army wrecked. And what of the victors? No poetry for them. Just stories of heroism and courage and the crimes committed by the foreigner, tales handed down orally from one generation of Pashtuns to another as the invasions kept coming. But what if you were a Pashtun fighter, captured by British Indian soldiers and slowly roasted to death in an earth oven? Churchill described this too, without any trace of emotion or civilizational remonstrations. Imperial domination invariably leads to crimes against those who resist. Carving up Africa. In the latter decades of the 19th century, with slavery abolished, the white imperialist powers went in search of substitutes. If the taking of people was no longer permitted, then by the impeccable logic of empire the next question was why not take the land? Africa beckoned, the continent that had spawned humanity, given birth to ancient civilizations and, most importantly, was full of riches, diamonds, minerals and, later, oil. Tribal divisions and localized conflicts had weakened Black Africa. Those countries with a recognizable political structure were a diverse and scattered group. The oldest of these was Abyssinia, later Ethiopia, a region that formed part of the Amharic Empire. As European vultures divided the continent, it stood alone. Its independence had not yet been violated. The British had provoked a conflict in 1868 and built an imperial base at Zula, south of Massawa on the Red Sea, from which they successfully assaulted the ruler's mountain city of Magdala. Britain was trying out its new weaponry, Snider breech loaders in this case, developed after the Crimean War. The weapons alone may not have been enough, had the British not also won over the effective ruler of the Tigray province, who had his own problems with the Abyssinian king. Italy, too, had turned its gaze to the region. European incursions throughout the 19th century had marked out Africa as a continent that could be taken. Provided the white empires did not succumb to fits of uncontrolled greed and turn on one another, there was enough for all. That was the thinking of the new German state and of its architect and first chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. Unified Germany was a country without colonial possessions. It wanted to play catch-up in Africa. That is why Bismarck convened an imperialist summit in Berlin in 1884–85. It lasted 3 months. The real agenda consisted of a single item: how best to divide Africa. The seizure, rape, and occupation that followed was the responsibility of civilization, elder brother of the humanitarian interventions of the late 20th and 21st centuries. The only absentee at the conference was the United States. It had agreed to attend, but then had a last-minute change of mind. Every other imperial power or aspirant was present. Africa was divided into 50 different colonist countries, regardless of ethnicity or geography, a brutal exercise that left its mark on Black Africa for the next century and a half. The effects of this are still experienced today, with the national borders drawn on the map remaining largely the same. At the time the conference took place, France occupied Algeria and Tunisia and shared Morocco with Spain. Britain dominated Egypt and the Sudan, though the latter was in continuous rebellion. The French and Spanish were left in control of their Maghrebian possessions, and Britain's sphere of influence was not challenged. Indeed, by the end of the proceedings, the lion's share had been formally awarded to Britain, which extended its presence in the continent to East and South Africa as well as Nigeria and Ghana. France got most of West Africa. Italy obtained Somalia and some parts of Ethiopia. Portugal retained Angola and Mozambique. Germany was awarded Southwest Africa, Namibia, and Tanganyika, Tanzania. The Belgian King Leopold II was given Congo as a personal fiefdom, an event unique in the annals of imperialism. This was the only occasion in modern times that an entire territory had been formally, internationally recognized as the personal possession of a single human being. The Congo kept this remarkable status for a quarter of a century. Although Congo had become his life obsession, and was also the source of his enormous wealth, Leopold never bothered to visit his property. He was scared of being infected by African diseases, making him the most notorious absentee landlord in the history of modern imperialism. The horror inflicted on the Congolese people was on a scale, and of a level of sadistic brutality, that surpassed anything else that went on during the colonization of Africa. The conquerors of the Congo, principally the Belgians, but also some others, were after ivory and rubber. Bonuses were paid to soldiers and administrators on how much ivory and rubber they could force villagers to collect. If a village did not turn over enough, its adult males, and sometimes women and children too, were killed. To prove that they had killed the necessary number of people without wasting bullets, soldiers cut off the hands of their victims while they were still alive. Sometimes feet, heads and breasts were added to the gruesome collection sent back to Brussels. To prevent decay, the hands were often smoked, while heads and breasts were put in jars of spirit to preserve them. Leopold declared himself satisfied. It was necessary, he argued, as did other colonial leaders, to be strict and to stop Arab traders from kidnapping Africans and selling them in the black market. But as the photographs of the horrors began to trickle back to Europe, there were many expressions of outrage, most commonly from British writers, relieved in some cases by the fact that these crimes were being committed by a non-British empire. Leopold's soldiers and settlers killed half the population of the Congo. Figures vary, but it is generally agreed that the dead totaled between 8 and 10 million. In size and scale, the closest equivalent crime by a European state was the genocide of the Second World War, carried out in most of Europe by Germany and its quislings. The indirect victims of that crime are still being counted in Palestine every single week. Satan. I tell you that man is Satan, declared Cecil Rhodes, no angel himself, after meeting Leopold II. The American poet Vachel Lindsay wrote a poem entitled The Congo. Listen to the yell of Leopold's ghost, burning in hell for his hand-maimed host. Hear how the demons chuckle and yell, cutting his hands off, down in hell. In 1904, E.D. Morel and Roger Casement set up the Congo Reform Association to publicize Leopold's crimes, the first such act of solidarity with the colonist people. Arthur Conan Doyle met with the group, was enraged by what he heard, and did his own research. After studying in detail all the reports of the Belgian atrocities, he sat down and produced a book in 9 days. The Crime of the Congo, written in cold anger, sold more than 500,000 copies in its first 3 months. Conrad's Heart of Darkness had a similar impact when its readers realized that the darkness he was characterizing as a horror was not the black-skinned African but the white oppressor in their midst. However else they might be described, the events in the Congo could not be characterized as a jolly little war against barbarous peoples. I have yet to come across a single mention of the Congolese genocide in any of Churchill's books or papers. Imperialist politicians tended not to denounce one another unless they were engaged in conflict among themselves, but the silence on the Congo throughout the chanceries of Europe is not surprising, indicating as it does the deep and ingrained hostility towards black people that had developed over centuries. The three wise monkeys, Britain, France, and Germany, simply averted their eyes. The rulers of plucky little Belgium, as the country became known in the 2 world wars that lay ahead, were adepts at mass murder. Against armed opponents of the same skin color they capitulated without a struggle. Nor did plucky little Belgium lose its taste for murder. After the Second World War, it was only too pleased to work with the U.S., the new hegemonic imperial power, to undermine Congolese independence, resulting in the killing of Patrice Lumumba in 1961, regime change, and finally the installation of the puppet ruler Colonel Mobutu. Lumumba's assassination shocked Black America and the post-colonial world. In Moscow, a Lumumba University was set up to provide free education in every field, including medicine, for African and Asian students who would otherwise not have had any further education at all. The African-American poet Langston Hughes penned these lines in 1961. They buried Lumumba in an unmarked grave. But he needs no marker. For air is his grave. Sun is his grave. Moon is, stars are. Space is his grave. My heart's his grave. And it's marked there. Tomorrow will mark it everywhere. 60 years later, as the campaign against statuaries gained momentum after the Black Lives Matter movement erupted once again in the United States, a Belgian writer, commenting on Leopold's statues in her own country, evoked the words of Adrienne Rich in What Kind of Times Are These? This is not somewhere else but here. Our country moving closer to its own truth and dread. Its own ways of making people disappear. The colonization of Africa did not proceed without resistance. In quite a few cases the continent's people and their leaders fought back. European barbarism reacted as barbarism is wont to do: bribe, steal, exterminate. Britain was establishing its power on the west coast of the continent and then slowly moving inland. It encountered fierce resistance from the Ashanti, whose rulers had enhanced their power by controlling the inland trades routes and utilizing their superiority in arms. The Ashanti were effective bush guerrillas, and in their first test of strength against the British, in 1824, the latter lost the battle as well as their commanding officer, Sir Charles McCarthy. It took more than 70 years before Britain defeated the Ashanti and imposed its rule. Both sides had hired Hausa contingents, but more than mere numbers, the British had the latest weapons too. In 1896, the Hova Kingdom in Madagascar fell to the French after a prolonged resistance. 4 years previously the French had taken on the Kingdom of Dahomey. Dahomey was ruled by men and women who were trying to mold their country into an ethnically mixed nation-state. The travel writer Richard Burton had mocked King Gale for his celibate female battalions that formed an important segment of his army. The writer was more scathing about the male soldiers, who, through no fault of their own, were neither well armed nor well trained. However, this same army inflicted serious losses on the approaching French column in 1892. Though they lost the battle to save their capital, the Dahomean men and women, much to the annoyance of the French, carried on guerrilla warfare in the years that followed. In revenge, the defeated women soldiers were exhibited in Paris in the late 1890s. Across the continent, in Somalia at the turn of the century, the British faced the toughest resistance in a zone they occupied as a result of the carving up exercise conducted by the European powers at the Berlin Conference. In Mohammed Abdullah Hassan they faced a political religious leader and poet with strong proto-nationalist views and a gift for military strategy. He was the most capable guerrilla commander that Africa produced in its long battle against European intrusion. Christened the Mad Mullah by the British occupiers, and mostly described as such in the British press, he became a hate figure like others before and after him. Churchill had utilized the Mad Mullah sobriquet to describe Britain's Pashtun opponents in Malakand. How could anyone who resisted the benevolent and well-meaning empire be anything but mad? Mohammed Abdullah Hassan is regarded today as the founding father of the Somali state. His wife and other women were military commanders as well, a fact that must have shocked the occupiers. 2 of the British officers who fought in the Somalian War later served under Churchill in another war. One of them was Hastings Ismay, who served as Churchill's chief military consigliere during the Second World War and was afterwards appointed the first Secretary General of NATO, the creation of the American Empire. Initially he was reluctant, seeing the outfit as designer-made to keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. Churchill persuaded him to accept the position. Ismay, always a loyal member of the top echelons of the politico-military imperial bureaucracy, fell into line and accepted hard facts. Britain's global responsibilities had to be handed over to Washington. There was no other form of dissolution. The Sudanese War, defeat and revenge. Churchill would have his chance to fight in Africa, after all, but first the context. In Sudan, The proto-nationalists who began contesting outside rule in the late 1800s were led by a religious leader, Muhammad Ahmed bin Abdullah, who referred to himself as the Mahdi, the savior, whose arrival had been predicted in Shiite Islam. For mainstream Sunnis, the very idea constituted heresy, since there could be no other prophet except the prophet. Muhammad Ahmed had started the Sudanese war by attempting to wrest the country away from Egyptian and Ottoman control. In order to do so he needed a title that would trump the Sultan Caliph in Istanbul and his underlings in the region. His army of volunteers accepted him as the Mahdi. Contrary to British accounts describing his fierce fighting force as crazed dervishes blinded by prejudice, the Mahdi was not a literalist like the anti-Ottoman Wahhabis in the Arab Peninsula. He was a reformer who wanted changes in the religion, a proponent of social justice who castigated local and Egyptian notables for collaborating first with the Ottomans and later, from around 1882, the British. The Sudanese War was a major event in imperialist politics. Britain was divided. The Prime Minister, W. E. Gladstone, was not keen on war and in 1884 dispatched General Charles Gordon, a former imperial consul in Egypt, to evacuate Egyptian and British troops from Khartoum. Gordon settled in, contrary to his orders, and was besieged. In an exchange of letters with the Mahdi, he insisted that God is on our side. The Mahdi offered safe passage to the general and his soldiers, they would not be harmed if they left the city peacefully. Gordon in his imperial arrogance rejected the offer. Gladstone was not convinced that an army should be sent to try to relieve the general, but he caved in under pressure. The expedition did not succeed, and in 1885 Gordon was martyred by the Mahdi soldiers when they took Khartoum. Professor Mekki Shivaka, a respected Sudanese historian, sums up the Gordon affair this way: the Mahdi warned that in front of his army marched the Prophet himself, behind him the angel Azrael, peace be upon him, holding a luminous banner, and around him the four caliphs and all the dignitaries of Islam both dead and alive, and that the Prophet had presented him with the sword of victory. So no one could conquer him. That the Mahdi's armies had taken control of large parts of their own country, defeated the British, taken Khartoum, and were acquiring a reputation for invincibility was a source of pride to the rest of the region. This was politically and militarily intolerable to London, even after the Mahdi himself died of typhus in 1885. After the failure to rescue Gordon, another imperial warlord, General Herbert Kitchener, built up support, with the help of the right-wing press, for a jingoist campaign to return and punish the Sudanese patriots. Kitchener, the principal guest at many a banquet, was received by Queen Victoria and became a popular celebrity, sometimes cheered in the streets by veterans and the populace. A decade after Gordon's death, the River War of 1896–99 commenced, attracting Churchill's attention like a moth to a lamp. He had been watching events in Africa from afar. His tour of duty in India near the Afghan frontier had been remarkable mainly for a novelistic Henty-style report he had written on Malakand. Now his principal preoccupation was how to get into action as soon as possible. In this endeavor he was repeatedly thwarted by Kitchener. There was no dispute on principle between the two men. Both were empire loyalists. However, for both, fame was the spur. Kitchener had a bloody global record. He had served in Egypt, Sudan, India, South Africa, and Australia. He simply regarded the young Churchill as a spoiled brat. Churchill pressed his mother to use her charms to secure him a posting. She failed. Invited to tea at Downing Street by the Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, who had liked his Malakand report, Churchill hinted strongly how much he would like to serve in Africa. He later sought and obtained a meeting with Sir Schomberg Kerr-Macdonald, a close friend of and advisor to Salisbury, whom I had seen and met in social circles since I was a child. He pressed his plea for favoritism still further. Kerr-Macdonald's response was friendly but non-committal. "I am sure Salisbury will do his best," he informed Churchill. "He is very pleased with you, but he won't go beyond a certain point." He may be willing to ask the question in such a way as to indicate what he would like the answer to be. You must not expect him to press it if the answer is unfavorable. It was. Churchill refused to give up. Finally, after enlisting the help of more family friends in the War Office, he circumvented Kitchener and was informed that he had been attached as a supernumerary lieutenant to the 21st Lancers for the Sudan campaign. Report at once to the Abbasiyeh Barracks, Cairo, to the regimental headquarters. You will proceed at your own expense and, in the event of your being killed or wounded, no charge of any kind will fall on British Army funds. 12 He was now both a freelance journalist and a freelance soldier. He had won, but the feud with Kitchener had been debilitating. An entire chapter, self-pitying and self-justificatory, is devoted to it in My Early Years, Churchill's first and best memoir, published in 1930. He had discovered that there were many ill-informed and ill-disposed people who did not take a favorable view of my activities. The numbers of such people would multiply with the passing of the years. The motive ascribed to them by their target was jealousy. But Churchill's own account of their comments suggests otherwise. What was resented was the blatant cronyism. He was not the only young man who took advantage of his social and class privileges, but no subaltern in a similar position boasted of them more than Churchill did. He was upset at the abuse he suffered, but the terms his detractors used for him, such as medal hunter and self-advertiser, seem mild even for the times. Kitchener himself was not innocent of self-puffery. By dint of hard work, clever self-placement in key imperial hotspots, and a friendly London press, he had promoted himself as the heroic symbol of empire. Napoleon he wasn't. His hostility to Churchill appears to have been motivated by the fact that the young interloper, with his grander background, was trying to do much the same thing. The young man in a hurry had to be slowed down. But Churchill's feelings of mistreatment rankled. In his 1897 novel, Savrila, dedicated to the officers of the 4th, Queen's Own, Hussars, the eponymous hero, after describing the obloquy, hankering after titles and honors, cringing before power, etc., being hurled at him by all sides, reflects. Savrila read these criticisms with disdain. He had recognized the fact that such things would be said and had deliberately exposed himself to them. He knew he had been unwise to go, and yet somehow, he did not regret his mistake. He would never resign his right to go where he pleased. In this case he had followed his own inclination, and the odium which had been cast upon him was the price he was prepared to pay. The damage, however, must be repaired. On his way from Cairo to the Sudanese war zone, Churchill was trying to look on the brighter side. He was delighted by the excellent arrangements made for our comfort and convenience. The scenery on the 400-mile train journey was stunning, and the excitement and thoughtless gaiety with which everyone looked forward to the certainly approaching battle, all combined to make the experience pleasant. Could there be a problem? There could, but it was not the large number of Sudanese about to be exterminated that worried him. I was pursued and haunted by a profound, unrelenting fear. I had not heard a word in Cairo of how Sir Herbert Kitchener had received the overriding by the War Office of his wishes upon my appointment. In fact, as Churchill admitted, on being informed that the brat was on his way, Kitchener had simply shrugged his shoulders and passed on to what were after all matters of greater concern. Churchill arrived in the Sudan in late summer, 1898. The Battle of Omdurman took place on September 2. A British flotilla was in position on the Nile. A British army numbering 25,000 men, of which 8,000 were white, faced 15,000 Sudanese. Given the numerical and technological imbalance, the outcome was hardly a surprise, a British victory. Churchill's description is characteristic. It was the last link in the long chain of those spectacular conflicts whose vivid and majestic splendor has done so much to invest war with glamour, and so on. It is instructive to compare Churchill's war orgasms with the strictures that emanated from William Morris and his fellow socialists gathered in the Socialist League. Morris's newspaper, The Commonweal, regularly attacked the jingoism of the times, the Pall Mall Gazette and their friends. Steadfast anti-imperialists, Morris and his circle denounced the wanton wars of aggression considered necessary to construct a global empire. A statement released in 1885 by the Provisional Council of the Socialist League, signed by Morris, Eleanor Marx, Ernest Balfour Bax and a few dozen others, challenged the official views justifying the Sudanese war. They pointed out, correctly, that Mohammed Ahmed, the Mahdi, had been prepared to negotiate an organized withdrawal of British garrisons. Wilfred Scawen Blunt, an intermediary accepted by both sides, had even informed the British that he could assist in having Gordon released, but the brigands in London wanted to teach the natives a lesson. They failed. Morris poured scorn on the foul streams of hypocrisy and fraud that characterized British foreign policy. He referred to Gordon and his ilk as Khartoum stealers and spreaders of shoddy civilization. The statement by the Provisional Council retains a certain freshness. The expedition is dispatched. British cutthroats slaughter a few thousand Arabs amid the jubilation of the press, when, oh horror! Khartoum is fallen, and fallen, too, into the hands of the Sudanese themselves. Gordon, no more. In Fleet Street a cry is heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning. Never was the dust of a hero so watered by the gush of newspaper before. Nowadays, however, we produce emotion like other things, primarily for profit, and only secondarily for use. Now the factory system and the division of labor supersede individual emotion, it is distilled for us by the journalist, and we buy it ready-made from the great vats in Fleet Street and Printing House Square. The result is that the public sometimes have emotion forced upon them when it suits the purveyor, for other reasons than the greatness of the departed. Anyway, from the well-watered dust of Gordon rises up for the Times, Pall Mall and their clients, the fair prospect of British protectorate at Khartoum, railway from Sukin to Berber, new markets, fresh colonial posts. In the full flush of victory at Atbara in the spring of 1898, Kitchener had ordered the defeated Muslim leader, Amir Mahmud Ahmed, bound in chains and whipped behind the triumphal victory procession. After Omdurman, he ordered the execution of wounded Muslim prisoners. This was followed by desecration of the Mahdi's tomb. His bones were thrown into the Nile, his skull retained by Kitchener as a ghoulish souvenir. This bloody prologue to the full-scale colonization of Sudan supposedly shocked Queen Victoria. Churchill, too, despite his own gung-ho approach, expressed regret that the Mahdi's body was being desecrated. In the first edition of his book The River War, he changed his attitude towards the enemy he had formerly traduced as a savage, a barbarian and a ruthless fanatic. The obituary was more refined. Whatever misfortunes the life of Mohammed Ahmed may have caused, he was a man of considerable nobility of character, a priest, a soldier, and a patriot. He won great battles, he stimulated and revived religion. He founded an empire. To some extent he reformed the public morals. Indirectly, by making slaves into soldiers, he diminished slavery. By 1931, the praise flowed as generously as had the blood in 1898. In an introduction to the Mahdi of Allah, by the German author Richard Berman, Churchill wrote in even more exaggerated vein. The life of the Mahdi is a romance in miniature and wonderful as that of Mohammed himself. The rebellion of the Sudan was the last great outburst of the blood-red flower of Islam. The black banner of the Mahdi swept the Sudan to the booming of the war trombone made of elephant tusk. The rule of the saints was established. The Mahdi was a mystic and a visionary. The Mahdi raised himself to dazzling heights by the virtue of poverty and the holy war. He was the ascetic and the Sufi, the 12th Imam that was to come, who came and conquered, and wisely went again before he was conquered himself. After hearing that the Queen was displeased and had compared the outrage upon the tomb as a deed worthy of the Middle Ages, especially since the Mahdi had been a man of certain importance, General Kitchener responded that he was going to donate the skull to the Royal College of Surgeons. How could Churchill not have been more than slightly pleased at the discomfiture of his, pardon the expression, bête noire? As a soldier Churchill was a dilettante, keen on glory and a few medals to help his future political and journalistic career. Kitchener was a sadistic brute. Whenever he was compelled to confront an enemy equal in size or skill, he was a disastrous failure. During the Boer War he was trounced and mocked at the Battle of Paardeberg. During the First World War, his dictatorial conduct in military direction led to bloody chaos, and it was with sighs of secret relief that his cabinet colleagues received the news that the North Sea had claimed him. Kitchener is remembered today, if at all, as a symbol of imperial kitsch. His image on the famous recruiting poster for the First World War, "Your country needs you," was cruelly satirized in Carnaby Street in 60s London, with waxed mustaches for sale along with the peaked cap. His figure going down with the ship, the SS Hampshire, off Orkney in 1916, has been depicted standing bolt upright, still saluting, as the waters close around him and his hat floats away, like the Admiral in Kind Hearts and Coronets. 13 Flippancy aside, the poster had a huge impact elsewhere. An early Soviet version was produced during the Civil War. Premature death always helps to enhance the image. 14 But Kitchener's career raises some questions in relation to waging colonial wars, questions that were valid then and remain so to this day. They apply even more strongly to Churchill and more than a few of his underlings. Does not the practice of war and the strict code of military discipline, obey orders or be executed, lead to an automatic dehumanization? The native enemy is always subhuman. The relative decencies observed at home, though not in the case of the U.S. treatment of the indigenous population or the slaves and their descendants, are discarded. The sight of different colored skins and the vastness and untapped riches in the territories to be occupied loosens all restraints. Human fellow feeling ceases to exist. An animal ferocity comes into play. Kitchener was the supreme practitioner in this field. His desperation to be appointed Viceroy of India was well known. The suggestion was vetoed by John Morley as Secretary of State for India in the Liberal cabinet. He knew well that, whatever else was required, autocratic sadism was not what British India needed at the time. Despite the media-promoted adulation and official junketing, Morley and 50 other MPs were still willing to stand up and oppose the cash prize granted to Kitchener on his return from the Sudan. Similarly, throughout his life Churchill was motivated by the necessity of preserving, expanding, and defending the British Empire whatever the military or moral cost. As he saw it, and said as much, it was to the benefit of mankind that civilization was being taken to the savages and inferior peoples. How could they not benefit? Decades later, when asked by an American journalist what he thought of Western civilization, Gandhi famously replied, "It would be a good idea." Kitchener was cruder in his approach than Churchill, but the project was the same. The victory at Omdurman, he said, had opened the Nile Valley to the civilizing influence of commercial enterprise. Kitchener was not an ideologue but a useful technician. His ambition took the form of colonial conquest and bathing in glory, even if the bath was full of blood. In this aspect he was more ruthless than, but not so different from, other members of the imperial military caste. Churchill was all these things and more. But it was his vainglory that made him even more dangerous. White on white. The last 19th century war on the African continent was fought in South Africa, between the British and the Boers, descendants of the Dutch who had arrived in the Cape in the 17th century to build an outpost for the Dutch East India Company, and whose numbers had swelled with Huguenot refugees from France after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. From then on, a power seesaw in Europe affected the Cape Colony, with Britain taking over and the Dutch returning, a pattern that was repeated till British hegemony became unchallengeable. But the number of Dutch settlers and the spread of the language meant there were regions where the latter were dominant. Jan Smuts, of Dutch heritage but ultra-Anglophile, later Prime Minister of South Africa and a close friend of Churchill, proposed a compromise whereby Cecil Rhodes became the effective ruler and presided over a mixed European government. The Boers were not interested. They wanted to govern themselves, keep hold of their own mines and wealth, and not pay taxes to London. Settlers, as history reveals, tend to be the most vicious, die-hard representatives of their respective cultures. The English Puritans in North America, the Spanish Catholics in South America, the French settlers in Algeria and Morocco, the English again in Central Africa, the Portuguese in Goa and East Timor, the Brooklyn Jews in occupied Palestine, etc. The Boers were no different. In December 1880, at the start of the First Boer War, they had declared independence for Transvaal and started to surround the British garrisons in the region. Peace was declared in 1881, but tensions continued with sporadic violent eruptions. By 1899, the two sides once again faced each other. Churchill ensured that he had a ringside seat. Gold mines on African, now Boer, lands were the casus belli. British officers, Kitchener once again in the lead, with Churchill reprising the role of the journalist forever on his heels, arrived in 1899 fully equipped with valets, grooms and hampers packed with delicacies from Fortnum and Mason, which had proudly, and absurdly, boasted since the Crimean War that it catered to soldiers and officers alike. Arrogant and drunk on their own successes, the British thought it would be an easy victory. What took them by surprise was that this was not a gentlemanly war. There was another problem, as looker-on warned in the November 1899 issue of Blackwood's magazine. There is no denying that war between white people in presence of black has always been deprecated as a sort of treachery to a common bond. Up to a point. The war between the British and American colonists was fought predominantly by whites in the presence of slaves and indigenous tribes. The latter were used by both sides when the occasion demanded, and, as we shall see in a subsequent chapter, black and brown colonial soldiers were used in the two world wars by all the combatants. But the fear was real in South Africa. Two white minority groups were battling for control in a country where both were collectively outnumbered by the black inhabitants. What if the restless natives launched uprisings of their own? To avoid any such calamity, an unwritten protocol agreed by Brit and Boer specified that neither side would use black troops in the conflict. Imperial minds now feared that putting guns in the hands of black people was a prelude to dangerous ideas entering black heads. The war itself pitted a conventional British army in red tunics and pith helmets against Boer guerrilla units of 25 or so men travelling on ox wagons, who became experts at harassing British columns and evading capture. The Boers knew the territory well, while British intelligence, it was commonly agreed, was poor. Kitchener was lucky to survive the conflict with his reputation intact. His first incursion led to 1,200 British casualties, the highest of the war. Many senior officers were removed from their commands. Too many of them, it was felt, had surrendered out of sheer cowardice. Somerset Maugham reported that it was not till some were shot and more cashiered that the majority nerved themselves to a stouter courage. 15 All in all, some 3,700 British officers were killed. The Imperial Yeomanry, hurriedly recruited with the inducement of 5 shillings a day, suffered 3 times that number. The losses led to desperation, and desperation led to war crimes. At home, the Liberal leader Henry Campbell Bannerman denounced what British troops were doing as barbarous. He was strongly backed by The Guardian, whose correspondent, the Liberal thinker J.A. Hobson, interviewed Olive Schreiner and the Transvaal leader Paul Kruger to provide an alternative view. The war had been promoted by the scoundrel Rhodes after a previous informal attempt had failed. It was Rhodes, backed by South African capital, who had egged Kitchener on. Hobson referred to Jewish financiers, an anti-Semitic code word for capitalists, but his principal aim was to reflect on and conceptualize the transition from national capitalism to imperialism. His classic work Imperialism grew out of this endeavor. That Churchill was present in the region while Hobson was reflecting on what all of this meant was fortuitous, and symbolic. Churchill, of course, had very different journalistic and political objectives. Another jolly little war had begun, so why not participate and report on it as best he could? His gung-ho articles in the Morning Post were widely read, and the recounting of his own little adventure was par for the course. The reporting certainly improved his knowledge of geography, but also demonstrated that whites sometimes had to kill other whites in order to safeguard the interests of the British Empire. He became embroiled in an incident during the relief of Mafeking, when a train came under attack by the Boers. L.S. Amory, the Times correspondent, reported, "We found 12 men, who had escaped from the disaster, and we pieced the story together. We heard how Mr. Churchill had walked round and round the wreckage while the bullets were spitting against the iron walls and had called for volunteers to free the engine, and how he had said, 'This will be good for my paper.' As the Boers moved in, Churchill surrendered immediately." As with most episodes connected to him, this account, apart from his surrender, was questioned. Whatever the exact truth, as a career enhancer it was perfect. Interestingly, if coincidentally, Churchill had now had occasion to observe on two continents similar methods of what later became known as counterinsurgency measures. The Spanish concentration camps in Cuba were being mimicked in the South African veldt. Locking up whites in camps was justified by many bishops, but the reports were not pleasing to liberal ears. Opposition to the war at home began to mount. In a Guardian editorial of September 27, 1901, headed "The Mortality in Concentration Camps," the anonymous leader-writer informed readers. 2,345 persons, men, women, and children, died during August in what the government, with grim humor, calls the camps of refuge in South Africa. 1,878 were white, and of these more than 1,500 were children. The remainder, 467, were natives, whose promised career of happiness under British care has thus sadly been cut short. They are ugly figures. People have not hesitated to heap insult on injury by accusing the Boer mothers of neglect and incompetence. The concentration policy may or may not have contributed to the success of our arms, but let us at least be candid and recognize what it has meant and still means in human suffering. Churchill doesn't mention the concentration camps in his account of the Boer War, which focuses mainly on his own adventures. He came to South Africa to cover the war and, as an embedded journalist par excellence, successfully managed to embroil himself in the conflict itself, much to the irritation of the British generals, including Kitchener and Haig. His surrender to a Boer is justified with a banal quote from the great Napoleon. His escape is described in vainglorious terms. As the long-awaited British triumph neared, Churchill provided his readers with these words of wisdom. The Boers were the most humane people where white men were concerned. Kaffirs, a derogatory term for blacks, were a different story, but to the Boer mind the destruction of a white man's life, even in war, was a lamentable and shocking event. They were the most good-hearted enemy I have ever fought against in the 4 continents in which it has been my fortune to see active service. 2. Skirmishes on the home front. Those gilded flies that, basking in the sunshine of a court, fatten on its corruption. What are they? The drones of the community. They feed on the mechanic's labor, the starved hind. For them compels the stubborn glebe to yield its unshared harvests, and yon squalid form, leaner than fleshless misery, that wastes a sunless life in the unwholesome mine, drags out in labor a protracted death. To glut their grandeur, many faint with toil, that few may know the cares and woe of sloth. Shelley, Queen Mab, 1813. For almost a century, 1819 to 1914, the politically conscious segments of a British working class in formation had fought hard and sacrificed lives to win basic social and political rights for themselves. They met with strong resistance from the owners of property and their political backers, buttressed by church, police, judiciary and, when necessary, military force. The regular outbreaks of political unrest for most of the 19th and early 20th centuries had created the combined and uneven development of consciousness that assisted the formation both of the young workers and radical movements of those times and of the governing class. Each side preserved a historical memory. Hopeful in one case, fearful in the other. Churchill entered politics in 1900, taking a seat as a Conservative in Parliament the following year, in a period of political mutability and uneasiness among the ruling class. In 1885, the Liberal Party leader Joseph Chamberlain had railed against the new rich, the magnates grown wealthy in towns and on the seas, busy building their grand mansions in the countryside. He was not opposed to their accretion of wealth, but felt they should pay a price. As he launched a campaign for an early version of the welfare state, Chamberlain posed a question that sought to democratize noblesse oblige. I ask, what ransom will property pay for the security which it enjoys? Attacked for the use of the word ransom, he subsequently regretted his rashness and substituted the less offensive insurance, but the message was clear. The moneyed class was nervous. On the face of it, this seems irrational. But those with long memories were aware of the dangers posed, even in apparent periods of calm, by those at the losing end of the Industrial Revolution. The radical century in Britain had followed the arc of the French Revolution of 1789 to 1815. In London in 1794, at the height of the revolution across the Channel, large crowds picketed and attacked army recruitment centres in Holborn, the City, Clerkenwell, and Shoreditch, finally burning them to the ground after 3 days of rioting. After 1815, the rulers hoped that the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo and his incarceration on St. Helena might drastically reduce the radical temperature at home was only partially fulfilled. Followers of Tom Paine clustered in several cities, coexisting with even more radical currents. There was strong resistance among the non-privileged classes to the creation and presence of a police force, first established as a consolidated public body to discipline labor on the docks of the Thames in 1800.1. Even reformers who accepted that localized, preventive police units might be necessary to safeguard homes and shops were not prepared to tolerate any centralized police force, since its greater powers would lead to a system of tyranny, an organized army of spies and informers, 4. The destruction of all public liberty, and the disturbance of all private happiness. Every other system of police is the curse of despotism too. Discontent was not confined to apprentices and workers. Many middle-class liberals and small traders were enraged by the August 1819 Peterloo massacre in Manchester, immortalized by Shelley in The Mask of Anarchy, written in the immediate wake of Peterloo though not published until 1832. The poet had read the details of the atrocity against democratic reformers in radical journals, Slash, and Stab, and Maim and Hugh, Slash what they like, that let them do, and had relied on the razor-sharp dispatches of Richard Carlile. In the absence of political parties, the radical culture of the period played a huge role in fueling discussion groups. Thomas Wooler's The Black Dwarf, established in 1819, became the largest circulation radical weekly. Wooler, a Sheffield printer, was a courageous editor. The publication's satire may have been heavy-handed on occasion, but always for a good cause. Wooler often set his articles directly on stone, and encouraged contributors to express themselves in whatever style they found most natural. This led to letters to the editor, sometimes in the form of verse. In the February 10, 1819 issue, Wooler had denounced the imposition of the window tax, a levy that further punished the poor, the window tax. That execrable enemy of health, that blasphemous attempt to shut from the poor, the common inheritance of light and air. Messages of support poured in, including a letter poem, on the candle and window tax. Jove said, "Let there be light, and lo, it instant was, and freely given to every creature under heaven." Says Pitt, "I will not have it so. Darkness much better suits my views. Let darkness o'er the land diffuse. Henceforth I will that all shall pay for every light by night or day." He spoke, and as he'd been a god, the venal herd obeyed his nod. A wretched crew who, right or wrong, would sell their country for a song. Point 3. The use of cavalry bayonets against the reformers at Peterloo is the best-known episode of class war in industrializing Britain, largely because of Shelley's poem, but the rally itself wasn't exactly a thunderbolt from a pristine blue sky. Much has been written about it in monographs, and most recently there's been an immensely educative film, a rarity these days, by Mike Leigh. The vicious satires produced at the time by Messrs. Hone and Cruikshank, compiled in the political house that Jack built, sold in the region of 100,000 copies. Since most pamphlets, magazines, etc., were shared and passed around in taverns and other meeting places, the actual number of readers should, at the very least, be quadrupled. For contextualization, Edward Thompson's The Making of the English Working Class remains unmatched. His account of Peterloo is enriched by descriptions of the various brands of radicalism that existed at the time, without which the huge gathering in Manchester would not have been possible. The tens of thousands converging on St. Peter's Field, Peterloo was a satirical coinage that stuck, were there to demand universal male adult franchise. This may seem trifling now, but at the time it was regarded as ultra-radical by the governing classes, who equated even a partial democracy with revolution. Thomas Davison, a radical bookseller in Smithfield, headlined one of his editorials "The Blowing Up of the Present System," and mordantly advised readers of his magazine, Medusa, or Penny Politician, that there were trees, lamp-posts, and halters everywhere, if summary justice is required, to make examples of any hardened or incorrigible villain, or any great or little plunderer of property. If the many got the vote, how would the few prosper? Both sides got this one a bit wrong. It would take another century for women to get the vote, a demand that had not occurred to the radical reformers or Medusa. Likewise, class oppression rather than gender equality was the central theme of the Manchester female reformers' address to the wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters of the higher and middling classes of society. Written a month before Peterloo, and signed by Susanna Saxton by order of the committee, it painted a grim picture of everyday working-class life and explained why people were at the end of their tether. Dear sisters of the earth, it is with a spirit of peaceful consideration and due respect that we are induced to address you, upon the causes that have compelled us to associate together in aid of our suffering children, our dying parents, and the miserable partners of our woes. Our minds are filled with horror and despair, fearful on each returning morn, the light of heaven should present to us the corpse of some of our famished offspring, or nearest kindred, which the more kind hand of death had released from the grasp of the oppressor. Every succeeding night brings with it new terrors, so that we are sick of life and weary of the world, where poverty, wretchedness, tyranny, and injustice, have so long been permitted to reign amongst men. From the very nature and deliberate consideration, we are thoroughly convinced, that under the present system, the day is near at hand, when nothing will be found in our unhappy country, but luxury, idleness, dissipation, and tyranny on the one hand, and abject poverty, slavery, wretchedness, misery, and death on the other. 4. Nothing much had changed by the end of the century, and similar descriptions would later be found in Thomas Hardy's novels, especially Jude the Obscure. What is particularly fascinating in the appeal of the female reformers, an appeal that fell mostly on deaf ears, was its linkage of oppression at home to reactionary policies abroad. Had there been a democratic parliament, argued Saxton, the English nation would not have been stamped with the indelible disgrace of having been engaged in the late unjust, unnecessary, and destructive war against the liberties of France, that closed its dreadful career on the crimson plains of Waterloo. The only function of that exercise was to place a dreadful drag on the French throne, someone who had been parasiting from one end of Britain to another in cowardly and vagabond slothfulness and contempt. Apart from the lives lost, the widows and orphans left destitute and unprotected, the war has tended to raise landed property threefold and created an insurmountable burden of taxation that was now dragging our merchants and manufacturers to poverty and degradation. All of the reformers acknowledged Peterloo as a serious setback. But while moderates hastily retreated, a few weeks after the massacre, Manchester's Methodist Sunday schools excluded all children wearing the reformers' white hats and slash or radical badges, an early version of prevent strategy being used against young Muslims in Britain today. The radical reformers went on the offensive. They refused to accept the mealy-mouthed denials from government spokesmen that the decision to attack had been taken at the top. They rejected the government's conclusions, which scapegoated the magistrates and yeomanry of Manchester. Although the yeomanry, little more than the local bourgeoisie and their henchmen on horseback, had been more vicious than the hussars. Thomas Wooler's editorial, Hints to the Reformers of the British Empire, as to the real authors of the Manchester massacre, struck a sombre note, but there was no retreat. His tone was intransigent. As the sword has been drawn against reform, and the only answer to our prayers has been brutal force, or shameful insults, we must collect and unite our scattered forces, and endeavor to marshal our strength, to be prepared for any result. There is no hope for us, but in our own exertions. Now it is evident that those who oppress us, are determined to continue their oppression, until we can strike the falchion out of their hands and protect ourselves against the threatened slaughter. It is probable that in no other place than Manchester could be found brutes of so ferocious a description, but the same principles will produce effects elsewhere, if not quite so atrocious, yet equally destructive of the rights and liberties of the people. While soldiers will fire upon, and bayonet the advocates of reform, there will be no want of monsters to give them the orders to do so. The system that disgraced Ireland during the reign of Castlereagh and his colleagues will be introduced into England, if the temper of the times will bear it. The bloody tragedy has commenced in Lancashire, and the first scene has been performed with the same voracious appetite for blood, for which the tortures of Ireland were famed, in that detestable era. 5. Wooler went on to accuse the government and the state of having authorized the use of force and the moves by magistrates, who were the cause of the slaughter, by acting in an illegal manner. Like the female reformers, he linked the atrocities at home to butchery abroad. When it came down to it, the same methods were used, and would continue to be used. 6 A century after Peterloo, the British General Reginald Dyer would order his troops to seal off Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar, India, where thousands had gathered to demand an end to colonial repression. There, as in Peterloo, women and children were present. Instead of sabers, troops had machine guns. Their orders were to intimidate the population. After continuous firing, at least 500 people were killed and more than 1,000 wounded. For some radical groups in this 19th century pre-socialist environment, Peterloo raised important questions of strategy and tactics. How should the violence of the state be combated? Should the many arm themselves with pikes, hammers, swords and butchers' knives? Was an insurrection to topple the existing order possible? As models to help furnish an answer there were two revolutions, the English and the French. By the 19th century the impact of the latter was much greater, though references to levelling and the good old cause never completely disappeared from the political culture of radicals and, later, socialists. French Jacobinism was a major inspiration for radical groups in the 19th century, though a significant number of the reformers were influenced by various currents within Methodism. All the groups, radical and less radical, would be united in a mass campaign demanding justice, with 300,000 people on the streets of London a month after the massacre. Later, in 1838, they would be united more systematically by the Chartists, in the first serious attempt to organize dissident forces throughout the country and create an extra-parliamentary opposition movement whose principal aim was the representation of the disenfranchised masses, their male section, in the House of Commons. Long before Chartism, though, radicals were considering localized civil wars against the gentrified businessmen who stalked the land. The more ambitious were convinced that an insurrection could be triggered by an act of daring. Such as assassinating Prime Minister Lord Liverpool and his cabinet while they were sitting to sup at Lord Harrowby's mansion in Grosvenor Square. The 1820 Cato Street conspiracy was foiled, but this fantasy of exterminating the whole cabinet had gripped a not insignificant number of radical minds at the time. Nor were their terrorist intentions a huge secret. Liverpool's predecessor at Downing Street, Spencer Perceval, had been shot dead in the lobby of the House of Commons in 1812. A pious and deeply reactionary prosecutor, Perceval had, as a junior, helped to indict Tom Paine and the radical John Horntook. He was the principal prosecutor when Colonel Edward Depard, 1751–1803, was tried and hanged for high treason. Perceval alleged that Despardes was plotting the seizure of the Tower of London and the Bank of England, and the assassination of George III. Despardes, who hailed from an Irish landowning family, was a significant figure in the Jacobin underground. In his younger days he had been highly regarded as an officer, and Lord Nelson himself appeared in court to give evidence for the defence. No man could have shown more zealous attachment to his sovereign and his country than Colonel Despardes. But that was all some time prior. The colonel's consciousness had shifted dramatically. A convergence of forces, his Irish origins, his experiences in Jamaica and the colonies of Central America, his wife Catherine, an Afro-Caribbean actively hostile to slavery, his links with the Irish Republican Robert Emmet and, according to some, with British and Irish Jacobin groups in France, had radicalized him. He became a fervent opponent of enclosure and a believer in Irish independence, and began to work with the clandestine groups of the United Irishmen based in England, as well as with the radical reform group the London Corresponding Society. Despardes' aim was to construct a revolutionary army that could fight to free both Ireland and Britain. He recruited a significant number of soldiers, including a grenadier guard who had named his son Bonaparte. 7 His trial judge denounced him for advocating the wild and levelling principle of universal equality, and Despardes became a radical martyr after his execution, much admired by the poor. But it was not one of Despardes' followers who dispatched Perceval to the nether regions. It was a seriously disgruntled businessman. The result, as the official UK government website admits, was large-scale rejoicing in London and elsewhere. The businessman, John Bellingham, was hurriedly tried and executed within a week, but in that 1 week he was the toast of radicals and reformers, and not just them, across the land. 8 Perceval's conduct of the war against Napoleon had made him unpopular with merchants and traders. They had felt the impact of his notorious orders in council forbidding neutral states to trade with France and threatening trade and military sanctions. Napoleon had responded in kind, and an angry United States threatened a war against Britain which might have led to Canada's integration into the United States. Mercantile and manufacturing capital, as well as shopkeepers and workers, were hostile to Perceval's policies and his sanctimonious utterances. His unremitting assault on radicals and subversives had made him a hated figure in those circles, while the Prince Regent was livid when Perceval objected on religious grounds to the prince's intention of divorcing his wife, Caroline. It was as if the Reformation had never taken place. Perceval was on his way to the Commons to answer angry MPs, who wanted him to rescind his orders in council, when he was shot down. Few conservative historians have expressed much sympathy for the only British Prime Minister ever to be assassinated. Before Peterloo, Lord Liverpool had suspended habeas corpus in England and Ireland. Afterwards, his Parliament passed the repressive Six Acts, which restricted free speech and assembly, with severe punishments decreed for those who defied the new laws. It also imposed a special tax on radical papers and pamphlets to try to put them out of business. Home Office spies were darting to and fro, penetrating one group of radicals, quietly watching another, provoking them into extreme acts in order to get rid of them for eternity. Others were busy manufacturing fake news, and pamphlets, to discredit the radicals. There was a serious concern that some groups might want revenge for the massacre, and the sooner they could be identified and jailed or hanged the safer it would be for the rulers. A month after Peterloo, a clerical magistrate, combining the pieties of the faith with the objectivity of the legal system, informed a prisoner in the dock, "I believe you are a downright blackguard reformer. Some of you reformers ought to be hanged, and some of you are sure to be hanged, the rope is already round your necks." 9. The Prince Regent, opening the next session of Parliament, concluded thus: "Upon the loyalty of the great body of the people I have the most confident reliance, but it will require your utmost vigilance and exertion, collectively and individually, to check the dissemination of the doctrines of treason and impiety, and to impress upon the minds of all classes of His Majesty's subjects, that it is from the cultivation of the principles of religion, and from a just subordination to lawful authority, that we can alone expect the continuance of that divine favor and protection which have hitherto been so signally experienced by this kingdom. William Hone, aided by Cruikshank's caricatures, composed a satirical response. "'Tis pity that these cursed state affairs should take you from your pheasants and your hares. Just now. But lo! Conspiracy and treason are abroad. Those imps of darkness, gendered in the wombs of spinning jennies, winding wheels, and looms. In Lunashire. Oh, Lord! My L, DS and G, TL, N, we've much to fear. Reform, reform, the swinish rabble cry. Meaning, of course, rebellion, blood, and riot. Audacious rascals. You, my lords, and I know 'tis their duty to be starved in quiet. But they have grumbling habits, incompatible with the repose of our august community. They see that good things are with us come at able, and therefore slyly watch their opportunity to get a share. Yes, they declare that we are not God's favorites alone, that they have rights to food and clothes and air, as well as you, the brilliance of a throne. Oh! Indications foul of revolution. The villains would destroy the Constitution. The plot against Lord Liverpool seemed a suitable riposte to Peterloo. It began with a group of Spencean radicals. Thomas Spence, a schoolteacher from Newcastle, impressed by the French Revolution and inspired by Tom Paine, had moved to London in 1792 and became a street bookseller, radical songster and pamphleteer, and an advocate for common lands as against private property, before being arrested for treason. On his release he established a bookshop in Chancery Lane and launched a magazine intriguingly titled Pig's Meat, the first issue of which proclaimed, "Awake! Arise! Arm yourselves with truth, justice, reason. Lay siege to corruption. Claim as your inalienable right universal suffrage and annual parliaments. And whenever you have the gratification to choose a representative, let him be from among the lower orders of men, and he will know how to sympathize with you." Spence moved leftwards till his death in 1814, preaching the necessity of a revolution as in France, and of a Franco-British Union to liberate the world. He was laid to rest by 40 disciples, but his spirit remained restless. 5 years later his followers were still meeting in rooms at various public houses. 10 One of their number, John Thistlewood, a former soldier, was reported by a Home Office spy to have uttered the following words: "High treason was committed against the people at Manchester. I resolved that the lives of the instigators of massacre should atone for the souls of murdered innocents." 6 Home Office spies were assigned to the Spenceans. One of them, George Edwards, was the principal provocateur. It was he who suggested they wipe out the cabinet, he who found the rooms at 1 Cato Street, off the Edgware Road in the Marylebone district of London, where they plotted, he who provided the false information that Lord Harrowby, the Lord President of the Council in the government, had invited the cabinet, including Wellington, the victor of Waterloo, for supper. At the first meeting in Cato Street, so chosen because of its proximity to the venue for the supposed dinner in Grosvenor Square, there was only one item on the agenda: how best to assassinate Liverpool and his cabinet as they sat down to dine. The Spenceans' aim was serious. They wanted to foment a revolution. A pro-government account based on evidence from the Home Office spies was presented at trial and was not denied by the defendants, though one of them, James Ings, shouted, "The Attorney General knew all the plans for 2 months before I was acquainted with them," and said George Edwards had suggested some of the more gruesome acts. It was to start with one of the party knocking on the door, purporting to have a parcel for Lord Harrowby, to allow the gang to burst in. One group would bind, or in the event of resistance, kill, the servants and occupy all quarters of the building, while a second select group, led by Thistlewood, would proceed to the dining room. There, hand grenades would pave the way for an indiscriminate attack on the assembled ministers with guns and knives. Once the entire cabinet had been murdered, the plan was to use the bodies for a gruesome piece de theatre. Thistlewood's right-hand man, the former butcher James Ings, would cut off all their heads and take away 2 of them, those of the particularly reviled Lord Castlereagh and the Home Secretary, Lord Sidmouth, to be displayed for public edification on spikes on Westminster Bridge. Thistlewood and his cohorts then planned to seize the King Street Barracks, the Bishop of London's house, the Lighthouse Barracks in Gray's Inn Lane, the Bank of England and Mansion House, which would house their provisional government. They were convinced from all their soundings that the country was on the verge of revolt, and that their act would trigger a mass uprising against the decapitated government. They believed disaffected Londoners would spontaneously flock to support a new Committee of Public Safety, while thousands of working men from Newcastle, Glasgow, and Leeds would join the revolution. Thistlewood had even approached the leading radical, John Cam Hobhouse, soon to be MP for Westminster, to head the new government. The coup leader was determined this would be Britain's Bastille moment. Something nagged Inglewood, a key conspirator. One of his trusted men was sent to Grosvenor Square on the morning of the supposed dinner to chat up the servants and get more details. A servant told him there was no dinner, and that Lord Harrowby was not even in London. Inglewood was convinced this was a lie. That same afternoon Cato Street was raided by armed police. 1 constable was killed in the clash. 11 men were arrested. Thistlewood, Davidson, Ings, Tidd, and Brunt were found guilty of high treason and hanged. None of them repented. Davidson reminded the court of the English Revolution. It is an ancient custom to resist tyranny. And our history goes on further to say, that when another of their majesties the kings of England tried to infringe upon those rights, the people armed, and told him that if he did not give them the privileges of Englishmen, they would compel him by the point of the sword. Would you not rather govern a country of spirited men, than cowards? I can die but once in this world, and the only regret left is that I have a large family of small children, and when I think of that, it unmans me. The Chartist Rebellion. Much has been written about the Chartist Rebellion that gripped Britain from 1832 to the early 1860s. Looking back, it is difficult to dispute that this was the most impressive organization ever created by the British working class. A movement, rather than a party, it established a close link between its supporters and its leaders, however defined. The only real agreement was on the charter itself. Its language seems moderate now, the aim was reform, not revolution, though talk of radical upheaval was always in the air. The Chartists were confronted with problems within their own ranks. In Manchester, for instance, there was initially a hostility towards Irish immigrants. Radicals on both sides brought the two groups together under the Chartist banners. In Liverpool, a city whose wealth had been created during the slave trade and where Irish immigrants had initially been greeted by locals with chants of green niggers, a similar process was in motion. Virtually all were agreed on the 6 demands in the Charter, the implication of which was clear. Male adult franchise without any restrictions would transform Parliament and end oppression, corruption, the stranglehold of the Tory oligarchy, and the unfettered rule of property owners. 1 A vote for every man 21 years of age, of sound mind, and not undergoing punishment for a crime. 2 The secret ballot to protect the elector in the exercise of his vote. 3 No property qualification for members of Parliament, to allow the constituencies to return the man of their choice. 4 Payment of members, enabling tradesmen, working men, or other persons of modest means to leave or interrupt their livelihood to attend to the interests of the nation. 5 Equal constituencies, securing the same amount of representation for the same number of electors, instead of allowing less populous constituencies to have as much or more weight than larger ones. 6 Annual parliamentary elections, thus presenting the most effectual check to bribery and intimidation, since no purse could buy a constituency under a system of universal manhood suffrage in every 12-month. How these demands were to be fought for was the prerogative of towns and regions. As historians such as John Saville, Dorothy Thompson, and John Foster have stressed, this was a defining feature of the movement. Foster's striking analysis and description of the movement in Oldham remains a vital point of reference, demonstrating in some detail how specific local conditions and socio-economic structures help determine the degree of radicalism evinced. Petitions, large assemblies and sharp rhetoric were common, but although many torchlight marches revealed men carrying pikes, there was no general agreement on defensive or offensive violence against an arbitrary, undemocratic, and deaf state, with a new layer of property owners determined to maintain their high levels of profits, backed by the Combination Acts which disallowed trade unions. The industrialists chose the landowners as their allies against the enemy within. Deference to both colored the attitudes of the burgeoning middle classes, who might sympathize with the poor but not with Chartist activists. The landed gentry, with a monarch decorating the top of the pyramid, controlled the levers of power: parliament, judiciary, army, and navy. How different was this from the previous century? As pithily characterized by Edward Thompson, the British state, all 18th century legislators agreed, existed to preserve the property and, incidentally, the lives and liberties, of the propertied. 11. In the 19th century, despite the growing movement for radical reforms, few concessions were made. The constitutional demands of Chartism were interpreted as little short of revolution by the powers of the time as well as by Whig historians. Were their fears justified? The Charter itself, on paper, was a generally moderate document. That the language of political manifestos is often an extension of a central and at least potentially unifying demand can be forgotten in any ensuing hubbub. The Chartists spelt out what it would mean if the bulk of the male population was accurately represented in Parliament. They did not include, for instance, the abolition of the House of Lords or the monarchy, two major achievements of the 17th century English Revolution, let alone any form of social or economic levelling. Those absences, however, should not be taken to indicate the non-existence of such ideas in the minds of many of the individuals who collectively led the Chartists and the radical Jacobin groups that preceded them. Spies often reported treasonous talk overheard in taverns and meeting places. Had a civil war erupted, there is no way of telling how political consciousness would or would not have been altered. Total reliance on what is written on paper or said in court may be partially justified during peacetime, but in the clash between classes or between nations, nothing is predictable. The Chartists agreed to restrict their demands to issues on which there was total agreement, and for the publication of which they could not be prosecuted and imprisoned or charged with high treason and hanged. Any other decision would have been irresponsible. As a result, they said yes to male liberty and fraternity, but kept equality, social, economic, gender, at bay. For the ultra-radicals it was a question of stages. First, the right of all men to vote in annual parliamentary elections, which was a genuinely radical demand, then, a challenge to other forms of the existing structures. Class consciousness is not linear, but when radicalized it is never static, as virtually all histories of rebellions, uprisings, and revolutions, whether successful or not, have taught us. 12. Also, as we've seen on every continent at some stage or another, the demand for freedom and democracy under a domestic or imperial dictatorship, coupled with actions designed to achieve those aims, does have revolutionary implications regardless of what rebels, reformers, or revolutionaries have written on paper. 13. This is evident in the actions of the more radical Chartist groups in Lancashire, South and Mid Wales and Scotland. The 1839 Newport Uprising, for instance, seriously worried the governing classes, despite the Charter's relatively benign expressions. In this case, John Frost and several thousand Chartists armed with pikes, staves, hammers, sickles and muskets marched towards the Westgate Hotel to free their comrades who were being held there after demanding that a popular Chartist leader be released from prison. In the ensuing clashes, with women particularly active on the Chartist side, 30 activists were killed and dozens more wounded. Frost was sentenced to death. Fearing more armed unrest, the government commuted the sentence, and Frost was deported to Australia, where he spent the rest of his life as a schoolteacher in Tasmania. 4 years later, in 1843, Daniel M. Nacton, a Scottish wood-turner from Glasgow, made a serious attempt to assassinate Prime Minister Robert Peel. He had stalked Peel for some days, but on the planned day he mistook Edward Drummond, Peel's private secretary, for the Prime Minister. He walked behind him from Charing Cross to Downing Street, crept up close and shot him. Drummond died 5 days later. At his trial, M. Nacton's clever barrister, Alexander Coburn, argued that he was insane at the time the crime was committed and got him acquitted, thus establishing criminal insanity as a precedent in English law. Committed to the Bedlam Asylum, the prisoner played the part. The admission papers state, imagines the Tories are his enemies. Shy and retiring in his manner. After his transfer to Broadmoor, the files describe him as an intelligent man, who when asked if he was insane responded, such was the verdict, the opinion of the jury after hearing the evidence. The 20th century mystery writer Sarah Coburn, a barrister herself, wrote a play about M. Nacton titled The Madman's Advocate. During a conversation in the early 1990s, she told me her researches suggested that the jury's verdict did not displease the Crown. Why? Because, she replied as she puffed her pipe, Daniel was a Chartist and completely sane. Had that become known he would have become yet another Chartist sent to the gallows. Had he bumped off Peel he would have pleaded guilty. His mistake angered him, but he did not want to die for it. For the governors of the UK, universal democracy was considered unthinkable and subversive, but they realized that some reforms were necessary. The Reform Act of 1832 had enlarged the male franchise somewhat and gave greater representation to large cities in the House of Commons. Yet the limited character of the suffrage reforms, after the hopes that had been raised, only served to fuel the Chartist agitation. By 1848, the Chartists' democratic aspirations and demands were both heightened and quickly dashed by revolutionary movements on the continent. What came to the fore in France on February 24, with the toppling of King Louis Philippe and the establishment of the Second Republic, led to immediate tremors in Italy, Germany, Austria/Hungary and Bohemia. Distant echoes were felt in Switzerland, Denmark, Romania, Poland and, of course, Ireland. It would take several years before those movements were defeated, while the failure of the huge Chartist rally on Kennington Common in April marked the end of any possibility of a centralist rebellion in Britain. Once again, though, Chartist groups in cities and villages saw this not as a defeat but as a setback. Some decades later, their political heirs would create trade unions, then the Independent Labour Party and, finally, the Labour Party. All three would, in time, both partially reflect and largely confiscate the aspirations of the masses. Although the 1848 wave of revolutions, uprisings, and rebellions was eventually crushed, for the most part denting rather than destroying the old regimes and their foundations, the kings and queens of Europe were shaken and would remain so for some time afterwards. In a private letter, Leopold I, the founding monarch of Belgium, created in 1830, confided to his niece Queen Victoria that he was sick with fear. I am very unwell in consequence of the awful events in Paris. What will become of us God alone knows. Great efforts will be made to revolutionize this country, as there are poor and wicked people in all countries, it may succeed. Some months later Victoria responded. Since February 24 I feel an uncertainty in everything existing, which one never felt before. When one thinks of one's children, their education, their future, and prays for them, I always think and say to myself, let them grow up fit for whatever situation they may be placed in, high or low. This one never thought of before, but I do always now. She underestimated the strong instinct for self-preservation that characterized her class. Her consort, Prince Albert, a liberal conservative and a highly cultured German intellectual, sent his own private letter to the Prime Minister, Lord John Russell, on the day of the Chartist Assembly at Kennington Common. His advice was to make the government's response a show rather than a test of strength. I don't feel doubtful for a moment who will be found the stronger, but should be exceedingly mortified if anything like a commotion was to take place. Albert's advice went beyond the tactics for the day. For him the Chartists were the most radical sections of the working class, and he even recommended a palliative. I find, to my great regret, that the number of workmen of all trades out of employment is very large, and that it has been increased by the reduction of all the works under governments, owing to the clamour for economy in the House of Commons. Surely this is not the moment for the taxpayers to economize upon the working classes. In this Albert took a position somewhat to the left of every British government from Thatcher onwards. A weak bourgeoisie, a strong ruling class. Unlike on the continent, there was no such thing as an enlightened liberal bourgeois, let alone a revolutionary segment, in industrialising Britain. Tom Nairn and Perry Anderson outlined the reasons in their path-breaking essays in the New Left Review, summarized recently by Anderson. A highly successful agrarian capitalism, controlled by large landowners, long preceded the arrival of industrial capitalism in Britain, installing by the 1690s an aristocratic ruling class, flanked by mercantile capital, at the head of a state shaped in their image, which went on to acquire the largest empire in the world well before the emergence of a manufacturing class of any political consequence. The Industrial Revolution of the 19th century generated just such a bourgeoisie. But in not having to break feudal fetters in its path, nor possessing either the wealth or political experience of the agrarian aristocracy, the manufacturing class settled for a subordinate position in the ruling bloc, sealed by the Reform of 1832, generating no hegemonic ambition or ideology of its own. Ideologically speaking, classical political economy was perfectly palatable to the landowning class, leaving only utilitarianism as a shrunken worldview of distinctively bourgeois stamp. A further powerful motivation for this abdication was fear of the world's first industrial proletariat, which for some 3 decades rose in a sequence of mutinies against both the bourgeoisie and the landowner state. 14. Within the ruling class there were individuals, of course, who understood the Chartists and were, broadly, sympathetic to their demands if not their actions. Prince Albert was one. Disraeli, too, was astute in this regard. He understood the basic moderation of many Chartists. His very readable State of the Nation novel Sybil portrays one such as a hero. Years after Engels wrote the first serious sociological study of the English working class, in 1845, some progressive liberals spoke clearly in favor of improving working class lives and conditions. When would this new class of laborers, apprentices and workers speak for itself? As the events described up to this point, and far more unmentioned here, have shown, the laboring classes had been in rebellion against the furies of private interest almost continuously since the enclosures of the 1700s separated them from the land. In an essay, Lyrical and Elegiac, Tom Nairn summarized the evolution of the English industrial working class. It was born in conditions of the utmost violence, harshly estranged from all traditional and tolerable conditions of existence and thrown into the alien, inchoate world of the first industrial revolution. Formed in this alienation by the blind energies of the new capitalist order, its sufferings were made more hopeless by the severest political and ideological persecution. From the outset it inspired fear by its very existence. In the time of general fear produced by the French Revolution, such dread and hostility became chronic, affecting the old ruling class and the new industrial bourgeoisie alike, and creating a climate of total repression. What was possible but revolt, in the face of this? Humanity, pulverized and recast in this grim mold, had to rebel in order to live, to assert itself as more than a mere object of history, as more than an economic instrument. The early history of the English working class is therefore a history of revolt, covering more than half a century, from the period of the French Revolution to the climax of Chartism in the 1840s. And yet, what became of this revolt? The great English working class, this titanic social force which seemed to be unchained by the rapid development of English capitalism in the first half of the century, did not finally emerge to dominate and remake English society. It could not break the mold and fashion another. 15. The pattern of trade union formation in Britain was not dissimilar to the structures of Chartism. It was uneven, with some areas stauncher than others. In the early decades of the 19th century, strikes took place in Scotland, Tyne and Ware and London, the Times compositors in 1810, coachmakers in 1819. In Glasgow, on April 1, 1820, 60,000 workers came out in a political general strike. A clash between a small group of weavers and the 10th Hussars had been encouraged by Home Office agents, who described the strike as a prelude to insurrection. So many preludes, so few insurrections. In Wales, the trade union leader Dick Penderyn organised the iron workers in a defensive guerrilla war against yeomanry and regular troops. He was captured, tried, and executed in 1831. Lancashire was a stronghold of resistance before and after 1819. It was here that trade unionists from all over the country gathered at the Mechanics' Institute in 1868 and inaugurated the first Trades Union Congress. A resolution, that it is highly desirable that the trades of the United Kingdom should hold an annual Congress, for the purpose of bringing the trades into closer alliance, and to take action in all parliamentary matters pertaining to the general interests of the working classes, was unanimously approved. Parliamentary matters was a reference to the Liberal Party, an alliance of Whigs, a few Peelites and, more important for the TUC, the Radical Reformers. It was to the latter, if not exclusively, that the TUC turned both to offer and demand help. In pursuit of direct labor representation, the TUC set up the Labour Party as a pressure group in 1900. It won 29 seats in the 1906 election which, amid rising food prices, public anger and a split among the Tories, produced a Liberal landslide. Churchill had been a free trader throughout his political life. He had voted with 60 other Conservatives against their own government's abandonment of the principle. Unlike the others, Churchill left the Conservatives and joined the Liberals. His colleagues never forgave this treachery. For the divide between the two parties was not essentially on free trade. Each represented different forces. The Tories, and Churchill, were the party of landlords, church and monarch, of ultra-patriotism and empire. The Liberals supported Irish Home Rule and nonconformist religion, and provided an umbrella for radical Republicans and atheists. Churchill was accused by most of the political class of self-advancement. When he was returned as a Liberal MP for North West Manchester in 1906, and given a government post, the Tories reserved their special abuse for him. The right-wing National Review commented, "Mr. Winston Churchill is rewarded for his active apostasy by the Under-Secretaryship at the Colonies, an appointment causing unmitigated disgust throughout the Empire, which has formed a much sounder estimate of this pushful soldier of fortune, whose sword is ever at the service of the highest bidder, than the Fleet Street friends, who he so assiduously cultivates and who repay his attentions by advertising his vulgar speeches." Point 16. As a Liberal member of the Cabinet, Churchill was first at the Admiralty and later appointed Home Secretary. How would he fare in the war at home? Liberal and Tory at the same time, Churchill's aggression against a working class attempting desperately to organize itself against a brutish ruling class left a permanent blot on his political reputation, and for good reason. He was extremely hostile to the rise of Labourism, seeing it as a dangerous intrusion by aliens into the hitherto safe spaces of British politics. He feared its growth and that of those who had begun to abandon the Liberals and move towards labour, organised workers and the unemployed. This trend alarmed Churchill and the leaderships of both the dominant political parties. Neither realised that repression would only accelerate the process. In 1910, South Wales had experienced a concatenation of strikes, street battles, severe hardships for mining families, mass picketing and looting of local shops, etc. An impression had been created by the conservative press that the region was the epicenter of confrontation and class struggle. The newspapers waged a campaign of fear, based on the possible collapse of law and order. The fact that this had been provoked by the obduracy of the mine owners was rarely mentioned. In September 1910, 950 miners were locked out. They were accused by management of engaging in a go-slow on a new seam in the Ely pit. The response was immediate. A strike enveloped all the pits across the Cambrian Combine, the cartel of mining companies in South Wales. On November 7, thousands of miners assembled outside the only working pit. There were fierce clashes and hand-to-hand fighting, but the constabulary, after a succession of baton charges, succeeded in pushing the miners back to Tony Panda Square, where strikers and their families smashed some shop windows and confronted mounted police hurriedly summoned from Cardiff. Both sides reported injuries. The Manchester Guardian's special correspondent recounted the extended battle. Strikers and policemen were in furious conflict, stones were thrown in showers, truncheons were drawn and vigorously used, colliery property was smashed, and more than 100 strikers and 6 or 7 policemen were injured. This description was followed by an astonishing sentence: "What set the bad spirit abroad cannot be known." Militant miners, fighting against an employer's lockout and the use of scabs, a mixture of under-managers and non-miner employees, were later described as distempered minds. The correspondent's sympathies were with the police. As the miners hurled stones at them from a path above, it was appalling to think of the policemen enduring that merciless, invisible hail. The casualty figures he had cited contradicted his own language. The newspaper then, as later, was rarely neutral in reporting the class struggle. The chief constable, Lionel Lindsay, much hated by local people, requested military intervention. The Liberal government was faced with a choice. Either put serious pressure on the mine owners to make meaningful concessions, or call in the troops. With Churchill in command at the Home Office, few were surprised when the latter option was chosen. But what actually happened? Accounts have differed. Initially, Churchill stopped the troops from proceeding and instructed the military command to keep them in reserve at Swindon and Cardiff. When the chief constable insisted that unless troops were sent onto the streets there was a danger of anarchy, Churchill gave permission for the soldiers to be dispatched. For weeks they were active in the Tony Panda region. No account suggests that the troops killed anyone, but their intervention ensured that the strike would ultimately fail. The trauma experienced by the mining communities ran deep. Churchill became a hated figure in South Wales. Even during the Second World War, people in local cinemas heckled PATH News images of him. He was never allowed to forget the episode and could never understand why he was vilified for simply doing what was all in a day's work. During the 1950 election campaign, worried that chants of Tony Panda or worse might be hurled at him, he attempted to clarify the matter in a private letter to the Lord Mayor of Cardiff. "I see that one of the Labour men referred to Tony Panda as a great crime I had committed in the past. I am having the facts looked up and will write to you again on the subject. According to my recollection, the action I took at Tony Panda was to stop the troops being sent to control the strikers for fear of shooting, and I was much attacked by the Conservative opposition for this weakness. Instead I sent Metropolitan Police who charged with their rolled Macintoshes and no one was hurt. The Metropolitan Police played football with the strikers at the weekend. 17. Anthony Moore O'Brien shows how the Blue Book, the official Home Office papers and records, were tampered with on Churchill's instructions. Thus the story constantly repeated, most recently by Boris Johnson, that rolled-up umbrellas rather than truncheons were the only weapons carried by the constabulary, is manufactured. Churchill's instructions to the military commander, General Neville Macready of Boer War fame, were expressed verbally as well as on paper. There is no way of knowing what was said in those conversations, but Macready made official reports. The references to police charges and vigorous baton charges that were excised from the Blue Book speak for themselves. The senior civil servant at the Home Office, Sir Edward Trupp, was still nervous, since it was impossible to say that even with the omissions suggested there are not many points on which troublesome questions might be asked or a debate raised in the House. If Churchill still insisted on a version, then he should agree at the very least that General Macready's reports might now be omitted. Trupp was worried not only that they would trigger awkward questions, but that including them would create a precedent for the publication of official reports made to the Home Office by an officer who is carrying out the Secretary of State's directions. Churchill agreed that the General's reports should be truncated, and anything damaging redacted, a judgment with which Macready readily concurred. In his memoir, Annals of an Active Life, Sir Neville Macready gives us a hint or two as to what might have been written in the disappeared files. Bayonets to prod miners along were clearly much more effective than rolled-up umbrellas. During the rioting that occurred on November 21 throughout the Tony Panda Valley, the Metropolitan Police, while driving the mob before them along the main road, were heavily stoned from the side tracks, and suffered severe casualties. In order to counter these tactics on the part of the strikers on the next occasion when trouble was afoot, small bodies of infantry on the higher ground, keeping level with the police on the main road, moved slowly down the side tracks, and by a little gentle persuasion with the bayonet drove the stone throwers into the arms of the police on the lower road. The effect was excellent. No casualties were reported, though it was rumored that many young men in the valley found that sitting down was accompanied with a certain amount of discomfort for several days. As a general instruction, the soldiers have been warned that if obliged to use their bayonets, they should only be applied to the portion of the body traditionally held by trainers of youth to be reserved for punishment. 18. How they must have roared at the Carlton and Reform clubs when he regaled them with more spiced-up versions of how his troops had bayoneted Welsh bums at Tony Panda. The folk memories of South Walians were pretty much accurate, if exaggerated a little. 7 weeks after Tony Panda, Churchill embroiled himself in what these days would be referred to as a minor terrorist episode. The siege of Sydney Street, also known as the Battle of Stepney, was a confrontation between two Latvian Jewish radicals and the Metropolitan Police. From the Huguenots onwards, the East End of London had been a haven for those fleeing persecution in their own countries. Jewish asylum seekers and refugees had been victim to vicious pogroms in Tsarist Russia and its Baltic possessions. The Latvian Jews were raising money for the anti-Tsarist movements at home, and they saw no need to change their targets simply because they were in a new and partially democratic country. A fortnight or so before the confrontation in Stepney, a group of recently arrived Latvian immigrants busy digging a tunnel into a jeweller's shop in Houndsditch were surprised by police, who were unarmed. In the ensuing clash, the armed Latvians killed 2 policemen and wounded another before escaping. Newspaper coverage of radical Jewish activities in the East End in those times, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and tarring all residents of the district with the same brush, was little different from what is written about Muslims or immigrants today. 19 The police were, unsurprisingly, determined to arrest the ones who got away. 2 of them were spied entering a building in Sydney Street. Churchill was in his bath when he was informed. Instead of telling them to get on with it and arrest the men, he saw it as an opportunity. What was he thinking as he got out of the bath and dried himself? Was he going to play Marlborough or Napoleon in the East End? What fantasies stirred his mind? Dressed to kill, the Home Secretary arrived promptly at the scene, which was being covered by Path News in its first colour broadcast, as well as by other news organisations. He struck a pose. Afterwards, the Tory leader, Arthur Balfour, mocked him in the House of Commons. I understand what the photographer was doing, but what was the right honourable gentleman doing? To capture 2 armed men, police reinforcements were not considered to be enough. Churchill ordered in troops, artillery in this case, and took effective command. The building, 100 Sydney Street, was soon on fire. Churchill personally ordered the fire brigade to let it burn. 2 charred bodies were later found. What might have been a tiny footnote in London's turbulent history was never to be forgotten because of Churchill's involvement. A plaque in the street commemorates Peter the Painter, as one of the Latvian revolutionaries was known. No stray bullet ever pierced Churchill's top hat, as was reported. That was simply colour added to enhance his role. The class struggles unleashed in South Wales and elsewhere continued for another 4 years. With a dock strike looming in the summer of 1911 in Liverpool, and a national railway strike threatened, the Liberal government played soft cop, hard cop, with the Chancellor, Lloyd George, and Churchill assuming the 2 parts. The former, with his matchless demagogy, offered reforms; the latter, out of conviction, issued threats and made no attempt to conceal that he was on the warpath. A cable from George V was all the support he needed. The monarch advised that all caution should now be abandoned. Accounts from Liverpool show that the situation there more like revolution than a strike. The Lord Mayor of Liverpool and his equivalent in Birkenhead wanted troops and a warship to be moored in the Mersey. Churchill agreed to both requests. With a railway strike on the way, Churchill ordered troops to be kept ready for action. Hyde Park in London as well as Manchester railway station took on the appearance of armed encampments. This proved to be a step too far for the Manchester Guardian. Its founding editor, C.P. Scott, broke with Churchill, whom he had hitherto supported. The newspaper's breach with Churchill, a Liberal Home Secretary, was painful, but considered necessary. The interests of the Liberal Party and government had to come before any individual politician and his war lust. Only too aware of the social and political unrest that had marked the 18th and 19th centuries, the post-1906 Liberal governments realized that for things to fundamentally remain the same, some things had to change. Although the Labour Party was little more than a sidecar attached to the roaring Liberal motorbike from 1906 to 1914, the clever Liberal leaders recognized the new party as a potential menace. Mystagogues of the caliber of Lloyd George were determined to preserve and dominate the anti-Tory political space. It was hoped that a series of reforms might do the trick. 1906, Meals for School Children in Need. 1907, Medical inspection of school children. 1908, the first old age pensions. 1909, the first Trade Boards Act and establishment of a minimum wage in selected industries. 1911, the beginnings of national health and unemployment insurance. Serious reforms, as these were, have a dialectic of their own. They both appease and excite the social layers for whom they are intended. Some are satisfied and espouse gradualism, others feel that the reforms are not enough and want more. While most of the parliamentary Labour Party supported the 1911 measures, the left of the party, represented by George Lansbury, Philip Snowden, Keir Hardie, and a few others, voted against them on the basic principle that social reforms must at all times be paid for by those best able to bear the burden. Snowden accused the government of sidestepping the issue of serious wealth redistribution by putting some of the financial burden back on the poor. Any reforming government operates within these parameters, as do its extra-parliamentary opponents. It is worth stressing that during this period no political concessions were made to women. Patriarchy ruled the roost. But the battle for women's suffrage was beginning to take ultra-radical forms. Women finally got the vote because they fought on the streets, in prison, on the race courses, and as a consequence of the First World War. As for Churchill, he supported some of the reformist program, but his enthusiasms lay elsewhere. In Parliament, defending his actions on the industrial battlefields, he painted a lurid picture of the political conjuncture, in that great quadrilateral of industrialism, from Liverpool and Manchester on the west to Hull and Grimsby on the east, from Newcastle down to Birmingham and Coventry in the south. It is practically certain that a continuance of the railway strike would have produced a swift and certain degeneration of all the means, of all the structure, social and economic, on which the life of the people depend. This was grotesque but based on a tiny element of reality. A rising working class confronted the ruling class. Violence, for Churchill, had always been a tonic. In the meantime, tensions were developing between the European powers that had agreed to divide up Africa. The Prime Minister, H.H. Asquith, felt that the Home Office needed a calmer hand in charge. Churchill, convinced that a new war might start soon, was perfectly happy to be demoted to First Lord of the Admiralty. The Navy, for a long time, had been a particular passion. Without the Navy there would have been no empire. Churchill was convinced of his abilities as a war leader, regardless if the enemy was at home or abroad. The Welsh miners, the Jewish radicals, were little more than a bagatelle. In a letter to his mother written 2 years prior to those skirmishes, he had confessed, "Do you know, I would greatly like to have some practice in the handling of large forces. I have much confidence in my judgment on things, when I see clearly, but on nothing do I seem to feel the truth more than in tactical combinations. I am sure I have the root of the matter in me, but never I fear in this state of existence will it have a chance of flowering, in bright red blossom. 3. The Great War. And when the war reached its final spring, with no hint of a pause for breath, the soldier did the logical thing, and died a hero's death. Bertolt Brecht, The Legend of the Dead Soldier, May 1918, 1. 888,246 ceramic poppies, representing the number of British and colonial dead from the First World War, spilled from the Tower of London into its moat in 2014. It was an art installation seen by millions, most of whom will never have read a single critical monograph on the war. History as image. As with the deification of Churchill that began in earnest during the post-Falklands phase of the Thatcher government, so too with the enhanced memorialization and glorification of the Great War on its centenary. Point 2. Did the images promoted by the state provoke any critical questions? A few readings from the war poets at literary festivals that year were far more stimulating than the official spectacle. The history lesson provided by David Cameron and his government, meanwhile, reverted to the explanation given during the war itself, but considered unfit for use in ensuing decades. Britain went to war, they said, to defend gallant little Belgium. Alternatively, the ghost of the dreaded Hun stalked the linked corridors of Whitehall and the BBC, with Murdoch's papers fanning chauvinism, as younger generations were informed that the war was all Germany's fault. To leave this nonsense unchallenged in the 21st century, as the bulk of the mainstream media did, was a disgrace. The prime cause of the war was imperial greed. The British elite could not stay out of the war, since they occupied or controlled the largest number of colonies and economic strongholds on the globe. They were not prepared to share anything with the Germans. The headquarters of all the empires involved, partially barring the Ottoman and the Japanese, were in Europe. It was the European nation-states that had divided the world into colonies and ruled them. Germany and Italy, the two late arrivals to nation-statedom, were keen to fight within the pack of wolves for a larger share of the planet. It was this competition that triggered the conflict. Sides in the war were chosen purely on the basis of national interest, whether in terms of expanding or merely clinging on to colonies. It had little to do with democracy. The two imperialist gangs were ranged accordingly. The Triple Entente was led by the British, French and Russians, together with their colonies. They subsequently attracted Serbia, Portugal, Japan, Romania, China, Italy, which switched sides in 1915, Brazil, Peru and, decisively in 1917, the United States, after the February Revolution in Russia had toppled the Tsar and destabilized the Eastern Front. The Central Powers were led by Germany and Austria-Hungary, and were joined by the Ottoman Empire. There was a clear-cut pattern to the war's lead-up. From the very first decade of the 20th century, a definitive movement of history, a tremor before the earthquake, was recognized both by those who were preparing to wage war and by the European working class and socialist parties who opposed them. A diverse group of individuals, the liberal historian Hobson, the Russian Bolshevik Lenin, the English socialists Brailsford, Keir Hardie and Ramsay MacDonald, the German Social Democrats, Luxemburg, Liebknecht and Koskai, and others, had already taken note of the clash between competing European empires. In 1912, socialists of the Second International were so sure that war was looming they unanimously approved an anti-war resolution drafted by Lenin and Luxemburg, with an attached proviso that, when the conflict came, they would organize a Europe-wide strike to paralyze the war machine. Workers would not die for capital and empire. In Britain, the Liberal government under Asquith contained three key players: Lloyd George at the Exchequer, Winston Churchill at the Admiralty and Sir Edward Grey at the Foreign Ministry. Churchill had supported the Liberal social welfare reforms introduced after the 1906 election, and also backed Lloyd George during the 1911 constitutional crisis when the House of Lords, with the support of the King, tried to block the reforms. 2 years prior, he had joined Lloyd George in rejecting the naval estimates, only to recant soon afterwards. The visit of a German naval vessel to the Moroccan port of Agadir in July 1911 signaled what was becoming increasingly clear to all. Berlin wished to provoke and send a message to the French, who had sent troops into the heart of the Arab state. Rather than challenging French expansionism, the German leaders were demanding some territory for their own fledgling empire. This was enough to jolt Churchill into action. Germany was clearly on maneuvers. He pressed Lloyd George to insert a passage in his Mansion House address that year, delivered to the assembled ranks of financiers and their friends, a gathering that also included the merchants of death, the makers of munitions who grew richer with every new war. The Chancellor obliged. After making the ritual obeisance to peace, he went on to say, "But if a situation were to be forced upon us in which peace could only be preserved by the surrender of the great and beneficent position Britain has won by centuries of heroism and achievement, by allowing Britain to be treated where her interests were vitally affected as if she were of no account in the cabinet of nations, then I say emphatically that peace at that price would be a humiliation intolerable for a great country like ours to endure." No direct British interests were invested in the Maghreb, but a growing trade and naval rivalry with Germany was causing concern. Furthermore, Britain was determined to block all German efforts to trade with British colonies and semi-colonies dotted over the globe. Despite this, the Germans were extending their own territorial reach by thrusts into southeastern Europe, the Balkans, and the by now very sick Ottoman Empire. Franco-German economic rivalry was symbolized by the huge iron deposits in France and the massive coal deposits in Germany's Ruhr Valley. The uniting of coal and iron was a dream of industrialists and their favored politicians on both sides. On this question, British sympathies were with the French. The figures told the story. Britain as the workshop of the world had no desire to be replaced by anyone, and certainly not the upstart Germany, but while it still boasted a huge advantage in terms of colonial railways, spread over an area 4 times larger than Germany's colonies, on the industrial front proper the Germans had overtaken the British. In 1892, as Lenin never failed to stress, German output of pig iron stood at 4.9 million tons, while Britain was ahead with 6.8 million tons. By 1912 the situation was reversed by a much wider margin. Germany produced 17.6 million tons, Britain 9 million. German superiority was undeniable. Lenin inquired politely, is there under capitalism any means of remedying the disparity between the development of production and the accumulation of capital on one side, and the division of colonies and spheres of influence by finance capital on the other side, other than by resorting to war? Given the economic structures of the capitalist system, war and conquest were the only possible ways of uniting minerals under one flag. France and Germany were equally bellicose, and it was their mutual hostility that determined the nature of the alliances that were shaping up for the long, 1914-45, European civil war that lay ahead. Tsarist objectives included control of the straits linking the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, and removing Austrian influence in the Balkans, in the cause of Slav nationalism. These rivalries were responsible for the crises that punctuated the 5 years before the outbreak of war in 1914. The world was already divided into lender and borrower states. The British maintained their hegemony in Africa and Asia through a combination of direct colonies and semi-colonies. Where loans had been given, to China, Egypt, Argentina, the British Navy was the bailiff of last resort. However, continued access to those countries was vital to British trade. Were Germany to become the dominant European power, all this would, sooner or later, come under challenge. It would have been entirely possible for the leaders of the British Empire to remain neutral. As always, and like all other empires, Britain put its own interests first, regardless of methods used or negative outcomes. The nature of life and death in the colonies was rarely challenged anywhere in the dominant imperial political discourse in London. The Liberal Party, and later the Parliamentary Labour Party, went along with empire. Dissenting voices were few, and at key moments most of those, too, fell silent. On the priority of British interests, Churchill, in or out of power, whether on the Liberal front bench or resting on a Tory berth, was the supreme political exponent. And the spectre of impending war galvanized his energies. Churchill, his old friend Viscount Haldane at the War Office and Foreign Secretary Edward Grey, backed by the sly Asquith and the less strident Lloyd George, were determined on conflict. Grey, whose fame rests on the phrase "the lights are going out all over Europe," was himself a snuffer of lamps and a foaming imperialist. Churchill never got on with him on a personal level, but had no doubt about where he stood on what Britain had to do next. The extent of the differences within Asquith's cabinet were brought to light in Douglas Newton's valuable History of Britain's July 1914 days, published on the centenary. Cabinet ministers in favour of some form of neutrality threatened to go public and resign if the government blindly committed itself to giving guarantees to its Entente allies. On July 27, Lewis Harcourt, the colonial secretary, boasted that 11 out of 19 members of the government shared this conviction, constituting a peace party which if necessary shall break up the cabinet in the interest of our abstention. 3. Over the next 7 days this was revealed to be nothing more than hot air. Britain declared war. The cabinet remained unbroken. How did this happen? Newton provides the startling timeline that led to Britain's involvement in the carnage about to sweep the continent. Asquith's three bloodhounds, Churchill in the lead, backed by Haldane and Grey, were busy sniffing out the best possible routes to a war not yet approved by the cabinet. It is a story of subterfuge and preemptive decision-making. Churchill, for instance, put the Navy on alert with a stand-fast order on July 26, announced it to the media the following morning, and presented the cabinet with a fait accompli. He ordered the Royal Navy to battle stations, once again doing so without consulting the cabinet, lest they, as he put it, mistake it for a provocative action. Simultaneously, the crisis between the four powers in Europe, France, Germany, Russia, and Austria, was reaching the point of no return. On July 29 the Austrian Empire declared war on Serbia. Tsarist Russia ordered a general mobilization, which had, in fact, been secretly begun 4 days earlier, with the total backing of France. The Germans were allied with Austria. They now confronted a war on two fronts. They had prepared to do battle with France. The German High Command envisaged a swift advance to Paris via Belgium. But Russia presented a problem, both geopolitically and militarily. The German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, a highly intelligent civil servant, born in a family of scholars, and a senior advisor to the Kaiser, suggested concessions to Britain to keep it neutral. An offer was sent: if Britain remained neutral and France was defeated, the Germans would not proceed to annex any territory in Europe. Belgium would remain untouched, but Germany would take over all French overseas colonies. The offer was peremptorily rejected by Asquith and Grey, who felt no need to trouble the cabinet on such a minor detail. The offer was dishonorable, and there was no more to be said. But Grey was slightly apprehensive that the cabinet's radicals might kick up an unseemly fuss that would be unfortunate on the eve of a war. On July 31, without consulting his colleagues, he dispatched cables to Paris and Berlin demanding pledges from both that in the event of war Belgian neutrality would not be violated. The German ambassador in London met Grey and posed an awkward question: if Germany pledged to respect Belgian neutrality and not violate the territorial integrity of either France or its colonies, that is, if it were to fight only on the Eastern Front, would Britain stay out of the war? The snuffer of lamps responded bluntly: Britain would not remain neutral even if Germany kept out of Belgium and France. In this way, Douglas Newton wrote, Berlin was told of Britain's inflexible position. A German decision to respect Belgian neutrality would win it neither credit nor advantage. Britain would still probably rush to the assistance of France and Russia if it came to war. 4 days later, Grey backtracked, informing the Germans that Britain might remain neutral if there was no conflict between Germany and France, and the war was effectively fought out in the East. The French were livid. Their position on Serbia was often more hawkish than that of the Russians. George V was outraged. Grey was summoned to the palace, given a severe dressing down and instructed to retract the message, which he proceeded to do. Meanwhile that same evening, Churchill, after a convivial dinner with Asquith and the Tsar's ambassador at Downing Street, fully mobilized the naval reserves, leaving little doubt that Britain was preparing for war. A complicit look from Asquith at the dinner had been interpreted, rightly, as approval. This went against an earlier decision by the cabinet to reject such an action. But with both monarch and prime minister strongly in favor of war, why should a parliamentary democracy bother with the ministers or parliament? Much has been written about the exclusiveness of the German ruling group that imposed a form of institutional rigidity on the country's political system. This was true, but the British system, while more elastic in appearance, was also governed by a group that took key decisions without consulting the supposed source of democratic political power, the House of Commons. A couple of days later, Grey informed the Commons that Britain had no option but to intervene if Belgian neutrality was violated. The momentous entry into the war had not been decided by any cabinet meeting or parliamentary vote. Most ministers never had even the briefest glimpse of the ultimatum that was sent to Germany on August 4, after its troops had crossed the Belgian frontier. Likewise, they had no say in the official declaration of war that followed. It was a decision taken under cover of darkness in the Privy Council, composed of 3 peers and the monarch. So much for parliamentary democracy. These diplomatic games and feints are underplayed by most British historians. That such deceptions were necessary speaks to the case that opposition to the war within the cabinet was not an imagined roadblock. The war party was convinced that resignations would bring down the government, leading to political chaos if the opposition decided to go on a countrywide political tour to make their case. Yet, as Alexander Zevin asks, how deep was this opposition within the Liberal government? The fact remains that of the 11 ministers Harcourt claimed were firmly opposed to intervention, all but 4 accepted it. Of the quartet who did resign, 2 returned within 24 hours after tearful exchanges with Asquith, and the other 2, Gladstone's biographer Morley, and Burns, the only working man in the government, uttered not a squeak of objection in public. Their actions had nothing to do with the German invasion of Belgium. All 4 resignations, whether retracted or maintained, were in protest at British backing of the Entente, set in motion on August 2, when Grey secured from his colleagues a pledge of naval support for France should the German fleet enter the Channel, a decision, said Burns, tantamount to a declaration that we take part in this war. But once war was declared, opposition to it collapsed overnight. A handful of backbench radical MPs criticized the government, but none opposed war credits for it. 5. So the war had little, if anything, to do with the defense of plucky Belgium. The dismemberment of this gallant country actually would have been a tremendous service to Central Africa and humanity. By 1914 there was no reason for anyone in Britain to be unaware of Belgians' barbarity in the Congo. But then none of the powers lining up for war, on either side, had denounced the genocidal Leopold II. Not even the Belgian Social Democrats, who had turned a blind eye to empire except when atrocities became incompatible with the claim to the mantle of European civilization. A more serious, though still wrong-headed, argument justifying the conflict was that German militarism was a threat to that civilization. More dangerous and reckless than the other European powers, Germany had to be curbed. This was a war for democracy, Parliament versus Kaiser rule. Neither Britain nor Germany were democratic, the franchise was limited in both, but if one were to compare differences in political culture and intellectual diversity, the conclusion is obvious: Germany was ahead on both counts. The German Social Democratic Party, SPD, was founded in 1875, 4 years after universal male suffrage had been granted by Bismarck. The Labour Party in Britain was founded in 1900, and adult male suffrage without restriction would not be conceded until 1918. By 1914, the German SPD had just over 1 million members. Labour was yet to become a mass party, and a majority of workers would still vote Liberal or Tory for some decades after the Great War. 6 Already by 1890, the SPD had become the largest party in Germany, winning 110 seats in the Reichstag. Those successes led to the SPD model, its propaganda, and its leaders, Karl Koschei and August Bebel in particular, being revered throughout the continent, including by both wings of Russian social democracy. Britain was cut off from these progressive developments. And yet, advanced or delayed, in neither case were Social Democrats able to prevent the rush to war. The stage was set for mass killings on the fields of Western Europe. In 1961, Alan Clark, who would go on to become a Conservative MP, produced a biting indictment of the war party in his book The Donkeys. The title was inspired by the following exchange between two German generals. Ludendorff, the English fight like lions. Hoffman, but don't we know they are lions led by donkeys? Clark spelled out the scale of disaster, the industrialist slaughter of the British Army at Neuve-Chapelle, Loos, and 2 Nd Ypres in 1915. In the first 2 hours of Loos alone more British soldiers died than the total number of casualties on both sides on D-Day, 1944. Clark accused the donkeys, and in particular the donkey-in-chief, General Douglas Haig, commander on the Western Front, of criminal misconduct. After the first wave of jingoism had swept the whole of Europe in August 1914, an eerie calm returned. Casualties mounted, mutinies were reported, bungling generals made the situation worse. Wounded soldiers on furlough informed their families of the realities on the battlefield, and slowly the virus of national chauvinism began to abate. An anti-war mood in the trenches spread to the major cities of Britain, France, and Germany. The politicians who had engineered the war developed the most diabolical propaganda machines, with Britain in the lead. The German propaganda Führer in the next war, Goebbels, admitted that many of his ideas for spreading fake news had been inspired by the example set by the British in the previous war. By contrast, Kipling's wretched doggerel in the Times a month into the war was relatively moderate. For all we have and are. For all our children's fate. Stand up and take the war. The Hun is at the gate. This war, both as it was being fought and after it was over, became known to many from all sides of the class, national and political divides as a bad war. Even Kipling, who regarded the Germans as subhuman, was shaken to the core when his son died. The Bard of Empire had pulled strings to ensure that his son, despite his poor eyesight, was enlisted. In the end only his spectacles were discovered on the battlefield at Loos, his body lost forever in an unmarked grave. Fate had dealt the poet a cruel blow. If any question why we died, tell them, because our fathers lied. Were those words purely personal, or did they have a political intent as well? The war poets were for the most part scathing about the war in which they participated. Siegfried Sassoon spoke for many veterans in his poem Base Details. If I were fierce and bald and short of breath, I'd live with scarlet majors at the base, and speed glum heroes up the line to death. You'd see me with my puffy petulant face, guzzling and gulping in the best hotel, reading the roll of honor. Poor young chap. I'd say, I used to know his father well. Yes, we've lost heavily in this last scrap. And when the war is done and youth stone dead, I'd toddle safely home and die, in bed. The dreaded Dardanelles. The first 4 months of the war alone cost Britain and France 1 million casualties. The stalemate in the trenches compelled Churchill to ask Asquith, are there not other alternatives than sending our armies to chew barbed wire in Flanders? With no satisfactory answer forthcoming, Churchill began to dream. His desire to excel at military strategy was well known, and either openly mocked or treated with polite condescension by the military caste. He now accepted that his previous idea of invading and occupying Germany via a naval assault from the Baltic Sea was unrealistic, but he had a new plan. He began to lobby cabinet colleagues for a navy-led drive several hundred miles to the east. The plan was simple and simplistic. The navy would, eel-like, wriggle its way through the Dardanelles, the narrow and strategically vital 38-mile strait that connects the Mediterranean to the Sea of Marmara, the Bosporus, and the Black Sea, the geographical boundary between Asia and Europe. They would then capture Constantinople. This would force the Ottomans out of the war, which they had entered only reluctantly in October 1914. A version of this plan had been considered prior to the Ottomans' decision to join the Central Powers. The new version, replete with Churchillian flourishes, sounded better. Victories on maps are just as unreliable as rehearsal room laughter before the show opens. Despite some opposition from military leaders, the cabinet backed the plan. The opening salvos would target Gallipoli. Churchill had no illusions but that the price to be paid in taking Gallipoli would no doubt be heavy, but he argued that the gains would far outweigh the sacrifice of troops. In his opinion, 50,000 soldiers and his beloved Sea Lions would see off the Turkish menace. The War Office bluntly refused to dispatch the soldiers. Churchill sent in the warships regardless, and battle, i.e. long-distance bombardment, commenced on February 19, 1915. The weather was bad, the Turks were ready, and Entente minesweepers were endlessly shelled by Ottoman artillery. The British naval commanders counselled a rapid pullback. Churchill insisted they continue. The chief operational commander, Admiral Sackville-Carden, shocked by Churchill's irrational stubbornness, had a nervous breakdown. It took a month for British and French battleships to enter the straits. Ottoman mines sank 3 ships and damaged 5 others. Half the fleet was now out of action. Carden's replacement did not seek permission from London. He ordered a withdrawal and informed Churchill he would wait for military reinforcements. Whatever advantage had been imagined was now impossible. When the troops did arrive a whole month later, consisting disproportionately of cannon fodder from Australia and New Zealand mustered in the Anzac, they were pinned down on the beaches. The Turkish army had used the 4 weeks to prepare an almost impregnable defense, and the Ottoman soldiers fought fiercely. The Entente suffered serious losses, 45,000 soldiers dead. Almost 10,000 were Anzac, and just under 2,000 Indians. The Turkish figures were higher, 65,000 corpses to be buried. Yet the Entente finally withdrew, in January 1916. The Battle of Gallipoli, the one major initiative undertaken by Churchill throughout the war, ended as a humiliating defeat, a disaster that was never forgotten. It revealed that avoiding the barbed wire in Flanders by opting for new battle fronts did not work either. A setback of such magnitude meant that heads had to roll. Asquith was replaced by Lloyd George, and before joining a coalition government, the Tories demanded that Churchill be sacked. In high dudgeon, he loped off to participate in the war for a few months as a soldier. On his return he was offered a lowly job as Minister for Munitions. He displayed no regret about Gallipoli, despite the disaster haunting him for the rest of his political life. Hecklers at political meetings for years after would shout, "Have you forgotten the Dardanelles?" His response, "The Dardanelles might have saved millions of lives. Don't imagine I am running away from the Dardanelles. I glory in it." This was sheer bravado. The ghosts of Gallipoli never disappeared. Churchill thought of them again on the eve of D-Day in the Second World War, scared at the thought that the Normandy landing might be a repeat performance, not such a far-fetched thought at the time. It is difficult to disagree with the verdict on Gallipoli pronounced by Roy Jenkins. Churchill's later summing up was that the concept was overwhelmingly right. Had he been Prime Minister, he would have won a great victory, substantially shortened the war and saved many hundreds of thousands of lives. But it is difficult to find a serious military historian who agrees. The third of Churchill's mistakes was to get himself into a position in which everyone is out of step but Winston. All were on his side at some stage, but eventually everyone let him down. This is always a position in which some self-doubt is called for, but self-doubt was never one of Churchill's attributes. 7. A young French officer of right-wing caste, observing the war first-hand before being taken prisoner by the Germans, was enraged by what he'd seen. Charles de Gaulle wrote in a letter home, "Today, so as not to admit they are donkeys, they leave in Salonika 20,000 fine troops and millions of shells that I continue to believe serve no purpose at all and will not kill a single German. As no valid strategic reason can be found to throw so many young men and so many shells down the drain, they try to console themselves by saying that this will, at least, cause the enemy some problems. I do not believe a word of it. The ultimate defeat of the Ottoman Empire would make its colonies available to the Western powers, who would divide the Middle East. But the birth of nationalism weakened traditional modes of rule in the Islamic world. The effective Turkish military commander at Gallipoli was Mustafa Kemal, a Tariq, who, unlike Churchill, won his political spurs in that conflict, and went on to play a central role in modeling post-war and post-Ottoman Turkey, introducing modernist reforms that took the new country forward on a number of levels. The successes of the Turkish nationalists gave them confidence. They would make this very clear during post-war discussions: the status of Istanbul was not negotiable, and if the Entente were inclined to do something foolish, they should remember Gallipoli. Mutinies and demobilization. During the war, Britain had for the most part avoided significant mutinies, but not completely. Soldiers had exploded in rage for a week in 1917 at Aetaples, the largest supply camp in British military history, part of a huge network of bases in France that spread southwards from Dunkirk and employed nearly 1 million men. Wilfred Owen, on his way to the front, had witnessed the mood there. A vast, dreadful encampment. It seemed neither France nor England, but a kind of paddock where the beasts are kept a few days before the shambles. Chiefly I thought of the very strange look on all the faces in that camp, an incomprehensible look, which a man will never see in England, nor can it be seen in any battle, but only in Aetaples. It was not despair, or terror, it was more terrible than terror, for it was a blindfold look, and without expression, like a dead rabbit's. A serving soldier at the time later recalled, discipline was strict at Aetaples. That does not mean discipline was good, it merely means that what the army calls crime was extensively manufactured and severely punished. There was always somebody tied to a gunwheel. The 1917 mutiny was triggered by the arbitrary arrest of a gunner, after which military police fired on rebellious troops, many from New Zealand and Australia. At least 4,000 soldiers witnessed the violence. Following the rebellion, Churchill would have liked many of the mutineers shot, but the Australian Imperial Force did not permit capital punishment within its ranks. The soldiers' feelings of resentment only escalated as the war drew to a close. By 1919 they were impatient to get back home, triggering a wave of small but effective mutinies. When Churchill boasted in Parliament that the armed forces were citizen soldiers, his remark was greeted with hollow laughs in the trenches and the camps. There was also some anger that German prisoners of war were receiving better treatment than the British and colonial soldiers. One action of the mutineers was to release German and Turkish POWs. After the war, troops complained about the countless delays following the promises made regarding rapid demobilization, wherever they were still mustered. Colonial troops had been returned to the colonies, some British troops had been dispatched to Russia and others to the Middle East. Battered and at least semi-traumatized by their experiences on the front, or suffering from the Spanish flu, initially diagnosed as a minor infection, which started in 1916 and ended up claiming 50 million lives globally, the soldiers were seriously angry. Their demands were mainly economic, insisting on better living conditions or immediate demobilization. Churchill was only too well aware that unless dealt with rapidly this mood might develop in a more political, perhaps insurrectionary, direction. The men involved, after all, had been taught to use arms and to kill. Most of the soldiers were workers who were badly needed back home in the mines and factories. Miners were the first to be demobbed in large numbers, moving, as it would turn out, from one war zone to another. In the post-war encampments in Folkestone and Dover, soldiers openly defied military authority as they left the camps and marched through the cities singing rude but effective anti-war, anti-officer songs. A strong pacifist mood had gripped Britain after the industrialist slaughter on the Western Front. Abroad, the soldiers were even more disturbed. A campaign to address grievances undertaken by the Soldiers, Sailors, and Airmen's Union, and launched by the Daily Herald, exercised a particularly strong influence among British troops in Egypt and Palestine. Snippets from the official records in May 1919, 6 months after the armistice was signed in France, reveal that General Allenby had asked Churchill that every pledge may be fulfilled by the War Office as there is a dangerous and growing unrest. And a few days later, we inform War Office that the reinforcements they are sending for supply HT and MT are absolutely inadequate, and at the rate they are sending them it will take 1 year to demob them and a dangerous situation will arise. It was already too late. The huge Egyptian Expeditionary Force base in Kantara on the Suez Canal, which sustained 500,000 men and 160,000 animals, mainly camels, horses, and mules, witnessed the first signs of dissent on the night the armistice was agreed, in November 1918. The mood was not celebratory but riotous. Worried officers readied the Rifle Brigade for action against British troops in their effort to seal off the wild outburst of pent-up anger against ruthless conditions. It was an insurrection of the rank and file that set the officers quaking with fright. The canteens were raided wholesale and the piano of a sergeant's mess was pitched into the Suez Canal. 10 veterans shell-shocked from the horrors of Gallipoli had been waiting 3 years to be sent back home. For them and others like them, Kantara was little more than a penal settlement in the desert, with limited rations and facilities for the soldiers. Officers and NCOs, like prison warders and governors, enjoyed a much better regime. After their demobilization had been postponed yet again, the soldiers at Kantara began to organize themselves and take charge of the encampments. Such camp occupations by rank-and-file soldiers began to spread to other parts of the region. This meant that day-to-day control was effectively taken out of the hands of officers and sergeants, and elected committees ran the show. They determined the size of the guard, insisted on equitable food rations, cancelled military routines and stultifying parades, which had no practical function whatsoever, and, regarding the officers as untrustworthy and hostile, they made sure commanding officers and adjutants were interrogated by the appropriate committee before they left camp. A similar situation was developing in colonial India, where a rash of mutinies spread. The causes were the same. Broken promises, delayed demobilization, food shortages, sickness, resentment over payoffs to appease soldiers who would be detained for extended deployment, etc. In a letter published by the Bombay Chronicle, a soldier pleaded for action. If we do strike, what action can the military authorities take? Are we to be completely crushed beneath the heel of militarism, or are we to assert our rights as Englishmen? In Pune in the autumn of 1919 there was open mutiny. An articulate and radical NCO, S.G.T. Bokar, became a hero for many soldiers, including many too scared to take part in the action. A delegation of senior officers was hastily organized to negotiate with the rank-and-file committees of the camp's various sections. Bokar's own account, as recorded during the negotiations in Simla, is riveting. Discontent had been spreading from the beginning of this year, and it had gradually grown worse until in the end the sore appeared on the surface at Pune. That was not to say that there was no discontent anywhere else. That delegation had been, to some extent, a safety valve. While they were reasonable creatures themselves, there were others who were not. Speaking for the Signal Service Depot, one man went down from their committee because he considered their views were not strong enough. He was for violence out and out, plundering, looting and burning. At the same time they must be prepared to admit that that man had certain feelings, and if nothing was done, that man might get out of hand. He read a resolution passed at a meeting of the NCOs and men of the Signal Service Depot which stated that this meeting of the NCOs and men expresses its strongest disapproval and disgust at the evasive nature of the reply. The reply does not differ in any way from other vague statements of the military authorities, and confirms our worst fears that the authorities have no intention of releasing men from India until such time as it suits their purpose. This meeting demands that it be allowed to send a deputation to Simla immediately to state its case and its dissatisfaction at the continued scandal and the persistent detention of men in India. It therefore instructs the delegates to communicate immediately with the general officer commanding Pune Division to arrange for this deputation to Simla and demands the arrangements be made forthwith. In the event of the above and Sikh refused, it is urged that a mass meeting of all troops in and around Kirki be held at the racecourse on Tuesday at 6 p.m. to decide on extreme action being taken. Whilst the delegation were at Simla, the men had given their loyal promise that they would keep quiet, but it behooved the authorities to press forward the matter. It might be thought strange that men who had conformed to the rules of the military for so long should now at last decide to protest. They knew they were pawns in the game, but it must be remembered, as in chess, pawns were a very powerful combination when working together. They were not, as in chess, mere pawns of wood. They were human, sensitive creatures, and as such they had at least a love of home and kindred, which in the beginning of the war led them to great heights of patriotism, but if this love was going to be prevented from getting back to its object, then it was likely to turn into a very bitter hatred towards those responsible for their detention. From the beginning of the year they had had certain excuses put before them as to why they could not go home. The shipping excuse was first, yet during the years of war shipping had been found, and it was considered that shipping could not be found for demobilization, and the men began to wonder. After that, the hot weather excuse was brought along. Reliefs were not forthcoming was the next excuse, whilst demobilization was proceeding very rapidly in England. Later on, July 1st was given as the date for the recommencement of demobilization. By June 30th they were told that the reliefs would be coming out. These did not materialize until well into August. 11. Boker's indictment was extensive and stinging. Churchill, nervous that the mutinies might spread to Indian soldiers, made concessions, and officers were instructed to plead to the British soldiers' sense of imperial patriotism and get them to refrain from contacts with their non-white counterparts. This they did. Reports of insurrection and calls for violence had Churchill worried, though. How might this inchoate, instinctive bull's highness within the army work itself out once the men returned home? The British general strike of 1926 was years in the future, and when it came it would not have the soldiers' radicalism. Nevertheless, Churchill would still fight the organized workers as if he were waging war. The British government, Lenin wrote in 1919, is the purest form of the executive committee of the bourgeoisie. He could have added that a figure like Churchill, whatever his actual post on this committee, would always be the politician whose life and career, enhanced by wars of all sorts, would follow Bismarck's 1862 motto in extremis, not by speeches and the will of the majority are the great questions of the time decided, but by blood and iron. 4. The Irish dimension. If you had the luck of the Irish, you'd be sorry and wish you were dead. You should have the luck of the Irish. And you'd wish you was English instead. 1,000 years of torture and hunger drove the people away from their land. A land full of beauty and wonder was raped by the British brigands. Goddamn, goddamn. John Lennon, The Luck of the Irish, 1972. Although Churchill was born at Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, his family moved to Phoenix Park in Dublin when he was 3 years old. His grandfather, John Churchill, the 7th Duke of Marlborough, had been appointed Lord Lieutenant in Ireland by Benjamin Disraeli in 1877. His father, Lord Randolph Churchill, MP for Woodstock since 1873, was appointed as Disraeli's private secretary. The move was Winston's first trip aboard, and it left its mark. Ireland was gripped at the time by yet another famine, and the Catholic, nationalist Fenians were in open revolt. Childhood impressions can stoke adult prejudices, which can last a long time. Winston later confirmed this. My nurse, Mrs. Everest, was nervous about the Fenians. I gathered these were wicked people and there was no end to what they would do if they had their way. On one occasion when I was out riding on my donkey, we thought we saw a long dark procession of Fenians approaching. I am sure now it must have been the rifle brigade out for a route march. But we were all very much alarmed, particularly the donkey, who expressed his anxiety by kicking. I was thrown off and had concussion of the brain. This was my first introduction to Irish politics. Point 1. At the 1880 general election, Disraeli and the Tories were replaced by the Liberals. In Ireland, however, the unrest only heightened. Lord Randolph, who had supported extending the Irish franchise, reversed his position, sided with landlords confronting agitation by the Land League, led by Charles Stewart Parnell, and opposed Gladstone's 1881 Land Act as communist. In fact, the Liberal Prime Minister's modest reform, which reduced Irish rents by 20%, was accompanied by a bout of harsh repression, as more than 1,000 Land League activists, including Parnell, were arrested. Disraeli's loss at the election forced the Churchill family's return to England. Young Churchill had his own take on the situation. In 1880 we were all thrown out of office by Mr. Gladstone. Mr. Gladstone was a very dangerous man who went about rousing people up, lashing them into fury so that they voted against the Conservatives and turned my grandfather out of his place as Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. He liked this place much less than his old office of Lord President of the Council, which he had held in Lord Beaconsfield's previous government. When he was Lord Lieutenant he had to spend all his money on giving entertainments to the Irish in Dublin, and my grandmother had also got up a great subscription called the Famine Fund. However, it was borne in upon me that the Irish were a very ungrateful people. They did not say so much as thank you for the entertainments, nor even for the Famine Fund. Point 2. The involvement of the Churchill family in Ireland has been romanticized by Unionist, pro-empire historians, with Lord Boo the last in the queue, as if their residence at Phoenix Park provided a special and sympathetic understanding of the needs and demands of the colony. This is questionable. When Churchill was a member of the Liberal government just prior to the outbreak of the First World War, key conferences were convened to discuss Home Rule, but were deliberately not minuted, suggesting murky dealings that needed to be kept off the record. In his own day, Lord Randolph had defended the Ulster Unionists in their total hostility to Home Rule and, by advocating a permanent Protestant base for the Empire, encouraged Ulster to fight. Did Winston Churchill agree completely with his father? On Ireland, as with most things, he promoted the strategic line that he thought best strengthened the British Empire. He would have preferred a united Ireland on the model of Canada, New Zealand, and Australia, but the Three Stooges of Empire were not destined to become a quartet. Irish history, the country's geographical location, its rebellions and famines, made such a possibility impossible without genocide, and on a much larger scale than occurred under Cromwell. Instead, the British were to utilize a tried and tested colonial tactic, divide and rule. If they could not control the whole of Ireland, they would make sure that the nationalists could not do so either. Churchill played a key role in the later stages of this tormented history. On the eve of the First World War, he was concerned by talk of mutiny in the army barracks at Curragh, where 58 officers had declared they would not accept Home Rule and threatened to resign rather than be compelled to enforce it upon Irish Unionists. The facts regarding this period and Irish nationalism in general have been widely disputed, and a debate among Irish historians erupted during Margaret Thatcher's tenure as Prime Minister. A summary of that debate is necessary before returning to the role played by Churchill. As revisionist history, largely the work of Irish historians tenured in British universities and later in the House of Lords, gathered strength in the 1980s, a number of commentators in Ireland mounted a critique. Desmond Fennell saw this trend as a retelling of Irish history which seeks to show that British rule of Ireland was not, as we have believed, a bad thing, but a mixture of necessity, good intentions, and bungling, and that Irish resistance to it was not, as we have believed, a good thing, but a mixture of wrong-headed idealism and unnecessary, often cruel violence. Perry Curtis used a medical metaphor: in some, rather like cholesterol, there is good and bad revisionism, and we have had too much of the latter in recent years. He could have extended the metaphor, since medical researchers are regularly changing bad to good. A more unexpected intervention, and for that reason more effective, came from the non-nationalist Irish novelist and essayist Colm Toibin in the London Review of Books, while reviewing a collection of Roy Foster's essays. This revisionism is precisely what our state needed once the North blew up and we joined the EC, in order to isolate Northern Ireland from us and our history, in order to improve relations with Britain, in order to make us concentrate on a European future. Foster and his fellow historians' work became useful, not for its purity, or its truth, but its politics. It can be argued that many of these historians did not seek to show anything, they merely and dispassionately showed it, and the implications of what they showed happened to coincide with public policy. But this cannot be argued with much conviction. Point 3. The history debates have continued. Two Irish historians, Ronan Fanning and Diarmaid Ferretier, have mounted a calm, considered and meticulously researched challenge to the England-based revisionism, a challenge that should, but probably won't, bring matters to a conclusion. Their books, Fatal Path, British Government and Irish Revolution 1910–1922 and A Nation and Not a Rabble, The Irish Revolution 1913–1923, respectively, are damning rebuttals, written without a trace of bombast or swagger. Irish history is a blend of continuity and discontinuity. What makes the former more important is the colonial aspect of Irish social and political development. Even the ostrich historians who underplay or defend the British colonial role cannot deny its existence. At best they can prettify it, at worst they can blame the victims for the famine and for the violence against the anti-imperialist resistance over the last 4 centuries. There were, of course, discontinuities in the form that resistance took, but the desire expressed in different ways by the Irish people for independence, as a dominion or a republic, remained constant. There is a line in that compendium of idiocy 1066 and all that to the effect that whenever the English looked to have solved the Irish question, the Irish changed the question. This is the exact opposite of the truth, which makes one wonder whether it might originally have been one of Churchill's witticisms. It was the Irish national movement that, every time it looked to be within sight of its goal, saw the goalposts being moved by London. All the evidence for this has now been marshalled by Fanning, who tracks British policy towards Ireland from the Home Rule crises of the late 19th century to the partition of Ireland in the early 20th. Irish nationalists had been waiting for 2 decades for the Home Rule promised by Gladstone, a pledge that he could never deliver. Frustrated by British democracy, sooner or later they would be forced to embark on a different path. Not that this hadn't been tried before. In the wake of the French Revolution, the United Irishmen uprising of 1798 had challenged British power. Its leader, Theobald Wolfe Tone, a Protestant, had 8 years earlier written a sharp and thoughtful pamphlet, radical if not revolutionary, demanding structural changes in his country. Its title was unusual, an argument on behalf of the Catholics of Ireland in which the present political state of that country and the necessity of a parliamentary reform are considered. Addressed to the people, and particularly to the Protestants of Ireland. It was dated August 1, 1791, and signed by a Northern Whig. Tone was 28 years old when he wrote this, and together with other texts it made him the key political inspiration of the 1798 uprising. Tone had no time for sentimentality. He was critical of some nationalist myths, like the exaggerated importance given to Grattan's Parliament as a supposedly independent Irish Parliament. "What is our government?" he began, and answered thus. "It is a phenomenon in politics, contravening all received and established opinions. It is a government derived from another country, whose interest, so far from being the same with that of the people, directly crosses it at right angles. Does any man think that our rulers here recommend themselves to their creators in England, by promoting the interests of Ireland? But how is this foreign government maintained? Look to your court calendar, to your pension list, to your concordatum, and you will find the answer written in letters of gold. This unnatural influence must be supported by profligate means, and hence corruption is the only medium of the government in Ireland. The people is utterly disregarded and defied, divided and distracted as they are, and distrustful of each other, they fall an easy prey to English rulers, or their Irish subalterns. His anger rising, Tone denounced the peerage prostituted, the venality and peculation that characterizes the ruling class of the country. In an obvious reference to the American and French revolutions he continued, we see all this at the very hour, when everywhere but in Ireland reform is going forward, and levelling ancient abuses in the dust. Within a few years, the United Irishmen had established contact with the French Revolutionary Army. The French were convinced by Tone that Ireland, once free of the British, might become a new beacon for liberty in Europe and, more to the point, a strong base against the British Empire. The French agreed to dispatch a fleet and an expeditionary force to help the insurgents defeat the British. Had bad weather not wrecked the Armada near Bantry Bay in 1796, the outcome might well have been different, with unforeseeable consequences. The armed rebellion lasted 3 years, 1798 marking the single most important uprising in Irish history. Another French fleet did reach Ireland, but too late. The carnage was horrific and, principally, the responsibility of the British troops and their Irish allies. The Catholic Church, true to form, was staunchly opposed to the United Irishmen because of their radical liberalism and alliance with the New France, where the de-Christianizing of the country had created panic in the Vatican and its satellites. The United Irishman Rebellion was fought on behalf of the Irish nation and its oppressed Catholic majority. Irish Protestants fought in large numbers, and dissident sects like the Presbyterians fought courageously to free their country, as did some from the Protestant ascendancy. Nobody observing the battles could have seen Ireland as two nations. In the north, the regions of Derry and Tyrone as well as Belfast were hotbeds of rebellion. Spies sent by the English authorities at Dublin Castle confirmed official reports that in various counties between half and three-quarters of the population supported the United Irishmen, and that insurrection was being plotted throughout the land. 4. In the last issue before, like its predecessors, it was banned, the United Irishmen's publication press published an incendiary unsigned letter to Lord Clare, the Lord Chancellor. It was composed by one of the founders of the United Irishmen, Thomas Russell, from his prison cell in Newgate, where he had been confined for some time after being charged with high treason. I know, my lord, you plume yourself on the imaginary safety of your situation. But pride not yourself any longer on that circumstance, deceive yourselves no more, I tell you, you are in danger, think not to screen yourself behind the shield of parliamentary support, repose not on your delusive promises of military protection, they will avail you nothing in the dread moment of national retribution, and amid the confusion of revolutionary vengeance. There will be no necessity for suborned testimony or intoxicated jurymen to procure your condemnation. Ireland can afford the clearest evidence of your crimes, the unanimous voice of its inhabitants will pronounce you guilty, on such an occasion our disgust against the duty of the executioner will be suspended, and men will contend for the honor of terminating so destructive an existence. The memory of the rebellion refuses to die, as Colm Toibin noted with reference to his own family, who were there at Vinegar Hill in 1798, when 13,000 English soldiers charged at the camp of the Wexford United Irishmen. Approximately 1,000 Irishmen were killed. The rising was important for us. From our housing estate we could see Vinegar Hill where our side, the rebels, had made their last stand. From early childhood I knew certain things, I hesitate to say facts, about the rising, how the English had muskets whereas we just had pikes, how the English poured boiling tar on the scalps of the Irish and then, when the tar had dried, peeled it off. The names of the towns and villages around us were in all the songs about 1798, the places where battles had been fought, or atrocities committed. 5. Toibin mentions that our side committed atrocities too. This is true, and the same is the case in most national struggles and wars. Ugly occupations have yet to produce a pretty resistance, and an attractive occupation is a contradiction in terms. 5 months after Vinegar Hill, the fight was lost. Having refused to seek exile in France, Wolfe Tone was captured during a naval skirmish and dragged to Dublin, where he was court-martialed and died on the eve of his execution under dubious circumstances. He was buried in the prison graveyard. To this day the Irish Republican movement commemorates his legacy at graveside gatherings around the anniversary of his birth. With the defeat of the armed rebellion and the forced incorporation of Ireland into the United Kingdom in 1801, the focus shifted in the second half of the century to parliamentary struggles for home rule. Wolfe Tone's successor in this field was Charles Stewart Parnell. Also a Protestant, Parnell, as leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party at Westminster, became known as the uncrowned King of Ireland. He was uncompromising as far as the goal of Irish freedom was concerned, and prepared to do anything to get rid of the colonizers. A few decades prior to the outbreak of the First World War, the possibility of another insurrection was not discounted by either side in the conflict. This was the backdrop for Gladstone and his inner circle's determination to push the Irish Home Rule bills through Parliament. Parnell harbored no illusions regarding Gladstone or any other English politician, but he saw no other force on the horizon that could deliver Home Rule. James Joyce described Parnell as another Moses, who led a turbulent and unstable people from the house of shame to the verge of the promised land. But verges can be dangerous places. The British establishment and its spies, once again in league with the Catholic Church, conspired to bring down Parnell. Joyce's essay The Shade of Parnell, written for an Italian paper in 1912, is intellectually sharper than the work of most historians. The influence exerted on the Irish people by Parnell defies critical analysis, wrote Joyce. He had a speech defect and a delicate physique, he was ignorant of the history of his native land, his short and fragmentary speeches lacked eloquence, poetry, and humor, his cold and formal bearing separated him from his own colleagues, he was a Protestant, a descendant of an aristocratic family, and, as a crowning disgrace, he spoke with a distinct English accent. The applause and anger of the crowd, the abuse and praise of the press, the denunciations and defense of the British ministers never disturbed the melancholy serenity of his character. The British state, angered by Parnell's arrogance, his unbreachable integrity and his success in Parliament, tried to discredit him, embroiling him in a murder case with a forged letter, which was made public. A royal commission set up to investigate the charges found him innocent. The forger by the name of Pigott committed suicide in Madrid. Joyce describes how, when Parnell entered the parliamentary chamber after all this, the House of Commons, without regard to party, greeted Parnell's entrance with an ovation that remains without precedent in the annals of the British Parliament. Joyce asks, is it necessary to say that Parnell made no response to the ovation with a smile or a bow or a gesture, but merely passed to his place beyond the aisle and sat down? Gladstone was probably thinking of this incident when he called the Irish leader an intellectual phenomenon. Joyce is scathing of Gladstone and his liberals. They were self-seeking politicians. When he got his chance, Gladstone would accept nothing less than a crucifixion of Parnell. Parnell had fallen in love with a married woman, and her husband insisted on a divorce. Many said the man was bribed into it by the then equivalent of the security services. Gladstone refused to negotiate with a sinner. The Catholic bishops, frightened of being seen as more liberal than a British Protestant, threw their support behind the vilification and called on the Irish parliamentarians to get rid of him. Parnell refused to resign, but his fate was sealed. The Irish MPs capitulated. The dual pressure of the British Empire and the Catholic Church proved too much for them, 26 voted for retaining him as leader, 44 against. Joyce provided his own epitaph for the fallen prince. In his final desperate appeal to his countrymen, he begged them not to throw him as a sop to the English wolves howling around them. It redounds to their honor that they did not fail this appeal. They did not throw him to the English wolves, they tore him to pieces themselves. In The Dubliners, a young Joyce, he was 9 when Parnell died, aged 45, recalls hearing his father and friends speak of the dead leader with love and reverence. In Joyce's portrait of the artist, Stephen D. recalls from his childhood a bitter row over dinner between a Parnell loyalist and a Church loyalist, culminating in the cry "No God for Ireland." Ireland never produced another Parnell. The Easter Uprising. With the declaration of the First World War, the British government postponed Home Rule for Ireland indefinitely. Unionists enrolled to fight in large numbers. Nationalists were more divided. John Redmond, the collaborationist Irish Parliamentary Party leader, became, like Gandhi on another continent, a recruiting agent for the war. A total of 200,000 Irishmen joined up. Redmond famously declared that the government may withdraw every one of their troops from Ireland and rely that the coast of Ireland will be defended from foreign invasion by her armed sons. His home defence initiative had considerable support, but a sizable minority within the nationalist Irish Volunteers remained strongly opposed, and organised clandestine resistance to recruitment was widely acclaimed. On the unabashed pro-imperialist side of the divide, the Unionist MP Edward Carson urged Protestant workers to do their duty, and launched the Ulster Volunteers. Redmond felt pressured to do more. On September 24, 1914, addressing a bevy of Irish volunteers in Woodenbridge, County Wicklow, he spoke passionately in favour of enlistment to support the Entente. The interests of Ireland, of the whole of Ireland, are at stake in this war. This war is undertaken in the defence of the highest principles of religion and morality and right, and it would be a disgrace forever to our country and a reproach to her manhood and a denial of the lessons of her history if young Ireland confine their efforts to remaining at home to defend the shores of Ireland from an unlikely invasion, and to shrinking from the duty of proving on the field of battle that gallantry and courage which has distinguished our race all through its history. I say to you, therefore, your duty is twofold. I am glad to see such magnificent material for soldiers around me, and I say to you, go on drilling and make yourself efficient for the work, and then account yourselves as men, not only for Ireland itself, but wherever the fighting line extends, in defense of right, of freedom and religion in this war. It would be a disgrace forever to our country otherwise. He was backed by the Catholic Church and its insistence that Belgium was a Catholic country. Even though the Pope maintained the Vatican's formal neutrality throughout the war. A delighted Churchill twisted his father's slogan, informing his cousin Clare Sheridan, "Ireland will fight, and Ireland will be right." In his monograph Churchill and Ireland, Paul Bou recounts how reassured Foreign Minister Edward Grey had been after meeting with Carson and Redmond, later calming fears in the House of Commons. "One thing I would say, the one bright spot in the very dreadful situation, is Ireland. The position in Ireland is not a consideration among the things that we have to take into account now." One can almost visualize the Neoconbu wiping away a tear himself as he writes. Carson saw tears trickling down the cheeks of Winston Churchill as Grey spoke. Carson went up to him as they passed behind the speaker's chair and silently shook hands. Both men, and many others, could now get on with the killings in Europe. The short-sightedness of bourgeois politicians and their tame ideologues never ceases to amaze. Centuries-old Irish anger and rebellions against British domination had passed them by. The war would solve it all, they assumed. Irish bodies on the barbed wire in Flanders would be added to the British imperial stew. Yet, as the war proceeded and wounded soldiers returned home to Ireland, describing what they had experienced, bitterness grew. Faith in the British Parliament to deliver anything began to disappear. John Redmond's toadying at the outbreak of war marked the beginning, middle, and end of the post-Parnell collaborationist phase of nationalist politics. Taking advantage of the British involvement in the war, a group of determined Irish men and women, fed up with years of public and private grievances, decided to launch an uprising whose aim was Irish independence. Irishmen and Irish women, they declared, in the name of God and of the dead generations from which she receives her old tradition of nationhood, Ireland, through us, summons her children to her flag and strikes for her freedom. The Irish Republic is entitled to, and hereby claims, the allegiance of every Irishman and Irish woman. This Irish national movement combined armed and parliamentary struggle. The Easter Rising of 1916, denounced by revisionists in our own time as a putsch carried out by a death squad, was never seen as such by the national movement, or even by those who disagreed with the tactic or the timing. Its outcome, undoubtedly, was a defeat. But setbacks of this magnitude can have two possible effects. They can leave a population sullen, demoralized and politically apathetic for decades, or they can leave people angry, embittered, determined to reverse what has taken place and ready for more combat within a few years. The latter is what happened in this case, leaving a deep mark on Irish consciousness. It was hardly a secret that the Irish volunteers who had pledged to join the uprising were pulled back at the last moment by their commanders. Despite this, the minuscule Irish citizens' army and their allies fought. Dublin witnessed intense street battles. In the aftermath, the execution of the known leaders shocked the population for years to come, as did the arrest and execution of Roger Casement for high treason. Yeats, much maligned for his wonderful poem Easter, 1916, was more in tune with the people than his detractors then and now. I have met them at close of day, coming with vivid faces, from counter or desk among grey 18th-century houses. I have passed with a nod of the head, or polite meaningless words, or have lingered a while and said polite meaningless words, and thought before I had done, of a mocking tale or a jibe, to please a companion, around the fire at the club, being certain that they and I but lived where motley is worn. All changed, changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. That woman's days were spent in ignorant goodwill, her nights in argument, until her voice grew shrill. What voice more sweet than hers? When, young and beautiful, she rode to harriers. This man had kept a school, and rode our winged horse. This other, his helper and friend, was coming into his force. He might have won fame in the end. So sensitive his nature seemed, so daring and sweet his thought. This other man I had dreamed, a drunken, vainglorious lout. He had done most bitter wrong to some who are near my heart, yet I number him in the song. He, too, has resigned his part in the casual comedy. He, too, has been changed in his turn, transformed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. Hearts with one purpose alone, through summer and winter seem enchanted to a stone, to trouble the living stream. The horse that comes from the road, the rider, the birds that range from cloud to tumbling cloud. Minute by minute they change. A shadow of cloud on the stream changes minute by minute. A horse hoof slides on the brim, and a horse plashes within it. The long-legged moor hens dive, and hens to moorcocks call. Minute by minute they live. The stones in the midst of all, too long a sacrifice, can make a stone of the heart. Oh, when may it suffice? That is heaven's part, our part, to murmur name upon name, as a mother names her child, when sleep at last has come on limbs that had run wild. What is it but nightfall? No, no, not night but death. Was it needless death after all? For England may keep faith, for all that is done and said. We know their dream, enough to know they dreamed and are dead. And what if excess of love bewildered them till they died? I write it out in a verse. Macdonagh and McBride, and Connolly and Pearse, now and in time to be, wherever green is worn, are changed, changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. Neither Churchill nor the War Cabinet understood the scale and character of the new Irish republicanism after the Easter events of 1916. They could not perceive that the Irish Revolution was not the work of thugs and fanatics but a war for independence and a severing of ties with the British Crown and State. British colonial policy was often characterized by the view that, if you nip the bad uns in the bud, all will be well. This reflected an overdetermination of the role of individuals. Hence the execution of the Irish leaders in 1916. But what was happening in Ireland was part of a wave of radicalism during and after the First World War, which would soon sweep through colonies and the defeated empires. The rise of Sinn Féin. 2 years after the Easter Rising, a general strike against conscription united the Irish nation, and in the October 1918 election Sinn Féin destroyed the remnants of the party that had sent Parnell to an early grave. Sinn Féin won 73 out of 105 Irish seats. Henceforth the independence struggle was fought on dual fronts. Daniel Finn's sprightly critical history of the Irish Republican Army recounts how, on January 21, 1919, Sinn Féin MPs gathered in Dublin's Mansion House to inaugurate a new assembly, Dáil Éireann, and declare Irish independence. On the same day, a group of Irish volunteers began the War of Independence with an attack on the Royal Irish Constabulary in Tipperary. By now, the reorganized Irish volunteers were generally known as the Irish Republican Army. The maxim of their new campaign might have been drawn from words attributed to John MacBride, one of those executed in 1916, "If it ever happens again, take my advice and don't get inside four walls 7. As the Irish volunteers morphed into the IRA, the British state sponsored the creation of an Ulster Protestant equivalent. Churchill's position on Ireland was the same as towards any other colony. His mistakes and crimes derived from his ardent, semi-religious belief in empire. Regarding Ireland, from early on he sympathized with his father, the Unionist position and the necessity to play the orange card to foil Home Rule. In 1897, 3 years after a venereal disease felled his father, young Churchill had denounced the great Liberal Party for weighing itself down with Irish Home Rule. 2 years later, in his first election address as a Conservative candidate, he stated that all true Unionists must be prepared to greet the reappearance of that odious measure Irish Home Rule with the most strenuous opposition. By 1908, now a Liberal after changing parties because of differences on tariff reform, he was somewhat more expedient. Having been appointed to a post in Asquith's cabinet, he was obliged to submit to re-election in his Manchester North West seat. Aware of the size of the local Irish vote, he explained to his electorate, "My opinion on the Irish question has ripened during the last 2 years." He had been re-educated by the inner councils of liberalism and as a result had become convinced that a national settlement of the Irish difficulty on broad and generous lines is indispensable to any harmonious conception of liberalism. The Liberal Party should claim full authority and a free hand to deal with the problem of Irish self-government. But the Irish difficulty could not so easily be appeased at home. Churchill lost the Manchester by-election by 429 votes. His Tory opponents had fought a vicious campaign against their renegade, but the renegade himself blamed those sulky Irish Catholics changing sides at the last moment under priestly pressure. As Ronan Fanning points out, Churchill's hostility to Catholicism was essentially motivated by his imperialist cast of mind. He knew full well that the Church in Ireland was conservative on most important issues and would probably remain so. What bothered him was the fact that the Irish population was largely Catholic, and priests played an important cultural role. He had reflected on this while in India in 1899, "Superstitious faith in nations rarely promotes their industry," he wrote, "and Catholicism was a delicious narcotic that checks our growth and saps our strength. The Catholic Church has ruined every country where it has been supreme and worked the downfall of every dynasty that ruled in its name." It had perhaps become a phobia. He preferred to ignore the fact that superstitions in Ireland faded away. In 1911 he wrote a letter to his wife on the same subject and in the same tone, published half a century later by his obnoxious and talentless son, with a helpful heading for illiterates, "The Curse of Catholicism." 8. It was not the first or the last time that imperialist leaders have blamed the political resilience and obstinacy of an occupied population on its religion. Churchill and Lloyd George's loathing of Catholicism was premised on the fact that the Church helped create the post-Parnell identity of Irish nationalism. Catholic peasants had been brutalised, starved to death or forced to emigrate for centuries. They refused to discard their identity. The hierarchy of the Church itself, however, played surprisingly little role in the nationalist movement proper. No Catholic commissars were attached to the IRA. The petty clergy were obviously sympathetic to the national cause, but they never rebelled openly against the cardinals and bishops, who remained staunchly collaborationist and loyal to English rule. The Jansenist ideology of this church, which Joyce and others despised, was unlike Catholicism in the Mediterranean region, which had supplied the Vatican with quite a few libertine popes. The moral Puritanism, dour and unforgiving, imposed on the Republic after independence had finally been achieved was not a natural progression. It was a political choice, an ideology that suited Eamon de Valera's Fianna Fáil party and the rival Fine Gael the better to control their own intra-class parties and supporters. It became hegemonic because the working class was not strong, and Ireland had weak socialist or Marxist traditions and no radical Jewish intelligentsia, which played a huge role elsewhere in Europe. Even in the Catholic world, Ireland was isolated. Its social climate was far removed from Italy, Austria, France, and even Spain, where strong radical currents, socialists, anarchists, communists, kept the church at bay. Was Ireland's Jansenist Puritanism the outcome of something else, closer to home? A reflection of the religious and ethical ideologies derived from the English Reformation? The formation of the IRA effectively created a situation of dual power in Ireland. Clashes between IRA guerrillas and British soldiers and police units became more frequent. Churchill, rehabilitated after his demotion following the Dardanelles disaster, was Secretary of State for War during the Irish War of Independence, 1919–21. As in the previous bloodletting, he made a decision that would only embolden his adversaries. On March 25, 1920, he dispatched the notorious Black and Tans, paramilitaries attached to the Royal Irish Constabulary, RIC, who served as a torture and death squad. Some months earlier, in October 1919, Churchill had denounced the IRA in strong language. It was a gang of squalid murderers, a criminal band that had till now avoided capture. He praised unreservedly the police and troops compelled to fight enemies who could not be easily identified because they could blend into the population without a trace, always a problem for imperial states confronting a popular resistance. He was especially angered by the leniency shown to hunger strikers, who might get out of prison simply for refusing to take their food. Only one response was possible: England must do what it takes to break up this murder gang. Before too long, he was sitting opposite IRA leader Michael Collins negotiating a truncated version of Irish independence. As has often been the case, in Algeria, Vietnam, Cyprus, Kenya, India, etc. Accelerated repression has the opposite effect to what was intended. It creates a huge reservoir of sympathy and support from which the resistance recruits new fighters. The Black and Tans and the auxiliaries, another death squad, also damaged Britain's reputation in the United States. Countless Irish Americans were brought up on stories of the Black and Tans atrocities in Ireland during the War of Independence. Joe Biden, by his own account, which, for that reason, might not be totally reliable, was among those who grew up, sentimentally at least, supporting the IRA. It should not, however, be forgotten that 1/5 of those who served in the various police and military outfits were Irish, another feature common to colonist countries. If anything symbolizes this period, it is an episode linked to the instructions given by a 34-year-old British officer, Lt. Col. Gerald Smith, to the new recruits of the RIC. Smith was a veteran of the recent World War, as were many of the Black and Tans, so named for their uniforms, which were a mixture of RIC black and British khaki. The loss of an arm, and the experience of the war itself, had slightly unhinged him. Alcohol was a permanent palliative. One of the constables present reported him as saying, "Should the order hands up not be immediately obeyed, shoot, and shoot with effect. If the persons approaching a patrol carry their hands in their pockets, or are in any way suspicious looking, shoot them down. You may make mistakes occasionally and innocent persons may be shot, but that cannot be helped, and you are bound to get the right parties sometime. The more you shoot, the better I will like you, and I assure you no policeman will get into trouble for shooting any man. Hunger strikers will be allowed to die in jail, the more the merrier. Some of them have died already, and a damn bad job they were not all allowed to die. As a matter of fact, some of them have already been dealt with in a manner their friends will never hear about. An emigrant ship left an Irish port for a foreign port lately with lots of Sinn Feiners on board. I assure you, men, it will never land. That is nearly all I have to say to you. General Tudor and myself want your assistance in carrying out this scheme and wiping out Sinn Fein. Any man who is prepared to be a hindrance, rather than a help to us, had better leave the job at once. To which Constable Jeremiah me retorted, by your accent I take it you are an Englishman and, in your ignorance, forget that you are addressing Irishmen. Me then proceeded to shed parts of his uniform, laying his gun and bayonet neatly on a table, saying, these two are English, take them as a present from me and to hell with you, you are a murderer. Me was from County Sligo. When Smith ordered the others to arrest him, nobody moved. The room would run with blood, they said, if me were touched. 13 other constables resigned. The Listowel mutiny was the first sign of the resistance within. One of the constables present delivered a copy of Smythe's remarks to Michael Collins, who sent it to Irish Republican brotherhoods throughout the land. Collins' own response: justice should be swift. Smith lasted less than a month. He was in the smoking room of an Anglo-Irish club in Cork on July 17, 1920, when an IRA unit entered. Dan O'Donovan looked him in the eye and said, Colonel, were not your orders to shoot on sight? You're in sight now, so prepare. Smith was executed without further ado. Corporal Me joined the IRA in Sligo. Tensions rose to a level not seen since the rebellion of the United Irishmen. In December of that same year, the paramilitaries responded to an IRA ambush by burning Cork, causing massive damage, estimated at £2 million, and the loss of 2,000 jobs. And so it continued. The IRA became adepts at clandestine guerrilla warfare. As Dr. Maid Fairhead writes, what cannot be contested was the formidable achievement of Michael Collins, a masterful organizer, in cultivating contacts throughout the government, but also turning some of the opposing players against their own side, and in killing detectives and intelligence officers and their agents in order to protect his own intelligence network. 9. The damage, physical and psychological, done to civilians in Ireland should never be underestimated. Everyday life was war. Digging trenches for the IRA one day, filling them up again at gunpoint for the Black and Tans the next. Anti-Catholic pogroms in Ulster became a regular occurrence. Ultimately, however, the British government realized that it could not win the war. Having privately agreed to partition the country, the British called a conference in London. Sinn Féin and the IRA, only too aware of the tragic dimensions of the conflict as far as their own people were concerned, and knowing that it was extremely difficult to defeat the British militarily, agreed to attend, with Collins, their most popular warlord, the effective leader of the delegation. The official leader was the weak-kneed founder of Sinn Féin, Arthur Griffiths, who was completely taken in by Prime Minister Lloyd George, leading the British delegation. De Valera, soon to be President of the Irish Republic, had refused to take part in the conference. He felt that an extra-large egg, himself, should be kept out of the basket in case the treaty needed to be rejected. Others whose presence would have been intellectually formidable, such as Roger Casement and James Connolly, had been executed by the British in 1916. It was, in political terms, a B team from Ireland confronting the British imperial state, determined to partition the island for sound imperialist reasons. Nobody should have been surprised by the result. In Fanning's powerful account of the twists and turns of the negotiations, at which Churchill was always present, one fact above all becomes clear. The whole basis of the conference was dictated by the British, in their Gairloch formula, whereby a fully sovereign Irish Republic, demanded by de Valera, was deemed unacceptable. The only discussion possible was to ascertain how the association of Ireland with the community of nations known as the British Empire may best be reconciled with Irish national aspirations. As Collins correctly pointed out, the compromise was contained in the terms laid down by the colonial power. He complained bitterly to a friend that it was an unheard of thing that a soldier who had fought in the field should be elected to carry out negotiations. It was de Valera's job, not his. This was certainly the case. Even on partition there was a strong argument for detaching 2 and possibly 3 Catholic majority counties from the Orange statelet. At the very least those counties should have been permitted a referendum. But the Irish delegation, apart from demanding an all-union parliament in which Ulster should be included, was not too interested in the nitty-gritty details of the partition. By contrast, as early as 1911, Lloyd George, together with Churchill, had determined that there could be no Home Rule without partition. As the conference dragged on, Lloyd George resorted to wizardry, the theatricality and melodrama of Lloyd George's behavior, his affected rage, his waving of papers in the air, his threats of war, his talk of Belfast deadlines and of trains and destroyers, occasioned much subsequent but essentially meaningless debate on whether he was bluffing 10 bluff or not. The British laughed to themselves. It had worked and they had got what they wanted. Churchill was confident that all would now be well. Surprisingly, there is no mention in Churchill's writings of a remarkable event that divided the British Imperial Army abroad, shortly after his decision to dispatch the Black and Tans to Ireland in 1920. As a knock-on effect, that decision created havoc in India, the jewel in the crown of the empire, where the Connaught Rangers mutinied. It was the first such incident in the annals of imperial history. The Connaught Rangers were an old Irish regiment, used to great effect in previous imperial conflicts. Wellington, another Irishman, had utilized them in the Peninsula War, remarking that while he did not know whether they would strike fear in the ranks of the enemy, they certainly scared the living daylights out of him. Their nickname, for good reason, was the Devil's Own. But letters that the Rangers were receiving from their families, coupled with news reports in British papers describing the atrocities back home, began to pose awkward questions for some. On the evening of June 27, 1920, 5 soldiers stationed at Jullundar in the Punjab, one of whom had experienced the brutality of the Tans firsthand, met in the wet canteen, so called for its liberal mix of human sweat and beer. Temperatures at that time of the year averaged 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the cities of the Punjab. The canteen was a place where, in the evening, letters from Ireland and old newspapers were passed around. It was a social network in which dissenting views were whispered. On this night, for the first time ever according to some participants, the soldiers openly discussed their own role in India. None of them had been involved in the 1919 massacre in Jallianwala Bagh in nearby Amritsar, but Corporal Johas pointed out that the Connaught Rangers in India were carrying out the same functions as English regiments in Ireland. He calmly informed the other 4 soldiers that he would no longer serve the English crown in any capacity till all British forces had been withdrawn from Ireland. The others agreed. They would report their decision to the officer on duty and prepare to be imprisoned and sentenced. Only too aware that they could face summary execution, they told close friends in the barracks to inform their families in case they were disappeared. To the sergeant outside the guard room, Hawes declared, in protest against British atrocities in Ireland, "We refuse to soldier any longer in the service of the King." The astonished sergeant cursed them as bull's eyes and locked them up. The news spread rapidly throughout the regiment, some of whose detachments were on duty in nearby hill stations. On their return, Private Tommy Moran from Athlone offered himself to be imprisoned, like his colleagues, for Ireland's cause. As he was led to the guard room he turned around, 29 other soldiers were following him, with 4 others not far behind. While under arrest they began singing rebel songs, The Boys of Wexford, The Wearin' o' the Green and others, punctuated by chants of Up the Republic, etc. The battalion commander, Colonel Deacon, apprised of the seriousness of the situation, ordered them out of the prison and issued a stern warning, while recalling the regiment's past glories in the Peninsula War, the Crimea, South Africa and, more recently, Flanders. Were they going to destroy the fine reputation of an old regiment with an absurd mutiny? There was silence for a moment, then Hawes responded, "Colonel, all these honours on Connaught's flag were for England. Not one of them was for poor old Ireland. But there's hoping to be one added today, and it'll be the greatest honour of them all." This was the spirit that won over most of the Irish soldiers and a few officers. The armed rebellion lasted several weeks. A soldiers' committee was elected and took charge of the barracks. The Irish officers gave up on all attempts to exercise control. Threats from English officers that the Indians might come and kill them all received another response from Hawes: "If we're going to be killed, I would rather it was by Indians than the English." Rebels were dispatched to the bazaar to buy cloth for the tricolour and armbands. The Union Jack fluttering over the barracks was taken down and replaced with the Irish flag. Similar events were taking place in the nearby camp at Solon, in the foothills of the Himalayas, where soldiers obeyed the orders of Private Jim Daly rather than the officers. Courts-martial and dismissals came later. When the barracks were surrounded by tanks and truckloads of English soldiers, the Rangers wisely opted against armed resistance. They were taken to Dagshai prison, tried and sentenced. 13 were sentenced to death, but behind the scenes arguments that this would provoke more trouble prevailed. Still, an example had to be made. The British picked out one of the most gifted and intelligent leaders. Jim Daly's life was brutally truncated. The rest were put in leg irons and shipped out of the country, ending up in Maidstone prison. In his last letter to his mother before he was executed, Daly wrote, "My dear mother, I take this opportunity to let you know the dreadful news that I am to be shot on Tuesday morning, the November 2nd. But what harm, it is all for Ireland. I am not afraid to die, it is only thinking of you. If you will be happy on earth, I will be happy in heaven. I am ready to meet my doom. Out of 62 of us, I am the only one to be put out of this world. I am ready to meet it." 11. Partition and Civil War. In 1921, at the conclusion of the conference in London, Collins returned to Dublin with few illusions. He knew that in reluctantly signing the treaty he had signed his own death warrant, and that of many others on both sides. The treaty divided Ireland. Sinn Féin was split. After an acrimonious debate, the Dáil approved the treaty by 64 votes to 57, and the Irish Free State came into existence. De Valera's decision to oppose the treaty had made it a narrow majority. Collins, who knew his comrades well, realized there would be trouble. A civil war commenced, and the British provided arms and ammunition to the Free Staters. Collins was assassinated. The Free State government executed 77 Republican prisoners, more than the British had after 1916, in addition to committing numerous extrajudicial killings. The War of Independence had coincided with land and labor agitation, and both the Church and Irish conservative opinion wanted a firm government in place. They got one. Just before the Civil War began, James Connolly's son Roddy went to Moscow in search of assistance for Ireland's fledgling communist movement. The Bolshevik leader Mikhail Borodin told him that the treaty's opponents would soon be crushed. "It is really laughable to fight the Free State on a sentimental plea. They want a republic. What the hell do they want a republic for?" 12. The old Bolsheviks were hard-headed realists. Borodin's question would be answered by Irish history. The Irish Civil War was one of the saddest and most unnecessary events in the country's history. The defeated wing of Sinn Féin should have fought back politically, as they were ultimately forced to do, voting through a break with the Crown, and declaring a republic and total sovereignty, as they did later. But it is easy to write that in retrospect. "Take it down from the mast, Irish Traitors" was a powerful song at the time. 13. De Valera had obviously worried that if the anti-treaty Republicans were left leaderless, they might shift too far away from the original aims of the movement. No doubt he believed that his presence would be conducive to unity in the very near future. but the Civil War left a permanent mark on the politics of the Republic. The power-sharing arrangement that emerged was a duck-billed platypus, embodied in two parties, not unlike the Democrats and Republicans across the Atlantic, and the Dale, modeled on the House of Commons. The fact that both parties bent the knee before a church that represented the most retrograde faction of Catholicism in Europe, if not the world, kept Ireland apart from the Western European norm. Its combination of nationalism and Catholicism made it difficult for other parties to find political space. No conservative, liberal, socialist, or communist party fertilized Irish soil. The Civil War had helped to create this cultural ideological vacuum. The Protestant ascendancy did the job in the 6 counties, an extension of British power with self-rule at Stormont. Here, massive discrimination against the Catholic minority was institutionalized on every level, buttressed by force, the hated B specials in particular. This was the price paid by the pro-treaty politicians at the conference. The Republic turned out to be an astonishingly stable parliamentary democracy from the beginning. The political order, constitutionalism, was a strong element in nationalist politics, and once independence was achieved and the Civil War ended, the resort to violence became completely subsidiary. James Joyce had written that the two enemies of the Irish people were the British Empire and the Catholic Church. The first came to an end after wars and peace negotiations. The erosion of clericalism, while not yet completed, required another 3/4 of a century. Mass mobilizations by women and the younger generations, aided by numerous child abuse scandals involving Catholic priests and bishops from Dublin to Sydney via Boston, has created an implosion. And yet the partition supported by Churchill per et fils, and pushed through by Lloyd George and Bonner Law, remains a destabilizing factor in Irish politics. Churchill was dead by the time the Troubles erupted again, in the late 1960s. In his last years, speaking with friends, he expressed regrets over some imperial mistakes. The partitions imposed by his beloved empire on 3 continents were not among them. Old prejudices ran deep within the British establishment. It would be a sweet irony were Brexit to lead to a voluntarily united Ireland. 5. The wind that shook the world. Above the rhythmic snoring of the camp. Over the noise, the creak. The rustling sounds, the Internationale's great chorus. Engulfs the nighttime steppe. And in the night a bright red star gleams on a soldier's cap. Who once was nothing, will now be all. Velimir Klebnikov, Night in the Trenches, 1919. The February Revolution erupted in Petrograd in 1917. The First World War had been going on for over 2 years. The Western Front was a bloody stalemate. On the Eastern Front, the German-led alliance was in a more commanding position, which would be strengthened by the revolution in Russia. Up to this point, a truce and a negotiated peace had appeared the only serious option, unless one of the empires collapsed or the United States entered the war. From the outset, the weakest link in the chain of Entente powers was Tsarist Russia. On paper its armed strength appeared formidable, but the Japanese had already made short work of the Tsarist navy and army in 1905, triggering a revolutionary uprising in Moscow and St. Petersburg the same year. That was a dress rehearsal, though it was not viewed as such at the time, except by the Bolsheviks, left-wing Mensheviks, and 1 or 2 astute conservative intellectuals. Churchill never managed to grasp the essence of the Tsarist state, and assumed that with a few modifications it could last for a long time. After the February 1917 revolution broke out, the Tsar surrendered and a provisional government was formed. Russian absolutism was in its death throes. Churchill was horrified. For him and the Entente chanceries there was only one question: would the new government keep Russia in the war and, if so, for how long? If the Eastern Front collapsed, the Germans might win the war. The provisional government dithered, but finally decided to carry on fighting. This was the shortest route to political suicide. Lenin's return from exile galvanized the Bolshevik Party. They demanded an immediate end to the war. Desertions had already begun, and the Tsarist army was in a state of collapse. By the time the Bolsheviks took power in October and declared a unilateral truce, a large proportion of the soldiers were on their side. 1. The two revolutions in Russia unnerved the United States. President Woodrow Wilson decided to enter the war to prevent the Entente defeat and work out a strategy to defeat Bolshevik Russia. Well before the war's end, Churchill was plotting an armed intervention to put the Tsar back on the throne. Barely had the conflict ended before a British expeditionary force was dispatched to Russia to shore up the Tsarist generals, Denikin and Churchill. The provisional government had suggested that they were perfectly happy to hand the Tsar and his family over to Britain, but the Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon was strongly opposed, fearing a class polarization at home. Churchill and his associates hung the Tsar and his family out to dry. Neither the king nor his ministers were in a sentimental mood. While Churchill had seriously underestimated the weaknesses of the Tsarist state, the Russian revolutionaries were more far-sighted. They understood that the Tsarist social formation harbored the most explosive accumulation of contradictions in Europe. Its feudal state apparatus had almost fallen apart in 1905, but was saved temporarily by the Stolypin dictatorship. 2 But even this regime, much lauded in Russian universities today, failed to broaden the base of a formation that rested almost exclusively on the landed nobility, and whose ideological foundations were cemented in three basic principles: autocracy, orthodoxy, nationality. In other words, the Romanov dynasty, Russian Orthodox clericalism and Great Russian chauvinism. By 1914, however, more than half the population of the Tsarist state was non-Russian. A police state that institutionalized brutality through its colonies had created an intense hatred of the regime. In Azerbaijan, a reactionary elite of Muslim landlords kept the peasantry in serf-like conditions and were happy to collaborate with Moscow, including supplying soldiers to crush revolutionary Armenian organizations. In Guria, a statelet in Georgia, a promising revolutionary movement was put down by a Muslim general. The emergence of Baku as an oil city radicalized the local population, but its influence on neighboring regions was limited. In Chechnya and Dagestan, conquered in 1859, a radical banditry continued an intermittent struggle against the Russians. In the years leading up to the World War, the bandit leader Zelim Khan was regarded as a national hero, not unlike his contemporary Emiliano Zapata in Mexico. The Ingush, from the northeast Caucasus, were employed by Russian landlords and industrialists as a defense against peasants and workers. Russia itself had long experienced unrest in all parts of the country, from peasant uprisings to serious opposition within sections of the officer corps linked to a liberal intelligentsia. 3. The 1905 revolt was a serious indicator of what might lie ahead. In terms of political creativity, the spontaneous emergence of Soviets, elected local parliaments in which workers, peasants, and soldiers chose their own members, challenged the unrepresentative Duma, creating a situation of temporary dual power. The most violent areas of rural rebellion were Latvia and Georgia. Social and national oppressians had fused to produce a political explosion there that lasted longer than anything in the cities, where the army had to be sent to quell the insurrections. And there was an additional factor. The revolutionary organization that was attempting to weld all of these social forces together to challenge the most backward state in Europe was the most politically advanced in the world. Driven into exile, its leaders had assimilated the Marxist theory that was then the common sense of the major leaders of German social democracy. The archaism of the Tsarist state, with its long tradition of ramshackle administrative exile, Pushkin under house arrest, Lenin in Siberia, and its incompetent spy networks, further undermined its own existence. The First World War sealed the coffin of Russian absolutism. The Tsarist army had been the last solid bastion of the regime. With mass conscription of peasants made necessary by the war, the old reliability of a professional army was threatened. But no Russian army, something else Churchill failed to grasp, would have been able to withstand the Imperial German army. In 1914, Germany had the best trained and best equipped fighting force in Europe, as even France and Britain, their own armies swollen with colonial soldiers, were about to discover. The under-discussed Eastern Front was a disaster from the beginning. The Russian advance into the Masurian Lakes was imperiously crushed at Tannenberg in the first weeks of the conflict. Over the next 12 months, the Germans pushed forward relentlessly, taking Poland and Belarusia and inflicting huge losses. Brusilov's desperate offensives in 1916 resulted in some initial territorial gains, but these were rolled back by Ludendorff's carefully considered counteroffensive, in what was the worst single massacre of the war. Units of the Tsarist army fell apart. The casualty rates are illuminating. In 3 years of fighting, Russia lost more men than any of the other combatants had after 4 years, 2.7 million dead. At the same time, there was turmoil in the Tsarist colonies in the east. The largest of these was Turkestan, whose regime Lenin compared to the French colonial operation in Algeria. The bulk of the native population was legally and topographically segregated from the colonizers. Rebellions were rare, one in 1898, another in 1916. The latter was savagely repressed, one of the last 2 defeats that Tsarist forces inflicted on the colonist. The other was in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Here, in the decades before the war, the peasants had been driven off their fertile land in the northern Black Earth belt by 1 million or so colonists. These included Cossacks and peasants whose presence created enormous tensions between the Tsarist Empire and the displaced clans, culminating in a national rebellion in 1916. The reprisals wreaked upon the indigenous population were the final and worst atrocities of Tsarism. Hundreds of thousands of Kazakhs and Kyrgyz refugees fled to China, many returning to their homelands after the revolution. The World War accelerated the Tsarist collapse, but many other factors were involved. Starvation stalked the Russian countryside. Absence of labor on the land resulted in the bad harvests of 1916. The weak but vicious Russian bourgeoisie, alarmed by the turn of events, united with an intemperate clique of nobles and denounced the Tsarist court for being pro-German. Conspiracies were discussed openly in the parlors of the despairing nobility. Their solution was a military putsch to dethrone the Tsar. In this they were encouraged by equally desperate allied diplomats in Petrograd. All the social contradictions of Tsarist Russia had now reached the point of rupture. The war, in Lenin's words, was the powerful stage manager of the last act. His own masterful slogan for the Bolsheviks was a precise response to the crisis: land, bread, peace. The third year of the war witnessed an elemental explosion of the Petrograd masses. There was an acute bread shortage and a breakdown of supplies. 30,000 striking workers in the giant Putilov mill demanded a 50% wage rise. Strikers toured the city's factories and workshops pleading for solidarity. A general strike culminated on February 25, 1917 with a gigantic outpouring of workers and other large sections of the population. Led by women, they occupied the streets and squares of the city demanding bread and peace. The Tsar was not in Petrograd at the time. He was in his tent, close but not too close to the front line. He cabled the garrison commander, the demonstrations must be crushed. The orders were obeyed. A massacre ensued. The next day, many soldiers expressed revulsion at what had happened, and 160,000 of them, a sizable minority, sparked a regimental mutiny. By nightfall the Tsar's government had fled the city. Armed soldiers and workers were now masters of the boulevards. Who would occupy the political vacuum? A coterie of bourgeois politicians created a committee. The soldiers and workers, backed by the Bolsheviks and other left parties, revived the 1905 Soviets. It was obvious who represented the majority. 3 days later the Tsar abdicated. The February Revolution had toppled the centuries-old Romanov dynasty in 8 days. In April 1917, Lenin returned from his Swiss exile to Petrograd, prepared a set of theses for a Bolshevik gathering, and insisted that the country was ready for a second revolution that would end the war, distribute land to the peasants and feed the cities. He was opposed by senior leaders in his own party and criticized in the party newspaper, but persisted nonetheless. Within 6 months the Bolsheviks had won electoral victories in the key Soviets and taken power. In February 1917, Churchill had been preoccupied with his own career. After the disaster at Gallipoli he was in the political wilderness, concentrating all his political energies on getting a new cabinet post. By April he was on full alert, fantasizing about how only he could put the Tsar back on the throne. He saw, not incorrectly, that a triumph for Lenin's Bolsheviks threatened stability at home as well as in Europe and the United States. It would weaken the British Empire by encouraging native uprisings. Pleading endlessly with Lloyd George to take him back into the government, he confronted very real conservative hostility to the prospect of his re-entry. Curzon warned Lloyd George, "It will be an appointment immensely unpopular with many of your chief colleagues," and pointed out that while he is a potential danger in opposition, in the opinion of all of us, he will as a member of the government be an active danger in our midst. The chairman of the Conservative Party lodged a formal protest. In his view, and that of his party, bringing Churchill back would be an insult to the army and navy and an injury to the country. Lloyd George finally managed to get Churchill back as Minister for Munitions, where he cultivated an attachment to the use of chemical weapons, then at an early stage, but deployed over the next 2 years by the RAF against the Kurdish tribes resisting post-war British plans for the region. For Churchill and the Entente powers the key issue now was to back a Russian regime capable of continuing the war. A German triumph on the Eastern Front was bound to lead to a Germany victory in the West too. Here was another moment when the British and French leaders should have proposed a ceasefire, given the stalemate on the Western Front. National chauvinism, which had ignited popular fervor in August 1914, had lost its appeal. Soldiers were dying in droves, a generation destroyed. Small mutinies and desertions had begun in the armies. But the Entente continued as before, and its supporters in Russia, conservatives and right-wing Mensheviks, reflecting the interests of the bourgeoisie, pushed to stay in the war. But they were opposed by many of their own supporters and outnumbered on this issue in the Petrograd Soviet. The latter's Order No. 1, issued on March 1, 1917, instructed all army units in the garrison to keep their arms, elect deputies to the Soviets and use their political rights to the full. That simple decree cut off any possibility of an orthodox transition to a bourgeois state. The Soviet had declared their sovereignty over the means of violence on behalf of a future proletarian state. In contrast, the Bolsheviks were virtually alone in demanding an immediate negotiated end to the war. And it was Bolshevik agitators inside the army, growing at a rapid rate, who accelerated the peace from below, encouraging the mass desertions that made the continuation of war impossible. Their stance on ending the war was one major reason why the Bolsheviks eclipsed other parties in the elections to the Soviets in the cities. Those electoral triumphs, particularly in Moscow and Petrograd, made it relatively simple for the October Revolution to succeed with hardly a shot fired. The Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, under Bolshevik leadership, made the formal decision to seize power. Trotsky announced that the provisional government had ceased to exist, while in a few words Lenin proclaimed the birth of a global socialist order, ending with "Long live the victory of the world revolution." It was simultaneously a declaration of intent and a call to action. War and revolution. Throughout Europe revolution was in the air. Soldiers and workers had seen through the pretensions of the warmongers. Casualties were mounting daily, and the agony of Verdun and the Somme in 1916 had led to a collapse of morale, especially in the French army. A series of mutinies ensued. They were covered up at the time, but soldiers and officers on all sides knew what was happening, not unlike the rebellions of US GIs against their officers in Vietnam half a century later. At one stage, half the French army was in open defiance of its high command, and replacement divisions had refused to be sent to the front. Between the February and October revolutions, 49 French infantry divisions either mutinied or threatened insurrection. Russian military units stationed in France were meanwhile acting as couriers for the revolution in their own country, and pleading with French soldiers to do the same at home. Some officers were roughed up, a few were killed. Most fell into line. French soldiers were seen marching through their towns bleeding like sheep to highlight their own sorry status. The scene was memorialized decades later, to mark the 60th anniversary of the Great War, by the Austro-German poet Erich Fried, who paid the mutineers this tribute. For years the troops have gone like lambs to the slaughter. But these are bleeding. They are marching through the town. They are marching. And they are bleeding like sheep. By bleeding they cease to be a herd of sheep. 4. The February 1917 revolution had created panic in Washington. The events in Petrograd made the U.S. entry in the war inevitable, but it had been under serious consideration for some time. President Woodrow Wilson's pious homilies on liberty and justice and the principles of humanity were always just for show. In a letter to a close friend in July of 1917, Wilson took off the mask. England and France have not the same views with regards to peace that we have by any means. When the war is over, we can force them to our way of thinking because by that time they will, among other things, be financially in our hands. The United States declared war in April 1917, and set up a special intelligence advisory committee to keep tabs on developments in Russia. One of its members was Allen Dulles, who would later, as the first boss of the CIA, effectively run the Cold War throughout the 1950s, together with his brother, John Foster Dulles. Wilson was deeply concerned by the impact of the Russian Revolution at home. This was not an irrational fear. Although much of the American working class succumbed to the jingoism characteristic of the time, the traditions of working class radicalism went deeper. Industrialization in the United States had been particularly ruthless. Like other members of his class, Wilson would not have been insensible to the persistence of radical ideas in the decades that had followed. Well before the Russian Revolution, the class war at home had become a serious problem. In the United States, as in Britain, the resistance of the working class in formation was seen as a threat to capitalism. White supremacy, before and after the U.S. Civil War, had helped to keep workers divided. Despite this, there was an eruption of resistance. Few capitalists would have disagreed with the assertion made by the International Workers of the World, IWW, nicknamed the Wobblies, that the working class and the employing class have nothing in common. By 1912, when Woodrow Wilson won the presidency, the socialist newspaper Appeal to Reason had a paid circulation of about 700,000 and a pass-along readership many times that. Its pages are famed for their serialization of Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, as well as for reports and class angles on national politics. In the lead-up to the First World War, the paper opposed militarism, conscription, and the war itself. Eugene Debs was an associate editor and a regular contributor. Founder of the American Railway Union, whose 1,894 Pullman strike had shut down freight and passenger services in 27 states until it was suppressed by 12,000 U.S. Army troops, Debs became a committed socialist while jailed during the strike. In 1905 he helped convene the IWW, and in 1912 ran against Wilson as the Socialist Party's candidate for president, winning around 1 million votes, roughly 6% of the total in a four-man race. Workers nevertheless enlisted in droves in 1917, and war profiteers had their hands outstretched. The Appeal changed its leadership, supported the war, and watched its circulation tumble. Not everyone wished to fall in line. On June 27, 3 months after the United States entered the war, workers at the copper mines of Bisbee, Arizona, led by Wobblies, went on strike. Their demands were basic: improved safety measures, equal treatment of all mine workers, and the right to be paid a flat wage in US dollars rather than the debased company coupons that could be used only in the equally debased company store. More modest demands are difficult to imagine. The mine owners refused even to consider them, and accused their employees of being unpatriotic and of sabotaging the war effort. In July, armed police and vigilantes arrested men in their homes and off the streets, and deported some 1,200 Bisbee mine workers, dumping them in the New Mexico desert. Most were immigrants, many from southern Europe and Mexico. With rifles pointed at their heads, they were herded into cattle cars for the 16-hour journey. Parents, then as now, were separated from their children. The plan had been moot and was carried out by the Cochise County Sheriff, Harry Wheeler, and by Walter Douglas, general manager of Phelps Dodge, the biggest mining company in the area, which also controlled many Bisbee establishments including the newspaper. The two had secretly deputized 2,200 men, including pro-company miners, in a loyalty league. It was a shot across the bow. The Wobblies were being warned to avoid Russian-style actions at home. And not just them. The Bisbee authorities established tribunals to determine the loyalty of others in the town, upon threat of deportation. Every branch of the U.S. state was instrumentalist in the drive against working-class militancy. The Supreme Court would rule that mass kidnapping across state lines did not qualify as a federal issue. The court had already shown itself to be little more than a device to defend capitalist privileges. In 1915 it discarded laws that restricted the blacklisting of trade unions in Kansas. In 1918 it would throw out a federal child labor law that Wilson had supported. 5 years later it overturned the minimum wage for women in Washington, D.C. Back then, the court was seen for what it was. Its Chief Justice, former U.S. President and Union basher Supreme William Howard Taft, openly weaponized the court in order to foil, as he put it, socialist raids on property rights. The repression betrayed the government's unease. Congress passed the Espionage Act in 1917 and added the Sedition Act in 1918, which criminalized expressions of opposition to the war and sent about 1,000 people to prison for what they said, including Debs. He had given a speech in Canton, Ohio, dealing with the nature of war, who decides it versus who dies in it. More than that, the speech was an indictment of the landlord, the plutocrat, and their political servants. They tell us that we live in a great free republic, that our institutions are democratic, that we are a free and self-governing people. This is too much, even for a joke. But it is not a subject for levity, it is an exceedingly serious matter. He listed a bill of particulars. Wilson and his Justice Department, reading the text supplied by their agents in Canton and complicit reporters, must have also heard a warning. Socialism is a growing idea, an expanding philosophy. It is spreading over the entire face of the earth, it is as vain to resist it as it would be to arrest the sunrise on the morrow. It is coming, coming, coming all along the line. Can you not see it? If not, I advise you to consult an oculist. There is certainly something the matter with your vision. It is the mightiest movement in the history of mankind. What a privilege to serve it! It has taught me the ecstasy in the handclasp of a comrade. It has enabled me to hold high communion with you, and made it possible for me to take my place side by side with you in the great struggle for the better day, to multiply myself over and over again, to thrill with a fresh-born manhood, to feel life truly worthwhile, to open new avenues of vision, to spread out glorious vistas, to know that I am kin to all that throbs, to be class-conscious, and to realize that, regardless of nationality, race, creed, color, or sex, every man, every woman who toils, who renders useful service, every member of the working class without an exception, is my comrade, my brother and sister, and that to serve them and their cause is the highest duty of my life. Yes, my comrades, my heart is attuned to yours. All our hearts now throb as one great heart responsive to the battle cry of the social revolution. Here, in this alert and inspiring assemblage, our hearts are with the Bolsheviks of Russia. Debs was arrested 2 weeks later and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The Mexican revolutionary Flores Magón, exiled in the U.S., fascinated by the Russian Revolution and the prospect of a unity of workers of the world, was arrested after publishing a manifesto advocating the freedom of the human species. He was sentenced to 21 years in Leavenworth Penitentiary, where he died. Bill Haywood and 100 other Wobblies were rounded up on Wilson's orders and tried in 1918 for labor activities and opposition to the war. Haywood was sentenced to 20 years but fled to the Soviet Union, where he became a labor advisor to Lenin until 1923. In the post-First World War period, Woodrow Wilson was placed on a pedestal by many European politicians and historians as the author of the 14 Points, which liberated the small nations that had been part of the Habsburg and Ottoman empires in Central Europe and the Middle East. The colonies of the European empires were left intact, with the exception of the German possessions in Africa. The world has been made safe for democracy, Wilson wrote in 1923. But democracy has not yet made the world safe against irrational revolution. That supreme task, which is nothing less than the salvation of civilization, now faces democracy, insistent, imperative. There is no escaping it, unless everything we have built up is presently to fall in ruin about us, and the United States, as the greatest of democracies, must undertake it. 5. Democracy, as Wilson's domestic program demonstrated, was merely a word in lieu of counter-revolution. Beginning in 1919, amid a post-war strike wave, thousands of men and women, anarchists, immigrants, especially Italians, Eastern Europeans, and Jews, suspected Reds by any other name, were arrested, imprisoned, and deported in the Palmer raids. A project of the Attorney General and the Labor Department, the country's first Red Scare relied on investigations by a new Justice Department bureau, overseen by a young and ambitious J. Edgar Hoover. Fear of radicalism merged with a more free-floating nativism, casting immigrants as symbols of social peril. In what would become a cause célèbre on the left in the 1920s, two Italian workers with anarchist sympathies, Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, were falsely accused of murder, stitched up by a pliant cord, and electrocuted. It sent a message: step out of line and you could die. Wilson's invocations of the United States coming out upon those grand heights where there shines unobstructed the light of the justice of God sounded like the blarney they were. In 2020, angry students at Princeton marched into the office of University President Christopher S. Gruber and demanded that Woodrow Wilson's name be removed from the buildings and programs that it adorned. Wilson had been president of Princeton for 8 years, 1902 to 10, before ascending to national office. The students succeeded in compelling Princeton to drop the name, including from the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs. Their reasoning was linked not to foreign policy but to another part of his record at home. A blog at the time explained the basis of the students' anger. Easily the worst part of Wilson's record as president was his overseeing of the resegregation of multiple agencies of the federal government, which had been surprisingly integrated as a result of Reconstruction decades earlier. At an April 11, 1913, cabinet meeting, Postmaster General Albert Burleson argued for segregating the railway mail service. He took exception to the fact that workers shared glasses, towels, and washrooms. Wilson offered no objection to Burleson's plan for segregation, saying that he wished the matter adjusted in a way to make the least friction. The Department of Treasury and Post Office Department both introduced screened-off workspaces, separate lunchrooms, and separate bathrooms. In a 1913 open letter to Wilson, W.E.B. Du Bois, who had supported Wilson in the 1912 election before being disenchanted by his segregation policies, wrote of one colored clerk who could not actually be segregated on account of the nature of his work, consequently had a cage built around him to separate him from his white companions of many years. That's right, black people who couldn't, logistically, be segregated were put in literal cages. 6. Wilson was a white supremacist par excellence. 7 Racism was integral to his biography and political makeup. Born in the South and raised there before, during and after the Civil War, he took the redemptionist view of Reconstruction, writing in an essay, "Negro rule under unscrupulous adventurers had been finally put an end to in the South, and the natural, inevitable ascendancy of the whites, the responsible class, established." In another text, written in 1881 but never published, he approved of the delegitimization of black voters in the South, explaining to the perplexed that the reason was not because of their dark skin but because they had dark minds. Small wonder that Freud collaborated with William Bullitt to attempt a psychoanalytical biography of Wilson. Small wonder too that Wilson, who supported the Reconstruction-era Ku Klux Klan, screened D.W. Griffith's much-lauded racist silent movie Birth of a Nation at the White House in 1915. Griffith, who conceived his hymn of praise to white supremacy as a tool of popular education, included 3 quotes from Wilson's earlier writings in the film's intertitles. The most incendiary of them is used to introduce the heroes of the drama. At last there had sprung a great Ku Klux Klan, a veritable empire of the South to protect the Southern country. 8. This assessment of Reconstruction as a disastrous evil wrought by radical Republicans was not, however, peculiar to Wilson, the South, or even Griffith's chief inspiration, Thomas Dixon Jr.'s grotesque historical novel The Klansman. It had become the formal history of the day, emanating from the so-called Dunning School of white academics, trained in the elite halls of Columbia University by William Archibald Dunning, a Northerner, and then, PhDs in hand, taking up residence in college history departments throughout the land. Griffith's film helped to revive the Klan, now as a largely middle-class national organization using surveillance, threats, lynching and other violence against blacks as well as immigrants, Jews, Catholics, and Union radicals. Around the same time, Attorney General Palmer and his protege Hoover were institutionalizing their own version of what the young Wilson had once called, apropos the Klan, a secret club to counter some of the ugliest hazards of a time of revolution. Germany, pale mother. In contrast to the United States, where the left was disorganized and the impact of the 1917 revolutions was thus limited, Europe was in revolt. Germany was electrified by the thunderbolt from Petrograd. Sailors mutinied at Kiel, soldiers refused to obey orders, and in 1918 the Kaiser was unceremoniously dumped. A radicalization was in process. The political atmosphere in Berlin was volatile. 3 working-class parties competed for primacy on the left. The most important of these, the German Communist Party, KPD, founded by the major leaders of the German left, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and Leo Jogi-Ces, had been in gestation for some time. Luxemburg had realized, well before Lenin, that there was a rotten streak in the German Social Democratic Party, which dominated the Socialist International. Her breach with Karl Koschei had come as early as 1910-11, when the right wing of the SPD had publicly defended Germany's imperial muscle flexing with the dispatch of the warship Panther to Agadir. The Second International had appealed to all its parties to organize joint actions against the war danger. The SPD's Central Committee refused. It trusted Foreign Ministry assertions that Germany did not intend war, and argued that if it took too strong a stand against colonialism this would damage its chances in the forthcoming elections. Luxembourg declared this a monstrous piece of treachery and, as a result, a token action was organized against the adventurism in Morocco. The elections of 1912 saw huge gains for the SPD. Winning 110 seats, it became the single largest party in the Reichstag. Koschei declared this to be an event of world historic significance, a view not shared in Southwest Africa. He was in celebratory mode. Although we have not won that overwhelming strength for which we hoped, still we have condemned the government and reaction to impotence. If that were the case, why did the SPD leadership tone down its demands and abandon its independent propaganda in the election's second round in a miserable compromise coalition with the liberal progressives? Koschei characterized the liberals as the left wing of the bourgeoisie based on the new middle class. But, as many had predicted, the liberals moved rapidly to the right, and the Kaiser had no reason to fear. The Reichstag approved an increase in armaments and the taxes to pay for them. This parliamentary cretinism paved the way for the SPD's fatal capitulation of 1914 and its aftermath, a deep division in the workers' movement that ultimately allowed the triumph of German fascism. In 1918, however, the situation was volatile. In December, when the KPD emerged a month after Germany's capitulation, the independence of the USDP, a left-wing breakaway from the old party, had already won over many radical members and intellectuals. In her address to the KPD's founding Congress, Luxemburg laid out the foundation stones of a socialist German republic. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to gradually wrest all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Of course, in the beginning this can only be effected by means of despotic interference into property rights and into the conditions of bourgeois production, by measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of the movement, go beyond themselves, necessitate further inroads into the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of revolutionizing the whole mode of production. The measures will, of course, be different in different countries. Nevertheless, in the most advanced countries, the following will be generally applicable. Abolition of landed property and application of all land rents to public purposes. Heavy progressive taxes. Abolition of the right of inheritance. Confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. Centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. Increase in the number of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of waste lands, and the improvement of the soil generally, in accordance with the social plan. Equal obligation upon all to labor. Establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. Unification of agricultural and manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country. Free education for all children in public schools. Abolition of children's factory labor in its present form. Unification of education with industrial production, etc., etc. She went on to argue, at a Berlin public meeting called by the Independents, that parliamentary dueling with Junkers and bourgeois on the merits or otherwise of socialism was a waste of time. Socialism does not mean getting together in a parliament and passing laws, she declared. Socialism means for us the overthrowing of the ruling classes with all the brutality, loud laughter that the proletariat is capable of deploying in its struggle. Berlin itself appeared to be on the verge of a civil war. Christopher Clark provides a flavor of the city in December 1918, thronging with armed workers and units of radicalized soldiers. The most boisterous of these was the People's Naval Division, whose headquarters were the Royal Stables, an imposing neo-Baroque building on the eastern side of Palace Square. There was talk on the extreme left of an armed uprising. Matters came to a head when the SPD/USPD/Liberal Progressive government ordered the sailors to leave the Royal Stables and they refused. The city's commander, Otto Welles, sent to enforce the order, was, according to some reports, spanked. The sailors and soldiers then surrounded the government building, occupied the telephone exchange and cut off the chancellery from all contacts. However, SPD leader Friedrich Ebert used a secret line to request military intervention. The Royal Stables were bombarded with artillery shells for 2 hours, and the crowds surrounding the chancellery were driven away. As the news spread, anger grew. The USPD withdrew from the government. A huge crowd of socialists, communists, and non-aligned workers surrounded the troops, argued with them and explained what was really going on. The soldiers listened, asked some questions, and then withdrew from the city. Berlin was now plunged into a pre-revolutionary crisis. The right wing of the SPD, on Ebert's pleading, added Gustavsky to the government's roster of senior ministers. This son of a weaver from Brandenburg, an industrial worker himself but besotted with militarist patriotism, now turned further to the right. He started by organizing a free corps drawn from the dregs of post-war German society. These were the people embittered by defeat, whose ultranationalism served the needs of the SPD/military officers complex. Their hatred of the German left and the Jewish Bolsheviks in Moscow made them the perfect candidates for these militias. The SPD leaders wanted to destroy the Berlin left. In the process of attempting to do so, they fertilized the ground for fascism. Someone has to be the bloodhound, boasted Niski, and I am not afraid of taking the responsibility. On January 15, 1919, the Freikorps hunted and captured Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. Cavalry guards quartered in the Hotel Eden beat the two to death. Rosa's body was dumped in the canal. This was the founding moment of the bitter hatred felt by the KPD for the Social Democrats. The anger burst beyond the confines of politics. George Grosch's savage cartoon of April 1919, published in the satirical journal Die Pleit, expressed much more than just pain on the left. A general unease took hold in the country among many not identified with the KPD or the USPD. Brecht wrote two poems for Rosa Luxemburg, the first in 1919 before her body was found. So now Red Rosa has passed away. Where she lies none can say. She told the truth to the poor, that's why. The rich decided she had to die. The second, written some years later, with fascism on the threshold of power, served as her epitaph. Here lies, buried, Rosa Luxemburg, a Jewess from Poland, a pioneer of the German working class, killed on the orders of the German oppressors. You, the oppressed ones, bury your discord. Failure of Churchill's brainchild, regime change in Russia. The Berlin events of 1919 were a severe blow, but not of the sort that crushed political dissent. The punishment meted out to the defeated Germans at Versailles, followed by the economic crash of the late 1920s, accelerated the sharp polarization in the country. Throughout the Weimar period, 1918 to 33, the liberal ruling elite could not resolve the antagonism of interests. Neither the strength of the revolutionary forces nor the counter-revolutionary passions of conservatism and fascism could be subdued. The stage was being set for a new internal and external conflict. We shall return to Germany in the next chapter. Meanwhile, as workers across the world found themselves both emboldened and imperiled in the winds of the Russian Revolution, the Entente powers had been deploying methods akin to those so vividly sketched by Grosch to defeat the revolution. Secretary of War Churchill was determined, as he put it, to strangle the Bolshevik baby in its crib. Influential voices in Washington agreed. What later became known as the Cold War began hot, in 1917, with the Allied intervention in the Russian Civil War. On their own, the Tsarist remnants and their Black Hundred shock troops would have been defeated much earlier, saving many lives on both sides. Years later, George F. Kennan, an early Cold Warrior, mellowed by age if not experience, described the political psychology of the West in relation to Russia in 1917. There is, let me assure you, nothing in nature more egocentrical than the embattled democracy. It soon becomes the victim of its own war propaganda. It then tends to attach to its own cause an absolute value which distorts its own vision. Its enemy becomes the embodiment of all evil. Its own side, the center of all virtue. The contest comes to be viewed as having a final, apocalyptic quality. If we lose, all is lost, life will no longer be worth living, there will be nothing to be salvaged. If we win, then everything will be possible, all problems will become soluble, the one great source of evil, our enemy will have been crushed, the forces of good will then sweep forward unimpeded, all worthy aspirations will be satisfied. 9. Mounting an armed intervention against the Russian Revolution was the brainchild of Churchill, strongly supported by Wilson. For them, the Bolsheviks were the scourge of Western civilization. Their very presence threatened the order instituted by capital and empire. Both leaders were ill-informed about Russian history, with its rich vein of rebellions for at least 3 centuries. They failed to recognize the organic nature of the revolution and, in the case of Churchill, glorified the Tsarist system with its dukes and prince-sealings flanking the Tsar, leading his troops to disaster. As Churchill proclaimed, of all the tyrannies, the Bolshevik tyranny is the worst, the most destructive, the most degrading and, far worse than German militarism. Even his colleague Lloyd George was concerned that Churchill's Russian obsession was upsetting his balance. Once again, Churchill's hatred sprang less from his love of monarchy than from what he perceived as a danger to the British Empire. Likewise, U.S. calculations had nothing to do with a love of democracy. Had the Anglo-US support for the White Russians in the Civil War been successful, the new regime would likely have been composed of a deadly assortment of monarchists, liberals, conservatives, and the fascists of the Black Hundred, experts in pogroms, whose members were the most vicious elements in the Civil War, usually burning Jews after capturing a village or small town. As it was, the revolution enjoyed support in the cities and important sections of the countryside. The Red Army created by Trotsky, the Commissar of War, developed into a mighty fighting force and saw off the threat to the revolution. It included many peasant soldiers who had deserted the battlefields of the First World War, but who now fought to defend the regime that had ended their misery. In the next war, it was the continuation of this Red Army that, despite Stalin's brutal killing of its most gifted generals, would break the backbone of the Third Reich at Kursk and Stalingrad. The revolution's troops faced the combined Entente armies, whose total soldiery numbered 100,000 men. The British contingent, totaling more than 15,000, included cannon fodder from the White Dominions, Anzac, and from colonial India, mainly Muslims and Sikhs. The French landed 10,000 soldiers in Odessa. The United States sent a token force of 5,000. The Greeks dispatched 2 divisions totaling 30,000 men, the Poles contributed 3,000, the Romanians 32,000. The Japanese sent 30,000 soldiers to occupy Siberia. Despite the numbers, what Churchill called our side was soundly defeated. Churchill's intervention proved to be a huge disaster on every level. Lloyd George and Wilson had initially decided against authorizing a full-blooded military intervention to topple the Bolsheviks. They knew the risks such a course entailed. The mutinies in the Entente armies had given them much food for thought. The fear that their own soldiers might be reluctant to fight, together with growing working-class dissent at home, had seemed to settle the debate. But Churchill persisted, eventually securing an agreement to utilize forces already assembled in Murmansk and Archangel. As Damian Wright has written, in the most detailed history of the Allied intervention, it was one of the most ill-conceived and poorly planned campaigns of the 20th century. Overall, it achieved little other than the loss of life and maiming of many hundreds of soldiers, sailors, and airmen who had already given so much during 4 years of war on the Western Front and in other theaters. He goes on to explain. The many different White Russian and anti-Bolshevik factions remained divided, failed to agree on strategy, and were often no match for the increasingly organized, efficient, and motivated Red Army under the leadership of Leon Trotsky. In many cases, units of the White Army defected en masse to the Bolsheviks, sometimes murdering their officers before doing so. On more than one occasion, White Russian troops mutinied and murdered their British officers before going over to the enemy. Corruption and inefficiency from the lowest and highest levels of leadership plagued the White Russian forces. 10. By 1919, Churchill was getting desperate over the failure to defeat the Revolutionary Army. He was livid that the War Office had barred British troops from using poison gas. The Red Army had not used it. He fired off a letter to the Chief of Imperial Staff dated January 25, 1919. What is the reason for the injunction given at Archangel? Because an enemy who has perpetrated every conceivable barbarity is at present unable, through his ignorance, to manufacture poisoned gas. Is that any reason why our troops should be prevented from taking full advantage of their weapons? The use of these gas shells having become universal during the Great War, I consider that we are finally entitled to use them against anyone pending the general review of the laws of war, which no doubt will follow the peace conference. 11. Every conceivable barbarity clearly did not refer to the Civil War as such, since Lenin and Trotsky wanted to win over as many white soldiers as possible. It was, instead, a reference to the Bolshevik decision to execute the Tsar and his family at the height of the Civil War, in July of 1918. The Politburo that made this choice was concerned that the white forces might capture the Tsar and his family and use them as symbols during the war. Trotsky had initially favored a trial, no doubt seeing himself in the role of principal prosecutor laying bare the historic crimes of the Romanovs on a world stage. It was the English, after all, who had been the first to try and execute their king, also during the course of a civil war. The French had followed suit in 1793 and guillotined both Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. The Bolsheviks were following established precedent, but the exigencies of the Civil War made a trial impossible. The Black Hundreds used this to some effect with their Civil War slogan, "The Jews have killed our Tsar." It is worth re-emphasizing that after the February 1917 revolution and the abdication of the Tsar, the provisional government in Russia had suggested to the British that they could transport the Romanovs, Queen Victoria's grandson plus entourage, to the United Kingdom. Lord Curzon turned down the offer on the grounds that it would meet strong domestic opposition and strengthen the enemy within. Churchill could have waged a public campaign demanding a haven in England for the Tsar and his family. He could have consulted his ducal cousin about housing them at Blenheim Palace till more suitable accommodation was found. I doubt that this would have led to a Banbury Soviet and an armed insurrection in Oxfordshire. Yet Churchill abstained from this debate. Why? One word can describe the British elite's refusal to grant refuge to the royal asylum seekers: cowardice. The political leaders of Britain, including Churchill, abandoned the cousin of George V to his fate. Like many other families on both sides, the Romanovs became part of the collateral damage in the war between revolution and counter-revolution. It soon became clear to many soldiers and not a few officers that Churchill's adventurism in Russia was turning out to be a disaster. The officer who famously went public with his criticism was a highly decorated South African Lieutenant Colonel, Jack Sherwood Kelly VC, CMG, DSO, the commanding officer of the 2nd Battalion of the Hampshire Regiment. He was not a Bolshevik sympathizer by any stretch of the imagination, but was seen as a brave and independent thinker with strong moral principles. 12. Sherwood Kelly's men had been trained in the use of poison gas projectiles intended for an attack on Bolshevik blockhouses on the outskirts of the village of Alexandrova. Sherwood Kelly wrote to his senior officer urging him to call off the assault. "If the proposed operation is left to my discretion, I shall not carry it out. I am continuing to make all preparations in case you order me to carry out the raid." The High Command was aware that this was not the first time Sherwood Kelly had objected to orders from above. There were reports that he was contemptuous of senior officers serving in North Russia and sharply critical of the conduct of the campaign, including the summary executions of White Russian soldiers who were preparing to change sides. Earlier, a censor had read and revealed the contents of a letter Sherwood Kelly had written to a friend in England, in which he confided that the entire operation was a useless, aimless, and ill-managed campaign, and that he could not bear any longer to see splendid soldiers, who had given years of devoted sacrifice in France, uselessly killed. He was confronted with the letter by General Sir Henry Rawlinson, who informed him that it constituted suitable grounds for a court-martial, but that Rawlinson was prepared to overlook the offense given Sherwood Kelly's distinguished military record. He was, however, to be relieved of his command and sent back to England. When he discovered that intrigues were continuing against him, the South African went public. On September 6, 1919, the Daily Express carried the following headline: "Archangel Scandal Exposed, Duplicity of Churchill Policy in Russia, the Public Humbugged, Famous VC Appeals to the Nation." Sherwood Kelly's open letter in the paper was devastating. Soldiers, he wrote, had been recruited under false pretenses and told outright lies. They had assumed it was a defensive, low-level relief operation, designed to evacuate exhausted troops holed up in the Arctic. In other words, a genuine humanitarian intervention. That this was false rapidly became clear. In fact, he wrote, the soldiers were being used for offensive purposes on a large scale and far into the interior, in furtherance of some ambitious plan of campaign the nature of which we were not allowed to know. The result of all this was that the puppet government set up by us in Archangel rested on no basis of public confidence and support, and would fall to pieces the moment the protection of British bayonets was withdrawn. British lives were being lost in backing up this worthless enemy army, a reference to the White Armies, and in keeping in power this worthless government, and I became convinced that my duty to my country lay not in helping to forward a mistaken policy, but in exposing it to the British public. When British newspapers carrying Sherwood Kelly's indictment reached North Russia, they were widely circulated. As Petty Officer Telegraphist Reginald Jowett of HMS Pegasus wrote, Lt. Colonel Sherwood Kelly's scathing indictment of the government's policy, and general conditions in this area, is causing a great deal of comment here, as we all know how true it is. Jowett denounced the high official in the War Office as an armchair critic who had no idea what conditions were like. All the men who have been upriver are unanimous in declaring that the conditions spoken of by Lt. Col. Kelly in his articles in the press are absolutely so. 13. Churchill, clearly the high official referenced, fulminated against Sherwood Kelly and insisted he be tried. A court-martial accordingly took place at Guildford, but a sympathetic court let him off with a severe reprimand. He resigned his commission 2 weeks later. When he died of malaria, aged 51, in 1931, he was buried with full military honors. Consider, by contrast, the revolution's approach to building support for and within the Red Army. It did so with often sharp but always frank debates on tactics and strategy in the leading bodies. Soviet citizens heard detailed public reports from the front. On one famous occasion, Trotsky was persuaded by the dramatist V. Meyerhold, then staging an epic play on the streets in Petrograd, to mount the stage and report directly to the huge audience on how the war was proceeding. The Commissar for War explained that it was not just a civil war, but that foreign armies of the imperialist powers were backing the Tsarist remnants and needlessly prolonging the conflict. Churchill had no context for grasping this kind of struggle. At one critical point in the Civil War, with Moscow and Petrograd both under attack from the White Guards and Kronstadt under temporary British occupation, Lenin had considered an evacuation from Petrograd. Trotsky and Stalin both opposed this strongly. The cradle of the revolution had to be defended, and Lenin dropped the idea. Trotsky was dispatched to take charge of the defense of the city. On the train he dictated a set of reflections on the Civil War. He mocked Churchill, who had boasted that the White Guards were close to victory, and referred with contempt to the anti-revolutionary crusade undertaken by the 14 Entente nations. More like 14 geographic notions, Trotsky wrote, the Whites would have been far happier had they been sent 14 Anglo-French divisions. Churchill's rejoicings at imminent victory were premature, but Trotsky speculated on what might happen if counter-revolutionary forces could not be halted outside Petrograd. Having broken through this gigantic city, the White Guards would get lost in this labyrinth of stone, where every house will present them with an enigma, a threat, or a deadly danger. From where should they expect a blow? From a window? From a loft? From a cellar? From behind a corner? From everywhere. We can surround some streets with barbed wire, leave other streets open and transform them into traps. All that is needed is that a few thousand people should be firmly resolved not to surrender. 2 or 3 days of such street fighting would transform the invaders into a frightened and terrified flock of cowards, surrendering in groups to even unarmed passers-by and women. As the tide began to turn, Petrograd was spared, but Trotsky's tactics would be deployed in the Second World War, and to great effect, during the battles for Stalingrad. At another low point, Trotsky and Lenin considered what might have to be done if the key cities fell. Lenin remarked that in such an eventuality, the only serious option would be to shift to the countryside and mountains and wage a continuous guerrilla war. This became academic, as the White Guards began to lose support and the Red Army launched simultaneous counter-offensives on several fronts. 14 A British naval assault on Kronstadt was ultimately rebuffed. On November 7, 1919, the second anniversary of the revolution, Trotsky announced to the National Executive of the Soviets that the Civil War had been won, that the White generals had fled, and that enlisted British prisoners of war had been released but officers were being brought to Moscow. George Lansbury, then a Labour MP and editor of the Daily Herald, had advised the Bolshevik leaders to free the soldiers, but to keep the officers hostage to force British recognition of the Soviet Union. Churchill had lost. His obsessions had led to more carnage. Another crime in the ledger. There is an interesting footnote to this story. Not every member of the Churchill family was hostile to Bolshevism. The talented sculptor Claire Sheridan, Churchill's first cousin whom he adored and treated as a sister, shocked him one day by announcing at breakfast that she was desperate to go to Moscow, see for herself what was going on, and sculpt the heads of Lenin and Trotsky. Churchill worked himself into a rage, denouncing the two men and the Bolsheviks in general as criminals and monsters, etc. Sheridan ignored him and established direct contact with the Soviet trade delegation then ensconced in London trying to end the British sanctions and embargo. The delegation was led by two veteran Bolsheviks, Lev Kamenev and Leonid Krasin. Kamenev, one of Lenin's oldest comrades and Trotsky's brother-in-law, agreed to see her. He was startled both by her beauty and her request, pointing out politely that Lenin and Trotsky were quite busy men, and it was unlikely that they would be able to see her. She persisted, meeting Kamenev on a number of social occasions, and, as the cliché goes, one thing led to another. Churchill's cousin bedded the Bolshevik leader. A weekend trip to the Isle of Wight sealed the bond. Sly little Kamenev. Who would have guessed? Certainly not his close colleagues, or his wife. Claire Sheridan got her way. The Churchill connection must have amused both Lenin and Trotsky. Lenin sat for her but kept on working all the while. She recalls him as taciturn, though he described Churchill as our enemy who relies too much on the court and the army. Trotsky invited her to accompany him on his train to the Civil War front, but she declined. She left Moscow late in 1920. On her return to England she was reported to have said, "I was given comfortable quarters in a requisitioned house. Both Lenin and Trotsky are excellent sitters. I had 8 hours with Lenin and 20 with Trotsky." She was taken with the latter, and a flirtation ensued. She later wrote that Trotsky had asked her to inform her London friends that when Trotsky kisses he never bites. 15. She wrote in the Times that Trotsky talked pictures, art, and literature. He had the head of a Mephisto. He had a wonderful personality and is full of fire. He has read the best English literature, and once said to me that if England had never done anything but produce Shakespeare she would have justified her existence. Of Lenin she wrote, "From the art point of view I think he is the most interesting man in the world. His eyes are most extraordinary. I modelled him in his room at the War Office while he was at work at his desk. His calmness in all circumstances is extraordinary. No matter how excited others get he always preserves his impassiveness." The same could not be said for her cousin. Sheridan's mother wrote to her on her return, "I forgive you, darling, as I would even if you had committed a murder." But for a long time Churchill never spoke to his cousin and she was temporarily exiled to the United States. On her part, she never forgave Stalin for murdering all my friends. Churchill, in contrast, was not unduly upset by the extermination of 90% of Lenin's Central Committee. This only made it easier to do business with Stalin when the next war erupted. 6. 9 days in May, 1926. Know thy enemy. He does not care what color you are, provided you work for him. And yet you do. He does not care how much you earn, provided you earn more for him. And yet you do. He does not care who lives in the room at the top, provided he owns the building. And yet you strive. He will let you write against him, provided you do not act against him. And yet you write. He sings the praises of humanity, but knows machines cost more than men. Bargain with him, he laughs, and beats you at it. Challenge him, and he kills. Sooner than lose the things he owns. He will destroy the world. Smash capital now. Christopher Logue, poster poem, Black Dwarf, June 1968. The interregnum between the two world wars presented a complex ensemble of interrelated possibilities. The political impact of the Russian Revolution on the West came at a time of ideological and economic crisis. Several European countries witnessed a growing polarization between socialist revolution and fascist counter-revolution. Woodrow Wilson's cynical notion that an Allied victory in the First World War would make the world safe for democracy ebbed away with remarkable rapidity. In the common sense of the period, political democracy had failed miserably to provide any long-lasting solution to social and economic problems. By 1937, Richard Crossman, a social democratic intellectual, confessed in his book Plato Today that we are uncertain what the democracy is for which we stand. The Bolsheviks were already reading the funeral rites for the British Empire. The threat was felt closer to home, however. In 1906, Lloyd George had warned his Liberal Party colleagues that, if we failed to remove the national degradation of slums and widespread poverty, Labour might sweep them aside. In his famous Limehouse speech the same year he described conditions in the mines. A short extract provides a flavour of the times, with the image of Prime Minister Asquith and Lloyd George knocking on the doors of mining magnates to plead for an extra halfpenny, causing much merriment in the Tory press. I was telling you I went down a coal mine the other day. We sank into a pit half a mile deep. We then walked underneath the mountain, and we did about 3/4 of a mile with rock and shale above us. The earth seemed to be straining, around us and above us, to crush us in. You could see the pit props bent and twisted and sundered until you saw their fibers split in resisting the pressure. Sometimes they give way and there is mutilation and death. Often a spark ignites, the whole pit is deluged in fire, and the breath of life is scorched out of hundreds of breasts by the consuming flame. In the very next colliery to the one I descended, just a few years ago 300 miners lost their lives that way. And yet when the Prime Minister and I knock at the doors of these great landlords and say to them, here, you know these poor fellows who have been digging up royalties at the risk of their lives, some of them are old, they have survived the perils of their trade, they are broken, they can earn no more. Won't you give them something towards keeping them out of the workhouse? They scowl at us and we say, only a halfpenny, just a copper. They say you thieves. And they turn their dogs onto us and you can hear their bark every morning. After the war, Prime Minister Lloyd George and other politicians promised a nation fit for heroes to live in. But such promises were thin stuff. A year later a wave of strikes swept through the country, with Scotland in the lead. Red Glasgow became a symbol of 1919. Even during the war, socialists such as John Maclean, ferociously hostile to the war, had demanded a Scottish workers' republic. Jean McNicoll, of Glaswegian stock herself, described what followed. In April 1918 Maclean was again charged with sedition, on the basis of various phrases in his speeches. They included, tools should be downed, the revolution should be created, the Clyde district had helped win the Russian Revolution, and tried the next month, again in Edinburgh. His address to the jury, which Bell calls one of the most famous speeches ever made in Scotland, lasted more than an hour and was a defense and a restatement of the views that had led to his arrest, alternately stirring and analytic. I am not here, then, as the accused, I am here as the accuser of capitalism dripping with blood from head to foot. I have squared my conduct with my intellect, and if everyone had done so this war would not have taken place. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Your class position is against my class position. My appeal is to the working class. They and they only can bring about the time when the whole world will be in one brotherhood, on a sound economic foundation. That can only be obtained when the people of the world get the world, and retain the world. The jury found him guilty without even retiring to consider their verdict, and he was sentenced to 5 years penal servitude. Lenin was among those who protested. Maclean is in prison because he acted openly as the representative of our government. We have never seen this man, he is the beloved leader of the Scottish workers, he has never belonged to our party, but we joined with him one Had this spirit and this intransigence spread after 1919, the outcome of the 1926 general strike might have been different. It was not to be. Moreover, the state was prepared for action. On January 31, 1919, Churchill had ordered the deployment of the British Army to Glasgow. They were stationed in George Square with tanks and artillery at the ready. Force was used, and for many Scottish families the memory remained strong, transmitted from one generation to another. Churchill, on his side, never had any problem squaring his conduct with his intellect. In many ways, he symbolized the concordat that had been established between the landed nobility, agrarian business, and the bourgeoisie, both mercantile and industrial, from the latter's emergence onwards. He moved with infinite ease from one political party to another, from one cabinet position to the next. In November 1924, Churchill was alarmed by the rise of Labour to office, albeit as a minority government. British intelligence did its duty and engineered the fall of the government on the basis of forgeries designed to out Ramsay MacDonald, the Prime Minister, as a closet Bolshevik. Sensing a liberal decline, Churchill became a Tory once again, and found his way to the Treasury. His knowledge of finance and economics? Nil. One of his first acts was to clash with his own civil servants, who thought his first budget was irresponsible. The permanent secretary at the Treasury, Sir Warren Fisher, confided to Neville Chamberlain that Churchill was a lunatic, an irresponsible child, not a grown man. Senior officials were despondent, they never knew where they are or what Herr W.C. will start. Point 2. Churchill then argued with Chamberlain, now in command at the Ministry of Health, on social reforms that the latter regarded as necessary to improve the everyday lives of working people. Chamberlain had suggested reforms related to the poor law, local authority rates, health insurance, and the creation of local health authorities. He had envisaged 23 bills over 3 parliamentary sessions. Churchill opposed the measures, telling Lord Salisbury that the rich, whether idle or not, are already taxed in this country to the very highest point compatible with the accumulation of capital for further production. But this was just a warm-up to his most significant act of fiscal lunacy, returning to the gold standard in 1925 on the basis of pre-war parity resulted in the long economic crisis that followed. Churchill explained his conversion to ideas peddled by a bevy of top bankers, backed by Montague Norman, Governor of the Bank of England, as being motivated by the need to prevent any drift of the British Empire. If we had not taken this action, the whole of the rest of the British Empire would have taken it without us, and it would have come to a gold standard, not on the basis of pounds sterling, but a gold standard of the dollar. Primacy would exact a high price. The leading liberal economist of the day, J. M. Keynes, dubbed Churchill the wicked chancellor. In a series of articles refused by Geoffrey Dawson's Times but serialized in Lord Beaverbrook's Evening Standard, Keynes savaged the proposals for a return to gold. He was aware that Churchill had no instinctive judgment in financial matters and that the bankers had pushed this through. Keynes's articles were published soon after as a pamphlet titled The Economic Consequences of Mr. Churchill, in which he lambasted the government, demonstrated the fallacies of its economic policies with forensic skill, and pointed out that improving the exchange by 10% involves a reduction of 10% in the sterling receipts of our export industries. He denounced the injustice of what this entailed for workers, a 10% reduction in wages, and posed the question as to how credit restrictions might also reduce wages, which he answered with particular respect to miners. In no other way than by the deliberate intensification of unemployment. The object of credit restriction, in such a case, is to withdraw from employers the financial means to employ labor at the existing level of prices and wages. The policy can only attain its end by intensifying unemployment without limit, until the workers are ready to accept the necessary reduction of money wages under the pressure of hard facts. Deflation does not reduce wages automatically. It reduces them by causing unemployment. Woe to those whose faith leads them to use it to aggravate a depression. Like other victims of economic transition in past times, the miners are to be offered a choice between starvation and submission, the fruits of their submission to accrue to the benefit of other classes. On grounds of social justice, no case can be made out for reducing the wages of the miners. They are the victims of the economic juggernaut. They represent in the flesh the fundamental adjustments engineered by the Treasury and the Bank of England. Point 3. It was these fundamental adjustments that created the basis for widespread labor unrest. On July 30, 1925, the Miners' Federation leadership met with Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin, who had made it clear that a reduction in living standards was essential to revive industry by increasing profits. The next day, the Daily Herald reported a verbatim fragment of the conversation. Miners, but what you propose means a reduction of wages. Prime Minister, yes. All workers in this country have got to face a reduction in wages. Miners, what do you mean? Prime Minister, I mean all the workers of this country have got to take reductions in wages to help put industry on its feet. The trade unions had the best part of a year to discuss the proposal, prepare a proper response and mobilize public opinion. They failed. Not so the government. The Trades Union Congress, dominated by ultra-moderate forces, was reluctant to act for fear of losing what it had already won over the years. In the interim, the mine owners had threatened to reduce wages, but in order to avoid disturbances, the government had provided a subsidy to enable the bosses to pay the miners at existing rates. During this period, the government made serious preparations for a class war. The TUC, meanwhile, had greeted the subsidy as a victory and did nothing to organize for the battle that lay ahead. By the spring of 1926, the period of subsidies had come to an end. A Royal Commission report, released in March, further stoked the fires. It ruled that the owners had a case, that wages should be reduced by 13.5% and that government subsidies should end. However, it declared against extended hours, arguing that this would likely lead to 2 out of every 100 miners being killed within 20 years. It also opposed the blatant attempt to split the Miners' Federation. Initially, the TUC pushed the Federation to compromise and accept the Commission findings. But neither the miners nor their leadership were prepared to accept wage cuts. On April 30, they decided to act and issued the call for a strike. That same day, the King, George V, signed a proclamation declaring that the miners' strike constituted a state of emergency. What was termed at the time as the King in Council had the power to take charge of the country in times of peace and war. It was, effectively, a dictatorship. The government announced that troops were moving into South Wales, Lancashire, and Scotland. The Navy was on standby. Mutiny, sedition, or creating disaffection within the army, the police or the fire brigade would constitute an offence without benefit of trial. Civil commissioners, military officers, civil servants, notables, were appointed to districts throughout the country. By May Day 1926, 1 million miners throughout the country were locked out. Their SOS to their fellow workers could not be ignored. A specially convened conference backed the miners by a huge majority, 99.87%, and the TUC General Council called for a general strike, though it carefully avoided using precisely those words so as not to create the wrong impression. Coordinated industrial action or a national strike were the preferred terms. There were no revolutionary undertones whatsoever. But mass struggles have a certain logic, whatever their declared aim. The political consciousness of those taking part often transcends that of their leaders, and this was certainly the case with the miners and other sections of resistance on May 3, when the action started 1 minute before midnight. Churchill feared the emergence of Soviets, but the only revolutionary force embedded in the workers' movement was the Communist Party. Its national membership was only 5,000, and while its influence extended beyond that, it did not have sufficient weight to launch anything significant except on a local level. The general strike, declared Prime Minister Baldwin on May 6, 1926, ratcheting up the rhetoric, is a challenge to Parliament and is the road to anarchy and ruin. The TUC's response to this open declaration of war by the Conservative government was characteristic. the General Council does not challenge the Constitution. The sole aim of the Council is to secure for the miners a decent standard of life. The Council is engaged in an industrial dispute. This was no doubt true. And yet, timid as the TUC was, limited in its structure and aims, and with no capacity or intent for revolutionary action, the government's response was rabid. 2.5 million workers came out on strike. Print workers at the Daily Mail refused to print the establishment's daily lies, and the print operation was temporarily transferred to Paris. Churchill took charge, launching a government newspaper, the British Gazette, with newsprint commandeered from the traditional Tory press, much to the irritation of the proprietors. This was one of the first examples of a newspaper expressly designed to create fake news for the purpose of engendering an atmosphere of fear. Churchill's ideological assault depicted the strike as a challenge to the state by Bolshevik-inspired agitators. It was, he insisted, a deliberate, concerted, organized menace, whose aim was nothing less than the creation of a Soviet of trades unions that would take over the economic and political life of the country. This was pure fantasy. Trotsky, responding from Moscow on May 6, painted a somewhat different picture. We must look facts straight in the face. The chief efforts of the leaders of the Labour Party and of a considerable number of the official trade union leaders will not be directed towards paralysing the bourgeois state by means of the strike, but towards paralysing the general strike with the aid of the bourgeois state. A prediction confirmed by the TUC itself with its demand that a strong warning must be issued to all localities that any person found inciting the workers to attack property or inciting the workers to riot must be dealt with immediately, and by the labor newspaper the Daily Herald in an editorial titled "Trust Your Leaders." In addition to the daily propaganda sheet, Churchill helped mobilize a blackleg labor via far-right organizations, including the League of St. George among others. In the main, however, it was the Army and Navy that supplied the largest contingent of blacklegs and kept the docks operating to secure food supplies. The universities were at that time dominated by conservative students, many of whom answered Churchill's call to keep the country moving, and boasted of their role in defeating the strike, their first whiff of class war. Baldwin would later claim that appointing Churchill editor of the British Gazette had been one of his cleverer moves. It kept him too busy to provoke more acts of violence. Churchill would boast in turn that it was the Gazette that won the day for their side. Did he really believe that? In fact, despite Labour Party/TUC pusillanimity, the country was seriously divided. Only a minority of workers were ever on strike. Beyond this, 1 million workers were unemployed. Yet only tens of thousands of them volunteered to help the government. Special constables were drafted like sheriff's deputies in the American West. Otherwise, the mix opposing the strikers was unsurprising: professionals of all sorts, ex-army officers, young brutes from the stock exchange. A sizable section of the middle classes was hostile to trade unionism per se, and this was a chance to punish the workers. The politics of the TUC's own strike paper, The British Worker, was revealing. In its very first edition it advised, "Do all you can to keep everybody smiling. The way to do this is to keep smiling yourself. Do your best to discountenance any ideas of violent or disorderly conduct. Do the thing that is nearest, that will occupy you and will steady your nerves. Do a little to interest and amuse the kiddies now that you have the chance. Do what you can to improve your health. A good walk every day will keep you fit. Do something. Hanging around and swapping rumors is bad in every way." This view was challenged from below. A distinctive feature of the strike was the number of local bulletins and news sheets that emerged to counter Churchill's propaganda. Some had a daily circulation of around 10,000 copies, their effectiveness demonstrated by the unceasing attempts by authorities to suppress them. Most of these rank-and-file publications ignored the TUC's instructions to stick to the facts and not engage in comment or interpretation. In Newcastle, the Workers' Chronicle challenged the sanctity of private property, with one headline demanding nationalisation of the mines without compensation under workers' control through pit committees. In Monmouthshire, Wales, the Miners' Daily Bulletin published an imaginary conversation between a striker and his young son. "What is a blackleg, Dad?" "A blackleg is a traitor, my boy. He is a man who knows not honor or shame." "Were there many blacklegs in the valley, Dad?" "No, my boy. Only the station master at Abersychan and 2 clerks at Crane Street Station." The TUC's advice to keep the strike passive provoked roars of laughter spiced with anger in many working-class communities. In his remarkable strike chronicle, The General Strike May 1926, Robin Page Arnott reported on daily events. His entry of May 6, the third day of the strike, contains the following information. Sir John Simon declared in the House of Commons that the strike was illegal. Interim injunction by Justice Ashbury against Tower Hill branch of Seamen's Union. An appeal was made for special constables. Protest against strike from the executive of the Institute of Journalists. Shapurji Saklatvala, a communist MP sentenced to 2 months' imprisonment. Numerous collisions between police and strikers in the streets, in Old Kent Road, London, crowd dispersed by police, several injured. In Glasgow, 66 arrests, several injured. In Edinburgh, 22 arrests. East Fife in Scotland was a stronghold, having created a defence committee. Elsewhere, clashes with the police and blacklegs were increasing. Trams that were still running were overturned and burnt, while buses simply could not operate in Poplar and Bermondsey. In Edinburgh, the football ground was used as a parking venue for impounded vehicles that were not validated by the unions. In Leeds, a blackleg-operated bus was stopped by strikers carrying guns. None of these actions reached national proportions. A minority was prepared to fight, but it was bereft of a political instrument. And its own leaders were preparing to capitulate in the most abject fashion. They did so 9 days after the strike began. It was a shameless and unconditional surrender. George V, now beginning to understand the flexibility of labourism, confided to his diary, "Our old country can well be proud of itself, as during the last 9 days there has been a strike in which 4 million people have been affected, not a shot has been fired and no one killed. It shows what a wonderful people we are." The labor leaders and their intellectual advisers, MacDonald, Thomas, Kleins, Sidney, and Beatrice Webb et al., must have purred with delight at this royal appreciation of their own role. What of Ernest Bevin, then head of the Transport Union? He had been one of the most radical members on the TUC's General Council, praising in strong language the conference delegates after they had agreed to strike. "You have placed your all upon the altar of this great movement, and having placed it there, even if every penny goes, history will ultimately write up that it was a magnificent generation that was prepared to do it rather than see the miners driven down like slaves." After the surrender, a Versailles moment for the TUC leaders, Bevin did not waste too much time in deciding that class collaboration was a much better course than industrial action. Certainly for him. His career and standing in society blossomed. In time he would become Churchill's favourite Labour politician, loyal to the British state and its empire for the rest of his life. An English Niski. And what of the miners and their heroic leader A.J. Cook? They battled until late that autumn. In a token act of noblesse oblige, the Prince of Wales, later Edward VIII, later still the Duke of Windsor, sent a donation of £10 accompanied by a note written by a flunky on his behalf. HRH necessarily cannot take sides in any dispute, but we all owe a debt to miners in the past, and everyone feels sympathy for their wives and children in their hour of distress. Besides, it would be an unsatisfactory end to any dispute that one side should have to give in on account of the sufferings of their dependents. HRH is confident that with goodwill on both sides there will be a happy issue out of the present difficulties. By then, however, embittered and angered at what they perceived as a betrayal by their fellow workers, the miners finally submitted rather than starve. Yet they would never forget those who had done them so much harm. Churchill became an object of hatred in Scotland, Wales, and northern England, as well as in large parts of London and a few other big cities, a hatred that was passed down from one generation to the next. The trade unions lost 500,000 members within weeks of the miners' defeat. When elected in 1929, the Labour government refused even to consider nationalisation of the mines. Ramsay MacDonald, the Prime Minister, said the timing was not quite right. With the crash of 1929 in the United States and the depression that hit Britain in 1931, the Labour leaders, genetically incapable of understanding, let alone combating, the capitalist crisis, simply decamped to form a coalition government with Tories and Liberals, leaving an isolated rump of party members in the House of Commons. C.P. Scott, the editor of the Manchester Guardian, had long bewailed the division of progressive forces in Britain. He feared that the formation of the Labour Party, the disputes among Liberals on Irish Home Rule, the First World War and the general strike might lead to their displacement. An intimate of Gladstone, Lloyd George and Asquith, and regularly received at Downing Street, Scott appealed to both Labour and Liberals to come to terms. In November 1922 he wrote, "It is impossible in any broad way to dissociate liberalism from Labour. They have the same root in aspiration and purpose, the same resolve at all cost to place the welfare of the community above that of any class. Labour, as representing by far the most numerous class, may sometimes tend to forget this, but not for long. At present they are forced into an unnatural antagonism by the limitations of an antiquated electoral system wholly unsuited to the needs of the day, but the moment that is reformed and proportional representation gives us a true mirror of the nation, the truth will emerge. They, Labour and Liberals, may never combine, but they should always understand, and in the main support each other." He was aware that some in the Liberal Party were fooling around with the notion of making it an anti-socialist centre party. He was totally opposed to this route and warned, "Liberalism, unless it is to be constructive, is a barren and impotent thing, and, reunion or no reunion, its destiny is the dust heap." 100 years later, Scott's views still resound in the pages of the newspaper he founded, as many in the Parliamentary Labour Party, including its current leader, Keir Starmer, would like nothing better than a move to the centre. Two of his predecessors, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, publicly expressed political affection for Mrs. Thatcher. Tory leader and Prime Minister David Cameron never hid his admiration for Blair. Each begot the other. Given what progressive politics means these days, Scott's model could now be easily extended to include a section of the Conservative Party as well. It was Labourism that derailed the 1926 strike by insisting it remain a passive show of strength, instead of actively mobilizing support for a miners' victory. The British trade union movement after the defeat of Chartism was a defensive operation, its politics a combination of liberalism and Methodism. The sickly political party it produced shared the same parentage. It was not without reason that Tom Nairn raged, "What was written in the English sky," to correspond to the towering words of 1789, "Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité." The shamanism of the British Constitution, an assorted repertoire of, largely fake, antiquities, the poisonous remains of the once revolutionary ideology of Puritanism, and the anti-revolutionary invective of Edmund Burke. That Churchill was addicted to this medicine is hardly surprising. But the fact that most of the British Labour movement has been too is a disastrous shortcoming. Only a few Labour politicians, Tony Benn and Jeremy Corbyn among them, have been prepared to challenge the antiquated structures of monarchy, property and power. "They work well" was the dominant view in all British political parties, so why bother with change? 7. The rise of fascism. By ship, in cars, on foot, by plane, or train. They came in haste to meet the simple salutation out of Spain. The word, salute. A short word for such a journey and ordeal. By plane or train, in cars, by ship, on foot. But handed out with something made of steel. And with a friend's smile, it could seem a lot. The word, salute. When from their trench mortars their grenades come whistling over us. This is the word with which his own class greets. For which he fights, their fight. On foreign soil and over foreign streets. And yet his own kind. Bertolt Brecht, by ship, in cars. On foot, by plane, or train, 1936–37. In September 1919, as Churchill in his Whitehall den fumed over the Bolsheviks, the German army, under revolutionary pressure, was forced to permit political debates among the rank and file, albeit with strict supervision. In a Bavarian unit, a 30-year-old corporal, recuperating from war injuries, he had been gassed, observed the political scene in Germany. A communist uprising in Munich had been defeated only recently by the army. The corporal, too, had become obsessed with the Bolshevik victory in Russia. A soldier in his unit had asked why Germany had lost the war, and the company commander had thoughtfully assigned the promise-laden Corporal Hitler to compose a reply. Raoul Hilberg, regarded universally as the greatest scholar of the Judaicid, takes up the story. Hitler's answer, dated September 16, 1919, is his first explicit writing about the Jews. In this lengthy memorandum, he stated that the Jews were exploiting nations, undermining their strength, and infecting them with racial tuberculosis. He went on to discuss anti-Semitism, making a distinction between an anti-Semitism of emotion, which could give rise only to temporary eruptions, or pogroms, without leading to a solution of the Jewish problem, and an anti-Semitism of reason, which would result in a series of legal measures aimed at the eventual elimination of the Jews. He referred to emotion, Gefühl, as momentary. On the other hand, reason, Vernunft, is steady. He wanted this steadiness for the attainment of his goal, the total removal, disappearance, or elimination of the Jews, expressed in the German word Entfernung. This critical core of Adolf Hitler's intellectual makeup was virtually ignored by his many sympathizers in the ruling circles of Britain and the United States. They were, to a surprising degree, emotional, casual anti-Semites. Hitler's political theology was understood much better in France, where an anti-Semitic intellectual tradition, strongly embedded in much of the conservative and Catholic right, predated Hitler. Churchill saw fascism as an extra-parliamentary current with its own armed bands that could defeat the communists. On this he remained consistent till 1937. His support for Mussolini was effusive, his hopes in Franco outlasted the war, and, for some years, he was impressed by Hitler and the sturdy, patriotic Hitler Youth. After the war was over, he supported using fascist remnants to defend Western colonial possessions in Asia and to keep Greece subjugated, in addition to polishing and reusing chunks of the defeated fascist states in Germany, Italy, and France. Police chiefs, military personnel, chiefs of intelligence, judges, and magistrates were kept on active duty to help win the Cold War. The question "what is fascism?" first emerged from the flames of the first House of the People set on fire by the Fasci di Combattimento, fascist bands, in Italy in 1919. In the action lay the answer. The Fasci were created by Benito Mussolini in Milan that year with a clear purpose, to oppose and destroy the socialists. It was a conflict that had begun in 1914 when pro-war groups had fought the Socialist Party's anti-war activists. Mussolini often boasted of the wounds he had collected during that conflict. His hardcore support came initially from the Arditi, the commando units who believed that, having saved the country, they should be allowed to run it. They were attracted to Mussolini's rhetoric of patriotism, his calls for social reforms and his hostility towards intellectuals. 1 But it was the combat against socialist revolutionaries that attracted support from capitalists and the state authorities. Antonio Gramsci, the most far-sighted Marxist theoretician and political leader produced by the Italian left, explained the rural growth of the Fasci and their movement. The fact that their emergence coincided with the landowners' need to form a white guard against the growing power of the workers' organizations allowed the system of bands created and armed by the big landowners to adopt the same label of Fasci. With their subsequent development, these bands conferred upon that label their own characteristic feature as a white guard of capitalism against the class organs of the proletariat. Here was a new force prepared to defend capitalism and landlordism by illegal, violent, and extra-constitutional methods. And to kill in doing so. The debate on fascism continues to spawn books whose authors disagree over whether it was a revolutionary or a counter-revolutionary phenomenon. Rarely has the eruption of something new led to such a simultaneous theoretical and historical debate on its character, likely evolution, and ultimate aims. The empirical evidence of fascism's rise in Italy and Germany suggested that it was the last response of a frightened bourgeoisie. Was it just that, or something more? And what of the political hybrids it inspired in Austria, Spain, Japan, India, Hungary, Romania, etc.? It is ultra-fashionable in present times to decontextualize fascism, to ignore or to downplay how it came into existence and for what reasons. Why was it so popular with the elites? And why, in Germany, did a large block of the old ruling class, including the remnants of the Hohenzollern dynasty and other aristocrats, cling to the fascists as if their lives depended on it? Despite the presentation of fascism these days by conservative and revisionist historians, the facts related to its rise remain stubborn. It was created to destroy and defeat the left, and would not have triumphed had the dominant classes refused their financial and political support. In a period of severe economic and political crisis, fascism specialized in making the poor fight against the poor. What had so scared the dominant classes in Italy was the eruption of what became known as the Biennio Rosso, or 2 Red Years, of 1919 to 20, a wave of militant strikes in the north, accompanied by factory occupations and the creation of workers' councils, incipient Soviets, peasant eruptions in the countryside, including strikes, huge mass rallies, and clashes between peasant and fascist militias, the birth of a growing Marxist intelligentsia to replace anarcho-syndicalism, and, importantly, a general election in which the Socialist Party, SI, emerged as the largest single party, which meant defeat for the ruling Liberal coalition. The Socialist Party was a unified organization. Moderate and revolutionary socialists argued endlessly over tactics, strategy, and the Russian Revolution, but they did not splinter. They received the largest number of votes in most key areas: Emilia-Romagna, 60%, Piedmont, 49.7%, Lombardy, 45.9%, and Tuscany, 41.7%. The Liberal lists won in southern Italy. Elsewhere, the Christian Democratic Party Popular Italia, PPI, founded in 1919 by a priest and backed by the Vatican to counter the socialists, won 20% of the vote and 100 seats in the Chamber of Deputies. It supported some social reforms, women's suffrage, and proportional representation, but dissolved soon afterwards into warring pro-fascist and anti-fascist factions. Pope Pius XI, who took Peter's throne in 1922, signed a concordat with Mussolini and later helped Croatian fascist leaders escape justice after the Second World War. Many Catholic priests, in sharp contrast to the Vatican's collaboration, fought with the resistance and helped some Italian Jews escape their executioners. The events of the Biennio Rosso included food riots in 1919, general strikes in Turin and Piedmont in April 1920, and a mutiny of soldiers in Ancona who refused to be transferred to Albania. It was obvious that semi-insurrectionary movements were emerging in both North and South. As the historian of Italian fascism Philip Morgan points out, the character of the movement in the South, where the Socialist Party was weak or non-existent, differed from that of the North. In the South it had a traditional shape, occupations of the latifundia. Spreading initially from Lazio in the spring to the autumn of 1919, coinciding with the demobilization of Italy's peasant army, land occupations resumed in spring 1920 and were particularly intense in the autumn of 1920, affecting parts of Sardinia, Sicily, Calabria, Campania, and Apulia too. In many cases the initiative was taken by demobilist soldiers, their ability to use weapons being as important as their political demands. Politically, it was the Catholic peasant leagues backed by the PPI who challenged the landowners. Unfortunately, both organizations were prone to accepting unnecessary compromises. 2 trade union confederations, one Catholic, the other socialist, also emerged in this period. In 1920, Federterra, the agricultural trade union federation of the socialists, had 1 million members. Its core membership consisted of landless laborers in Emilia and Apulia, but after the war the struggles between agricultural laborers and capitalist farmers were at their most intense in Lombardy, central Tuscany, and Veneto. In most cases the socialist-led peasants and laborers won the day. These victories created a new political consciousness among Italian workers, leading to a string of socialist triumphs in local elections in the autumn of 1920. While anti-socialist coalitions won most cities, the increase in socialist votes in the countryside swept aside the liberal representatives of the landowners. In Siena province, 30 of 36 local councils went socialist, as did 149 of 290 communes in Tuscany as a whole. In Emilia, the cradle of rural socialism, the SI won control of a staggering 223 of 280 municipal councils, and in the province of Bologna alone, 54 out of 61. 3. The SI had campaigned on a revolutionary program, stating openly that its aim was to utilize the local town halls as institutions of power to challenge the bourgeois state on a national level. These municipal dictatorships of the proletariat were far removed from parish pump politics. They represented the victories of one class against another, and it was not totally surprising that a rich commercial farmer reported to his colleagues in the Bolognese Agrarian Association that there are occasions when I don't know whether I'm in Russia or in Italy. He was worried, and rightly so. The combination of strikes and electoral triumphs based on mass mobilizations was a potent elixir, a warning that socialist revolution was on the way and could not be averted by using parliamentary methods. This was the opinion of threatened middle-class professionals, the rural bourgeoisie and the capitalists. Their need for a tough counter-revolutionary organization was met by the fascists. The liberal leader, Giovanni Giolitti, refused to take fascism seriously. He believed Mussolini and his cohort could be tamed by power-sharing, and refused to discuss a parliamentary anti-fascist coalition with the socialists, unless Mussolini was included. The reason for the liberal intransigence on this issue was that many of the party's supporters preferred Mussolini to the socialists. Observing the political chaos with glee, in 1922 the fascist leader announced his march on Rome. He was not fully confident that his legions could take and retain power, but he thought it worth a try. His ultimate success delighted conservatives throughout Europe. Mussolini's mythomania portrayed the march on Rome in fierce colors. The reality was somewhat different. The march itself was neither violent nor a decisive act. What actually took place was different from what was later presented. A coterie of courtiers and sycophants deliberately deceived the king, misinforming him that the army was refusing to defend Rome against the planned fascist march from Milan. A weak and pathetic figure, the king did not require too much prompting. He contacted Mussolini and offered him the prime ministership. Mussolini immediately agreed. His black shirts arrived in Rome a full day after he had gratefully accepted the royal offer to form a new government. Fantasist that he was, he seriously considered ordering his train to a halt before it reached Rome and entering the city on a white horse. Instead, he came by sleeping car and went to the palace even as his black shirt thugs were looting the houses of political enemies and force-feeding the editor of a liberal paper with castor oil, the fascist medicine. All the early fascist pledges made in the immediate aftermath of the First World War were unceremoniously dumped. Abolishing the monarchy? The king remained firmly ensconced on his throne. Land reform and expropriation of ecclesiastical property? An independent judiciary? Democratization of local government? Empty promises, never to be realized. Fear and conformism gripped the country. In 1927, 5 years after the fascists took Rome and Italy, Churchill went to meet with Il Duce. He was convinced early on that Mussolini and Italian fascism represented the only kind of extra-parliamentary force capable of defeating Bolshevism and its followers in Europe. The fascists could mobilize a people in the streets, something that traditional conservative parties could not. If I had been an Italian, he is quoted as saying during his trip, I am sure I should have been wholeheartedly with you from the start to finish in your triumphant struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism. But in England we have not yet had to face this danger in the same deadly form. We have our own way of doing things for. After one of his meetings with Mussolini, Churchill gushed to a crowd of waiting journalists. I could not help being charmed, like so many other people have been, by his gentle and simple bearing and by his calm, detached poise in spite of so many burdens and dangers. Secondly, anyone could see that he thought of nothing but the lasting good, as he understood it, of the Italian people, and that no lesser interest was of the slightest consequence to him. In an autobiography, published in several editions in Britain and the United States, with an admiring preface by the former U.S. ambassador to Italy, Mussolini proudly quoted what Churchill had said about him. Churchill called Mussolini the Roman genius, the greatest lawgiver among living men, telling him your movement has rendered service to the whole world. He lauded Italy with her ardent fascisti, her renowned chief, and stern sense of national duty. Small wonder then that the new leader commented at the time, "We always suspected that Mr. Winston Churchill was a fascist at heart. Now he has openly avowed it." Churchill's wife informed him that C.P. Scott at the Manchester Guardian was vexed over your partiality to Mussolini. Churchill's praise had Mussolini purring. 5 Uncharacteristically, Churchill preferred to ignore Il Duce's imperial pretensions. Mussolini had made no secret of his desire to turn the Mediterranean into an Italian lake once again, if not to rival Britain and France. Both conservative and liberal historians of Churchill are somewhat embarrassed by this extravagant praise and tend to sidestep his more gory effusions. Roy Jenkins coyly refers to Churchill's Italian pilgrimage as part of a tourist trip that took in Vesuvius and ended with 2 encounters with Mussolini in Rome, after which he issued much too friendly statements. Andrew Roberts executes a sleight of hand, quoting Churchill in 1923, when he was critical of the Italian dictator for destabilizing the League of Nations, before opining, "It would have been better for Churchill's reputation if he had stuck to this opinion," but as time went on he began to see Mussolini as a bulwark against communism, which he feared would spread westwards in post-war Europe. Neither historian quotes Churchill directly, thus avoiding a discussion of his genuine enthusiasm for Italian fascism. In 1926, a year before his trip to Rome, and now Chancellor of the Exchequer, Churchill expressed his admiration for Italian corporatism. Italy is a country which is prepared to face the realities of post-war reconstruction. It possesses a government under the commanding leadership of Signor Mussolini which does not shrink from the logical consequences of economic facts and which has the courage to impose the financial remedies required to secure and to stabilize the national recovery. Nor was he alone. Mussolini's fans included many English conservatives, some of whom flocked to Rome for years after Il Duce's rise. One of them, Henry Chips Channon, MP, confided to his diary on July 6, 1934. "There is something classical in Mussolini's seaplane flying to Rome being struck by lightning. It would seem as if the gods themselves were jealous of this dynamic man. Only once have I met him. It was in 1926, in Perugia. The whole town was en fete with garlands and bands and photographers and we were told that Il Duce was arriving the next morning. At 4 a.m. the next day the streets were crowded with singing, black-shirted boys. I got tickets for a lecture Mussolini was going to give at the university, and we duly arrived and found ourselves in a small room along with 40 to 50 other people, the cream of Perugian society. Suddenly the door opened, a little man, Napoleonic in stature, in a black coat, raised his right hand in a fascist salute and advanced down the room as the audience stood up. My Italian was never very good, nevertheless I understood every word he said. He held the audience spellbound, and made cold chills run down my spine. It gave me more of a thrill than my interview with the Pope. When it was over we were led up, because we were English, and introduced to him and I shook his warm big hand. Now all our Roman friends meet him often, as during the past few years he has deigned to go out into society. 6. Another conservative diarist of the period, Harold Nicholson, wrote of the fascist allure at a time of personal frustration, "Everything has gone wrong. I incurred enmities, the enmity of Lord Beaverbrook, the enmity of the BBC and the Athenaeum Club, the enmity of several stuffies." He had lost his job, a BBC contract for a series of talks on modern literature, terminated because he'd praised Joyce's Ulysses, failed in an election and was worried that my connection with Tom, Oswald, Mosley has done me harm. But life is fun, and so he and Mosley tootled off to see Mussolini in Rome, with a later stopover in Berlin to check on the progress of Herr Hitler. It was January 1932. Mosley, a one-time Labour MP who would soon launch the British Union of Fascists, confessed his fantasies to Nicholson. Tom cannot keep his mind off shock troops, the arrest of MacDonald Prime Minister and J. H. Thomas Secretary of State for the Colonies, their internment in the Isle of Wight and the roll of drums around Westminster. He is a romantic. That is his great failing. In Rome, Mosley was advised by Mussolini to adopt the title of fascist for his new party, but not to fool around with militarist notions. Accordingly, he declared himself unimpressed by the Italian dictator. Unlike Nicholson, Mosley was far more relaxed and encouraged by Hitler's continuing rise, and suggested to his friend that on their return to England they should seriously discuss the formation of a youth movement that would correspond to the SS or Schutzstaffel organization of the Nazis. Nicholson told Mosley he would be better off entering Parliament and confining his struggles to the House of Commons, which Mosley thought he could do with the backing of Winston and the Harmsworth Press. 7. The rise of Hitler. Hitler's rise to power had started with an attempt to mimic Mussolini. Munich was the setting for what became known as the Beer Hall Putsch of 1923. The fascists' plan was to kidnap the existing conservative state government in Bavaria and then to establish an alternative national government in Munich and call on the army to back them. Since General Ludendorff had agreed to march with them, Hitler had assumed the army would follow suit. It was a serious misjudgment. The Bavarian conservatives and the population at large remained loyal to their government, which ordered the police to preserve order. They did so, opening fire on the Nazi demonstrators. 14 Nazis and 4 policemen were killed, while Hitler and his colleagues were imprisoned. Ludendorff was arrested but released on his own surety. The German military high command refused to violate its own structures, and the Weimar Republic remained in place. The Beer Hall Putsch became the subject of mass ridicule, dismissed as a comic opera. The lesson learned by Hitler in prison led him to forswear organizing a putsch to seize power. For the time being he would remain, on the surface at least, a defender of constitutional niceties. By 1933 pursuit of that strategy had secured him ultimate power. In both Italy and Germany, the reasons for the rise of fascism were the same, despite their variable social structures and levels of industrialization, the different roles of the peasantry, significant in Italy, and their respective positions in the First World War, which Germany had lost while Italy ended up on the winning side. The impact of the war on employment, coupled with a growing social crisis, disrupted the routine functioning of parliamentary democracies. The historical function of fascism was twofold: to destroy the forces of the left that were disrupting the smooth operation of capitalism, and to restore the rates of profit. Normally, parliamentary democracy is the most suitable system for elite rule because it permits a periodic reduction in social antagonisms through safety valves such as press freedoms, open academic discourse, local and provincial elections, etc. But this depends on a certain equilibrium of economic, social, and political factors. When that equilibrium is disrupted by internal or exogenous forces, so the Austrian social democratic economist Rudolf Hilferding argued, a form of fascism will appear attractive to certain layers of the population, an extreme form of bourgeois rule, a dictatorship of capital that takes over every aspect of social, economic, cultural, and political life, even if this entails the political expropriation of sections of the bourgeoisie itself and the limiting of its off-duty pleasures. Max Horkheimer saw fascism as the most modern form of monopoly capitalist society. Richard Lowenthal added that it was also planned imperialism. Both saw fascism as an expression of the deep crisis that afflicted actually existing capitalism, a dictatorship that, in order to defend the ruling class, took direct power away from the bourgeoisie. Mussolini's ultranationalist ideology promised to make Italy great again by reconstructing a modern version of the Roman Empire. Anti-Semitism was not a necessary component of fascist rule, and early membership rolls of the Italian Fascist Party included the names of many Jewish businessmen. German fascism, due largely to Hitler's own obsessions, made anti-Semitism a core policy. Freud, wrongly, thought this was the only concrete policy the fascists possessed, and, again wrongly, imagined that the infection would not reach plucky little Austria. In Europe and the United States, most conservative and liberal politicians, and not a few on the left, minimized or ignored this aspect of fascism in their speeches and writings. Churchill, though not in office during the vital period of the 1930s, was of their number. Though he took a dislike to Hitler's imperial aspirations, he remained in a forgiving mood even as late as 1938. After Hitler criticized him for being a warmonger, Churchill's response was certainly not robust. Perhaps it was diplomatic. Here is his statement to the House of Commons on November 6 that year. "I have always said that if Great Britain were defeated in war, I hoped we should find a Hitler to lead us back to our rightful position among the nations. I am sorry, however, that he has not been mellowed by the great success that has attended him. The whole world would rejoice to see the Hitler of peace and tolerance, and nothing would adorn his name in world history so much as acts of magnanimity and of mercy and of pity to the forlorn and friendless, to the weak and poor. Since he has been good enough to give me his advice, I venture to return the compliment." Herr Hitler also showed himself unduly sensitive about suggestions that there may be other opinions in Germany besides his own. It would be indeed astonishing if, among 80 million of people so varying in origin, creed, interest, and condition, there should be only one pattern of thought. It would not be natural, it is incredible. That he has the power, and, alas, the will, to suppress all inconvenient opinions is no doubt true. It would be much wiser to relax a little, and not try to frighten people out of their wits for expressing honest doubt and divergences. He is mistaken in thinking that I do not see Germans of the Nazi regime when they come to this country. On the contrary, only this year I have seen, at their request, Herr Boll, Herr Henlein, and the Gauleiter of Danzig, and they all know that. In common with most English men and women, I should like nothing better than to see a great, happy, peaceful Germany in the vanguard of Europe. Let this great man search his own heart and conscience before he accuses anyone of being a warmonger. The whole peoples of the British Empire and the French Republic earnestly desire to dwell in peace side by side with the German nation. But they are also resolved to put themselves in a position to defend their rights and long-established civilizations. They do not mean to be in anybody's power. If Herr Hitler's eye falls upon these words, I trust he will accept them in the spirit of candor in which they are uttered. 8. An essay Churchill wrote a year earlier had taken the same conciliatory line. Hitler was the child of the rage and grief of a mighty empire and race which had suffered overwhelming defeat in war. The Führer sought revenge for that defeat, and in the 15 years that have followed this resolve he has succeeded in restoring Germany to the most powerful position in Europe. Germany was no longer prostrate at the feet of the victors. Whatever else may be thought of these exploits, Churchill wrote, they are certainly the most remarkable in the whole history of the world. Admiration and exaggeration apart, Churchill criticized the banning of the Socialist and Communist parties, the hatred for and persecution of the Jews, and the alarming assaults on Christianity in favor of the old gods of Nordic paganism. 9 Did he really believe this, or was it just for the record? Trotsky's warnings. In the Soviet Union, political conflicts and factional struggles within the Bolshevik Party had led to a victory for Stalin's faction at a time of setbacks abroad, in Europe and China. The defeated Trotsky was expelled, deprived of his nationality and sent into exile in Turkey. Kemal Ataturk dispatched him to the Isle of Principe, where Byzantine emperors had imprisoned their rivals. 10. Trotsky had been almost alone in warning, from 1931 onwards, of the dangers that lay ahead in Germany. A few years later, Bertolt Brecht, in his California exile, began work on what was to become one of the most savage attacks on the rise of Hitler and fascism. Brecht, together with Walter Benjamin, had read Trotsky's warnings, the following passage of which may have helped in the composition of the resistible rise of Arturo Ui, first performed a decade later. At the start of his political career, Hitler stood out perhaps only because of his big temperament, a voice much louder than others, and a circumscribed mentality much more self-assured. He did not bring into the movement any ready-made program, if one disregards the insulted soldiers' thirst for vengeance. Hitler began with grievances and complaints about the Versailles terms, the high cost of living, the lack of respect for a meritorious non-commissioned officer, and the plots of bankers and journalists of the Mosaic persuasion. There were in the country plenty of ruined and drowning people with scars and fresh bruises. They all wanted to thump with their fists on the table. This Hitler could do better than others. True, he knew not how to cure the evil. But his harangues sounded now like commands and again like prayers addressed to inexorable fate. Doomed classes, like those fatally ill, never tire of making variations on their plaints or of listening to consolations. Hitler's speeches were all attuned to this pitch. Sentimental formlessness, absence of disciplined thought, ignorance along with gaudy erudition, all these minuses turned into pluses. They supplied him with the possibility of uniting all types of dissatisfaction around the beggar's sack of National Socialism, and of leading the mass in the direction in which it pushed him. In the mind of the agitator was preserved, from among his early personal improvisations, whatever had met with approbation. His political thoughts were the fruits of oratorical acoustics. That is how the selection of slogans went on. That is how the program was consolidated. That is how the leader took shape out of the raw material. Point 11. As eloquently noted by his biographer, Trotsky's attempt to arouse the working class of Germany to the danger that threatened it was his greatest political deed in exile. Like no one else, and much earlier than anyone, he grasped the destructive delirium with which National Socialism was to burst upon the world. His commentaries on the German situation, written between 1930 and 1933, the years before Hitler's assumption of power, stand out as a cool, clinical analysis and forecast of this stupendous phenomenon of social psychopathology and of its consequences to the international labor movement, to the Soviet Union, and to the world. Point 12. In discussing the rise and fall of fascism, one question tends to be either overlooked or underplayed. Was fascism inevitable or was it resistible? And if the latter, through which mechanisms? That a crucial sector of German capitalism favored a period of order is an indisputable fact. Some may well have preferred a more rational form of irrationality, but others backed and funded Hitler's party. The fact that many owners of capitalist monopolies, as well as conservatives, parties and individuals, of many hues, favored fascism embarrasses liberal historians today. What of the German left? As discussed earlier, the two major parties, the Social Democratic SPD and the Communist KPD, were bitterly divided. The counter-revolutionary thrust begun by the right-wing SPD leaders Niski, Ebert, and Scheidemann in December 1918 to January 1919, with the help of the Freikorps, ancestor of the future SA and SS, not only spilt the blood of Luxemburg, Liebknecht, Jogi Ces, and Hasse, it was also responsible for the assassination of thousands of workers by proto-fascist death squads between 1919 and 1921. Was it possible to bridge that river of blood? Had the Comintern in Moscow reversed course, pushing the KPD to launch a serious unity offensive, calling on socialists and other parties to form a united front against fascism, the situation might have been retrievable. The failure to analyze the specificity of fascism led to complete disaster in 1933. The far right in the SPD hated the KPD more than it did the Nazis. As for the KPD, it was on an ultra-left course, writing off the fascist threat as a temporary aberration. It referred to its opponents in the SPD as social fascists, and one top KPD leader, Ernst Thälmann, infamously remarked, "First Hitler, then our turn." The relationship of forces did not, however, initially favor fascism. In the May 1924 general elections, the SPD got 6 million votes, the KPD almost 4 million, the Center Liberals 4 million and the Nazis 2 million. In December of that same year another election was called. The KPD lost 1 million votes to the SPD, whose total was now just under 8 million, the Center was unchanged, and the Nazis dropped to 907,000. In the May 1928 elections, the pattern was more or less the same, with the Nazi vote down to 810,000. When the Depression hit Germany hard, there was a dramatic shift. In September 1930, the fascist vote increased sevenfold, to 6.5 million votes, with the SPD at 8.5 million and the Communists at 4.5 million, slightly more than the Center at 4 million. In his first essay pamphlet after the 1930 election, Trotsky warned that the vacillating German bourgeoisie faced a choice: social democracy or fascism. In his view, fascism in Germany has become a real danger, as an acute expression of the hopeless position of the bourgeois regime, the conservative role of the social democracy in this regime, and the accumulated powerlessness of the Communist Party to abolish it. Whoever denies this is either blind or a braggart. The malarial character of the political curve, he argued, suggested that the tempo of the crisis would be speedy. A pre-revolutionary crisis and the strategic impotence of the Revolutionary Party could, in other words, lead to a horrible defeat. He appealed for an SPD-KPD pact to unite the working class against the Nazis, arguing that this would change the political dynamic overnight and become a pole of attraction for liberals as well as those who were despairingly falling prey to fascist demagogy. 13. His appeal fell on deaf ears. The left's failure scarred working-class consciousness and members of both parties. Within 2 years Hitler was in power, with the support of the overwhelming bulk of the German elite. The KPD had run Thälmann in the 1932 presidential elections. The SPD had refused even to put up its own candidate and insisted on voting for von Hindenburg as the lesser evil. He won, and in January of the following year appointed Hitler as Reich Chancellor. During the Weimar period that preceded fascism, the German army, navy, and air force had been quietly but consistently engaged in rearmament. Under the Nazis, after 1933, there was a sharp acceleration. A few tests were conducted, beginning with the occupation of the Rhineland in 1936, and their success meant that within a few years the Third Reich was ready for war. Visiting Bavaria in 1935, Churchill was impressed by the patriotic German youth singing nationalist songs as they marched through the streets. If the virulence of interwar nationalism in Germany was a response to the punishing conditions of the Versailles Treaty and the global economic crisis of the Great Depression, what of its British counterpart? British nationalism took the form of pride in and support for the British Empire on both a casual and an ideological level. The Empire was part of everyday life. It effortlessly dominated politics and culture. A large section of the labor movement was at one here with British capitalism. Reducing this reality simply to the imperial loot that trickled down to the subaltern classes is an insufficient explanation. After all, imperial gains did not help the working class much in material terms. Reductions in wages, political repression of strikers and radicals, curbing of trade union rights, were, and remain, features of British capitalism. The harmony of interests never existed at home or abroad. There was dissent, of course, as Priyangvada has strikingly demonstrated 14, but it was dwarfed by mass identification with the empire. For example, Ramsay MacDonald, leader of the Independent Labour Party, subsequently leader of the Labour Party and the first ever Labour Prime Minister, had opposed the First World War, but prior to that he had written a book that jolted many socialists. Its German-language edition of 1912 was edited and introduced by one of his main German equivalents, Edward Bernstein. 15 MacDonald argued that while it was necessary to democratize the empire, it was even more important to retain and maintain it. Leaving no room for doubt, he explained that democratization did not mean self-determination in any shape or form for the inferior races, since it was abundantly clear they were incapable of governing themselves. He defended white rule in South Africa, justified racial segregation in the United States, and was totally indifferent to the civil rights of African Americans. As Labour Prime Minister, he practiced what he preached and defended the empire as vigorously as Churchill. Colonial rebellions against British imperialism found no favour with a large majority of the British labour movement. MacDonald was fully supported by Labourist intellectuals assembled in the Fabian Society. Bernard Shaw wrote extensively defending the empire. His principal contribution to Fabian theory on this subject was to proclaim the existence of higher and lesser civilizations. Hardly original, this was a view shared by Churchill, Leopold of Belgium, their French and German equivalents, Woodrow Wilson, and many others. Hitler gave this belief in superior races a new twist in the 1930s by extending it for domestic use against Jews and later, in occupied territories, against the Slavs. They were undermentioned, subhuman. The triumph of the Nazis in 1933 marked a turning point in world politics. The largest state in Europe was now the bastion of counter-revolution against the Bolsheviks and revanchism against the imperialist powers that had humiliated it in 1919. Goebbels, the first effective spin doctor of the 20th century, explained that the Versailles Treaty had resulted in the expulsion of Germany from the comity of powerful political countries, and that the principal function of the Nazis was to unite the people and once more lead it back to the comity of nations. The same nonsense was repeated by Mussolini during Hitler's triumphal trip to Rome in 1938, all that the two countries wanted was justice, security, and peace for all. In London, the Tory leader Stanley Baldwin was appealing for a different axis, also for peace and justice in the world, based on a deal between the two English-speaking powers. In a speech given at the Albert Hall in May 1935, just before becoming Prime Minister for the third time, he outlined his position. The combined powers of the navies, the potential manpower, the immediate economic power of a combined blockade, and a refusal to trade or lend money would be a sanction that no power on earth, however strong, dare face. It may be 100 years before that desirable end may be attained, it may never come to pass. But sometimes we may have our dreams. I cannot but think, even if men cannot advocate it openly yet, that some day and sometime those who follow us may see it and know that the peace of the world is guaranteed by those who speak our tongue. The speeches of Hitler and Goebbels about peace did have an impact, and there were conservative politicians in every European country who believed them, but Churchill wasn't convinced. Like others at home and in France, he hoped that the Germans would turn on the Soviet Union and destroy the Bolshevik menace before settling scores elsewhere. Hitler and Mussolini soon provided evidence that the extermination of Bolshevism and Jewish Bolsheviks in particular was indeed their main strategic aim in Europe. The rehearsal for the larger conflict that was being prepared took place in Spain, when a military coup led by General Francisco Franco toppled an elected Republican government, a coalition of left and progressive parties. Churchill's position was clear from the start: I will not pretend that, if I had to choose between communism and Nazism, I would choose communism. First he embraced Mussolini, now Franco. Spanish history was far more complicated than implied by Churchill's stupid and reductionist comment. He was too blinded by his hostility to the left to see that Franco's victory would only strengthen fascism's stranglehold on Europe. The Spanish cockpit. As the respected Spanish historian Julian Casanova points out in his sober reassessment of the brief flowering and embattled fall of the Democratic Republic, the civil war in Spain, triggered by a coup against a democratically elected government, was not a single war that might be defined simply as a contest between fascism and democracy. It was that too, but there were many wars inside this one, some with long historical pedigrees, a war to settle deep social conflicts, precipitated by the complex chemistry of the first truly democratic regime in Spanish history, a war of class struggle, a war of religion, between obscurantism and modernization, an ideological war around concepts of the nation and fatherland, a war between antagonistic political beliefs, waged in an international context characterized by the crisis of democracy and challenges from left and right, symbolized by communism and fascism. The Popular Front in Spain had swept to victory in the 1936 election. Its official program was innocuous, but it was clear to the dominant classes that the masses responsible for the victory wanted a social revolution that would transform Spain forever. In keeping with the continuities and discontinuities of Spanish history, a general's conspiracy began to take shape, backed by the oligarchic bloc. Their objective was simple: a preemptive counter-revolution. Revolts against the Popular Front government in army barracks in July 1936 provoked working-class uprisings in Madrid, Barcelona, Santander, and virtually every other major city in Spain. These were accompanied by the creation of autonomous institutions, workers' councils and peasant collectives. Plainly, these were not just defensive moves, but a declaration of intent backed by a muscular show of strength. The Anarchist Trade Union Confederation in Barcelona, CNT, and its socialist counterpart in Madrid and the North, UGT, exercised working-class sovereignty over factories, districts, and brigades. The central government had no power in these zones. For a short period, 9 months, there was genuine dual power in Spain, the only such example in the West. The Economist noted hopefully, "We have the influence of Paris of 1848 and 1871 rather than the influence of Moscow in 1917, forgetting conveniently that the road from 1871 led to Moscow in 1917. It was the prelude to a popular revolution. Hence the military revolt." Churchill could see that this was not a repeat of the 1926 general strike in Britain, but a revolution backed by pro-Moscow socialists and communists and, in Catalonia, anti-Stalin communists and anarchists. Like most of Europe's conservatives and the two fascist dictators, Churchill backed the uniformed counter-revolution. In Moscow, Stalin was worried that no single party was in complete command to carry out Comintern orders. He was particularly concerned by Catalonia, where the anti-Stalinist POUM, and its strong backers in Soviet military intelligence, as well as the anarchists, refused to accept the line from Moscow. He authorized a virtual civil war within the left. Others, like Jan Burton and his network of internationalist agents organized in the 4th Department of the Red Army based in Western Europe, were desperate for a victory in Spain. They could see that it would be a blow against fascism and might even revive the demoralized working class in the Soviet Union. The central government in Madrid, nervous and faltering as ever, agreed nonetheless to distribute arms to the workers and citizens opposed to the conspiracy. All the conditions for a revolutionary takeover were now present, but the workers' parties were divided. The military, under Franco's leadership, was not. The civil war commenced. As we shall see, Germany and Italy played a major role in sustaining Franco with arms, troops, and training, most infamously with the Nazi bombing of the Basque town of Guernica. Britain and France preached and practiced non-intervention. Léon Blum, the socialist prime minister at the head of a Popular Front government in France, was far too scared to help his comrades in Spain. International brigades from many countries were formed to fight on the side of the Republicans. As Julian Casanova observes, Spain's fate was specific, but not so different from that of over half of the 28 European parliamentary or quasi-parliamentary democracies of the interwar years that, by the beginning of 1939, had succumbed to dictatorial regimes. There was one big difference, however: the Spanish Revolution was confronted by separatist tendencies in the Basque Country and Catalonia, which accelerated during periods of dictatorship. The democratic task of national self-determination at home and decolonization in Morocco would have helped to isolate and, possibly, defeat Franco, despite German and Italian support. Franco's victory put paid to all such hopes, as an iron dictatorship began imprisoning, torturing, and killing its civil war opponents, including university rectors and teachers. Book burnings were revived for the first time since the Inquisition had ordered the mass burning of Muslim libraries in Granada in the 15th century. The books being burnt now, apart from Marxist and socialist texts, included the works of Voltaire, Rousseau, Goethe, Flaubert, Balzac, Hugo, Dostoevsky, Fernando de Rojas, etc. Rooms in libraries where bad books were confined became known as hells, and in a number of cases they were still in existence when Franco died in 1975. Proportionately, the Basques and Catalans suffered the most, together with socialists and communists throughout the country. Spanish refugees flowed into France. Franco's dictatorship decisively shifted the relationship of forces in Europe. A confident and triumphant fascism now confronted bourgeois democratic France, Imperial Britain, and the Soviet Union. The Nazi intervention on behalf of a pro-fascist clerical, military dictatorship in Spain was followed by the Anschluss, as Hitler's forces marched into Austria in 1938. Austrian Social Democrats had strongly favored a union with Germany in 1919, but the proposal was brusquely rejected by the Entente as premature. Hitler's return to his native country was popular there, and a strain of fascism, on some levels more virulent than the German variety, took root in Austrian soil. 17. The march into the Rhineland, the intervention in Spain, the Anschluss, 3 test runs had been successful. Hitler was now poised for a war to take Europe. Both appeasers inside the British Conservative Party and, a little later, Franklin Roosevelt in the White House believed that resistance to the Nazi war machine could not possibly succeed. They wanted a pre-war deal, a separate peace with Hitler, failing to see that it would not be worth the paper on which it was written. All attempts by the Soviet Union to create an alliance with France and Britain were rebuffed. Counterfactual history is never satisfying, but there are few who doubt that, had Britain done a deal with the Third Reich, the United States would not have intervened militarily in Europe, unless it appeared that the Soviet Union, on its own, might defeat the Nazis. There was much that Churchill simply failed to understand in this period. Enamored of Mussolini, impressed by Hitler's organization, an advocate of Franco's triumph in Spain, he failed to see the steel curtain festooned with swastikas that was threatening Europe, and that Hitler's ascent meant a revival and consolidation of German imperialism. When he finally grasped the gravity of the threat, too many opportunities to deal with it had been lost. Churchill's position on Spain was a case in point. Writing in the Evening Standard on August 10, 1936, he was insistent on British and French non-intervention. Meanwhile, it is of the utmost consequence that France and Britain should act together in observing the strictest neutrality themselves and endeavoring to induce it in others. Even if Russian money is thrown in on one side, or Italian and German encouragement is given to the other, the safety of France and England requires absolute neutrality and non-intervention by them. Given the scale of the German and Italian intervention, compared to which the international brigades were puny, the non-interventionists effectively handed over the country to Franco. Churchill's support for the general on every level was never in doubt. As Paul Preston recounts in his highly acclaimed work on the Spanish Civil War, most of the atrocities were carried out by Franco's forces. To these Churchill and others turned a blind eye. Winston Churchill's reaction to the situation in Republican Spain was representative of the perception of events in upper-class and official circles. When the new Spanish ambassador Pablo de Aycarete arrived in London in early September 1936, he was introduced by his friend Lord David Cecil to Churchill. Although Aycarete arrived with a reputation as a highly respected functionary of the League of Nations, a red-faced Churchill angrily rejected his outstretched hand and stalked off muttering, "Blood, blood." 18. 2 months later, on October 2, 1936, Churchill penned another column for the Evening Standard. This time he targeted the execution of hostages in Madrid by the Republican side. Civil wars are never pretty. It depends which side you're on. The Madrid executions were heavily criticized within the Republican camp, and El Socialista published a strong editorial the day after Churchill's column titled "Moral Obligations in War," the life of an adversary who surrenders is unassailable, no combatant can dispose of that life. But that is not how the rebels behave. No matter. It is how we should behave. Churchill admitted that Franco's gangs regularly shoot a proportion of their prisoners taken in arms, but insisted this was not comparable to what he called the tortures and fiendish outrages in the lowest pit of human degradation committed by Republicans. Therefore, he concluded, it would be a mistake alike in truth and wisdom for British public opinion to rate both sides at the same level. In other words, Franco was better than the Republicans. Blinded by class and imperial prejudices, Churchill fully backed European fascism against its enemies on the left. He never changed his mind on Franco. As far as he was concerned, the Spanish dictator was an all-weather friend, unlike Stalin and the Red Army, who could only be temporary allies. On Germany, before most other Tory leaders, he realized that Hitler could not be appeased. Rearmament was the key. Once he had achieved that, he was satisfied. He organized a fight back against Germany and was lucky when Hitler spared the British Expeditionary Force in France. British propagandists were quick to transform a defeat into a victory. But within the army, most soldiers and officers were only too aware how close they had been to disaster. 8. Japan's bid for mastery in Asia. Here war is simple like a monument. A telephone is speaking to a man. Flags on a map assert that troops were sent. A boy brings milk in bowls. There is a plan. For living men in terror of their lives. Who thirst at 9 who were to thirst at noon. And can be lost and are, and miss their wives. And, unlike an idea, can die too soon. But ideas can be true although men die. And we can watch 1,000 faces. Made active by one lie. And maps can really point to places where life is evil now. Nanking, Dachau. W. H. Auden, Sonnet 16 from In Time of War, 1939. The opening of Japanese hostilities against China in July 1937 launched the Second World War and made a future clash with the United States and Britain virtually inevitable. By December that same year, Japanese forces had captured some of the most important ports and cities, including Shanghai and Nanjing. 1 million Chinese citizens were now under occupation. Western leaders failed to perceive the real significance of this conflict. They saw it as a minor episode, a relatively harmless extension of Japan's continuing occupation of Manchuria since September 1931. The conquest of Manchuria had clearly violated the Charter of the League of Nations, but Churchill was strongly opposed to any retaliatory action. He saw Japan as a bulwark of order in the Far East that might deter Soviet expansionism in the region and prevent the breakup of China. On February 17, 1933, he spoke to the far-right Anti-Socialist and Anti-Communist Union, a gathering of kooks and extremists. I do not think that the League of Nations would be well advised to have a quarrel with Japan. I hope we shall try in England to understand a little the position of Japan, an ancient state, with the highest sense of national honor and patriotism won. A few weeks later he emphasized this view further, comparing the Japanese occupation of Manchuria to British rule in India. It is in the interests of the whole world that law and order should be established in northern China. International law could be flouted with impunity so long as there was no threat to British economic interests. Appeasement. Without any doubt, Churchill had never taken the Japanese threat seriously. In the late 1920s he declared there was not the slightest chance of war with Japan in his lifetime. He only saw Japan as a threat when it was already too late. Prior to that, Britain had viewed the Japanese as a strategic partner that might be helpful in negotiating the shifting balance of power in Asia. From 1902 till 1922, the two island monarchies were staunch allies. Japan had fought with the Entente in the First World War. When the time came to renew Britain's treaty with Japan, the Foreign Office was nervous. Churchill argued that not to renew it could well be regarded as a hostile act. The dilemma was supposedly resolved at the Washington Conference in 1922, when the United States, Britain, and Japan signed a multilateral agreement to cooperate in order to promote arms control and international stability in Asia. The Japanese leaders took this as a green light to prepare for something they had long desired, the occupation and punishment of China and the removal of the British Empire in Asia. Churchill had refused to believe, partially for racial reasons, that Singapore was under any threat from Japan. 5 years after the Japanese, with Churchill's verbal support, began the conquest of China, his beloved Singapore fell with the humiliating surrender of the British Army. During the interwar years, Japan was still an underestimated global player. Treated by Western imperial powers with a mixture of condescension, racism, and outright contempt, Japanese politicians fell into a parallel trap. They overestimated themselves. From their point of view, the naval battle in which they defeated Tsarist Russia in 1905 was the greatest such battle in modern history. It's not every day that the entire fleet put out to sea by a major Western imperial power is destroyed in the course of an afternoon. The capable strategist behind this triumph was Marshal Admiral Togo Hihachiro, who had trained as a naval cadet in Britain for 7 years, 1871 to 78. He hero-worshipped Nelson and was thrilled when the Anglo press later described him as the Nelson of the East. He was less pleased by other aspects of everyday life in Britain. He belonged to a respected samurai family, was an ardent Japanese nationalist, and did not appreciate his fellow cadets at Dartmouth addressing him as Johnny Chinaman. After the 1905 triumph he became a revered figure, second only to the Emperor. After his death, the attack on Pearl Harbor was modeled on his tactics against Russia. Togo's victory was part of a larger plan. Japan wanted to be a dominant power in Asia. Observing the British occupation of India and the U.S. dominance of South America via military interventions, Japanese military and court thinkers asked, if them, why not us? But how had Japan risen so rapidly? In the case of Germany, also a latecomer to the imperial world, its rise could be directly observed and the Kaiser and the King of England were first cousins. In contrast, Japan was invisible for reasons of geography and race. On the eve of the First World War, East Asia had become the fulcrum of an inter-imperial struggle. Till their military defeat, the Chinese Qing dynasty had been regarded as the dominant politico-military cultural force in the region. No longer. While the West never colonized China directly, by 1914 they owned most of the country's economy. Aware who their future rivals would be, the Japanese nonetheless fought alongside the Entente powers against the German-led alliance. As Europe recovered from the disaster, there was a shift of global interest eastwards, with both the United States and Japan inspecting the prizes before the final match. In Korea in the late 19th century, the Japanese proconsul had instituted a set of bourgeois reforms with the signed approval of the king and prime minister. As historians have stressed, these were by no means insignificant. 208 separate laws were from the end of 1894 endorsed by the king: class distinctions, slavery, the exam system, even the clothes Koreans wore, even the long pipes that symbolized Yangban status, were abolished. New and stable coinage circulated, new tax laws unified the extraction system, the practice of punishing whole families for the transgression of individual criminals came to an end. No more would the high officials ride in sedan chairs, hustled along by several groaning wretches, for Koreans who had groaned under the yoke of an aristocracy that, as it neared total collapse, seemed only to exact more privilege for itself. The reforms were a welcome antidote. Point 2. Japan now formally incorporated Korea as a colony on the European model, and added Sakhalin Island and the Russian concessions in Manchuria to their list of imperial properties in the region. The U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt wondered whether Japan's 1905 victory over Russia may possibly mean a struggle between them and us in the future. Meanwhile in Russia itself, revolutionaries and not a few bourgeois liberals rejoiced at the defeat of their own autocracy. Lenin spelt out his views in some detail. Japan was a modern bourgeois state, more progressive than the Russian autocracy. Progressive, advanced Asia has struck an irreparable blow against reactionary and backward Europe. The criticism of the autocracy formulated by all advanced Russians, by the Russian social democracy, by the Russian proletariat, is now confirmed by the criticism of Japanese arms. The war of an advanced country with a backward country has once again played a great revolutionary role, as has happened many times in history. And the class-conscious proletariat, resolute enemy of war, which is the inevitable result of all class rule, cannot conceal from itself this revolutionary work that has been accomplished by the Japanese bourgeoisie in its victory over the autocracy. The proletariat is hostile to every bourgeoisie, but this hostility does not relieve it of the necessity of distinguishing between the representatives of a bourgeoisie that is playing a progressive role or a reactionary role in history. Point 3. Japanese successes in colonization and occupation ended all doubts in London. A new island empire had been born. Britain moved rapidly to conclude an alliance with Japan. Other powers upgraded their legations in Tokyo to full embassies. Tensions between Japan and its Entente allies first emerged before, during and after the First World War, but they were mainly expressions of nervousness at the sight of a non-white imperial power behaving as an equal. By the late 1930s, however, Japan's chessboard moves in the region had begun to seriously concern the West. Writing in 1938, Churchill insisted that Japanese insolence on the global stage needed to be kept under strict watch, especially in China. Several unpleasant things have happened. British policemen in the international settlement of Shanghai have been punched and manhandled by Japanese soldiers in a manner which shows a deep-seated hatred towards white people. Japanese apologies for sinking the American gunboat Panay and killing considerable numbers of American citizens have not carried conviction either to the government or to the people of the United States. A Japanese admiral, by name Suetsugu, of whom the world had not previously heard, has declared himself in favor of driving the white race out of the Far East, and immediately after this declaration this admiral has acquired a controlling position in making Japanese plans. Point 4. The world had not yet heard too many Japanese names. Nor had Churchill. The last sentence quoted was false. Nobumasa Suetsugu, together with more senior admirals, Kato, Ogasawara and, especially, Togo, had since 1922 formed the core of a naval lobby that was extremely unhappy with the post-First World War order dominated by the Western victors. They opposed disarmament and insisted that Japan desperately needed to upgrade with a fleet of submarines and a naval air force. Churchill's pique regarding race was amusing in the circumstances. So much anger at being treated in the same way by the Japanese as the Western powers had treated, and continue to treat, Asians, Africans, and indigenous tribes in the Americas. He even complained that the Chinese were receiving better treatment than the non-yellow races, and in particular and unhappily, the British and Americans. This was patently untrue, but what angered Churchill most was the existence of a sovereign, independent, and imperialist Japan. Hence the characteristic, patronizing Churchillian whinge. All this is too bad, because it was the British and Americans who cordially fostered and aided for many years the modernization of Japan. No nations in the civilized world have watched with so much practical sympathy the great advances that Japan has made in the last 50 years. Certainly no other governments have done so much to befriend Japan or have yielded themselves more readily to the hope that Western science and knowledge would be in this case a unifying force between Japan and her world companions. Point 5. Emperor Hirohito or a minion might easily have retorted that, since Western science and knowledge was not a unifying force in the West, why should it be so with Japan? The reason Hirohito was preparing to enter into an alliance with the Axis powers was not because ultranationalist secret societies now controlled his army and navy, but because Germany and Italy had no colonies in East or South Asia. Britain was the most powerful colonial power in the region, and the United States was a dominant player. The Pacific was not yet an American sea, but was en route to becoming so. In 1924, a Japanese officer, Lieutenant Colonel Hashimoto Kingaro, had proposed in his book Addresses to Young Men what needed to be done to move Japan forward. I doubt whether Churchill knew of this text, but, as a fellow islander, he would surely have sympathized with the argument stated with such force and without civilizational adornments. There are only three ways left to Japan to escape from the pressures of surplus population: emigration, advance into world markets, and expansion of territory. The first door, emigration, has been barred to us by the anti-Japanese immigration policies of other countries. The second door is being pushed shut by tariff barriers and the abrogation of commercial treaties. What should Japan do when two of the three doors have been closed against her? Other Japanese militarists asked why their country should be satisfied with 142,270 square miles to feed 60 million people, while British colonies like Australia and Canada had more than 3 million square miles to feed 6.5 million mouths each. There was a deadly imperialist logic in Japan's decision to take China and destroy British properties in Asia in order to push back their major rival in the Pacific, the United States. They had not decided on the exact order for the latter part of their plan. Which is why the Second World War began with the Japanese invasion of China proper on July 7, 1937, and ended in Japan on August 6, 1945, when the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. From Asia it spread to Europe, before returning home with Japan's reckless, if not totally irrational, attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. The invasion of China was not simply a matter of an island kingdom challenging a decaying continental empire on its own. The imperial leaders in Tokyo assumed that they could take China while their Axis allies, primarily Germany, conquered Europe and planted the swastika on the Kremlin. Hitler and Hirohito had even planned a victory summit in Vladivostok. Had all this gone according to plan, the United States would have been in a weak position and an isolationist current might have swept through the country, forcing Washington to sign a peace treaty. Hirohito, his warlords, and the imperial bureaucracy had decided that the conquest of China was desirable, achievable, and economically necessary. If the British had taken and pillaged India, why should Japan stay out of China? In terms of imperialist immoralities, there was no reason why, in their drive to become a global power, they should behave any differently from their rivals. They knew full well that China had never been eaten whole throughout its 3,000 years of recorded history. The Chinese state was the oldest and most continuous in the world. On previous occasions the Celestial Kingdom had suffered blows in the north. The Great Wall had been penetrated. But peace treaties, the birth of the Yuan Empire, and regular intermarriages between the Mongol princesses and the Han nobility had produced a hybrid elite and helped enlarge the size of the imperial gene pool. All this had helped resolve, temporarily, some of its problems. Point 6. Chinese civilization had dominated the region. Its religions, its rites and rituals, its principal language, its calligraphy, its literature, had influenced Japanese culture as well. Much more so than the ultranationalists like to acknowledge. All that, now, lay in the past. The Japanese conquest would be a complete Oedipal takeover, economic, political, and military. Like so many major conflicts, the assassination in Sarajevo unleashing a European civil war in 1914 comes to mind. This one emerged from an unplanned encounter, a clash in July 1937 between Japanese and Chinese soldiers on the Marco Polo Bridge, some 30 kilometers south of Beijing. Tokyo ordered the conflict to be rapidly resolved by local officers on the spot, but exchanges of fire and some loss of life carried on for 3 days. Officers on the ground on both sides secured an armistice, ensuring a 3-week respite. In Tokyo, however, it was decided not to let an opportunity like this go to waste. Hirohito cut short his vacation and returned to the capital. The Hawks insisted that the Chinese nationalist government was seriously misbehaving, and that its refusal to accept the legal independence of the conquered territory, Manchukuo, and subsequent violations in the demilitarized zone separating it from northern China, had only increased tensions. There was only one permanent solution: to treat the recent incident as a serious provocation and mount an immediate counterattack to defend Japanese lives and property. The Hawks had few doubts regarding the Japanese military's ability to rapidly inflict a crushing defeat on the Chinese and establish suzerainty over the whole country. This view was strongly supported by the Japanese army in Manchukuo and by the South Manchurian Railway Company, in which Hirohito's extended family were deeply invested. More senior and less rabid officers in the general staff advised caution. Generals Ishiwara and Torishiro had been concerned by another clash, this one between Japanese troops and Soviet Red Army units on Kenshazu Island in the Amur River. 2 Soviet gunboats had been destroyed. The generals warned of a possible Soviet counteroffensive and opposed the dispatch of more troops to northern China. The emperor temporarily backed this view, expressing dissatisfaction with those in his entourage who were backing the expansionists. However, after further discussions, Prime Minister Kono and his cabinet performed a volte-face and voted unanimously in favor of sending more troops to northern China. One of Kono's principal advisors on China was the journalist and scholar Ozaki Hatsumi, who had been recruited to work for Soviet military intelligence by Richard Zarga, now well settled in Tokyo. The decision to send troops to China was indirectly influenced by both these men as well, reducing the military pressure on the Soviet Union. The Republic of China. The 1911 upheaval in China led to the overthrow of the decaying, rotten-ripe Qing dynasty, the declaration of a republic, and the elevation of a prominent nationalist democrat, Dr. Sun Yat-sen, who had long fought on both a literary and a military level against the Qing. He denounced the 17th-century Manchu takeover of China as a huge national tragedy, and himself converted to Christianity as a way to break with the dead past of his own country. The nation's politics had radicalized during Sun Yat-sen's years of exile in Japan, leading to the disintegration of the Chinese state and of the Qing dynasty it had sustained for over 3 centuries. It was not easy to dismantle the old state, however. Everything was in a complete mess. At its head, the monarchy had fatally wounded itself with its total incapacity to move forward, making it increasingly dependent on the British Empire. In truth, the Opium Wars, Elgin's barbaric decision to torch the Summer Palace, the Taiping Rebellion, the Muslim Rebellion and the creation of a fiercely anti-Qing, anti-Manchu Islamic Sultanate in Yunnan had made the Qing dynasty disposable. Sun Yat-sen spent most of his time in party building. To him must go the enormous credit of having founded the first serious political party in modern China. The Kuomintang, GMD, started life as a staunchly Republican, nationalist offering. During its early years it was an umbrella for all those who wanted to move the country forward. It received an enormous impetus from the May 4th movement launched by Beijing students in 1919, a great democratic cultural revolution that blamed the country's rotting culture for all the sins that were then on display. 7 The argument may have lacked sophistication, but its importance as a stimulus to further radical intervention should not be underestimated. From this mighty politico-cultural movement that erupted 2 years after the Russian Revolution there emerged a shoal of intellectuals, Lu Xun and Chen Duxiu among the most prominent, whose essays and debates in both written and spoken form enlightened an entire generation. This process also laid the basis for the formation of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in 1921. In Moscow, the Comintern leaders, excited by the turn of events in China and intent on creating a united front against the imperialist powers, engaged in an attempt to unite all anti-imperialist and anti-warlord forces. They had some success. Having been denied support by the West, Sun Yat-sen turned to the Soviet Union and agreed to work with the CCP. The first united front was formed in 1924, and both parties worked together to form the National Revolutionary Army, NRA. Their aim was to rout the warlords who had created their own armed principalities in different parts of the country, end the chaos, and unify the country. The Whampoa Military Academy was created, with Soviet advisors brought in to help train the cadres of the new army. Many of the communist and nationalist military leaders were students of the academy, which gave lectures on strategy and tactics, one of which concentrated on the recently concluded civil war in the Soviet Union. Sun Yat-sen's death from cancer in March 1925 marked a turning point, something that Moscow failed to appreciate. Growing tensions between the right wing of the GMD, led by Sun Yat-sen's brother-in-law Chiang Kai-shek and the CCP were ignored. The left-wing faction of the GMD, which included Sun Yat-sen's widow, Sung Ching-ling, was not as powerful. The Chinese Communists, very much under Moscow's influence, complied with the suicidal Comintern instruction that, despite all the difficulties, they should remain allied to the GMD. The horrendous costs of following this instruction paved the way for Mao Zedong's hegemonic grip on the party and a change of strategy. It was by now obvious to most Chinese leaders that the United Front was no longer viable. Ferocious GMD repression of CCP organizations took place in April 1927 in Shanghai and, 3 years later, Guangzhou. A Comintern observer witnessed the disarming and dismantling of the peasant organization, carried out by landlords with GMD backing, but did nothing. Mao Zedong, who since 1924 had been assigned by his party to work full-time at the Peasant Movement Training Institute, also observed the disaster, and was angered by the inactivity of the Comintern. He left the institute and moved on to work with the peasant movement in Hunan in defiance of Stalin's instructions. 8 His text, An Investigation of the Peasant Movement in Hunan, soon became a classic of the Chinese revolutionary movement, analyzing the class divisions within the peasantry and refusing to treat the bulk of the rural population, a huge majority of the country, as an undifferentiated mass. There were communist successes, however. In Shanghai the CCP defeated the warlord army controlling the city, leading in 1927 to the birth of the Shanghai Commune, a beacon for other Chinese cities. Then the inevitable happened. After only 6 weeks Chiang Kai-shek turned on the communists and GMD militias attacked the Commune on April 12. The ensuing bloodbath was memorialized in André Malraux's powerful 1933 novel, Man's Fate. One of the main communist leaders, Zhou Enlai, the first post-revolution Prime Minister of China, was portrayed sympathetically as Qiu Geizers. The novel was the first literary recognition in Europe that Asia was playing an important role in world politics. Malraux depicted the highs and lows of the struggle, the suffering, the crushed hopes and the final defeat. What was striking was the enormous respect Malraux exhibited for the Chinese Communist Party, its activists, and the workers who flocked to participate in and defend the Commune. 9. The Chinese Civil War, inaugurated by the Shanghai Massacre and the simultaneous executions of at least 10,000 communists in several other cities, lasted for a decade. The GMD, now on the payroll of rural landlords and urban capitalists, was on the ascendant. Fierce debates inside the CCP after the April 12 incident slowly led to a change in outlook. The communists had lost the cities, and a strong fascist grouping in the GMD, the Blue Shirts, specialized in targeted killings and massacres, had gained the upper hand. The decimation of the Changsha Soviet by the GMD in 1934-5 forced a decision. Where possible the CCP went underground. The Long March to Yan'an was the outcome of a huge defeat, but Mao Zedong had won the argument. Reality triumphed over theory or bookism, as Mao referred to various left-wing dogmas at the time. Meanwhile, the GMD was recognized as the official government by the West and the Soviet Union. The red base established in Yan'an was ignored. In Moscow, Stalin had concluded that the CCP could never win. The idea that the post-Sun Yat-sen GMD represented a democratic alternative to the CCP is belied by the facts. While most mainstream assessments today, Rebecca Carl informs us, positively evaluate the GMD's efforts at modernizing state and society, a small number of scholars has broken with this formalism to emphasize the fascist ideological basis of GMD practices. 10 The conservatives and the blue shirts were determined to wipe their own slate clean of anything that smacked of socialism. Sun Yat-sen's heirs, with Chiang Kai-shek in the lead, would concentrate on a conservative revolution, in other words on the institutionalization of an authoritarian state based on a defense of existing class privileges. Sun Yat-sen's widow refused to accept this view and was far more sympathetic to the Chinese communists. What might or might not have happened in China had Hirohito refused to authorize the transformation of the country into a Japanese occupation zone is still debated in academic circles. What is indisputable is that Japan's war on China altered the political landscape. Chiang Kai-shek famously stated that the Japanese occupation was a disease that could be cured, whereas the CCP was a cancer that had to be rooted out. By adopting this approach, the GMD lost China. Its incapacity to defend its people led eventually to mass desertions from the GMD to the communist armies. Some saw the beginnings of this in the GMD's early failure to resist the Japanese attack on Nanjing, ordered by Hirohito and designed to inflict a defeat of such magnitude that China would no longer resist. The Nanjing Massacre. On the morning of December 13, 1937, barely a month after they had taken Shanghai, Japanese tanks entered Nanjing and General Matsui's army took the city. There was no resistance. The GMD government had decided to retreat. The rich and well-off had followed in their wake. The poor were left to their fate. What followed was 6 weeks of pure horror. Without doubt this was one of the worst crimes of the Second World War, and yet one will find scarcely a reference to it in the 1065 pages of Churchill's Memoirs of the Second World War, published in 1959, or in the French historian Henri Michel's 947-page classic account, La Seconde Guerre mondiale, published in 1975. American war historians are marginally better. In one case a single mention, in another case a paragraph. What explains the amnesia? Not simply Eurocentrism, but the Cold War and the post-war drive to integrate Japan at all levels, moral, political, economic, military, and monarchical. To acknowledge what happened at Nanjing would have led to questions being asked as to why the Allies had preserved Hirohito and his throne. The stubborn refusal of the Japanese government to admit to the scale of the crime is also linked to Hirohito. To this day, Sino-Japanese relations remain enveloped by the dark shadows of this atrocity. The most informative account in English appeared in 1997, The Rape of Nanking by Iris Chang. As a young girl, Chang had first heard stories about Nanjing from her parents, both academics who left China for Taiwan after the revolution. The facts are now not disputed by most historians, other than the nationalist variety in Japan. Chang writes of what happened after the city fell in December 1937. Japanese soldiers began an orgy of cruelty seldom if ever matched in world history. Tens of thousands of young men were rounded up and herded to the outer areas of the city, where they were mowed down by machine guns, used for bayonet practice, or soaked with gasoline and burned alive. Years later, experts at the International Military Tribunal of the Far East, IMFE, estimated that more than 260,000 non-combatants died at the hands of Japanese soldiers at Nanjing in late 1937 and early 1938, though some experts have placed the figure at well over 350,000.11. Chang's descriptions of the mass rapes carried out by Japanese soldiers are unbearable. She does not exaggerate. Over the 6 weeks after the occupation, at least 1,000 women of all ages were mass raped every single day. Those who helped save lives were in the European quarter. Ironically, the head of the German association in Nanjing, John Raby, was also the leader of the expatriate Nazi party. Chang describes him as the Nazi Schindler who allowed as many local people to take refuge as was possible. His diaries record his shock and outrage. He complained politely to the Japanese authorities who, even more politely, ignored him. He finally reported directly to Hitler. They would continue by raping the women and girls and killing anything and anyone that offered any resistance, attempted to run away from them, or simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. There were girls under the age of 8 and women over the age of 70 who were raped and then, in the most brutal way possible, knocked down and beat up. We found corpses of women on beer glasses and others who had been lanced by bamboo shoots. I saw the victims with my own eyes. I talked to some of them right before their deaths and had their bodies brought to the morgue at the Kulo Hospital so that I could be personally convinced that all of these reports had touched on the truth. 12. Having been a historical footnote for so long, Nanjing now appears to be the center of a state-created historical memory of the occupation years. It helps to create a post-Mao national unity in China by relegating the Civil War and the 1949 revolution that emerged from it to the National Museum. Point 13. Iris Chang's account, dismissed by some as exaggerated, received strong confirmation from Herbert Bix, who quotes from standing orders to military units that specified the killing of all prisoners, civilian and military, and the burning of houses. There were no specific orders to rape Nanjing, but after the city fell, the Japanese soldiers went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its 6 adjacent rural villages for 3 months. 14. Hirohito's crimes. The assault on Nanjing was led by Hirohito's 50-year-old uncle, Prince Asaka, who was the senior-most officer at the height of the massacres and rapes. There is no basis whatsoever for whitewashing the emperor. He presided over meetings at the imperial headquarters throughout the war. All major operations required his assent. It was Hirohito who had insisted on the rapid conquest of China using shock and awe methods. The continuing attempt to defend him, with far-right thugs still trying to disable or kill his critics, ignores the central role he played in the attempt to build the Japanese empire. Short of stature, given to nervous twitches, shrill-voiced, nearsighted, tense, and never at ease in his body, Hirohito was not exactly the cloaked replica of a traditional samurai. Worshipped as a divinity by the ignorant, even they might have recoiled at the thought of him leading them to war in military uniform, which never suited him as it had done the Kaiser, the Tsar, or the King Emperor. But he was more intelligent than all of them. He was also strong-willed and, more than anything else, he wanted to reign and rule. Unlike his grandfather, the Meiji Emperor, who had indulged his prodigious appetites on every level, Hirohito put self-discipline above sexual or culinary pleasures. His life was frugal and strictly regulated. His education was dominated by militarism. The most capable admirals and generals would arrive at the palace to give him lectures on American theories of sea power and the use of infantry. That was what he enjoyed most, but it did not exempt him from the more tedious stuff, such as economics or constitutional and international law, which he needed to learn in order to understand what aspects could later be violated. Experts on Western history, diplomacy and political philosophy, race and imperialism completed his education. He was thrilled when he was 19 years of age to be given command of company-sized units of the Imperial Guard. A trench was dug inside the palace compound, enabling him to practice using a machine gun. After his succession to the throne 7 years later, he was rarely out of uniform. The bizarre enthronement ceremonies organized by the palace elite carried on for a year, climaxing in the secret ritual of his deification, an awe-inspiring mystery as the ultra-loyal press and newly established national radio had it, consummating his symbolic marriage to his progenitor, the sun goddess Amaterasu Omikami, while lying in the fetal position, wrapped in a quilt, on the sacred Shinza bed. In power, as Bix demonstrates, Hirohito was the more than willing active agent of his and the ruling elite's interests, neither an arch-conspirator nor a dictator but a leading participant in the major political and military events of his reign, like a silent spider positioned at the center of a wide, multi-sided web. Hirohito spread his filaments into every organ of state and the army and navy, absorbing, and remembering, information provided by others. 15 For the court elite. Constitutional monarchy was simply a protective cover that enabled the emperor to rule while remaining unaccountable. Bix portrays Hirohito as a devious, clever politician, and skillfully charts every shift and turn. We see how, from 1926 onwards, Hirohito and his close advisors began a succession of anti-democratic initiatives to strengthen the Kokutai, the emperor-based polity, and impose an aggressive, militarist chauvinist nationalism from above, characterized by mass arrests, forced recantations and executions. A coercive conformism was imposed on the press and intellectual life as well. The target of these divine measures were communists, workers, and peasant activists. Hirohito's prerogative of Toswikan, the autonomy of supreme command, was never surrendered to anyone. Slightly nervous about Western condemnations of the invasion of Manchuria, he was gleeful and triumphalist at the Kwantung Army's success. His refusal to criticize the criminal depredations of his young officers in China encouraged them to even worse excesses, in the name of divine Japan. After the Nanjing rapes and killing, a mass toast to the emperor was proposed by soldiers and officers, while General Matsui rode on horseback, followed by his infantry, through empty streets in Nanjing. A thoughtful Prince Asaka had ordered that everyone living in the vicinity of the Victory March be slaughtered just as a precaution. As the conflict developed into a full-scale war, Hirohito was involved in decision-making on a daily basis, authorizing, inter alia, the use of poison gas, and signing off on the campaigns against guerrilla bases that became known as the Sanko, or the Three Alls: kill all, burn all, loot all. Bix argues with conviction that Hirohito was a real war leader who carefully examined and sanctioned the policies, strategies, and orders for waging wars of aggression. Occupation and civil war in China. In China, the incapacity of the GMD to defend either Shanghai or Nanjing, preferring to flee rather than fight, left a deep mark on Chinese national consciousness. If the Nationalist Party and government had failed so dismally, was there any possibility of salvation? The 1937 Japanese invasion had forced the GMD and the CCP to agree a united front once again and cast their differences aside till the Japanese were forced out of the country. Kono's attempts to win over Chiang Kai-shek by insisting that the Japanese were only in China to drive out the Western powers and wipe out the communists could not and did not succeed, though some blue shirts in the GMD did begin a period of open collaboration with Tokyo. Even if Chiang had been tempted, he knew full well that open collaboration would only strengthen the CCP. The GMD and CCP fought separately against the Japanese, but as the U.S. generals Hurley and Marshall noted and reported back to the White House, the communist armies were better led, more reliable, politically motivated and had a rapport with the people. The GMD forces were lazy, corrupt to the core and often unreliable. The CCP leadership were adepts at understanding and using the grand narrative supplied by their country's history. The historian Gregor Benton, whose classic work on the Chinese Red Army's tactics from 1934 to 1938 is the most detailed study of this period, is insistent that the Red Army survived because it took the ancient military philosopher Sun Tzu's precepts to heart while its opponents in Chiang Kai-shek's military academies ignored them. 16 As a result, while Jiang's forces had overwhelming superiority in numbers, their tortoise-like advances and lengthy stationary periods added to the predictability of their moves. The CCP's military strategy, though underplayed by many official historians, was as crucial as the Long March in preserving the remnants of defeated party army units that would 2 years later act in unison under a single military political high command, confronting the Japanese and taking full advantage of the truce agreed with the GMD. In Tokyo in 1941, the emperor was about to make a final decision that would determine his own country's future and that of China. There was a sharp difference of opinion within the Japanese political and military elites as to whether it was time to launch a war against the United States. The military was pushing for a time limit on diplomacy. The U.S. sanctions against Japan had irritated even those who did not want to extend the war, but Prime Minister Kono, constitutionally the only advisor permitted to Hirohito, opposed any new war. The militarists, however, were stubborn. Drawing on the scholarship of a new generation of Japanese historians, as well as palace documents and the memoirs and diaries of aides and chamberlains, Herbert Bix details the emperor's intimate involvement in the planning of Pearl Harbor. From the beginning of November 1941, Hirohito engaged in intense discussions with his high command, cross-questioning chiefs of staff over minute details in their daily briefings, and fussing obsessively over the exact wording of the war rescript. On December 8, Tokyo time, he received the first reports of the attack at 2:30 a.m., and from then on was in constant meetings. His naval aide Joe Iakairo noted in his diary, "Throughout the day the emperor wore his naval uniform and seemed to be in a splendid mood. One of the documents uncovered by Bix was a verbatim report of the crucial Imperial Conference on September 5, where the views of the 550 BCE Chinese military philosopher Sun Tzu were once again brought into play. Admiral Nagano, if your majesty will grant me permission, I would like to make a statement. Emperor, go ahead. Nagano, there is number 100% probability of victory for the troops stationed there. Sun Tzu says that in war between states of similar strength, it is very difficult to calculate victory. Assume, however, there is a sick person and we leave him alone, he will definitely die. But if the doctor's diagnosis offers a 70% chance of survival, provided the patient is operated on, then don't you think one must try surgery? And if, after the surgery, the patient dies, one must say that was meant to be. This indeed is the situation we face today. Emperor, all right, I understand. He answered in a better mood. Kono, shall I make changes in tomorrow's agenda? How would you like me to go about it? Emperor, there is no need to change anything. Reminded by his prime minister that it was not too late to reverse the decision or to delay it, Hirohito refused. The next day, as the imperial conference continued, the main item on the agenda was the finalization of the exact date for the strike. The documentation prepared for the emperor by General Sugiyama made it very clear that the United States could not be overpowered militarily, and therefore it was difficult to predict when the war would end. It would be a protracted struggle. The first step would be to smash the British Empire in South and Southeast Asia, thus taking Britain effectively out of the war. This would produce a great transformation in American public opinion, meaning that a favorable conclusion to the war is not necessarily beyond hope. Sugiyama and the High Command had agreed on a plan whose success depended on taking over British, French and Dutch colonies in South and East Asia for both strategic and economic reasons. Simultaneously, we shall work with Germany and Italy to break up the unity of the United States and Britain. This would put Japan in an impregnable position, since it would see us link up Europe and Asia, guiding the situation to our advantage. Success here and we might see a hope of coming out of the war at least even with the United States. 17. On the third day of the conference, Hirohito expressed a real concern that the Soviet Union might attack from the north, and insisted that a three-pronged war would be extremely difficult to sustain. His generals reassured him on this question. Winter was not far away and, leaving all other considerations aside, the Red Army was not crazy enough to dispatch its divisions in deep snow. Meanwhile, diplomatic exchanges with the United States were continuing. Prince Kono had indicated to Washington that he was prepared to meet President Roosevelt on a ship in neutral waters, for an urgent summit to resolve all major issues. Hirohito agreed to an early October time limit for the negotiations. He quoted to his chiefs of staff a famous tanka, written by the Meiji Emperor expressing concern on the eve of the 1905 Russo-Japanese War, "Across the four seas all are brothers. In such a world why do the waves rage, the winds roar?" On hearing this, the chiefs of staff feigned humility and promised to give peace a chance. Hirohito still gave them permission to mobilize for the offensive in the south, but wanted reassurance. He asked the chief of the general staff, "But if the Kono, Roosevelt talks go well, you'll stop, won't you?" The response, "Indeed, Your Majesty, we will." Few believed that the United States would agree to the talks. They didn't. The principal proponent and strategist of the new war, Admiral Yamamoto, visited Kono a few days later and tried to calm him down. "I don't know about the army, but as you try and adjust diplomatic relations with the United States you don't have to worry about the Navy. The coming war will be protracted and dirty, and I don't intend to sit idle on the flagship neglecting my duty." Both men still assumed that a summit with Roosevelt was possible, and Kono asked what he should do if they were in the middle of the talks and the attack was launched. Yamamoto advised deception: "If the talks at sea break down, don't assume a defiant attitude. Depart leaving everything vague. And the fleet will take action while you are en route home." Kono, convinced that the die was cast, resigned 4 days later. Whereas earlier he had strongly favored the Germans and defended the Axis powers, now he became convinced that Germany would lose and that a Japanese victory was improbable. He genuinely wanted a deal with Roosevelt to safeguard Japan's future interests. But he had lost the confidence of Hirohito, not to mention the pro-Axis leaders of the armed forces. The war minister, Hideki Tojo, was desperate for Kono to get out and let the rest of them complete the job. Kono's departing advice to the emperor was that Prince Higashikuni be appointed his successor. Hirohito refused and appointed Tojo instead, a clear signal, if any was needed, that he wanted a warrior to run the war. He was close to Tojo throughout the war, bad-mouthing Kono for lacking firm beliefs and courage. 18. At further meetings in November, the emperor became totally convinced of the need to fight the United States and intervened on every level, including supervising and checking the details of the war rescript that would be distributed when they launched the attack. A scholar of Chinese classics at the court had drafted the document. Its essence was clear: for its existence and self-defense, the Kingdom of Japan was preparing to obliterate Anglo-American imperialism in Asia. On Sunday/Monday, in Japan, December 8, 1941, Hirohito gave the signal for the attack on Pearl Harbor. Tojo's War of Great East Asia had begun. 5.5 months prior, on June 22, 1941, Hitler's armies and air force had launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. These two events would, within a few years, lead to the crushing defeat and humiliation of the Axis powers, but not before Japanese barbers had exposed the bald patches of the European empires. The fall of Singapore in February 1942, to a Japanese army half the size of Britain's impregnable fortress, was the most devastating blow inflicted on the British Empire in the Asian War. A year prior, British codebreakers had intercepted Hitler's message to the Japanese Foreign Minister, Yosuke Matsuoka. The German leader insisted that the Japanese assault Singapore and take Malaya. He was convinced that this would be a body blow from which Britain would not be able to recover. Churchill complacently believed that Singapore could not be taken. The British naval base was strong and well prepared. The forests in the hinterland were impenetrable. How could the little Japs cross them? He declared that Singapore was the Gibraltar of the Far East, a slightly absurd analogy, given that it was only Franco's neutrality vis-a-vis the British and the Americans that had prevented the fall of Gibraltar. In the event, the naval dockyards were captured by the Japanese. How could Churchill have imagined that a naval base with hardly any warships, most of them were in the Middle East, could defend itself? And before long the little Japs had swept through the forests as well. On February 15, 1942, the British Army surrendered and 90,000 men were taken prisoner. Churchill blamed the local commanders, but the underestimation of Japan was his own responsibility. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire, regardless of Japan's ultimate fate. 9. The War in Europe, from Munich to Stalingrad. The golden fruits of Stalingrad's toil. Peace, contentment, highest honor. And behind every window, Russell's news about our joyous future. Anna Akhmatova, The Victory, May 1944. A long night slowly enveloped Europe after the fascist triumphs in Italy, Germany, and Spain. All that democratic Europe's ruling classes could see, however, was false dawns. Self-deception was widespread. In an entry on July 6, 1938, the conservative diarist Harold Nicolson noted, "Chamberlain, who has the mind and manner of a clothes brush, aims only at assuring temporary peace at the price of ultimate defeat. We have lost our willpower, since our willpower is divided. People of the governing classes think only of their own fortunes, which means hatred of the Reds. This creates a perfectly artificial but at present most effective secret bond between ourselves and Hitler. Our class interests, on both sides, cut across our national interests. I go to bed in gloom." What must have depressed him was that, a few months earlier, Churchill himself had refused to reject the idea of doing a deal with Hitler. At the Conservative Party conference at Scarborough in October 1937, he went out of his way to declare his full support for the foreign policy of the Chamberlain government. There had been differences in the past on rearmament, but these had been amicably resolved, so, Churchill advised, let us indeed support the foreign policy of our government, which commands the trust, comprehension, and the comradeship of peace-loving and law-respecting nations in all parts of the world. The following week he informed his readers in the Evening Standard, war is not imminent. Leaving aside the politicians, nobody auditing British industry would have guessed that hostilities with the Germans were only a few years away. Close trade ties and foreign exchange negotiations remained in full flow. During one of his table talks in 1938, after the invasion of Czechoslovakia, Hitler was reported to have said that in a direct conversation conducted in German with a decent and straightforward Englishman, he would have no great difficulty in finding a satisfactory settlement for existing issues. 1 The German ambassador in London, Herbert Dirksen, made not so discreet inquiries and suggested a list of people who might be suitable for a meeting with Hitler, a list that included R.A.B. Butler. Not much came of this particular initiative, but economic appeasement continued regardless till the summer of 1939. A combination of ignorance, the failure to understand the nature of fascism, and a ferocious class hostility to the Soviet Union typified the mindset of many conservatives and not a few leaders and supporters of the labor movement. In the case of the latter there was an additional factor, the tormented collective memory of the First World War. That horrendous experience had affected most working-class families. The maimed and the traumatized were still alive in numerous households. The horror of that war lay at the roots of British pacifism, typified by the Peace Pledge Union and a hostility to rearmament, let alone a new war. Tory and Labour politicians were aware of this fact. Chamberlain's appeasement of the fascist dictator was not seen as such by many, till the Anschluss and the occupation of Czechoslovakia began to concentrate minds. Popular support for the Prime Minister's attempt to negotiate with Hitler began to decline only after the summer of 1939. He was perceived as someone trying to stop a new war, and Hitler's constant invocations of peace continued to deceive some. Within the Conservative Party, Chamberlain remained hugely popular even after his resignation and replacement by Churchill in 1940. But it had become clear that German rearmament was proceeding apace. Hitler, like his admirers in Japan, was also in search of an imperial backyard. German political theorists sympathetic to the new nationalism made no bones about saying as much in public. The Monroe Doctrine became a universal model: if South America was the strongly patrolled and economically dominated backyard of the United States and its corporations, an arrangement designed to keep its European rivals at bay and decided unilaterally by President Monroe in 1823, why should the Germans not take Europe, or the Japanese abstain from imperial activity in China and Southeast Asia? To each power its own backyard. After the Munich Agreement between Germany and Britain in 1938, which agreed yet more concessions to Hitler, including Czechoslovakia, divisions continued in the British Parliament. The difference between the appeasers and Churchill lay in what Nicholson had already noted. Chamberlain, Halifax, and the businessmen supporting them thought that the class interests of those who ruled Britain, and of those on whose behalf they did so, would be best served by doing a deal with the German upstart. Churchill realized a short time before the others that Britain had to keep up with the Germans on the rearmament front, if not as preparation for war, then at the very least to maintain the pressure in negotiations. By 1939 he had realized that what was really at stake was the British Empire and British sovereignty. For that reason, he wanted to offer a carrot, but with the stick clearly visible. The Germans had let it be known that they wanted their old colonies back, and the British were not opposed to this if it was part of a larger settlement. Both sides preferred that the Soviet Union be defeated first, something that was in the perceived interests of both the fascist dictatorships and the capitalist democracies, i.e. France and Britain. That was not to be. The Germans correctly understood that a premature attack on the Bolshevik fortress, before a proper hinterland had been acquired, could backfire. In 1936 Soviet military strength was overwhelming compared to that of Germany. Contrary to popular legend, at no point did the Wehrmacht possess military superiority over the Red Army on the frontier. On the contrary, the Soviet superiority was staggering, 7-1 in tanks, with 24,600 in readiness against 3,500 panzers, 4-1 in planes. In the Soviet war games carried out in 1936, Marshal Tariq was placed in command of the German party. John Ericsson, the foremost historian of the Red Army, describes how Tariq's strategy and tactics predicted with astonishing accuracy the lines of the actual German attack in June 1941. Tariq demonstrated how the Red Army could easily be outflanked with a surprise blow in the first wave attack. Ericsson describes what happened next. At this point, Marshal of the Soviet Union Yegorov, Chief of the General Staff, intervened. As director of the war game, he proposed a different notion, based on the preliminary mobilization of the Red Party. Tariq's proposals met powerful opposition were rejected in their entirety. Stripped of any strategic acuity, the war game represented nothing but a frontal, meeting engagement in the form of the frontier battles of 1914, of indecisive outcome. Tariq was deeply disillusioned. Point 3. Tariq refused to be silenced. In early 1937, he gave his last lecture at the General Staff Academy, determined to correct what he regarded as serious flaws in the thinking of Yegorov and other top commanders, as well as rebuke General Iserson for his over-optimism in which the appeal of victory drowned all else. Operations will be inestimably more intensive and severe than in the First World War. Then, frontier battles in France lasted for 2 to 3 days. Now, such an offensive operation in the initial period can last for weeks. As for the Blitzkrieg, which is so propagandized by the Germans, this is directed towards an enemy who doesn't want to and won't fight it out. If the Germans meet an opponent who stands up and fights and takes the offensive himself, that would give a different aspect to things. The struggle would be bitter and protracted. By its very nature it would induce great fluctuations in the front on this or that side and in great depth. In the final resort, all would depend on who had the greater moral fiber and who at the close of the operations disposed of operational reserves in depth. Point 4. 6 months later, in June 1937, Stalin and his underlings decided to purge the top ranks of the Red Army. Tariq together with Generals Yubarevic, Yakir, Primakov, Putna, and Edelman were accused of treason and executed. The following year, Marshal Yegorov, who had argued with Tariq in the war games, disappeared, reported dead. Marshal Blyukher, commander of the Soviet forces in the Far East, was executed in November 1938. General Vatsidis, a senior commanding officer during the Civil War, was arrested in the interval between his lecture and the questions at the Franz Military Academy. The decimations, writes Ericsson, snaked back into past enmities. Tariq himself had incurred the hatred of Stalin in 1920. A combination of blunders, vanity, and jealousy on the part of Stalin and Marshal Voroshilov had led to a serious setback in the Russo-Polish War of 1919-21. In his reports to Lenin and Trotsky, the Marshal had been diplomatic in his use of language. It was well known that most of the Red Army High Command regarded Stalin's crony Voroshilov with total contempt. The incompetent, mediocre, bungler now got his revenge. It is difficult to estimate which helped Hitler more, the continuous British appeasement after 1933 or Stalin's decision to have the most gifted Red Army leaders shot in 1937-8. What is virtually indisputable is that the old Soviet High Command would have surprised the Germans, seen them off much earlier, shortened the war and saved millions of lives. In Germany itself, the Third Reich was fully aware that there remained strong pockets of communist and social democratic support within the working class and throughout the country. A defeat or a series of military setbacks in the Soviet Union might puncture German nationalism. Much safer, they thought, to take Western Europe first, utilize its resources to build German strength, and save the big beast for later. What about the world island in northern Europe? The Germans would have preferred a quisling monarchy, with the Duke of Windsor restored to the throne and the British Empire neutralized from its center by Germany and destroyed on its periphery by Japan. Hitler's decision to create a European Union from above, by force, was unacceptable to London and Paris. Britain had assembled a counter-revolutionary bloc to resist Napoleon's attempt to take Europe, and 1815 had settled the debate. Could it repeat that triumph again with hardly an ally left in Europe? Chamberlain, the French Prime Minister Daladier and their supporters had gone too far in appeasing the Germans. They had to be stopped, Churchill argued, before the situation became completely untenable. This position was, roughly, the same as that adopted by the Labour Party, which provided Churchill with support in Parliament. Unlike Churchill, the Labour leader Clement Attlee and his party had supported the Republican side in the Spanish Civil War, and Attlee himself had dusted down and donned his old First World War Army uniform to pay a visit to the international brigades fighting on the battlefront. After the war, Attlee turned back anti-fascist Spanish refugees. Failure of appeasement, and the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Things had been going incredibly well for Berlin, so much so that they were surprised by the decision of the British and French governments to make Poland a casus belli. It was this that necessitated a rushed and temporary alliance with Stalin, giving the Russians sovereignty over half of Poland as a bribe, while the Germans sorted out Europe. Stalin, as we shall see, took the pact much more seriously than did his German counterpart. Senior Soviet generals, intelligence agents, and diplomats were extremely skeptical, justifying it only as offering some badly needed breathing space to fully prepare the USSR for war. Churchill's role in the year leading up to September 1939 and during the war years has been written about at such length and in such detail that it barely needs summarizing. He was the only serious ruling class politician who understood by late 1938 that a failure to resist the Third Reich would lead to disaster, first for the British Empire and then for Europe. This was not yet the view of the Conservative Party, or of Geoffrey Dawson, the editor at the Times. Lord Rothermere, a fascist sympathizer, ensured that his newspaper, the Daily Mail, propagated the same appeasement views in more extreme fashion. The excitement on the government benches in the House of Commons, when news finally came that the Führer had agreed to a peace summit with Chamberlain and invited him to Munich, is best described by a participant. My eyes stole up to Mrs. Fitzroy's gallery and I saw Mrs. Chamberlain listening intently. A lovely figure sitting by her made me a gesture of recognition and half waved. It was the Duchess of Kent. Behind her was a dark, black figure, and I looked again and recognized Queen Mary, who never before in my recollection has been to the House of Commons. Chamberlain's great speech continued for an hour. Magnificently the Prime Minister led up to his peroration, but before he got to it, I suddenly saw the FO officials in the box signaling frantically to me. I could not get to them as it meant climbing over 20 pps's, so Douglas the future Sir Alec Douglas Home fetched a bit of paper from them which he handed to Sir John Simon Foreign Secretary, who glanced at it, and excitedly tugged at the PM's coat. Chamberlain turned from the box on which he was leaning, and there was a second's consultation. "Shall I tell them?" I heard him whisper. "Yes, Simon, Sam Hoare and David Margeson all nodded." The PM told how he had telegraphed both Hitler and Mussolini this morning. He had sought Mussolini's 11th-hour help and intervention, and how the Duce had not let him down, but acted promptly. How foolish the anti-Italians now looked, and Anthony Eden's face, I watched it, twitched, and he seemed discomfited, and then the PM played his trump ace and read the message. That is not all. I have something further to say to the House, and he told how Hitler had invited him to Munich tomorrow morning, that Mussolini had accepted the same invitation. Every heart throbbed and there was born in many, in me, at least, a gratitude, an admiration for the PM which will be eternal. I felt sick with enthusiasm, longed to clutch him. He continued for a word or two and then the House rose and in a scene of riotous delight, cheered, bellowed their approval. Peace must now be saved and with it the world. 5. Churchill had long argued that fascism was fine, more or less, as long as it used its strength and popular support to combat Bolshevism on every front at home and abroad. He had, as described in a previous chapter, supported Franco and, by extension, the Italian and German intervention in the Spanish Civil War to ensure victory. Was there ever a doubt in his mind? Did he really think it might end in Spain? Did nobody point out to him that the Germans and Italians were using Spain as a test run for a wider war? If so, there is no evidence of it in his writings of the period, only the expression of a pious hope that Spain itself might unite under the victors of the war, Franco and the Catholic Church. The Popular Front government in France offered moral support to the Republic but opted for non-intervention. Britain and France had sacrificed Czechoslovakia. The Munich Agreement was signed in September 1938 and violated by Hitler in March 1939. The Czech government surrendered. 5 months later, on September 1, the Germans marched into Poland, which boasted the fourth largest army in Europe. The symbolic resistance was courageous, cavalry against tanks, but ineffective. Polish nationalism crumbled. The German High Command, genuinely surprised by the speed with which they had swallowed 3 countries whole, began to take the corporal more seriously. When he informed them that the next target was France, they did not flinch. When he further pointed out that he would be in effective charge of the operation, they nodded their approval. Since it was France, there were a few old scores to be settled. Would the Maginot Line hold? The French were not overconfident and their military leadership was politically divided. In a letter to his wife, de Gaulle had described Munich as a capitulation that will give us a short respite, like the aged Madame du Barry on the revolutionary scaffold begging, encore un petit moment, MLE Bureau. 6 France's military strategy was essentially defensive, and they could do nothing after Poland fell except wait for the German attack. Here too, de Gaulle was prescient. Writing to his close friend and political ally, Paul Renaud, a month after war had been declared, he argued that Germany would demoralize France psychologically by making them wait, knowing full well how depressing inertia can be for an army. In my humble opinion, he suggested, there is nothing more urgent and necessary than to galvanize the French people instead of comforting them with absurd illusions of defensive security. 7. I doubt whether by galvanizing the people he meant arming them and training them to resist, but that was what was needed, and it would have been extremely useful during the Vichy years when France was a German protectorate. The resistance did emerge, but later. The British had dispatched a strong expeditionary force to help shore up French defences in 1939. It was too early then to visualize or predict the speed with which a total catastrophe might occur and envelop the country. Wehrmacht commanders had delayed the invasion of France, to Hitler's great irritation, by insisting that Norway had to be occupied first. Its 15,000 miles of coastline rendered it vulnerable. The British Navy had already imposed a blockade, cutting off North Sea access to the Scandinavian peninsula. This threatened the flow of Swedish iron and ore supplies that were essential for German munition industries and the rearmament program. 2 phone calls from Berlin, and Denmark was occupied in the course of a weekend. Sweden's socialist government rapidly affirmed its neutrality. The Norwegians fought back vigorously but were overwhelmed. A British submarine transported the king, his family, and courtiers to London. 8. In 1940, as the panzer divisions assembled on the borders of France and Belgium, disorganization in the French military was complete and irremediable. But this was not just a technical or strategic deficiency. France was politically divided. The 1936 Popular Front government under Léon Blum had been attacked for being the French version of the Bolshevik, Jewish conspiracy. Many on the conservative right, hostile to Jews and communists alike, were mildly or strongly sympathetic to fascism. This included a majority of French military leaders. It was their refusal to inspire and lead their forces that led to an early French capitulation. Few could imagine that Britain would survive the fall of France, and nobody believed that with the whole of Europe under the iron heel of Germany, the Americans would intervene. In that critical year, the choice for most people on the right, in Europe as a whole, was not Hitler or Churchill, but rather Hitler or Stalin, and, like Churchill on Spain, they had no doubt on this score. It is this that helps explains the lack of a unified will to resist. The French communists had paralysed themselves by remaining silent as the German armies poured in. This stemmed from a blind loyalty to Moscow, where the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact had been in force since August 23, 1939. Hitler, who took over direct command of the French operation, was himself surprised by the speed with which the Maginot Line collapsed. After all, the Allies had 144 divisions, 3 more than the Germans, and a huge advantage in terms of artillery and tanks. They had fewer fighter planes, but overall they could have resisted. It was the moral and political collapse of the French High Command, rather than technology, that led to the defeat. The course of events was straightforward. On May 10, 1940, the Belgian and Dutch ambassadors in Berlin were summoned to the Foreign Ministry, where Ribbentrop informed them that their countries would soon be occupied and they should bid farewell to their sovereignties. The Dutch prevaricated. 4 days later the Luftwaffe bombed Rotterdam, killing 800 civilians. The next morning, the Dutch surrendered. Their queen fled to London. Belgium was taken a fortnight later, and then came the fall of France. Hitler and his generals received the French surrender in the same train compartment in which the Germans had surrendered in 1918. The Führer pranced and hopped around for the benefit of the German press. Revenge for the humiliating Treaty of Versailles was now complete. The rapid victory in France did more to enhance Hitler's reputation than any other single event of the war. He was, Goebbels announced, in utter bliss after his grandiose triumphs. For the next few years, the generals would rarely question his military decisions. But the political and military leaders of the Third Reich would look back with regret at their strategic error in not finishing off the British when the opportunity was there. The French people had awaited the invasion with a mixture of indifference and fear, eerily recalling the mood that had existed in 1814, a year before Waterloo, as recorded by Henry Houssaye in his book, 1814. The invasion terrified the population, but France cast down did not have a tremor of revolt. The metaphysical idea of the violated homeland which had in 1792 such a powerful action on a nation young and rejuvenated by liberty, that idea did not arouse a people aged by war, weary of sacrifices and avid of rest. The brutal and material fact of foreign occupation with its adjunct of evils, requisitions, pillage and assaults, murder and incendiarism were needed to awaken the anger and hatred. The metaphysical idea was Saint Just's remark, "The fatherland is the center of honor." Too much blood had flowed down the Seine for that to be effective in 1940. Many hardcore French nationalists were included in the Vichy government. De Gaulle's followers were a small minority. For Churchill and his generals, the big question after the fall of France was how best to get British troops out and back home as soon as possible. Here the Germans were helpful. The advance made by General Heinz Guderian, the leading German strategist on tank warfare and a proponent of blitzkrieg, had been relentless, until to his great annoyance he was ordered by Hitler to stop. It was this fateful decision by the Führer that enabled Britain to rescue as many troops as they could by any means necessary. The romantic image of little boats ferrying soldiers from one shore to another was useful propaganda, but it was the Royal Navy that brought most of them back. Stranded in France himself, as the Germans swiftly reached Boulogne and Calais, Harold Nicholson's nerves were on edge. He had managed to obtain a suicide pill in case he was captured. His diary entry for June 1, 1940 is terse but reflects the mood. "We have now evacuated 220,000 men, in fact 370,000, a figure that included 110,000 French soldiers, which is amazing when I recall how we feared we should lose 80%. But there are few grounds for enthusiasm really, except moral grounds. We have lost all our equipment. The French have lost 80% of their forces and feel that we deserted them. It will constitute a real problem to recreate good relations between the forces. The French, with their tendency to attribute blame to others, will be certain to say we thought only of rescuing the BEF and let them down. 9. Few historians doubt that, had the German advance not been unilaterally halted, a German occupation of the United Kingdom, Churchill or no Churchill, would have become a reality. There would have been no alternative in that case but to berth the Royal Navy in U.S. ports as Roosevelt had suggested, an offer that a fuming Churchill had turned down. 10. What lay behind Hitler's reasoning? Historians remain divided. The argument that the German army was tired and overstretched is unconvincing. No German general accepted this version, though Rundstedt was in cautious mode, perhaps recalling an old Prussian maxim, man kann sich totschlagen. You can triumph yourself to death. More likely, realizing Hitler's reluctance, he simply told him what he wanted to hear. The decision came from Hitler alone. It's difficult to believe that it was made purely on military grounds. The Führer had already annoyed his military leaders by interfering in operations already in motion. With German troops 13 kilometers away from Dunkirk, he ordered them to stop. The German Chief of Staff, General Halder, expressed his anger in his diary. The tanks and military units are standing still, as if nailed to the spot between Bethune and St. Omer, after command from the highest level, and are not allowed to attack. As things stand, it will take weeks to clear out this pocket. It greatly damages our prestige and our further ambitions. Whatever the reasons, Hitler's decision was political. General Guderian was livid. As the leading war strategist, he had amended Manstein's plan, attacked France on 2 fronts, and enabled a victory within 6 weeks. If the decision had been a military one, then Hitler would have been speaking with Halder and Guderian rather than Rundstedt, generally regarded within the German high command as a yes man. It was later claimed that Rundstedt had demanded a pause so that the infantry could catch up with the panzers. This view is not fully convincing. It was a post-factum explanation for Hitler's own mistake. The generals commanding the operation did not think they needed to wait for anyone to complete what was now little more than a mopping-up operation. Hitler's own explanation a few days later, when the magnitude of his error became obvious, may well have been concocted, but it contains more than a grain of truth. He informed his colleagues that the decision to halt the advance had indeed been political. Its aim had been to sign a peace treaty with Britain. The army is the backbone of England and the Empire. If we destroy the invasion corps, the Empire would fall apart. Since we are neither willing nor able to take on its inheritance, we have to give the Empire a chance. My generals failed to understand this. 11. The only problem with this explanation is that, even if this was the motive, Hitler could have dictated his terms to a new government in Britain after Guderian had mopped up the British Expeditionary Force. Undoubtedly, the peace treaty envisaged would have been on the model he was about to propose to the French military leaders Weygand and Pétain in France. Whatever else, most German military historians agree that this huge mistake cost Germany the war. Hitler's not-so-trusted old friend and deputy, the neurotic Rudolf Hess, flew over on a secret mission to Britain in 1941 to suggest a peace deal. When informed of this, Churchill snorted and returned to finish watching the Marx Brothers' antics on screen. His choice was correct. Recently released documents make it clear that Britain had nothing to do with this trip. The initiative had come from Hess alone, a delusional figure in the Nazi hierarchy, whose action enraged Hitler. British intelligence was certainly aware of the letter sent on Hess's behalf to the Duke of Hamilton, suggesting a rendezvous. He was not impeded as he flew over the Scottish coast, near the Duke's estate, but was picked up immediately after parachuting, interrogated at length and locked up. He claimed he had made the trip without informing anyone, a one-man peace mission. This turned out to be true. On being told of the failed operation, an angry Hitler demanded an immediate investigation as to how Hess had been allowed near an airport, despite strict instructions to the contrary. He was well aware of the neurosis that afflicted Hess, who had developed a phobia. Germany could not and must not fight a war on 2 fronts, since that would lead to disaster. He considered peace with Britain to be essential as the Reich turned its attentions eastward with Operation Barbarossa. Having failed to persuade his own leader, he thought he'd try his luck with Churchill. In Berlin, Hitler ordered Goebbels to release an official press statement referring to the letter Hess had left behind for his leader. This letter, Goebbels said, revealed in its confused nature the unfortunate signs of a mental breakdown, giving rise to fears that Hess has become the victim of delusions. Operation Barbarossa. The continent, with some exceptions in Eastern Europe, was now under German sovereignty. Britain would be dealt with later. Stalin had dismissed reports of an impending German invasion, even though they came from Soviet spies strategically placed in the German military and diplomatic apparatuses, as well as from US intelligence and Churchill. One of the top Soviet agents was Richard Zarga, embedded in the German embassy in Tokyo. His reports were impeccable. Zarga had quickly penetrated the German community of journalists and businessmen in Tokyo, and became a close friend of General Eugen Ott, appointed Germany's ambassador to Japan in 1938, and of his wife, Helma, who fell in love with Zarga. Ott knew Zarga was sleeping with his wife, but seems to have tolerated it in the belief that women found Zarga irresistible. It was in the ambassador's safe in the embassy that Zarga first discovered some details of Hitler's plans for Operation Barbarossa. Zarga sent the information to Philip Golikov, the military intelligence chief in Moscow, where Stalin had wiped out most of his opponents in the Bolshevik Party, including almost every member of the 1917 Central Committee. Golikov, a time server and a mediocrity by any standard, was in a state of permanent fright. Lieutenant Colonel Erwin Scholl, who was also stationed at the Tokyo embassy, returned from Berlin in May 1941. The news he brought back was sensational, and Ott wasted no time in sharing it with Zarga. On May 31, Zarga cabled Golikov. Berlin informed Ott that the German attack will commence in the latter part of June. Ott 95% are certain that war will commence. Because of the existence of a powerful Red Army, Germany has no possibility to widen the sphere of war in Africa and has to maintain a large army in Eastern Europe. In order to eliminate all the dangers from the USSR side, Germany has to drive off the Red Army as soon as possible. 12. Ott had provided the barest of outlines, but Scholl provided Zarga with the information in full. 170 to 180 mechanized divisions were already close to the Soviet border, and the assault itself would encompass the entire front. The German General Staff had few doubts that the Red Army would collapse, and that the Wehrmacht would take Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev. They would then take control of the Trans-Siberian Railway and establish direct contact with the Japanese forces in Manchuria. Stalin, still basking in the so-called triumph of the Nazi-Soviet pact, refused to believe any of it. "You can send your source to his fucking mother," he told Golikov. On the message itself he scribbled, "Suspicious. To be listed with telegrams intended as provocations." Unlike the Germans, who saw the non-aggression pact as necessary but temporary, Stalin had illusions that it might be lasting. Owen Matthews quotes from a 1966 interview with Marshal Zhukov, conducted by Lev Bezymansky, a Soviet historian and war veteran. In January 1941, Zhukov and others had warned Stalin of ominous German troop movements. Stalin wrote to Hitler, asking politely whether these reports were true. Hitler replied that they were, but he swore on my honor as a head of state that my troops are deployed, for other purposes. The territories of Western and Central Germany are subject to heavy English bombing and are easily observed from the air by the English. Therefore I found it necessary to move large contingents of troops to the east where they can secretly reorganize and rearm. Stalin believed him. Marshal Zhukov told an interviewer some decades after the war that by early June 1941 it was obvious to most of the high command that the Germans were preparing to invade. He had showed Stalin staff maps with the locations of enemy troops entered on them. A few days passed and Stalin called for me. He opened a case on his desk and took out several sheets of paper. "Read," said Stalin, it was a letter from Stalin to Hitler in which he briefly outlined his concern over the German deployments. Stalin then said, "Here is the answer." I cannot exactly reproduce Hitler's words, but this I do remember precisely. I read the June 14 issue of Pravda, and in it, to my amazement, I discovered the same words I had read in Hitler's letter to Stalin. It was Molotov who broke the news of the invasion to Soviet citizens. For a fortnight, Stalin made no public appearance. When he finally addressed the nation, his speech was leaden at the start, but improved as it went on, even if its ideology and language were reminiscent of 1812 rather than 1917. He pledged fierce resistance and a scorched earth policy. In the updated 2001 edition of the Soviet High Command, John Erickson makes clear that the Red Army's response was not a foregone conclusion. The system lived perpetually on a narrow knife edge. How frighteningly narrow was brought home to me in a singular exchange with Chief Marshal of Artillery N.N. Voronov. Knowing he was present at the very center of events during the early hours of Sunday, June 22, I asked him for his interpretation. His final remark was quite astonishing. He said that at about 7:30 a.m. the High Command had received encouraging news: the Red Army was fighting back. The worst nightmare had already been overcome. Red Army soldiers had gone to war, the system had responded and would respond. 13. On June 22, 1941, the German army marched bravely to its graveyard. For the next 4 years, two of the most powerful armies in the world would be locked in combat from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Within a few weeks the panzer divisions were occupying territory the same size as Germany. Morale was high. It was still summer. Stalin had released many imprisoned generals and senior officers who had been arrested but not felled in 1937-8. They went straight from prison to the front. The Soviet Union bled profusely. The fate of the globe was hanging in the balance across the vast spaces of the USSR. Anxieties and hopes were attuned to the noises emanating from distant battlefields. Hope, fear and despair were now linked to the fighting that was turning the snow red on the frozen rivers of Russia. Might the losses suffered on the Vistula, the Spree, the Danube, and the Seine be reversed on the Neva, the Volga, the Don and the Azov Sea? Nobody was yet sure. The Polish Marxist historian Isaac Deutscher, writing from his London exile in 1941, saw the war being transformed into a battle between revolution and counter-revolution. Since June 22, 1941, the Russian Revolution has once again begun to forge unbreakable links with the European labor movement. These links are proving stronger than all the opportunistic maneuvers of Soviet diplomacy in recent years. It was not the Russian Revolution that in September 1939 shared the torn body of Poland with German fascism. In those unhappy September days Russia had not shown her true revolutionary face. No revolution in history has yet taken on the shape of a jackal scrounging the battlefield. The face which was then turned towards the despairing worker and peasant was the totalitarian mask imposed by the post-revolutionary bureaucracy. Now history is stripping off that mask and revealing the revolution's true countenance, bleeding but dignified, suffering but fighting on. Cruelly, but justly, history is putting an end to all cynical masquerades. What is left of those congratulatory telegrams in which the Kremlin spoke high-sounding words about the Russo-German friendship cemented by blood spilled in common? How many other castles, built not so much in the air as on the wrongs done to nations, were to be cemented by the wretched Kremlin architects? On the very eve of June 22, Moscow was still trying to salvage its friendship with the arch-executioner of Europe by recognizing his occupation of Yugoslavia, Greece, and Norway. The shadow of total war was already darkening the German-Soviet boundary when communiques and denials, laboriously produced in the offices of the Narkomindel, tried to prove to an incredulous world that the giant concentration of German troops presented no danger to the Soviet Union, and that nothing had yet clouded the friendship between Berlin and Moscow. Ostriches hatched in eagles' nests were timorously burying their heads in diplomatic sands, refusing to admit that a storm was imminent. But an approaching storm does not usually wait for the ostriches to trot out to confront it. 14. 1942, the decisive year. The First World War led to the collapse of three large empires and four royal dynasties, the Habsburgs, Ottomans, Romanovs, and Hohenzollerns. The remnants of their empires had been picked up by the British and French in the Middle East, new nation-states had been agreed by Woodrow Wilson in Europe, and the Russian Revolution had spread to many of the contiguous Tsarist colonies, which were willingly or unwillingly integrated into the Soviet Union. In the Middle East, the British had created a mosaic of new states, modeled on what was happening in Europe. A line in the sand created Iraq. British troops had occupied Kurdish cities, Mosul, Kirkuk, and Sulaymaniyah. Syria was split apart. Contemporary Lebanon still remains in large measure the artificial creation of French colonialism. It was at the outset, a coastal band of Greater Syria sliced off from its hinterland by Paris to form a regional client dominated by a Maronite minority that had long been France's catspaw in the eastern Mediterranean. Saudi Arabia was a British product, leased to Ibn Saud and family, with the literalist dogmas of the Wahhabis thrown in as the agreed ideological condiment. 15. All this was under threat in 1942, as the German army under Field Marshal Rommel moved closer and closer to British colonies. Churchill, as ever when imperial possessions were threatened, was extremely concerned. What he did not fully grasp, though he was not completely unaware of the possibility, was that even an Allied victory would not save the blood-drenched empire. By now, beyond the stresses caused by the ongoing conflicts in Europe and in the East, it was a financially, politically, and morally bankrupt enterprise. Nationalists in the Middle East, especially in Baghdad, Cairo, Alexandria, and Damascus, made no secret of the fact that they were hoping for a German victory. The decomposition of the British Empire was not due to Japanese military advances alone. In the first months of 1942, Japan had taken Malaya, Singapore, Java, the Philippines, and Burma. Hirohito and Tojo's armies had conquered these colonies with less than 200,000 men. In Singapore alone, as described earlier, the British Imperial Army had lost 140,000 soldiers, most of them as prisoners of war. The subjected peoples had chosen not to fight for the British, and Malaya had witnessed large-scale mutinies in the army. A mass uprising in Kedah had threatened the Sultan, who had been kidnapped by his own son, Tunku Abdul Rahman, who offered to collaborate with the Japanese and broadcast an appeal to the population not to resist the invaders. Earlier, in 1940, Japan had occupied Indochina, with the collaboration of Vichy France. The latter continued to administer the colony, saving the Japanese a lot of problems. If any single example were needed to demonstrate the affinities of Axis fascism and European imperialism, it was provided by this experience of dual imperialism in Indochina from 1940 to 1945. It was also the only example outside China of an armed resistance by communists and some nationalist groups to Japan, more precisely, to the dual imperialism. Elsewhere, organized nationalists preferred to take the Japanese at face value or, at any rate, use them against long-established European empires, Ahmed Sukarno against the Dutch in Java, Subhas Chandra Bose and, indirectly, Gandhi against the British in India. In North Africa, Rommel's panzer divisions had reached El Alamein. A huge crowd gathered in Alexandria to chant "Forward, Rommel, forward." The Egyptian masses wanted a British defeat. The adage often used by imperial powers to justify uneasy alliances, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," could also be deployed by its unwilling subjects. The fall of Tobruk had exposed fissures in the British military high command. 25,000 British soldiers had been taken prisoner. Churchill mourned the loss and partially understood the cause. He later wrote, "This is one of the heaviest blows I can recall during the war. Not only were its military effects grievous, but it had affected the reputation of the British armies. At Singapore 85,000 men had surrendered to inferior numbers of Japanese. Now in Tobruk a garrison of 25,000, actually 33,000 seasoned soldiers had laid down their arms to perhaps one half of their number. 16. In a personal letter to Churchill, the blundering General Claude Auchinleck apologized abjectly, if somewhat incoherently, and accepted full responsibility, as form dictated, for the disaster. He was duly sacked and sent eastwards. Sycophantic Indian officers would nurse the ox-wounded ego and aid his recovery. But, in truth, the problem went much deeper than the mistakes of a single person. The scale of the military debacles in Singapore and Tobruk angered many soldiers and citizens. At home, Churchill and his government were confronted with strong political opposition and a serious energy crisis. The military failures led to confrontation in the House of Commons, where the unofficial leader of the opposition, the Welsh Labour MP Aneurin Bevan, challenged both the conduct of the war and the outmoded class structures of the officer corps in the British Army. He taunted Churchill, had Rommel been British, he would never have risen above the rank of sergeant. Bevan pointed out the sad state of affairs where the staff colleges of the army have no textbook on the coordination of air and land forces. He highlighted the presence in Britain of 5 or 6 Czech, Polish, and French generals who were not being used in the war. Why? It might be hurtful to our pride, but they would do a better job than the inefficient generals currently in charge. Gifted Englishmen were available as well. Bevan shone the torch on one such person, a veteran of the Spanish Civil War who had fought with some success against the side Churchill had supported. There is a man in the British Army, and this shows how we are using our trained men, who flung 150,000 men across the Ebro in Spain, Michael Dunbar. He is at present a sergeant in an armoured brigade in this country. He was chief of staff in Spain, he won the Battle of the Ebro, and he is a sergeant in the British Army. The fact of the matter is that the British Army is ridden by class prejudice. You have got to change it and you will have to change it. If the House of Commons has not the guts to make the government change it, events will, you have to purge the army at the top. It will have to be a drastic purge, because the spirit of the British Army has to be regained. 17. The member for Ebbw had stirred a hornet's nest, but even those serving officers who stood up to reply were forced to admit the truth of some of the points he had made. Bevan could and should have reminded Parliament of an army it had once created, a new model army, whose captains and soldiers, clad in russet jackets, had transformed the shape of the country. The old ruling families they had defeated had regained their positions after the restoration of the monarchy and the House of Lords. The King's army had been carefully reconstructed. Over the years, hereditary privileges and wealth had led to the purchase of commissions. The stink of privilege had even survived the trenches of the Great War. Bevan spoke for the voiceless, for the hundreds and thousands of soldiers who had to face this largely talentless hierarchy of saluting parrots every single day. As for the energy crisis, it had arisen because war production was almost exclusively based on coal. Weekly average coal production had fallen by 750,000 tons from 1939, and a further shortfall was predicted for 1943. The conditions in which the miners worked were appalling. And with good reason they did not trust politicians. Above all, they loathed Churchill. In other words, even in 1942, class hatred trumped national patriotism. A 1944 inspection by visiting technical experts from the United States confirmed that the center of the production problem is the bad feeling and antagonism which pervade the industry and which manifests itself in low morale, non-cooperation, and indifference. In almost every district we visited, miners' leaders and mine owners complained of men leaving the mines early, failure to clear the faces and voluntary absenteeism. 18. Churchill, Attlee, and Bevan, the so-called workers' leader in the cabinet, decided with cabinet backing to keep the report under covers. They informed Parliament it was a secret document. This was a blatant lie. The reason given to the cabinet was that the publication might promote anti-Americanism in the country, if it were interpreted as an undesired American interference. This excuse is barely credible. The anti-Americanism that existed at this time was mainly confined to members of the ruling classes and sections of the Foreign Office. The only possible reason for suppressing the report must have been a fear that it might provoke a strike or, At any rate, increase class awareness. The government hurriedly set up their own committee on the coal mining industry. Its conclusions would not be too different, but were more moderately expressed. Stalingrad. Meanwhile, the most critical battle of the entire European war was about to begin on the banks of the Volga, outside Stalingrad, now Volgograd. Hitler had ordered the 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Division to take the city whatever the cost. For extra support they had Romanian and Hungarian troops guarding the rear. The city, then called Tsaritsyn, had seen tough battles during the Civil War. In June 1919, Churchill had authorized a tank intervention by the British Expeditionary Force to aid General Denikin's White Army. Major Ewan Cameron Bruce was awarded the DSO for his courage and audacity in the battle that led to the city being taken back from the Bolsheviks. The Whites were lucky. The Red military commander was the aforementioned Voroshilov, Stalin's crony, then the head of the military committee in the city. Serious misjudgments by Voroshilov, regarded by many of his contemporaries as a dunce, had led to the defeat. The White victory was temporary. Reinforcements from Moscow arrived, and by January 1920 the city was taken back by the Red Army. Denikin's army came close to destruction and fled towards the Crimea, never to recover. In 1942, however, the enemy was stronger and more determined, its officer corps and soldiery poisoned with anti-Semitic and anti-Slav ideologies. The Führer had wanted the war to be over by December 1941 at the latest, with Moscow captured and Leningrad starved to death, followed by the ceremonial destruction of the cities. Leningrad had to go, declared Hitler. This is the city where Bolshevism started, and in this city, Bolshevism will be utterly destroyed. This is the nemesis of history, harsh perhaps, but just. Many on the European right would have agreed with him and joined in the celebrations. But the Blitzkrieg failed. Unlike the French, the Red Army fought back. Arming the people in Moscow and Leningrad helped to prevent the fall of the two key cities of the revolution, and in Stalingrad and Kursk the Red Army broke the backbone of the Third Reich. Though the role of the Soviet Air Force should not be underestimated. Soviet bombers slowed down the advance of the Wehrmacht to Moscow. In Stalingrad the battle lasted for over 5 months, and the tactics that had to be deployed were those that had been almost perfected by Trotsky and Tukhachevsky in the Civil War 2 decades prior, as explained in detail by John Erickson in his 3 indispensable books on the Red Army. Stalingrad is not the only major battle of the war to have been commemorated in many books and several movies. They vary in quality. There is one written masterpiece, Vasily Grossman's novel Life and Fate. Grossman was the war correspondent for the Red Army newspaper in Stalingrad throughout the battle, before moving on to Kursk. In his novel the city becomes an emblem for a country at war. There is chaos, blind obedience, and a cohort of intellectually challenged officers and commissars. The citizens and the rank-and-file soldiery are the collective hero. Their courage can never be questioned. But in this they are not completely alone. There are also the officers and men who live in House No. 6/1, for whom the author reveals a real sympathy, contradicting his own Tolstoyan philosophic ramblings elsewhere in the novel. The inhabitants of 6/1 fight because they possess independent minds and a fiercely critical spirit. Most are former members of the left opposition destroyed by Stalin. This is Grossman's homage to the prescient voices of the 20s and 30s. The revolution speaks through them and others like them throughout the country. They tell us that without the freedom to discuss, criticize, think, write, and suggest alternatives, there can be no socialism. During an interrogation by the divisional commissar, the least political inmate of 6/1 reveals, "I can't make head or tail of what's going on in there, they all seem terrified of this Grekov, but he just pretends to be one of the lads. They all go to sleep in a heap on the floor, Grekov included, and they call him Vanya. Forgive me for saying so, but it's more like some kind of Paris commune than a military unit." Even as the siege of Leningrad continued, it was to last 900 days, Hitler was attempting to reduce Stalingrad to rubble. After months of savage fighting, With German losses increasing every day and supply lines broken, Field Marshal von Paulus refused to sacrifice any more German soldiers. The Battle of Stalingrad had begun in summer on August 23, 1942. It ended in the depths of winter on February 2, 1943. The total casualties were estimated at 2 million, making it the fiercest battle of the Second World War. Hitler was enraged by the surrender. A field marshal, 22 generals, and 250,000 soldiers, mainly German but also Italians, Spaniards, Hungarians, and Romanians, were now Soviet prisoners of war. Moscow and Stalingrad were liberated. Leningrad would follow. The German far right and the fascists had blamed the German Jews for their defeat in the First World War. There was nobody else to blame now. The master race had suffered a body blow at the hands of the Untermensch, including women soldiers and officers, and Jewish resistance groups in other parts of the country. When he first heard of the surrender, Hitler remarked to Goebbels that Paulus could have freed himself from all sorrow and ascended into eternity and national immortality, but he prefers to go to Moscow. He did, and after the war he preferred to live in East Germany, only too aware of how many former Nazis had been integrated by the West into virtually every single structure of the Bundesrepublik. Hitler never recovered from Stalingrad. According to Goering, it aged him 15 years and he suffered a nervous breakdown, not showing himself in public for weeks. The German Security Service reported the public reactions to his first appearance on a newsreel after the Stalingrad defeat. He looked exhausted, tense and aged. But he was still determined to carry on. In an attempt to avenge the defeat at Stalingrad, the German High Command agreed on Operation Citadel, a battle to defeat the Red Army on the Soviet salient around Kursk in western Russia. This time the Soviet forces were fully prepared on every level and morale was high. The German offensive was halted before it could seriously penetrate the Red Army defenses. German losses were huge, and after 3 days Hitler called off the battle. It was the largest tank battle of the war. The Red Army had triumphed. Grossman's equivalent in another medium was Dmitry Shostakovich, whose Leningrad Symphony and astonishing string quartets were a homage to those who had held out in the grimmest of circumstances. There would be no more German offensives in the Soviet Union, only defensive battles, followed by retreats. Even as Hitler was digesting the latest disasters from the Eastern Front, he was informed that a combined American-British advance had led to the occupation of western Sicily. The Italians, as expected, had retreated, and there was little doubt that the two Allied powers would soon be heading upwards to the mainland. 10. The Indian Cauldron. Life, enough of this poetry. We need hard, harsh prose. Silence the poetry-softened noises. Strike with the stern hammer of prose today. No need for the tenderness of verse. Poetry, I give you leave of absence. In the realm of hunger, the world is prosaic. The full moon is scalded bread. Sukanta Bhattacharya, Hey Mahajaban, Oh, Great Life, 1944. During the interwar period India was in a state of continuous turmoil. The reforms of 1919, which had promised increased political participation of Indians in government but denied them power, were regarded by most Indians as ill-intentioned and offering very little. In Parliament in 1917, Edwin Montagu, the Secretary of State for India, had declared the gradual development of self-governing institutions, with a view to the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. The result was a build-up of pressure from below. The British Empire clearly faced a choice: it could grant India dominion status or it could rule largely through repression. The failure to grant the first necessitated the second. The Pashtuns, Punjabis, Bengalis, and Malabari, now Keralans, saw the rise of mass movements and terrorism on the pre-revolutionary Russian model. Peaceful marches were violently broken up by the police. The 1919 massacre in Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar is the best known, but there were others. The Mopla peasant uprising in Malabar in 1924 was deliberately misinterpreted by Raj ideologues. The Chittagong Armory raid in April 1930 was an audacious attempt to seize police and auxiliaries' weapons and launch an armed uprising in Bengal. The raiders were revolutionaries of various sorts, united by the belief that only an armed struggle inspired by the Easter Rising of 1916, they called themselves the IRA, Indian Republican Army, could rid them of the British. The plan was to take government and military officials hostage in the European club where they hung out after work, seize the bank, release political prisoners, destroy the telegraph offices and telephone exchanges and cut off all railway communications. They partially succeeded, but could not capture the British officers and civil servants. It was Good Friday. The European club was empty. Despite this, the main leader of the uprising, Surya Sen, assembled their forces outside the police armory, where he took the salute as IRA members, numbering under 100, paraded past him. They hoisted the Indian flag and declared a provisional revolutionary government. The British swiftly took back control and guerrilla warfare ensued. The IRA was outnumbered. A traitor gave away Sen's hiding place. He was captured, tortured and, together with another comrade, hanged. Other prisoners were packed off to the Andaman Islands. In Lahore, the capital of the Punjab, a 22-year-old, Bhagat Singh, who hailed from a staunch anti-imperialist family, decided with a handful of supporters to carry out two missions in 1930. The aim of the first was to assassinate the British police officer who had badly beaten up the nationalist leader, Lala Lajpat Rai, at a demonstration in Lahore. But they shot the wrong police officer. The second was to throw a few bombs into the Central Legislative Assembly in Delhi when it was empty. Bhagat Singh declared they did so because they wanted the noise of the blast to wake up India. In prison he became a communist and wrote that terrorist tactics were not useful, but he refused to plead for mercy. Gandhi half-heartedly spoke on his behalf to Lord Irwin, the Liberal Viceroy, but was rebuffed. Bhagat Singh and two comrades, Sukhdev Thapar and Shivram Rajguru, all members of the tiny Hindustan Republican Socialist Party, were hanged in Lahore jail in 1931.1. There were similar events on a lesser scale elsewhere, and peasant uprisings too, the largest of which, in modern Kerala, shook the landlords and their British protectors. The peasants were mainly poor Muslims. They were defeated and the leaders of the revolt dispatched to the Andamans for 15 years. In 1935, the British realised the seriousness of the situation and passed a Second Government of India Act through the House of Commons. Churchill was vehemently opposed to the new law but was out of office. The Act provided for a controlled provincial autonomy, with the governors in each province holding reserve powers to dismiss irresponsible governments. The tiny franchise was somewhat enlarged, and in 1937 the dominant Congress party virtually swept the board in provincial elections, with the crucial exceptions of the Punjab and Bengal where secular conservative, landlord-run parties obtained majorities. Within 2 years of these elections Britain was at war. The Congress leaders, astounded that they had not been consulted before India was dragged into the war, instructed all their provincial governments to resign in protest and refuse to offer support for the war. All this confirmed Churchill's prejudices. He simply refused to grasp Indian realities. The volume of protests and resistance from the end of the First World War till the late 30s had been rising with each passing year. Gandhi himself, in his South African phase, was a staunch empire loyalist. His view that the British Empire existed for the benefit of the world neatly coincided with that of Churchill, and the Indian lawyer was not in the least embarrassed at acting as a recruiting sergeant during the First World War. He moderated these views when he returned to India and reinvented himself as a political deity. He was happy to mobilize the masses, but on a moral level. He would leave statecraft to the politicians, mainly Nehru and Patel. Though when they needed his imprimatur during crisis times, partition and the Indian occupation of Kashmir, he always obliged. Gandhi's decision to make the Congress a mass party by appealing to the vast countryside had increased its size and political weight. In an overwhelmingly Hindu country, Gandhi had used religious symbols to mobilize the peasantry. This began to alienate Muslims, and since the Brahmins dominated the Congress leadership, the untouchables knew their grievances would never get a hearing. Despite this, Gandhi, Patel and Nehru built a formidable political machine that covered the whole of India. The 1937 elections demonstrated as much, and it's worth pointing out that in the northwestern frontier province bordering Afghanistan, the predominantly Muslim Pashtuns had voted for the Congress Party as well. The decision to take India into the Second World War without consulting its only elected representatives was yet another avoidable error on London's part. The British underestimated the change in mood among the masses and some of their leaders. Had they consulted Gandhi and Nehru, offering them a fig leaf to support the war, things might have panned out differently. The Congress leaders felt they had been treated shabbily and, after internal discussions that lasted a few months, revealing a strong anti-war faction led by the Bengali leader, Subhas Chandra Bose, they opted to quit office. The British Viceroy immediately began to woo the Muslim League, and vice versa. The League's leader gave full-throat backing to the war, as did the conservative pro-British elected governments in Punjab and Bengal. When, on December 22, 1939, the Congress Party announced its decision to resign and did so a week later, Jinnah declared that henceforth December 22 should be celebrated as a day of deliverance from Congress rule. Ambedkar, the Untouchables leader, provided strong backing, saying he felt ashamed to have allowed Jinnah to steal a march over me and rob me of the language and the sentiment which I, more than Mr. Jinnah, was entitled to use. Surprisingly, Gandhi also sent his congratulations to Jinnah for lifting the Muslim League out of the communal rut and giving it a national character. Little did he know where this would lead. Emboldened by the emergence of an anti-Congress minority, the Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow, expressed some optimism. In spite of the political crisis, India has not wavered in denunciation of the enemy in Europe, and has not failed to render all help needed in the prosecution of the war. The men required as recruits for the army are forthcoming, assistance in money from the princes and others continues to be offered, a great extension of India's effort in the field of supply is proceeding apace. Point 2. With this in mind, Linlithgow was confident he could survive the storm. When the Congress ministers resigned en masse, the Viceroy ordered the arrest of its leaders and activists. They were released in December 1941 as the British attempted to reach some accommodation. Gandhi was carefully studying the development of the war in Europe as well as Japanese moves closer to the region, and wondering whether the British might be able to hold out. He was not yet sure. The local impact of Operation Barbarossa was the release of imprisoned Communist Party leaders and militants, who now came out openly in support for the war. Gandhi continued to wait. It was the humiliation inflicted on the British in Singapore in February 1942 that led to a change of course. The Congress leaders began to think about calling for a Quit India movement and, in this fashion, declared their own, partial if not complete, independence from the British. Gandhi had engineered Bose's isolation within the Congress, but he was very critical of Nehru's anti-Japanese militancy. Nehru had suggested that Congress should organize armed militias to fight against the Japanese were they to take India. Gandhi reprimanded him strongly. He should not forget that Japan was at war with Britain, not India. In contrast to Gandhi's hand-wringing and delays, the Bengali Congress leader, Subhas Chandra Bose, always deeply hostile to the notion of offering any support to the British war, went on the offensive. Of the entire Congress High Command, he was the most radical nationalist. He began to work out a master plan that owed more to the organizers of the Chittagong Armory raid than to Gandhi. Bose did not believe that peaceful methods could prevail. They were fine at certain times, but the situation was now critical. Britain had insulted India by taking its young men away once again to fight in inter-imperialist wars. Bose wanted to create an Indian national army and began to explore all possibilities. In 1942 Churchill agreed that Sir Stafford Cripps, the left-wing, former ambassador to Moscow, be sent to India to meet with Nehru, Gandhi, and other leaders and plead with them to help Britain. If they agreed, he could offer a verbal pledge of independence after the war. However, before Cripps could depart, bad news came from Southeast Asia. Singapore had fallen. Churchill blamed the men in the field. The British Army had not fought back effectively. We had so many men in Singapore, so many men, they should have done better. As stressed above, it was a huge blow. Cripps arrived in India, but few were willing to listen to his message. Jinnah's Muslim League and the Communist Party were backing the war, but so speedy was the Japanese advance that Gandhi genuinely believed they might soon be negotiating Indian independence with Hirohito and Tojo rather than Churchill and Italy. When Cripps insisted he was offering Congress a blank check they could cash after the war, Gandhi famously riposted, "What is the point of a blank check from a failing bank?" After Cripps returned empty-handed, Churchill pinned his hopes for a stable Indian army largely on Jinnah and Sikandar Hayat Khan, the leader of the Unionist Party and elected Premier of the Punjab, a province crucial to the war effort in terms of manpower and for being the granary of India. When, after Cripps's return, Churchill said, "I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion," he was expressing a long-held view, but in this instance was referring to the Hindus who had badly let him down. Bose, now detached from the Congress Party, had already spent time in Berlin a year earlier. He had asked senior Nazi civil servants to facilitate the release all Indian prisoners of war held by the Germans to him. He would then create an Indian National Army, INA, and take it to India to open a new front against the British. "How do you propose to transport them?" he was asked. Bose replied that he was intending to do so via the Soviet Union. At this point, the Germans, deeply immersed in planning Operation Barbarossa, told Bose that would be impossible. June 1941 was not far away. Bose's single meeting with Hitler didn't go too well. He had read Mein Kampf and found that the Führer's insulting remarks regarding Indians were not that different to Churchill's. He argued with Hitler but was told that the Japanese might be a better bet and that he should get to Tokyo as soon as possible. Bose accepted the advice. The Japanese were far more receptive. After the fall of Singapore, Bose had his INA. It was a unified, secular force that fought against British Army units in Burma. Hatred for Bose intensified on the pro-British side, but the INA initiative increased his popularity in India as a whole. If the Japanese took Kolkata and Delhi, Bose would become the de facto leader of an Indian government. Gandhi and Nehru were only too aware of this possibility. Churchill's hatred for India and Indians grew each day as the bad news came in. Leo Amery, his old friend and Secretary of State for India in the War Cabinet, wrote, on the subject of India, "Winston is not quite sane. I don't see much difference between his outlook and Hitler's." Amery had suggested a far-reaching deal with India which granted virtual dominion status before the war, but the Chamberlain government was not ready to agree to this. Churchill never would be ready to preside over the liquidation of His Majesty's empire. In August 1942, the Congress leaders felt they could no longer remain inactive. The specter of Bose and the fear of a Japanese occupation made the usually ultra-cautious Gandhi somewhat reckless. At the All India Congress Committee he launched the Quit India movement, demanding that the British get out immediately. Huge crowds gathered, acts of mass civil disobedience were carried out. Thousands of Congress activists and all its leaders were locked up. Bose felt strongly that the Quit India movement would not succeed unless Nehru and Gandhi armed the masses to fight back. This they would never do. It went against the grain of the strategy they had adopted for many decades. Bose was secure and confident in his own strategy, despite his overdependence on the Japanese. The Bengal famine. In the middle of a world war, with political battles raging in different parts of the subcontinent, a new disaster occurred. This time in Bengal. Bengal was the first region occupied by the British. From the late 18th century its land was ruthlessly used to grow opium, in what the historian Mike Davis has described as the biggest drug transaction in world history. The gigantic drug profits accrued by the East India Company from the 1820s onwards paid for the direct costs and permanent overheads, the army in particular, involved in expanding the empire to the rest of India. Here was imperialism in action. Kolkata, designated as the imperial capital, was developed, and a sprinkling of natives were educated in English. In the rest of the province all that happened was the destruction of local handicrafts, the creation of a landed oligarchy and the modernization of poverty. The opium grown in Bengal was transported from Kolkata to Canton. The Chinese market for the drug was expanded by the two Opium Wars, 1839 to 1842 and 1856 to 1860, fought by the British to the detriment of China. They laid the ground for a huge growth in trade. This extraordinarily one-sided trade, writes Davis, had by 1868 led to a situation where British India supplied 36% of China's imports but bought less than 1% of its exports. The sale of Bengal opium was a key link in the chain of commerce with which Britain had surrounded the world. Point 3. How did this global chain work? A. J. H. Latham described it in his classic account, The International Economy and the Undeveloped World, 1865 to 1914. The United Kingdom paid the United States for cotton by bills upon the Bank of England. The Americans took some of those bills to Canton and swapped them for tea. The Chinese exchanged the bills for Indian opium. Some of the bills were remitted to England as profit, others were taken to India to buy additional commodities, as well as to furnish the money remittance of private fortunes in India and the funds for carrying on the Indian government at home. Point 4. Jute was not as profitable as opium, but then its trade did not require gunboats, though commodity sales were greatly helped by war. The Crimean War and U.S. Civil War saw a huge rise in demand and profits. First shipped from Bengal in 1795 by the East India Company, 4 decades later pure jute yarn was being made and sold in Dundee. A report published by the Indian Industrial Commission, 1916-18, by 1918 consisting of 10 members, only 4 of whom were Indians, and one of these was the Parsi magnate Sir Durabji Jamsetji Tata, stated that the annual average value of the jute trade to Bengal has been computed at £10 million, and went on to point out that the association of the Calcutta jute industry with the east coast of Scotland has throughout remained intimate. No need to guess who the dominant partner was. The majority of European staff working in senior and junior managerial capacities at the jute mills in Bengal were Scottish. By 1918, cheap migrant labor from other parts of India made up 80% of the workforce. Locals were not trusted by recruiting agents. All the workers lived in abject conditions. A tiny proportion of the profits from opium and jute could have created a system in which health clinics, schools, sanitation and tolerable housing units were built throughout the province, as they were in the White Dominions. This was the Bengal created by a ruthless empire. The institutionalist poverty that characterized British rule in India and led to countless deaths is often underplayed or ignored by culturalist historians. The treatment of Bengal was particularly vicious, decades before the wartime famine. An official report written by Dr. Bentley, director of the Public Health Department in Bengal for the year 1927/8 was unsparing in its details. 1.5 million Bengalis were dying every year from malnutrition, curable diseases, and lack of health facilities. These included 750,000 children under 15 years of age. It was a dietary on which even rats could not live for more than about 5 weeks. Their vitality is now so undermined by inadequate diet that they cannot stand the infection of foul diseases. Last year 120,000 people died from cholera, 350,000 from malaria, 350,000 from tuberculosis. On an average 55,000 newborn infants die every year of tetanus. That is why many British administrators viewed famines as little more than added extras. Nothing much had changed 25 years later. Over 5 million people in Bengal starved or died in epidemics because of the man-made famine in 1943. This inscription appears on screen over the last shot of Satyajit Ray's searing film Distant Thunder, a masterwork in its own right. The scale of the Bengal famine, which lasted almost 2 years from late 1942 to 1944, was not known to many people in India at the time. The nationalist leaders were in prison, while the Muslim League and the Communist Party were immersed in the war. There was an additional factor: some narratives of the famine underplay the enrichment of Indian industrialists, Gandhi's great friend and benefactor G.D. Birla among them, who enthusiastically supported stripping the countryside of rice in order to feed their factory workers engaged in wartime production. Their pursuit of profit played a role in the mass starvation, yet this aspect has been largely absent from most historiography of the famine, in part, one author suggests, by overemphasizing the explanatory power of culture and underestimating or even ignoring political economy. 5. That between 3.5 and 5 million people died only became known after independence, and the first serious scholarship on the famine only began to be published decades later. But the British knew. Linlithgow's successor as Viceroy in 1943 was Archibald Wavell, who received regular reports from Bengal and was taken aback by the scale of the catastrophe. Though official statements by Leo Amory and his civil servants downplayed the casualties, they were challenged immediately by Bengali politicians and cultural figures. Satyajit Ray, the finest filmmaker the subcontinent has ever produced, was convinced that the 5 million figure was, in all likelihood, an understatement. During the late 1970s and 1980s, I visited Kolkata regularly. We had informal conversations, one of which I recorded till he was discussing other film directors and told me to switch off. I kept notes, nonetheless. We talked mainly about the state of world literature and cinema, which was how the subject of the famine came up. Distant Thunder, based on a novel by Bhuti Bhushan, was Ray's take on the famine, filmed in color. We discussed the politics of the 1975 movie, his most radical and for that reason subjected to criticism by Pauline Kael in The New Yorker and, for a different reason, by Jonathan Rosenbaum in Sight and Sound, among others. Ray was enraged by both reviews. Rosenbaum was ignorant, couldn't tell Indian women apart. It appears he wanted an epic. As for Kael, she can't understand that certain subjects require different faces and different camera movements. Kael had found some of these shots jarring and, while she liked the film, she was taken aback by its politics. She suggested that Ray was trying to expiate his own guilt. It was this that angered him most. Why should he feel any guilt at all? Just for not having experienced the famine firsthand because he lived in the city? He had been in his early 20s when it happened, but we all knew about it, if not the exact numbers. Kolkata was full of refugees, begging on the streets. It was a heart-rending sight. We knew that thousands of people were dying in the villages and we knew why. Churchill was intensely disliked in Bengal. Of all the charges laid against Churchill in relation to India, one of the most damning is the accusation that he was responsible for the Bengal famine. Indian historians are not united on this issue. Some think that Churchill's verbal attacks on and utter loathing for Gandhi are even worse crimes. But rude words are usually ineffective. It is true that Churchill denounced the Indian leader as a malignant subversive fanatic and a seditious Middle Temple lawyer, now posing as a fakir of a type well known in the East, striding half-naked up the steps of the viceregal palace. The governor of Bombay, Lord Willingdon, described Gandhi as a Bolshevik and for that reason dangerous. But had Gandhi been a subversive, Bolshevik fanatic, the British would have faced many more problems in the 1920s. Some got very worked up when Churchill suggested that Gandhi's 1932 fast unto death was fake, and alleged that glucose was being dissolved in the water he drank. The correspondence between Churchill and Linlithgow on this issue reads like satire today. Most Indians at the time would have seen the invective as a badge of honor. To be insulted by the enemy was part of the struggle. The only reason for taking offense would be that since Gandhi was, in fact, fighting for a peaceful, orderly, and gradual transfer of power, the abuse was unfair. For some Gandhi was a deity, and they were pained by the harsh words. In any case, insulting him was a joke compared to the mass starvation that swept Bengal in 1943, when crucial food supplies were diverted to the war effort, malnutrition was widespread, and millions of people starved to death. The response to this is to compare India's share of world GDP to that of Europe. In 1700, India's share was 22.6%, while Europe's was 23.3%. In 1820, 77 years after the British East India Company had taken Bengal, before expanding rapidly to the rest of the subcontinent, India's GDP share had fallen to 15.7% while Europe's had risen to 26.6%. In 1890, 2 decades after the year-long Great Uprising was defeated, India's share had tumbled to 11% and Europe was now on 40.3%. 5 years after independence and 7 years after the end of the war, India was on 3.8% and Europe on 29.7%. Prior to the British colonization, as many modern historians have pointed out, Indian peasants and agricultural labourers were not the half-naked beggars that some later became during British rule. 18th century figures indicate that the poorest agricultural labourers in Chennai/Madras earned more in real terms than their counterparts on English farms. By 1990, the income of the average British household was 21 times higher than its Indian counterpart. The reason? Industrial, capitalist imperialism. The huge burden placed on the shoulders of India was imposed by Britain. It is common practice these days to ascribe the responsibility for famines to the decisions made by individuals. Liberal, anti-communist historians blame Mao personally for the disastrous famine that followed the Great Leap Forward, and Stalin for the impact of the coercive, ill-conceived industrialization in the Ukraine. According to this logic, Churchill's name should certainly be added to the list of those responsible for the millions of deaths in Bengal. A population of 60 million was reduced by 5 million in just under 3 years. Churchill's callousness is not in doubt. Malthusian remarks such as Indians breed like rabbits, similar statements are often made about Irish Catholics, were criminally negligent. What was also criminal, once it had become clear what was going on in Bengal, was the refusal to declare a state of emergency in the province, immediately reverse the policies that starved the people of food, and send in rice and flour from other parts of the country. This was a crime for which Churchill certainly, but also the entire wartime coalition including Attlee and Bevan, were responsible. They never protested or suggested countermeasures to deal with the crisis. Churchill thought the figures were being exaggerated by mendacious Indians, when the truth was that the British were trying desperately to stop the flow of information from spreading throughout India or reaching Britain. Churchill made no direct reference to this horror in his history of the war. Perhaps a subconscious guilt led to his oblique and false statement, no great portion of the world population was so effectively protected from the horrors and pitfalls of the World War as were the peoples of Hindustan. They were carried through the struggle on the shoulders of our small island. Viceroy Wavell was a bit more sensitive, pointing out to the British government that the famine was one of the greatest disasters that had befallen any people under British rule. He was concerned that it would hugely damage Britain's reputation. Here he was wrong. Official and tame historians made sure that the episode was wholly, or in large part, whitewashed. How else to explain the absence of the famine from the entire volume of the Oxford History of the 20th Century? It gets a few lines, very few, in Max Hastings's 600-page opus Finest Years, on Churchill's war. Boris Johnson thought it best to leave the subject unmentioned in this Churchill biography, despite the fact of his having an Indian mother-in-law. Not a single historian writing on Attlee, Deputy Prime Minister in the War Cabinet, mentions the famine or the discussions of it among ministers. For what was a man-made disaster, the refusal by so many historians to touch on the subject borders on the grotesque. Had Hitler taken Europe and done a deal with the United States, the genocide would undoubtedly have been treated the same way, and not just in Europe. 3 important books that have broken the wall of silence are Mike Davis's path-breaking study Late Victorian Holocausts, El Nino Famines and the Making of the Third World, and works exclusively on the famine by 2 North America-based Bengali scholars, Janam Mukherjee and Madhusri Mukherjee. There are also innumerable articles, such that the picture we now have is virtually complete. What exactly happened? Bengal at the time was a province of 60 million people, roughly half Hindu, half Muslim, 90% of whom inhabited 90,000 villages. Its 20,000 miles of waterways wound their way through dense forests, making over half the villages inaccessible except by boat. Hunger stalked these villages even in times of normality. Livestock dependency, as in Ireland, was low, and the population survived on rice and fish. The word of the British administrator was law. The province had always been prone to cyclones, and its eastern part, now Bangladesh, remains under constant threat on this front. A number of cyclones hit the coast in 1942, but it was the tsunami in November of that year that flooded the region around the Ganges Delta. The low elevation in Bengal meant that the tsunami rolled far inland, destroying farmland and rice fields. Salt water poisoned ripe crops. The wave also carried the fungal disease known as rice blast, which struck the paddy fields. This reduced the average rice crop in coastal and surrounding areas by a third. The effects of this disaster were made worse by the fact there had already been a drought. To add to the punishment, the Damodar River burst its banks, flooding the Bhutan district of Bengal, devastating villages, drowning even more rice fields and causing an outbreak of cholera. Scarcity led to price rises and hoarding, and starvation was widespread. But the worst killers at this early stage were the epidemics, with malaria taking more lives than cholera. There was no free national health system in Britain, so it would have been utopian to expect the same ruling elite to create one in India. The hospitals that existed were of reasonable quality, but were located only in the big cities and reserved mainly for the use of whites and the native rich. With Japan's lightning conquest of British-ruled Burma in the spring of 1942, the restless megacolony found itself at the forefront of an inter-imperialist war, waged within the larger configurations of the Second World War. Alas, it was the poorest Bengalis who were now facing a slow annihilation. Had the Japanese taken Kolkata, as many nationalists, and not simply supporters of Bose, had hoped, the jubilation would have been short-lived. The famine would have proceeded unchecked. Despite all the disasters, the 1943 harvest was only 5% or less than the average of previous years. It was not the lack of food that killed millions. It was simply that the food was made inaccessible on orders from the highest levels of the imperial bureaucracy in Delhi, who were carrying out instructions from London. The feeding of armies and those engaged in daily production for the military were given priority. A further factor was the Bengali government's advice that people should stock up on grain after the Japanese advance, which further decreased supplies. There were also US and Chinese troops in northeast Bengal and Assam, creating a further drain on food. The only Indian politician who offered more than sympathy was Subhas Chandra Bose. The news had reached him in Japanese-occupied Burma, where his INA was fighting the British. His offer to the Indian government to send Burmese rice to the starving Bengali villages did not even merit a reply, even though he had suggested it would be transported in civilian trucks. Churchill had no doubt whatsoever where the food should be sent. His chief advisor on food distribution in Britain was a close friend, the scientist Fred Lindemann, the Prof., a German by extraction. He was not universally popular. His arrogance and closeness to Churchill angered many in Whitehall, who felt that their meticulously researched facts and statistics were being misused, twisted, and unnecessarily abbreviated by the Prof to cater to Churchill's prejudices and instincts. The sobriquet attached to Lindemann was either Baron Berlin or worse. When he worked at S Branch, a group of academic economists tasked with analyzing data, a few daring colleagues used to hiss SS as he passed by. He clearly needed an English name. Churchill obliged. The Prof became Lord Cherwell. Nothing else changed. In an interview with Harper's Magazine after her book Churchill's Secret War was published, Madhusri Mukherjee explained how well matched Churchill and Cherwell were. Judging by a lecture that Cherwell gave in the 1930s, he regarded colonial subjects as helots, or slaves, whose only reason for existence was the service of racial superiors. In drafts of this talk, he outlined how science could help entrench the hegemony of the higher races. By means of hormones, drugs, mind control, and surgery, one could remove from slaves the ability to suffer or to feel ambition, yielding humans with the mental makeup of the worker bee. Such a lobotomized race would have no thought of rebellion or votes, so that one would end up with a perfectly peaceable and permanent society, led by supermen and served by helots. In November 1943, Churchill urged Churchill to hold firm against demands for famine relief. Else, he warned, so long as the war lasts, India's high birth rate may impose a heavy strain on this country, which does not view with Asiatic detachment the pressure of a growing population on limited supplies of food. That is, he blamed the famine on the irresponsible fecundity of natives, and ignored the devastation of the Indian economy by the war effort. He also elided the fact that the war cabinet was preventing India from using its ample sterling balance or even its own ships to import sufficient wheat. 6. In response to rising prices in Bengal, families sold anything that was of any value: radios, bicycles, and even the metal roofs of their huts. They would trade household items such as pots and pans for even a tiny amount of rice. They sold what little land they possessed. 250,000 families lost all their land during the famine. Increased prices also led people to turn to the cursed money lenders, leeches who did not forbear from charging high interest rates. Less is known about the foraging that took place during the famine, as it was subsumed under the larger story of the Second World War and the area was closed to journalists for much of the time. We do know there were incidents of cannibalism and that some Brahmin women preferred death to going in search of food, let alone accepting it from lower caste people or Muslims. It is difficult to feel sympathy for them. There were internal refugees, too, with the poor making long marches from the countryside to the city. 750,000 reached Kolkata and the suburban villages surrounding it. Some of the more enterprising peasants raided food depots. They had nothing to lose. In the week ending October 9, 1943, just under 2,000 deaths were recorded in Calcutta alone, with 1,600 the week before. In contrast, Amory reported that from August 15 to October 16, 1943, roughly 8,000 people had died in Calcutta from malnutrition. The journalist K. Santhanam, a former member of the Legislative Assembly, believed 100,000 people were dying in Bengal each week. The chief press advisor to the Bengal government did everything in his power to stop word of the famine from reaching Britain. The government itself ceased reporting daily deaths by starvation. Every possible effort was made to underplay the scale of the famine. The war had put everything else, including human lives, on hold. Fearing the Japanese army might soon be sweeping into eastern India, the War Cabinet in London imposed a scorched earth policy, known as denial, which involved stripping Bengal's coastal districts of surplus rice supplies and seizing local transport in order to prevent it falling into the hands of the invading forces. Wartime mobilization brought an authoritarian resolve to the predatory dynamics of colonial rule. Janam Mukherjee argues, the British governor of Bengal, Sir John Herbert, sidelined the elected provincial government under Fazlul Huq, a genial anti-communalist populist, whose somewhat misjudged slogan in the 1937 elections had been lentils and rice, and appointed an English official, L.G. Pinnell, to implement denial at top speed. Pinnell approached a well-known supporter of Jinnah's Muslim League, the rice merchant, M.A. Isfahani, offering his company 2 million rupees to carry out the operation. The predictable hue and cry from the other parties prompted Pinnell to appoint 4 more denial agents on a party communalist basis for balance, leading, Mukherjee writes, to even more chaos and corruption. In April 1942, Pinnell called for a levy of 123,000 tons of surplus rice. Stocks were seized by force where farmers resisted, while compensation payments drove up prices across the board. In May, Pinnell turned his attention to boats. 43,000 vessels were destroyed or confiscated over the next few months, crippling the essential riverine transport infrastructure upon which millions of the poorest Bengalis depended. Boat owners were compensated, but not those who leased them for their livelihoods. potters and fishermen were left destitute. At the same time, as Mukherjee points out, rice was still being exported from Bengal, 45,000 tons in January 1942 rising to 66,000 tons in April. It was at this point that the refugees from Burma arrived. The Japanese victory there led to some 600,000 Indian workers fleeing the country, at least 80,000 dying on the 600-mile march to the Bengal border. While the British imperial government did its best to look after Europeans fleeing the Japanese advance, the Indians were left to fend for themselves. The survivors increased the demand for rice in Bengal at precisely the time when denial was stripping stocks bare. Adding to the indigent were thousands of peasant families evicted wholesale by the British authorities for the purposes of military expediency, 36,000 people from Diamond Harbour, 70,000 from Noakhali and so on. Many of these deportees were left particularly vulnerable and would be among the first to perish with the onset of mass starvation. Responding to the widespread anti-denial protests, a Congress resolution of July 10, 1942 called for full compensation for any loss of landed property or boats, which it said should not be surrendered until compensation was settled. From London, the War Cabinet declared that the Congress denial resolution, moderate enough, amounted to treason. Amory urged Linlithgow to adopt harsher measures with regard to Gandhi and the Congress leadership, rather than merely punish the wretched villager who refuses to hand over his boat or his bullock cart. Meanwhile, the poor were on the move by the millions, trudging through the monsoon rains, now half naked, falling by the wayside and dying, or straggling into urban areas to beg for food. What passed for a health system was in shambles, under-organized, understaffed, and lacking in basic supplies. Bengal's official Surgeon General would describe the famished as mere skin and bone, dehydrated, with dry furred tongues, sores on lips, staring eyes. 7. Viceroy Linlithgow, whose attitude towards the mass starvation had been to ignore it as far as possible, was replaced in October 1943 by Wavell, whose imperial curses included the suppression of the Arab revolt in Palestine, and humiliating defeat in Malaya, Singapore, and Burma. Prior to that he had served in Kenya, Cyprus, and Somaliland. This was the itinerary of many officers in the imperial legions. Churchill had found him a disappointing military commander, i.e. Wavell had disagreed with him, and sent him off to New Delhi to get him out of the way. Churchill regarded him as a good average colonel who would have made a good chairman of a Tory association. This was a bit unfair. Wavell was far too well read and cultured to be just that, and in fact, after touring Calcutta incognito with his wife, he instructed the military to help with relief, committing a full division to the effort. On Wavell's orders, the destitute refugees were gradually transferred to army camps from November 1943 onwards and meager rations were allocated. However, the compulsory roundups in Kolkata, in an attempt to clear the city of begging skeletons, led to the separation of families and related social disasters. Husbands abandoned their wives, children were sold or left to die. Widows in joint family homes were discarded like unwanted rubbish. Mass prostitution flourished as isolated women and children were kidnapped and sold into brothels. By the end of 1943, well over 3 million Bengalis had died. Wavell acknowledged the famine and tried to do something about it, despite being regularly thwarted by London. He remained unpopular with his masters. Churchill asked in a mocking telegram why, if food was so scarce, had Gandhi not died yet? Wavell's star rose high at an early stage of the war, his friend Basil Liddell Hart later wrote. The glow was the more brilliant because of the darkness of the sky. Churchill regarded him as too cautious, while Wavell thought Churchill's understanding of military tactics hadn't developed much since the Boer War. Churchill wanted his warlords to be more like himself, bullying, insensitive and adventurous. Wavell was a bookish introvert. If there had ever been a proper commission of inquiry into the famine, he would have provided valuable evidence to counteract the inhumanity displayed by Churchill and Attlee in the War Cabinet. As the skies of Bengal darkened with the smoke of burnt bodies, Wavell did his best to convince London of the necessity for large-scale imports of food grains, enlisting the support of the Commander-in-Chief of the Indian Army, Claude Auchinleck, and of the Chiefs of Staff in London. Wavell continued to request food through February and March 1944, going so far as to threaten his resignation. He exhausted every avenue, including the newly founded United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Authority, UNRWA, without success. To Churchill's outrage, Wavell approached Roosevelt directly, asking for U.S. ships to bring grain to a battered subcontinent beset by famine and hunger. Roosevelt, together with Congress and the U.S. media, remained indifferent. They did not wish to offend Churchill. Australia and Canada both offered aid, but there was no available shipping. In March 1944 the British government offered 400,000 tons of wheat in exchange for 150,000 tons of rice. In June, Wavell managed to extract 200,000 tons from the War Cabinet, but this was still too little in his eyes. Churchill then requested U.S. aid himself in mid-1944, but shipping had been committed to the European conflict. The War Cabinet was unmoved, with Churchill observing that the starvation of the anyhow underfed Bengalis was less serious than that of the sturdy Greeks. According to Amory, writing in his journal, Winston so dislikes India and all to do with it that he can see nothing but waste of shipping space. Wavell's intervention appeared to have stabilized the situation in Calcutta by the end of the year, but mass starvation continued in the countryside. As winter drew on, the predicament of the rural poor was worsened by chronic cloth shortages, so that many died not only homeless and starving but literally naked. For propaganda purposes, however, the famine was supposedly now under control. The War Cabinet still resisted Wavell's requests for food imports. The first half of 1944 saw an increase in the death rates, as epidemics took hold on a weakened population. Deaths from malaria would peak that November. Another 2 million people died of hunger, disease, and exposure during 1944. In Calcutta, the urban poor lived on the absolute margins of life and death, in stark contrast with the increased profits that Indian industrialists were making. In December 1944 the new governor of Bengal, the Australian politician Richard Casey, recorded his horror at the living conditions he encountered on a tour of Calcutta's slums. Human beings cannot let other human beings exist under these conditions. 8. The situation remained serious in 1945, when the failure of the monsoon rains brought fears of another famine. In January 1946, Wavell warned Frederick Pethick Lawrence, the Italy government's Secretary of State for India, that the food situation was once again critical. Pethick Lawrence acknowledged that India's need is unquestionable, but made it clear that there would be no increase of food imports. Instead, he recommended that the food ration in the cities be cut to make existing supplies go further. In these conditions, with independence now on the horizon, the attempts by rival Indian politicians to blame the catastrophe on their opponents, especially the unelected Muslim League government, which had presided over the worst of the famine, fell on fertile ground. 9. Communal divisions, however, were still not all-encompassing. There were unified mass protests in November 1945 and February 1946 against the trials of Indian National Army soldiers taken prisoner in Burma by the returning British troops. Muslim League, Congress, and Communist flags were tied together in a gesture of political unity, testimony to a sense of solidarity with which the population of Calcutta understood their highly uncertain collective fate. 10. In that same fateful year, 1946, the naval ratings in Bombay and Karachi went on strike and seized battleships of the Royal Indian Navy. In its entire history, the British Empire had never faced a mutiny on this scale in its armed forces. A huge general strike erupted in Bombay in solidarity with the sailors. The strike committee was completely non-communal, its leaders, Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs, making it clear they would only surrender to a free India, not the British. The radical poet and songwriter Sahir Ludhianvi expressed the anger of many in his poem dedicated to the sailors who rebelled. Oh, leaders of our nation! Lift your heads. Look into our eyes. Whose blood is this? Who died? You showed us the direction. You painted our destiny. You blew on the embers. Now you shrink from the flames. You appealed for waves. And now seek shelter from the storm. We understand all. Hope now lies in compromise. Colonial pledges always wise. Oppression was just a fairy tale. The foreign promises let us hail. Yes, accept their protestations of love. The people rise from below, you take fright above. The old legacy will not die. O leaders of the nation! Whose blood is this? Who died? 11. Nevertheless, political leaders continued to channel the anxieties and frustrations of the masses into a more sectarian mold. Congress and Muslim League leaders pleaded with the sailors to give up, promising protection. The naval ratings believed them. Free India made sure that not a single mutineer was taken back into the navy. Pakistan, surprisingly, was far more generous in taking them back after independence. 12. On May 16, 1946, the Italy government's cabinet mission to India published its proposal for a united, independent India with wide-ranging regional autonomy, intended to preclude the formation of a separate Muslim state of Pakistan. The Congress leadership at first agreed to the proposal, but soon began to back away on the grounds that the Muslim League would be overrepresented. On July 10, Nehru rejected the plan unequivocally. The Muslim League called a direct action day 4 weeks later to agitate for the creation of Pakistan. In hungry Bengal, Janam Mukherjee insists that starvation provided an essential underpinning for the horrific outbreak of communal/ethnic violence in Calcutta in August 1946. The Hartal, or general strike, called by the Muslim League on August 16, divided the city along lines already hardened by the dehumanizing effects of the famine. Groups of Muslims on their way to a rally at the Maidan, Calcutta's Central Park, attacked shops that had not closed, while armed Hindus tried to block their route. The upshot was 5 days of largely unrestrained murder, looting, arson, mutilation, torture and dislocation that left much of the city in ruins. At least 5,000 were killed, although the real figure is almost certainly higher. On August 28 it was reported that there were 189,015 people displaced by the violence being sheltered in relief camps, but as Mukherjee points out, the total figure of the displaced was much higher. Many fled the city altogether, 110,000 by train and unknown numbers on foot, while thousands more took shelter with friends and relatives. Mukherjee estimates that some 10% of the city's population were displaced by the violence. At least the new governor of Bengal, Sir Frederick Burrows, was able to take comfort in the fact that the riots were communal and not, repeat not, in any way anti-British. 13 What could be more perfect? The Bengali social reformer Ram Mohan Roy had said many decades earlier that what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. He was referring to the rich culture and radical political consciousness of the Bengali people. The 1946 riots prefigured the partition of the subcontinent. They took place at a time of renewed starvation, as a society already brutalized by years of hunger finally began to unravel. While the occasion was the Muslim League Hartal, the cause was very specific and identifiable tensions in the city. It was a localized battle for the control of city blocks, alleyways, and neighborhoods. 14. Wavell's introduction of rationing in 1944 had meant that who belonged in the city and who did not became a life and death question. Not belonging meant repatriation to the unrationed countryside. In August 1946, as Mukherjee puts it, that decision was taken into unofficial hands. Sporadic violence continued even after the city had been occupied by 45,000 troops and the rioting had officially come to an end, with people still being driven from their homes and sometimes murdered. Mukherjee's account makes absolutely clear that, in order to protect the Raj from a Japanese threat that never materialized, the British state sacrificed the lives of some 5 million people. The War Cabinet maintained an attitude of callous indifference. In Churchill's case, the indifference was strongly tinged with racism. The Bengal famine was no natural disaster but the direct product of colonial and wartime ideologies and calculations that knowingly exposed the poor of Bengal to annihilation through deprivation. A grievous crime was committed in broad daylight, one that is still unacknowledged. 15. The British were far from alone in perpetrating this crime, as we have seen. Indian elites and political leaders, largely unmoved by the suffering in the countryside, were both accessories and beneficiaries. Here, Mukherjee highlights a crucial silence in Indian historiography. These classes still rule India, and Pakistan, today. Mukherjee describes traveling the Bengali countryside while doing his research. Hunger seemed still everywhere, haunting the shadows, moaning in dingy corners, written on the faces of young children on street corners, gnawing at the spines of middle-aged sweepers, and silently ravaging the collective consciousness of society at large. 16. As he observes more generally, the profound and pervasive links between war, famine, and riot are tortured and complex, but they are also manifest. They are, moreover, far from uncommon. Wherever there is civil war, ethnic violence, communal riots, or any other type of horizontal violence, particularly in the global south, look for the hunger that preceded it, and it is more often than not very easily found. During his first trip to India in 1898, Churchill had read Macaulay's essays and admired them greatly, till he came across the historian's strictures on the founder of the Churchill dynasty. Macaulay then became a rogue. Churchill did not record his views on Macaulay's essay targeting Warren Hastings, the second Governor-General appointed by the East India Company. Stationed in India, Churchill must have read it. Did he underline the concluding paragraph and recall it in later years? Probably not. He should have. Macaulay concluded his essay thus: those who look on his character without favor or malevolence will pronounce that, in the two great elements of all social virtue, in respect for the rights of others, and in sympathy for the sufferings of others, he was deficient. His principles were somewhat lax.